Chapter 1. The Gambit. Subscribe to witness the deception that will shake the heavens. Hit the bell to follow Lin Zhao's deadly gambit. A man who must become a woman to survive a sect that accepts only the beautiful. Like if you love stories where the disguise is more dangerous than the truth. The mountain shrine reeked of old incense and desperation. Lin Zhao knelt before the crumbling altar, his hands trembling, not from cold, but from the weight of what he was about to do. The stone beneath him was worn smooth by centuries of forgotten prayers, and the fading moonlight through the broken roof cast everything in shades of blue and silver. "You're certain about this?" Zhao Yiming's voice cut through the silence like a blade through silk. He stood in the shadows near the entrance, a man whose age could have been anywhere between 30 and 50. The cultivation world did that to you, extended your lifespan until time became irrelevant. Lin Zhao didn't look up from the altar. The Hundred Flowers Sect will reject me if I approach as myself. They've made that clear through every official rejection for 3 years. No males beyond the outer gates, except servants. No males in the inner disciples. This is the only way. The only way is also the most likely way to get you killed, Zhao said flatly. He stepped forward, his robes, dyed a muddy brown to blend with the peasantry, scraping against stone. If they discover you before the anchor is set, the sect master will execute you personally. Wu Yuan doesn't tolerate deception, Lin Zhao. Not on this scale. Lin Zhao finally looked at him, and the moonlight caught the desperation in his eyes. He was handsome by any measure. Sharp cheekbones, dark eyes that held both intelligence and humor, a cultivator's natural grace. But handsome wasn't the problem. Handsome was, in fact, exactly why the Hundred Flowers Sect would never accept him. For 700 years, the sect had accepted only women. The entire cultivation philosophy revolved around harnessing pure yin energy, and their collective power had grown vast and terrible in that imbalance. "The Hundred Flowers Sect is dying," Lin Zhao said, his voice steady now. "You told me the reports yourself. 700 years of pure yin cultivation has created a cultivation deviation so severe that their lifespan as a sect measured in decades, not centuries. Half their disciples are already showing signs of qi degradation. In 5 years, maybe less, the first wave of deaths will begin. In 10 years, the sect will be hollow. In 15, extinct." Zhao Yiming pulled a cloth bundle from his traveling bag and set it on the altar. "Yes, and the sect's elders have realized this too. Do you know what they're doing about it? They're sending scouts to every known sect in the eastern provinces, looking for one specific thing, a yin-yang dual cultivator. Someone born with perfect harmonic balance. A walking formation anchor." Lin Zhao opened the bundle. Inside lay a face-altering jade, a cultivator's artifact, its surface etched with dozens of minor transformation runes. It was worth more than a mortal's family inheritance. Beside it lay a silk vestment, pale blue, woven so tightly that it could contain spiritual energy. And beneath that, a small vial of liquid so dark it looked like captured moonlight. "That is 700 years of accumulated yin essence," Zhao explained, watching Lin Zhao's reaction carefully. "Extracted from the Hundred Flowers' own formation by their greatest alchemists. One vial of it, taken as a pill 3 times daily for 1 month, will transform your natural qi signature. You'll read as a pure yin cultivator, maybe 1 in 100,000, the perfect disguise. Your actual dual cultivation nature will be masked beneath it like the true face beneath a mask." "For how long?" Lin Zhao asked, his fingers tracing the cold jade. "Long enough. 3 to 4 months, the alchemist estimates. By then, you'll need to either have set the anchor, or you'll be discovered. Either way, the deception ends." Zhao paused. "I'm not going to lie to you, Lin Zhao. If you do this and fail, you don't get executed. You get something worse. You get to watch the Hundred Flowers Sect fall apart from inside, knowing you were the one who started it, and then you die." Lin Zhao laughed. It was a short, bitter sound that echoed in the empty shrine. "If I don't do this, the Hundred Flowers Sect falls apart anyway. At least this way, there's a chance. There's hope. And there's honor in that, isn't there? A mission to save lives, even if it costs my own." He reached for the face-altering jade. "Don't," Zhao said sharply. Lin Zhao paused, his hand hovering. "Not yet. You need to understand what you're accepting. This isn't like infiltrating a merchant caravan or stealing documents from a rival sect. This is you, living as a woman, in a sect of 700 women, for months. Not just in public, in private too. They'll expect you to bathe with them, to sleep in their dormitories, to cultivate in synchronized arrays where they'll feel every fluctuation in your qi. If you make one mistake, one moment of carelessness where you forget yourself, they'll know." "Then I won't make a mistake," Lin Zhao said. "You already are, just by thinking like that." Zhao moved closer, his voice dropping. The greatest trick isn't the jade. It's not the essence pill. It's not even the disguised clothes and false identity. The greatest trick is convincing yourself you're actually a woman, deep down, in your bones. The cultivators of the 100 Flowers are not fools. Their senses are extraordinary. They can feel a falsehood through layers of magical disguise if your own soul is giving you away. So you need to decide right now, can you do this? Can you suppress every instinct of your male nature for months? Can you walk, talk, cultivate, and exist as a woman named Lin Xiaoyi, a discovered genius with mysterious origins? Lin Xiao was silent for a long moment. He thought about his parents, dead to the demon sect's raids when he was barely more than a child. He thought about his master, who had found him bleeding in an alley and raised him to be a cultivator of the first order. He thought about the letter his master had left him, discovering Lin Zhao's true nature, the perfect balance of yin and yang in his meridians, a constitution so rare that it had never been recorded in any cultivation records his master had ever found. He thought about what his master had written. Asterisk, this gift of yours is not for you alone. Someday, you'll find a way to use it to save something precious. When that time comes, be brave. Asterisk, I can do this, Lin Xiao said quietly. Zhao watched him for another long moment, then slowly nodded. Then we begin. Take the jade. Use it to reshape yourself. Make your features softer, but not delicate. Your face should suggest capability, not helplessness. Make yourself beautiful, because the 100 Flowers Sect's filters are aesthetic before anything else. But make yourself the kind of beautiful that suggests power beneath it. A face that looks like it could cut through stone if tempered properly. Lin Xiao reached for the jade again, and this time Zhao didn't stop him. The artifact was warm to the touch, almost alive. Lin Xiao closed his eyes and channeled his qi through it. The jade's runes flared with soft blue light, and suddenly his face began to change. He felt his cheekbones shift, softening slightly but remaining angular. His jaw widened a touch, became more graceful. His eyes, those stayed largely the same, but the brows above them became more arched, more expressive. His lips fuller, wider in their curve. When he opened his eyes and looked at his reflection in the altar's still water, a young woman of devastating beauty looked back at him. Not the soft beauty of a pampered cultivator, but the beauty of someone forged in difficulty, sharp, elegant, dangerous. A woman who looked like she had fought her way through life and won. Good, Zhao said approvingly. Now the pill. 3 times daily, no exceptions. Your actual cultivation nature will need to remain suppressed for those 3 to 4 months. That means no yang techniques. Nothing that could accidentally leak into your aura and betray you. You'll need to live as a pure yin cultivator, soft, flowing, receptive. Can you do that? Lin Xiao, now Lin Xiaoyi, in the moment he accepted the disguise, nodded. I've trained in yin cultivation since I was a child. My master made sure I had the skills to hide my yang nature if necessary. This won't be so different. It will be everything different, Zhao said gently. But you already know that. He reached into his bag again and produced a simple medallion, wood carved with the symbol of a single white flower. This will get you past the outer gates. Show this to the patrol. Tell them you've been summoned by the 100 Flowers Sect for a talent evaluation. It's not unusual. They bring in a few dozen potential disciples every year. Once you're inside, there's a disciple named Su Jing. She'll be assigned as your dormitory partner. She's soft-hearted and trusting. Use that, but don't harm her if you can help it. Some people, Lin Xiao, you'll actually grow to care about during this mission. I know, Lin Xiao said. That's the hardest part. The hardest part is yet to come, Zhao replied. He turned toward the entrance of the shrine, back toward the darkness. Remember, your mission is to anchor the sect's formation through direct synchronization with their grand array. The formation will recognize a true yin-yang cultivator and accept you as a balancing agent. Once you're anchored, truly integrated into their system, you'll become essential. You'll become indispensable. And indispensable people survive. And after? Lin Xiao asked. Zhao paused at the threshold. After the anchor is set and the sect is stabilized, you'll have a choice. Stay and risk eventual discovery when your pill's effects fade. Or leave, with the sect's gratitude and a path toward real life outside the mission. What if I want to stay? Zhao Yiming turned back, and in the starlight, Lin Xiao could just barely see his expression. It was sad. Then you'll be braver, or more foolish, than I would ever be. With that, he was gone, leaving Lin Xiao alone in the shrine with only the artifacts of his new life and the weight of the choice he had made. Lin Xiao raised the vial of dark yin essence to his lips and drank. The liquid was cold, colder than anything should be, and it tasted of mountains and flowers and the slow accumulation of centuries. The moment it touched his tongue, he felt his entire body shift. His yang qi, which had flowed so naturally through his meridians since birth, began to pull back, to compress, to hide itself behind layers of pure yin cultivation. It felt like putting on the tightest armor imaginable. Lin Xiao stood, looking at his new reflection one final time. A beautiful woman stood where a man had been. But in her dark eyes, there was something hard and unforgiving. The soul of a cultivator who had just gambled everything on a single deception. Time to meet the 100 Flowers Sect, Lin Xiaoyi whispered to the shrine's ancient shadows. And somewhere in the depths of her consciousness, her young nature began to scream. Chapter 2. The Arrival. The gates of the 100 Flowers Sect rose from the mountainside like the mouth of some sleeping beast, carved from white marble, so pale it gleamed in the morning sun. Lin Xiaoyi had been climbing since dawn, watching the landscape shift from sparse forest to cultivated gardens, to finally, these magnificent architecture that spoke of centuries of accumulated wealth and power. The two guards at the gates were women, of course. Both wore the white and crimson robes of the sect, and both possessed the kind of aura that suggested they'd been disciples for at least 20 years. They looked up as Lin Xiaoyi approached, their eyes sharpening with the particular awareness that cultivators developed around other cultivators. Identification, the taller of the two said. Not hostile, just efficient. Lin Xiaoyi produced the medallion Zhao had given her, keeping her movements fluid, graceful, everything a woman of her apparent age and cultivation level should be. I was summoned for a talent evaluation. Lin Xiaoyi, Chi Formation rank, independent cultivator from the southern provinces. The guard examined the medallion, and Lin Xiaoyi controlled her breathing carefully. The artifact should pass any cursory inspection. It was genuine, made from actual wood carved by the sect itself. But if the guard decided to use her spiritual sense to verify the medallion's authenticity through deep examination, there was always the possibility of discovering inconsistencies in the records that didn't match. Instead, the guard simply nodded and handed the medallion back. Welcome to the 100 Flowers Sect. The admission center is through the gardens, third major intersection, the white building with a north-facing wall. Tell them I cleared you. An elderly Mayin will see you shortly. That was easier than expected. Lin Xiaoyi almost felt a spike of anxiety at how easily she'd been allowed in, but she forced the feeling down. Suspicion born of paranoia was how mistakes got made. Thank you, Lin Xiaoyi said, and meant it. She pocketed the medallion and walked through the gates, into the land of the 100 Flowers. The sect was breathtakingly beautiful. The gardens were arranged in a pattern that, when viewed from above by someone with enough cultivation, would probably form the shape of the sect's grand symbol. A flower with 100 petals, each one representing a generation of disciples. Fruit trees bloomed with impossible colors. Flowers of varieties Lin Xiaoyi had never seen before grew in carefully maintained beds. Water features, fountains, streams, small ponds, created the sound of constant motion and life. And everywhere, there were women. Young women, old women, women in the midst of cultivation, women walking and talking and training. The diversity was striking. Some wore the formal robes of senior disciples, others the apprentice whites of newcomers. Some cultivated in pairs, their energies intertwining. Others trained alone, their movements precise and devastating. Lin Xiaoyi felt the weight of 1,000 eyes, even though most of the disciples barely glanced at her. It was the collective spiritual awareness of the sect, the passive attention that came from being surrounded by cultivators of varying strength. Every part of her was being registered, analyzed, evaluated. It was like standing in a room where all the furniture could see, and it all took note of you. She found the admissions center without difficulty and entered through the north-facing wall. Inside was cool and shadowy, a deliberate contrast to the brilliant gardens. An attendant, who appeared to be male, though his cultivation was so minimal he barely registered as such, looked up from a ledger. I was cleared by the gate guards to meet with elderly Mayin, Lin Xiaoyi said. The attendant bowed. Of course. Please, wait here. I'll notify the elder immediately. The wait was only a few minutes, but it felt longer. Lin Xiaoyi kept her posture perfect, her expression serene. She'd practiced being a woman in the mirror before accepting Zhao's disguise. The small gestures, the way a woman held her hands, the angle of her head when listening. These things mattered more than the jade's alterations. A cultivator's instinct was sharpened by centuries of study. They could sense the difference between a genuine woman and someone performing the role. The difference was in the deepest parts of the soul. Elderly Mayin arrived like a gentle wind. She was tall, with silver streaking through her dark hair, and her face held the kind of warmth that suggested she genuinely loved the disciples she'd trained over her long life. Lin Xiaoyi's instincts flared. This woman was dangerous. The gentle ones always were. Welcome, Lin Xiaoyi. I am elderly Mayin, head of the outer sect. The elder took Lin Xiaoye's hand and examined it closely, not with suspicion, but with the practiced eye of someone assessing a potential protege. Your meridians are quite open already. And this aura. The elder's eyes narrowed slightly. Rare. Very rare. Where did you study? My cultivation was primarily self-directed, Lin Xiaoyi said, and it wasn't a lie. She had studied under her master, but she'd also spent 5 years in meditation in a cave, absorbing pure yin cultivation essence from mineral deposits. I've never had a formal sect affiliation. Unusual for someone of your strength, elderly observed. But then, independent cultivators are often unusual by nature. Come, let me show you to your dormitory. You've passed the first hurdle, now comes the real test. Can you survive the camaraderie of 200 girls your own age, all competing for power and prestige? Lin Xiaoyi found herself smiling despite the pressure in her chest. I believe so, elder. The dormitory was a large building divided into sections by rank. As a new disciple of unknown strength, Lin Xiaoyi was assigned to the lower floors where the newly accepted lived. Her dormitory room was shared with one other girl, and that girl was sitting on one of the 2 meditation cushions when Lin Xiaoyi entered. The roommate was petite, with round cheeks and eyes that held genuine warmth. She was maybe 20 years old, her cultivation at Hai Chi Gathering, the rank just below where Lin Xiaoyi was pretending to be. Her smile when she looked up was unself-conscious and kind. The first genuinely good thing Lin Xiaoyi had encountered since entering the sect. Hi, you must be my new roommate. I'm Su Jing. The girl stood, not bothering with formal greetings, and offered her hand. The elder said someone new would be arriving today. Is this your first sect experience? Yes, Lin Xiaoyi said, taking the offered hand. Su Jing's grip was warm and strong. I've been independent for most of my cultivation journey. That's so cool. I was trained by the sect from childhood, so I don't really know what it's like to be on your own. Su Jing chattered as she showed Lin Xiaoyi around their small quarters. A sleeping area with 2 low beds, a meditation chamber with the expected symbols, a washing area with a screen for privacy. You'll probably think we're all really weird here at first, but I promise it gets better once you learn who actually has their head on straight. Like, don't trust Mei Qing if she says she's being friendly. She's actually just checking whether you're a threat to her ranking. And Shui Lian is scary at first, but she's actually kind of sweet if you get to know her, though between you and me, I think she's too intense about everything. Lin Xiaoyi found herself relaxing as Su Jing talked. The girl was a natural nurture, the kind who made people feel safe by being genuinely uncomplicated. There was no hidden agenda in her, no careful assessment. She was simply kind because kindness came naturally to her. The training begins tomorrow, Su Jing continued, settling back onto her meditation cushion. We have cultivation practice in the morning, then weapon training, then formation study. At night, we're supposed to meditate, but most of the disciples just chat or practice their arts in private. Oh, and there's a big courtyard ceremony on the 3rd day of every month where the sect master watches us train. That's kind of intense. You feel like you're being evaluated constantly. But it's good, I think. It pushes you to get stronger. The sect master watches the disciples often. Lin Xiaoyi asked, carefully keeping her tone casual. Not super often, Su Jing said. The sect master is busy with sect governance and stuff. But yeah, she watches the big ceremonies, and she's always aware of what's happening in the sect. I've only been around her like 3 times, but each time I could feel her spiritual sense sweeping across all of us. It's kind of intense. She's not cruel or anything, but she definitely has this aura of, I don't know, correctness. Like she's made a decision about the way things should be, and everything else is just noise. This was useful information. Lin Xiaoyi filed it away. The sect master's direct attention would be a danger, but also perhaps an opportunity. If he could impress the most powerful person in the sect, it might protect him in the long run. As the evening fell, Su Jing helped her settle in, showing her where the communal bathing areas were, how to request clean robes from the attendants, where to find the dining hall. It was all incredibly normal, which was the most disorienting thing of all. Lin Xiaoyi had expected danger, confrontation, tests of strength. Instead, she was being welcomed by a kind girl who simply wanted a friend. That night, Lin Xiaoyi waited until Su Jing was fully asleep, breathing deep, and even on her meditation cushion. Then she rose quietly and made her way to the meditation chamber. She closed the door carefully and settled onto the stone floor. The Yin essence pill Zhao had given her had integrated fully into her system now. Her qi felt different, not weaker, but refracted, bent through a filter of pure Yin energy that made her true nature invisible beneath layers of cultivated softness. But beneath those layers, her yang nature was still there, compressed and angry, like a caged beast waiting for the bars to be released. She took a breath and carefully, so carefully, let a tiny fraction of her yang qi flow through the filter. It felt like touching fire. The pressure of suppression was immense. The yin essence was fighting to keep her true nature hidden, and the strain of holding down her power was starting to create tremors in her meridians. She was going to need to find a way to release the pressure periodically, or the suppression itself would drive her mad. Lin Xiaoyi opened her eyes and looked out the window at the gardens, illuminated now by cultivation-enhanced moonlight. Somewhere in this sect, in those white towers on the distant peaks, the sect master was meditating. And whatever that woman's nature was, whatever her thoughts and dreams and plans were, Lin Xiaoyi was about to become entangled with them forever. She closed her eyes again and let herself drift into meditation, knowing that tomorrow the real test would begin. Chapter 3. The sect masters gazed. The fourth day at the Hundred Flowers Sect was when Lin Xiaoyi finally understood the true meaning of danger. The outer sect disciples were given a tour of the sect's core grounds as part of their induction process, a chance to see where the real power lay, to stand in spaces where cultivation reached toward the heavens. Elderly Mayin led the group of 40 new disciples through the gardens in the early morning, before the day became too warm. The path wound upward, spiraling through increasingly exclusive areas until they arrived at a great plateau that overlooked the entire sect. "This is the peak of 10,000 flowers," Elderly said, her voice carrying across the plateau despite not being raised. An amplification technique, probably a minor cultivation trick that older disciples learned automatically. Only disciples who reach the soul ascension rank may cultivate here. The reason is that the spiritual density at this height draws from 700 years of accumulated yin energy. A weaker cultivator would be overwhelmed. The disciples gazed around in awe. The peak was, indeed, a miracle of architecture and cultivation. Stone had been carved into meditation platforms, each one positioned to catch specific flows of yin energy. Gardens grew here too, but the flowers were larger, more vibrant, their colors somehow deeper than ordinary cultivars. The air itself shimmered with spiritual density, and in the center of the peak, there was a tower. Not a building so much as a vertical thrust of architecture, rising so high that its peak disappeared into mist. The tower was pure white, with threads of silver running through the stone like veins. At its apex, there was a chamber that glowed with soft blue light. "The sect master meditates there," Elderly said quietly. "It is called the Tower of Ultimate Yin. Do not attempt to ascend it. Do not attempt to make contact with the sect master unless you are called upon to do so. The sect master is the oldest immortal cultivator in the sect. She has lived for 180 years, and in that time, she has led the 100 Flowers Sect through 100 challenges. Respect is not required. It is simply necessary for survival." The disciples nodded solemnly. Lin Xiaoyi felt the weight of the warning in her bones. This was not a casual caution. This was Elderly's way of saying that the sect master was capable of destroying any of them without taking a breath. The tour continued for another hour, moving through the training grounds where the senior disciples practiced their combat forms. Lin Xiaoyi watched a woman who looked to be about 30 but probably had 50 or more years of cultivation experience execute a technique so beautiful and devastating that air seemed to crack around her. This was the real strength of the 100 Flowers Sect, not the casual power of any single disciple, but the accumulated excellence of centuries. As they moved back down the mountain, the tour was supposed to be concluding. Elderly was leading them back toward the dormitory sectors when it happened. A wave of spiritual pressure swept down from the Tower of Ultimate Yin. It was like being underwater and suddenly understanding the true weight of the ocean. The disciples gasped collectively. 3 of them, who were weaker, actually fell to their knees. And that pressure, that overwhelming manifestation of pure spiritual power, was directed at Lin Xiaoyi. She felt it like a physical touch, a presence of such magnitude that she almost couldn't breathe. The sect master's spiritual sense had descended from the tower and was examining her with an attention that was both impersonal and devastatingly thorough. It was like being a butterfly pinned to a board, every part of her exposed and analyzed. The yin essence pill held. Her disguise held. The false chi signature remained intact. But for just a moment, Lin Xiaoyi felt the sect master's consciousness brush against her true nature, against the yang qi compressed beneath the layers of suppression. She felt the moment of questioning, the moment where the sect master's vast intelligence tried to make sense of something slightly off, something that didn't quite match the pattern of what should be. And then the pressure released. The sect master's attention turned away from the tour group and back to the Tower of Ultimate Yin. The spiritual pressure lifted like a weight being removed from Lin Xiaoyi's chest. She gasped for breath, barely managing to keep standing, her legs trembling. "Are you well?" Elderly asked, her hand on Lin Xiaoye's shoulder. There was something knowing in her tone, as if she'd expected this specific outcome. "I'm fine," Lin Xiaoye managed. "Just overwhelmed by the sect master's power." Elderly nodded. "That is normal. Wu Yuan rarely directs her attention toward new disciples, but sometimes someone catches her interest. It means you should be flattered, not frightened. The sect master's notice is rarely given to those who are not worthy of it." The tour ended shortly after, and the disciples were released back to their dormitories. Lin Xiaoye made her way back mechanically, not truly aware of her surroundings, her mind spinning with what had just happened. The sect master had noticed something. Not necessarily that he was male, the disguise could still be intact, but she had noticed that something about him was unusual. That night, Lin Xiaoye didn't wait until Su Jing was asleep. She walked out of the dormitory while the other disciples were at evening meal and made her way to a quiet corner of the gardens, an area populated only by stone paths and meditation stones. She sat and opened her core to the yin essence filter, letting a tiny spark of her yang nature loose. The pressure released like a dam breaking. Yang qi flared through her meridians, and for a moment, she let herself exist in balance. Her true nature, not the false signature the sect master's disciples were seeing. The relief was immediate and profound. She held the balance for only 30 seconds. Any longer, and the fluctuation might be detected, before pulling the yang qi back down and reinforcing the yin filter. But those 30 seconds of being herself, of not performing, of letting her true power exist without suppression, was what kept her sane. In the Tower of Ultimate Yin, 700 meters above the ground, Wu Yuan opened her eyes and stared down at the gardens where the new disciple sat. The girl's spiritual signature had fluctuated. Just barely, just for a moment, something had shifted in her core. Wu Yuan had felt it across the entire sect, through the spiritual networks that connected her awareness to every stone and every flower in the grounds she'd controlled for 100 years. Curious, Wu Yuan murmured to herself. She was alone in her tower, as always. Immortal cultivators rarely welcomed companionship at the highest levels. A disciple with a hidden power. How delightfully rare. She settled back into meditation, but her attention remained partially focused on the gardens below, on the girl who sat quietly in the stone path garden, radiating perfect yin energy with something strange and beautiful hidden beneath it. Wu Yuan had lived long enough to recognize a secret when she felt one. The question was whether this secret would become an asset or a liability. Only time, and the girl's choices, would tell. Chapter 4. Shui Lian. The waterfall cultivation ground was sacred to the senior disciples. It was where the sect master's personal disciples came to perfect their techniques, and where the most powerful women of the Hundred Flowers Sect pushed their boundaries against the force of cascading water and natural spiritual pressure. A new disciple had no business being there, which was why Lin Xiaoye was surprised when Elderly brought her to the waterfall on the 8th day of her arrival, along with 3 other new disciples who had shown particular aptitude. "You will observe," Elderly said. "Watch how the senior disciples integrate their cultivation with their environment. Watch how they adapt their techniques. This is what it means to be a true cultivator of the Hundred Flowers Sect, not to dominate nature, but to dance with it." The waterfall was immense, a vertical river of white water that crashed against rocks below with the force of 1,000 hammers. The sound was deafening, the spray misting across the ground. A half-dozen senior disciples stood under and around the water, some meditating beneath the full force of the cascade, others practicing combat forms in the spray, their movements flowing around the water's impact rather than resisting it. One of them stood out. Shui Lian was elegant in the way that a blade was elegant. She stood directly under the heaviest part of the waterfall, her body relaxed, her robes soaked through and clinging to her frame. Her eyes were closed, but her attention was absolute. With each drop of water that struck her, Shui Lian performed a subtle adjustment of her stance, allowing the impact to flow through her and into the earth. It was like watching someone have a conversation with an inanimate force. "That is Shui Lian," Elderly said quietly. "The sect master's personal disciple and one of our finest cultivators. At 25 years old, she has already reached the soul ascension rank. She is also utterly dedicated to the sect master's interests, which means she has become, effectively, the sect master's spy among the senior disciples." That was a dangerous thing for an elder to tell new disciples, but Lin Xiaoye understood the subtext. Be careful around Shui Lian. She reports directly to power. The observation continued for another hour, and by the end, most of the senior disciples had either left the waterfall to rest or moved to different parts of the cultivation ground. Only Shui Lian remained, still under the waterfall, still performing that endless dance with the water. Elder Li eventually led the new disciples away. But as they were leaving, Lin Xiaoyi felt something shift in the air. Shui Lian's eyes opened, and she turned to look directly at the departing group. Her gaze swept past the other 3 new disciples and fixed on Lin Xiaoyi. The look was assessing, analytical, and contained a thread of something that felt like recognition. That night, Lin Xiaoyi was meditating in the dormitory side chamber when Su Jing came running in, excited and flustered. Shui Lian asked for you by name, Su Jing said without preamble. She left a message with one of the elders' attendants. She wants to meet you at the waterfall tomorrow morning, before the regular practice session. Just you. Did she say why? Lin Xiaoyi asked, forcing her voice to remain steady. No, which is super weird because Shui Lian never bothers with new disciples. But I guess she noticed you during the observation tour. Maybe she wants to mentor you? That would be amazing. If you get Shui Lian's attention, you could rank up fast. Or it could be a danger. Lin Xiaoyi went through the night, carefully analyzing every interaction she'd had with Shui Lian, looking for any moment where her disguise might have faltered. But she couldn't find one. Her chi signature had remained stable. Her body language had been perfect. There was no logical reason for Shui Lian to be suspicious. She went to the waterfall the next morning anyway. Shui Lian was already there, waiting in the spray of the water. She was dressed in cultivation robes, her dark hair pulled back in a severe style that emphasized the sharp planes of her face. She was beautiful in the way that predators were beautiful, a beauty that suggested danger first and aesthetic second. Lin Xiaoyi, Shui Lian said, and her voice was soft, barely carrying over the sound of the waterfall. You showed potential during the observation. I thought we should spar. There was no preamble, no explanation. This was simply Shui Lian's way, direct, uninterested in social conventions. I'm still a new disciple, Lin Xiaoyi said carefully. I'm not sure I'm ready to spar with someone of your rank. You're ready, Shui Lian said. It wasn't a judgment, it was a statement of fact. Come. Shui Lian moved toward the waterfall, and Lin Xiaoyi followed. They positioned themselves in one of the shallow pools where the water was strong, but not destructively so. The technique would begin on 3. Shui Lian counted. 1, 2, 3, and the world became motion. Shui Lian moved like water herself, soft, flowing, adapting to every response Lin Xiaoyi made. Her technique was clearly optimized for yin cultivation, with movements that emphasized softness, flexibility, and the absorption of force rather than the meeting of it. It was beautiful to watch and dangerous to face. Lin Xiaoyi had learned yin cultivation techniques under her master, but she'd never had to use them in actual combat. She had to think about every movement, every defensive position, every way she could channel the incoming strikes into the earth rather than absorbing them directly. The spar lasted for 3 minutes, and by the end, both of them were breathing heavily. Good, Shui Lian said, and stepped back. You're strong. Unusually strong, for someone just arriving. And your technique, it's not just learned. There's something natural about the way you move. Like you were born to the yin path. Lin Xiaoyi's heart was racing. Shui Lian was watching her with an intensity that suggested she was looking for something specific. Thank you for the opportunity to spar, Lin Xiaoyi said. She needed to end this before Shui Lian asked more questions, before the scrutiny became unbearable. But Shui Lian didn't move. There's something about you, Shui Lian said quietly. I can't quite identify it, but it's there. Something that doesn't match the rest of your signature. Something, Lin Xiaoyi, Shui Lian. Elder Li's voice cut across the waterfall. The elder was walking toward them, her expression serene but her tone carrying a subtle message. This conversation should not continue. Elder, Shui Lian said, and bowed her head respectfully. I was only teaching the new disciple a foundation technique. Yes, and I'm sure Lin Xiaoyi is grateful, Elder Li said. Her hand rested lightly on Lin Xiaoyi's shoulder. But there are other disciples who need attention. Come, Lin Xiaoyi. We have tests to conduct. The elder led her away from the waterfall, back toward the main sect grounds. And as they walked, Elder Li spoke quietly. Shui Lian is the sect master's personal disciple. That means she has better instincts than most. Be careful around her. She senses things that others do not. Was there a problem? Lin Xiaoyi asked. No, Elder Li said thoughtfully. Not yet. But Shui Lian is drawn to mysteries, and you, Lin Xiaoyi, are becoming a mystery. That is, perhaps, not the most ideal situation for someone in your current position. Before Lin Xiaoyi could ask what Elder Li meant by that cryptic statement, the elder had moved on, leaving her with more questions than answers. But one thing was clear, the danger of exposure was increasing, and the people watching her were becoming more attentive. Chapter 5. The sect master summons 10 days into her infiltration. Lin Xiaoyi received a summons from the sect master. The message came through an official attendant, delivered in the morning while she was eating with Su Jing in the dining hall. The attendant was male and ancient, with the bearing of someone who had served the sect for longer than most disciples had been alive. He placed a small jade tablet in front of Lin Xiaoyi and spoke in a voice that was barely more than a whisper. The sect master requests your presence at the Tower of Ultimate Yin at midday. Come alone. Show this tablet at the tower's base. Then he was gone, leaving Lin Xiaoyi and Su Jing staring at the tablet. What did you do? Su Jing whispered, her eyes wide. You've only been here for 10 days. The sect master doesn't summon disciples this early unless. I have no idea, Lin Xiaoyi said, and it was the truth. She stood up, abandoning her meal. She needed time to prepare, to center herself, to make sure her disguise was absolutely perfect. The hours between receiving the summons and midday crawled past like dying insects. Lin Xiaoyi spent the time meditating, reinforcing the Yin essence filter, practicing the exact modulation of her chi signature that would present the most unremarkable version of herself possible. She couldn't afford to be memorable in this meeting. She needed to be exactly what she appeared to be, a talented new disciple with an unusually strong Yin cultivation. At midday precisely, Lin Xiaoyi made her way to the Tower of Ultimate Yin. The tower rose above the cultivation grounds like a sword pointed at the heavens. Close up, Lin Xiaoyi could see the care taken in its construction. Every stone had been selected for its Yin properties, treating with spiritual energy that had seeped into the rock over centuries. The tower didn't just look impressive, it felt impressive, radiating power in waves. At the base of the tower, there was a single doorway and a young woman in senior disciple robes standing beside it. She took the tablet from Lin Xiaoyi, without comment, and gestured for her to enter. The interior of the tower was a spiral staircase, ascending into shadows. Lin Xiaoyi began to climb, counting steps in her head to maintain her focus. 100 steps, 200, 300. The spiritual pressure was increasing with each step, the Yin energy becoming so dense that it was almost difficult to breathe. This was the compressed power of 700 years of cultivation, all concentrated into a single vertical space. By the time she reached the top, Lin Xiaoyi's legs were trembling, and her lungs felt like they were full of cold air. The chamber at the top of the tower was circular, with windows on all sides that showed a panoramic view of the entire sect. And in the center of the chamber, sitting on a meditation platform that radiated pure Yin energy, was the sect master. Wu Yueyin was older, yes, but not in the way that mortal age worked. Her face held the beauty of someone who had lived deliberately, who had chosen to cultivate beauty into her being rather than letting it fade. Her dark hair was streaked with gray, but the gray seemed intentional, a deliberate aesthetic choice. Her eyes were sharp, intelligent, and utterly without mercy. She looked at Lin Xiaoyi for a long moment without speaking. Sit, Wu Yueyin finally said, gesturing to a meditation platform across from her. Lin Xiaoyi sat, trying to keep her breathing steady, trying to project calm even though her heart was hammering against her ribs. Tell me about your cultivation, Wu Yueyin said. Where did you learn? Who was your master? I studied under an independent cultivator who preferred to remain unaffiliated with any sect, Lin Xiaoyi said. My master valued practical knowledge over traditional titles. But your technique has structure. There is a form to the way you move, to the way you channel your qi. That suggests formal training, not merely practical instruction. Wu Yueyin's eyes narrowed. I am going to ask you a direct question, and I advise you to answer truthfully. Has anyone in this sect questioned the truth of your background? Lin Xiaoyi's mind raced. This could be a trap. If she admitted that Shui Lian had been curious, or that Elderly had made that cryptic remark, it could accelerate the discovery of her disguise. But lying to the sect master directly seemed like an even greater risk. No, sect master, Lin Xiaoyi said. Though some have noticed that my strength is unusual for a new disciple. Wu Yueyin nodded slowly. You have a rare qi signature. I have examined it carefully. It is pure Yin, remarkably pure, perhaps the purest I have encountered in my 180 years of life. Yet there is something about it that suggests. Wu Yueyin paused, searching for the exact words. There is something that suggests you have never been entirely at peace with your own nature. Lin Xiaoyi forced herself to meet the sect master's gaze, even though every instinct was screaming at her to run. Some cultivators suppress parts of themselves, Lin Xiaoyi said carefully. It's a practice many undertake in order to refine their art, to specialize rather than scatter. Wu Yueyin smiled then, a small, cold smile that suggested she had found something amusing. Yes, that is one explanation. But there are others. In any case, I have brought you here to tell you that the Hundred Flowers Sect welcomes you, Lin Xiaoyi. Your talents are considerable, and I believe you have much to offer us. You have a rare qi signature. The sect recognizes the value in that. You are accepted not just as a disciple, but as a chosen one. This means certain privileges, but also certain responsibilities. Thank you, sect master, Lin Xiaoyi said. You may go, Wu Yueyin said, and turned her attention back to meditation. Lin Xiaoyi stood and bowed, and made her way back toward the spiral staircase. She was halfway down before her legs finally allowed themselves to shake. That meeting had been a test. She was certain of it. Wu Yueyin had been probing for weakness, looking for any indication that Lin Xiaoyi's story had fractures. But the disguise had held. That night, Lin Xiaoyi wrote a message using techniques Zhao had taught her, encoding it in a pattern of meditation marks that would be invisible to anyone who wasn't looking for it. She left the message in a specific location in the gardens, a loose stone beneath an old tree. By morning, Zhao would have retrieved it. The message was simple. Asterisk sect master suspects something, but does not know what. Disguise still holding. Moving forward with mission. Asterisk, and as she watched the sunrise over the Hundred Flowers Sect, Lin Xiaoyi understood that she had passed a critical threshold. The danger was no longer theoretical. It was present, active, and watching her with the attention of the most powerful cultivator in the sect. Failure was no longer an option. It was now a certainty waiting to happen. Chapter 6. Mei Qing's challenge. The weekly disciple competition was held in a large courtyard carved specifically for that purpose. It was an arena by any other name, with observation platforms for senior disciples and elders, and a fighting ground marked with chalk and maintained by cultivation-reinforced stone. On the 10th day of every month, any disciple below the soul ascension rank could challenge another to a duel. The winners advanced. The losers either returned to regular training or challenged again next month. The arena had been built into the heart of the sect's outer gardens, a place where the spiritual density was high enough to support advanced combat techniques without destroying the surrounding landscape. The stone of the fighting ground had been treated with stability runes that would absorb impacts and prevent crater formation. The observation platforms rose on all sides, arranged in concentric circles so that spectators from every rank could see the matches in detail. The aesthetic was martial but graceful, form and function balanced perfectly, just like everything else in the Hundred Flowers Sect. Lin Xiaoyi hadn't planned on participating. The last thing she needed was to draw more attention to herself, to demonstrate any more unusual power or technique. But Mei Qing had had other ideas. Mei Qing was 28 years old and had been a cultivator for longer than Lin Xiaoyi had been alive. She held the rank of high core formation and served as one of the sect master's secondary disciples, though her relationship with power was vastly different from Xue Lian's. Where Xue Lian was devoted to understanding the sect master's deeper will, seeking to align her own cultivation with her leader's vision, Mei Qing was ambitious in the truest sense. She wanted power for its own sake, wanted advancement for the prestige and respect it brought. Where Xue Lian sought to understand, Mei Qing sought to dominate. Where Xue Lian would sacrifice herself for the sect, Mei Qing would sacrifice others for her own elevation. She arrived at the dormitory where Lin Xiaoyi was preparing for the day's cultivation practice, and she walked in without requesting entry, without any of the social courtesies that normally accompanied such visits. Two other disciples who had been studying quietly at the rear of the room immediately gathered their materials and left, understanding without words that this was a conversation not meant for witnesses. Lin Xiaoyi, Mei Qing said, her voice carrying a smile that didn't reach her eyes. I've heard interesting things about you. The sect master noticed you remarkably quickly. You sparred with Xue Lian and didn't embarrass yourself. That never happens. And yet you still somehow managed to look like an absolute newcomer with barely any practical combat experience. I find that contradiction fascinating. So I think we should spar. I'm grateful for your interest, Lin Xiaoyi said carefully, maintaining her posture of respect while not actually committing to anything. But I'm not sure I'm ready for a match with someone of your rank. The disparity in our experience is probably too great. I didn't ask if you were ready, Mei Qing said, and her tone made clear that she found Lin Xiaoyi's deflection amusing. I'm challenging you to the arena competition this month. You can either accept and participate, or you can decline and look like a coward in front of the entire sect, which would raise questions about why a girl the sect master has noticed would be afraid of a simple duel. Your choice. I'm sure both options will generate fascinating discussion. Mei Qing left before Lin Xiaoyi could respond, her footsteps echoing deliberately loudly through the dormitory, making sure that her departure was as theatrical as her arrival. She left behind the clear scent of her confidence and the echo of a decision that had already been made. The challenge was public now. Mei Qing had made sure of that by leaving in a way that would be noticed and reported. She does this to everyone, Su Jing said apologetically, from where she'd been sitting in the corner. Mei Qing targets people who are being noticed by the higher-ups and challenges them early, to see if they have any actual skill or if they're just lucky. Is she dangerous? Lin Xiaoyi asked. High core formation. So yes, definitely dangerous. But not unfairly dangerous. If you're at the rank you claim to be, you might actually have a chance. Not a good chance, but a chance. The arena was packed by the time the competitions began. Disciples filled the observation platforms, and several senior cultivators sat in places of honor. Elderly Ma Yin was there, her kind expression showing no favoritism, but her attention clearly focused on the final match. Shui Lian was there too, positioned in the second highest observation tier, her expression unreadable, but her spiritual sense clearly alert and tracking every movement below. Wu Yuan was not there. The sect master rarely attended the monthly competitions, but her absence felt like a physical weight, like she was watching somehow, even from a distance, through servants and agents, and the general spiritual network that connected her awareness to every corner of the sect. The competition started with lower-ranked disciples facing off, chi condensation duels, mostly, quick fights where technique was still developing and power was limited. There was grace in these early matches, even if the cultivators weren't yet powerful. A girl of barely 20 had developed a technique that used the opponent's momentum against them, turning attacks into defenses in a flowing spiral. Another disciple, who looked to be around 19, had specialized in a rapid strike methodology that relied on precise control rather than raw power. The crowd appreciated the innovations, cheering and offering critiques in the manner of fellow cultivators who understood the challenges of technique development. By the time Mei Qing and Lin Xiaoyi were called to the arena, an hour and a half had passed, and the crowd was warmed up, excited, hungry for a real match between experienced fighters. The announcer, an elderly senior disciple whose voice had been magically amplified, called out the names and ranks. Mei Qing, high core formation rank, 7 years a disciple of the 100 Flowers Sect. The crowd roared. Lin Xiaoyi, high chi formation rank, 3 months a disciple of the 100 Flowers Sect. The crowd quieted, uncertain about this newcomer who had been accepted so quickly but hadn't yet earned a reputation. Mei Qing was waiting in the center of the arena when Lin Xiaoyi descended the steps. She looked relaxed, stretched out and comfortable, but her posture suggested coiled power just beneath the surface. The lazy way she was standing was deceptive. Lin Xiaoyi could see from the perfect alignment of her meridian pathways and the subtle positioning of her feet that she was ready to move explosively in any direction at a moment's notice. She was smiling, but the smile was predatory, the smile of someone who had fought dozens of matches and won the vast majority of them. Nice of you to accept, Mei Qing said as the referee took her position between them. I was wondering if I would have to intimidate you further. Some of the newer girls need that extra push to develop their courage. Some of them are terrified when they realize they're going to lose in front of hundreds of people. But you actually showed up. That's interesting. Lin Xiaoyi didn't respond. Silence was often the best response to provocation, and Mei Qing was clearly trying to get into her head, trying to generate doubt and fear. Instead, Lin Xiaoyi was running calculations in her head with the focused intensity of a war strategist. She assessed Mei Qing's stance, clearly someone trained in yin cultivation, with a focus on flowing movements rather than rigid stances. She assessed her cultivation level, high core formation. That golden core was definitely mature and stable, probably refined for at least 3 years. She assessed her probable techniques based on her body position and the way her qi was flowing. Mei Qing was strong, noticeably stronger than Shui Lian in a pure power sense, with more raw cultivation and probably greater accumulated combat experience. But Shui Lian's technique was more refined, more polished by years of serving directly under the sect master's scrutiny. And most importantly, Mei Qing expected Lin Xiaoyi to be weak. Mei Qing expected a new disciple with only 3 months of sect experience to be overwhelmed by her power and her technique. That expectation, that assumption, was Mei Qing's greatest vulnerability. The referee raised their hand and called out the formal opening. First match, Mei Qing versus Lin Xiaoyi. Cultivation battle, all techniques permitted, no lethal force. Begin on my signal. 3, 2, 1, begin. The referee's hand dropped, and Mei Qing attacked immediately, not bothering with a feeling out period or cautious first strikes. She came at Lin Xiaoyi with a technique that was clearly designed to overwhelm, a cascade of yin energy that rippled out from her hands in multiple waves. The waves were meant to push the newer disciple backward and control the space of the arena, to force Lin Xiaoyi into a position where she could only defend. Lin Xiaoyi sidestepped the first wave of energy with a movement that was simultaneously graceful and economical, using the minimum amount of motion necessary to avoid the strike. She used a technique she'd learned from her master, a flowing defensive form that was designed to channel incoming energy into the ground rather than resisting it directly with opposing force. The second wave came from a different angle, attacking from her right while she'd just moved left, and Lin Xiaoyi deflected it, redirecting Mei Qing's own energy so that it flowed harmlessly past her and dissipated into the arena's stone. The third wave came with more power, with Mei Qing putting genuine force behind it, and Lin Xiaoyi absorbed it instead of deflecting, using Mei Qing's own momentum against her, channeling the energy down through her body and into the earth. The crowd gasped collectively. The fight had been going for less than 30 seconds, not even a minute, and Lin Xiaoyi was already demonstrating technique that shouldn't have been possible for someone at her claimed Qi formation rank. A Qi formation cultivator should have been struggling against a high core formation opponent. Instead, Lin Xiaoyi was fighting with the calm precision of someone who had been trained for years. Mei Qing's expression changed. She'd come expecting a quick match, a chance to show dominance over an overhyped new girl. Instead, she was facing someone who knew how to fight, who understood the principles of Yin cultivation, who could actually counter her attacks with meaningful technique. The second phase of the fight was different. Mei Qing took her time now, using her superior power to press Lin Xiaoyi back, testing her defenses, looking for weaknesses. And Lin Xiaoyi was careful to appear to be struggling, careful to make it look like she was defending against overwhelming pressure, careful not to reveal her true strength. But there was a line. Lin Xiaoyi couldn't afford to lose this fight. If she lost, it would look suspicious. Either she'd been hiding her true strength, or she would become a laughingstock and draw more scrutiny. So she maintained her defense, waiting for the moment when Mei Qing overcommit to an attack. It came 15 minutes into the fight. Mei Qing drove a technique that was meant to split Lin Xiaoyi's defenses and strike directly at her core. It was powerful and flashy and left an opening that a trained cultivator would immediately exploit. Lin Xiaoyi spun into the opening, using a counter technique that channeled Mei Qing's own power back at her. The impact sent Mei Qing staggering backward, and for the first time, the older woman's confidence shook. The fight continued for another 5 minutes, with neither of them able to deliver a decisive blow. But the momentum had shifted. Mei Qing was defending now, not attacking. And when the referee called a stalemate, it was clear that neither of them could be said to have won, but neither could be said to have lost. The crowd erupted in mixed reactions, some disciples cheering for Mei Qing's power, others impressed by Lin Xiaoyi's unexpected competence. Mei Qing walked toward Lin Xiaoyi at the end of the match, and there was something new in her expression. Something that looked like respect, complicated by a hint of sexual interest. "You're stronger than you look," Mei Qing said. Her voice was different now, less dismissive, more analytical. "Where exactly did your master train you?" "The southern provinces," Lin Xiaoyi said, keeping her voice neutral. "Away from the sect politics." Mei Qing looked like she wanted to say more, but elderly was approaching, and social propriety dictated that the conversation end. Still, before she turned to leave, Mei Qing said quietly, "Be careful. Strong girls in this sect don't stay unknown for long. And the sect master has already noticed you. That means you're valuable. And valuable things get fought over." She left, and Lin Xiaoyi was left standing in the arena, aware that she had just made a subtle shift in the sect's political balance. She was no longer just a mysterious newcomer. She was now a proven fighter, someone with real power, someone worth noticing. That night, Shui Lian arrived at the dormitory after evening meditation. She dismissed Su Jing with a polite request for privacy and then sat across from Lin Xiaoyi, her expression grave. "You fought Mei Qing to a draw," Shui Lian said. "That's unusual. Most disciples at your claimed rank would have been overwhelmed. Where did you really learn to fight?" "I've been independent," Lin Xiaoyi said carefully. "I've had to develop practical skills in order to survive." "That's not a real answer," Shui Lian said. But there was no accusation in her tone, only curiosity. "But I'm not going to pressure you for one. I just wanted to say that you impressed me today. And," she paused, seeming to gather her courage for something. "I wanted to offer you something. If you're willing." "What?" Lin Xiaoyi asked. "Dual cultivation practice. I could teach you advanced techniques, show you how to reach higher levels of power. In exchange, I would benefit from cultivating alongside someone with your talent." Shui Lian's voice was formal, but there was something underneath it, something that suggested this offer meant more than the words conveyed. "I'll consider it," Lin Xiaoyi said. Shui Lian stood to leave, then paused at the door. "There's something about you that I can't quite understand. Something that doesn't quite fit the narrative you're presenting. But I'm not going to investigate it. Because I trust my instincts, and my instincts tell me you're not here to harm the sect. So whatever mystery you're hiding, keep hiding it. But know that if it ever threatens the 100 Flowers Sect, I will be the one who stops you." regardless of how I feel about you." Then she left, leaving Lin Xiaoyi alone with the implications of that threat. Chapter 7. The formation chamber. 3 weeks into her infiltration, Lin Xiaoyi was brought to the deepest part of the Hundred Flowers Sect. It required a journey through tunnels that spiraled downward, past layers of cultivation wards that grew progressively more complex and powerful. Elderly Ma Yin led the way, and Shui Lian walked beside them. And behind them came 3 other senior disciples whose names Lin Xiaoyi had learned, but whose exact ranks she couldn't quite determine. "The Balance Hall is the heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect," Elderly explained as they descended. "It is where the grand formation anchors itself into the earth. For 700 years, this formation has sustained our sect, maintained our spiritual barriers, and facilitated our cultivation practice. But as I'm sure you've guessed by now, the formation is failing." They entered a vast chamber carved into the mountain itself. The space was enormous, easily the size of 5 of the sect's dormitory buildings, and every surface was carved with cultivation runes and formation patterns. In the center of the chamber, there was a great stone platform, and on the platform sat a crystalline structure that looked like it was made of frozen water and starlight. Even from a distance, Lin Xiaoyi could feel the yin energy radiating from the crystal. It was overwhelming, a tsunami of pure feminine spiritual power that threatened to sweep her away if she lost concentration for even a moment. "This is the balance crystal," Elderly said. "It is the anchor point for the entire sect's formation. For 700 years, it has been fed with pure yin energy, cultivated by our disciples, refined by our masters, and compressed into its current state. But in achieving perfect yin refinement, we created an imbalance. The crystal is beginning to crack." As if to demonstrate, the elder gestured toward the crystal. Lin Xiaoyi could see it now, visible fissures running through the structure like scars. Where light had once flowed freely through the crystal, now there were dark lines where the cracks broke the internal harmony. "These cracks grow wider every month," Shui Lian said quietly. "The sect master has told us that within 5 years, perhaps less, the crystal will shatter completely. When it does, the formation will collapse. Without the formation, the sect's barriers will fail. The spiritual pressure that we rely on for cultivation will disperse, and the collective yin deviation that we've been maintaining will suddenly activate at full strength, consuming us all." "Why tell me this?" Lin Xiaoyi asked. "Because we believe you can save us," one of the senior disciples said. Her name was Su Chun, and she was barely 20 but held the rank of early soul ascension. "We believe you are a yin-yang dual cultivator." The world seemed to stop for a moment. Lin Xiaoyi felt her heart rate spike, felt the careful equilibrium of her disguise shift slightly. "If they suspected, if they knew, we don't know how you are keeping your yang nature hidden," Elderly said softly. "Nor do we know why you would hide it. But we have felt it, and our instruments have confirmed it. The sect master has confirmed it. We are simply giving you the choice now. Will you help us?" "If I do this," Lin Xiaoyi said carefully, "what exactly does that mean?" "It means you synchronize your dual cultivation with this chamber," Su Chen explained. "The balance crystal will recognize your unique nature and pull both your yin and yang qi into its structure. You become the living anchor for the formation, the perfect balance that prevents deviation. The cracks will heal, the formation will stabilize, and the Hundred Flowers Sect will be saved." "And what happens to me?" Lin Xiaoyi asked. "You become indispensable to the sect," Elderly said. "You become someone we cannot afford to lose. But you also become protected in a way that new disciples normally are not. The sect will ensure that no harm comes to you, because your survival is now equivalent to the sect's survival." Shui Lian was watching her carefully, waiting to see how Lin Xiaoyi would react to this revelation. Lin Xiaoyi thought about the mission, about Zhao Yiming waiting somewhere in the cultivation world for her to complete her task. She thought about the danger of this situation, about how the sect had clearly been researching her, testing her, looking for the thing that made her valuable. And she thought about Su Jing, sleeping peacefully in the dormitory, trusting in Lin Xiaoyi's friendship. She thought about Shui Lian's confession at the waterfall, her quiet admission that something about Lin Xiaoyi had touched something in her that nothing else had ever reached. "If I do this," Lin Xiaoyi said slowly, "I will be staying. I will be committing to this sect. I cannot leave." "No," Elderly said. "You cannot leave. But you also will not want to leave once you feel the harmony of it. Once you are integrated with the formation, once the balance crystal accepts you as its anchor, you will understand what it means to be part of something larger than yourself." "Then I'll do it," Lin Xiaoyi said. The synchronization would happen tomorrow night. For now, the senior disciples led Lin Xiaoyi back to her dormitory, and Su Jing was waiting with questions about where they had been. "I'm going to do something tomorrow that will change my position in the sect," Lin Xiaoyi told her. I can't explain it fully, but I wanted you to know. After tomorrow, everything will be different. Will you still be my friend? Su Jing asked, a hint of fear in her voice. Always, Lin Xiaoyi said, and meant it. Even if everything else changes, that will not. That night, Lin Xiaoyi sent another message to Zhao Yiming, a brief communication that said only, *, the time is coming. Prepare for activation. I am about to become essential. *, she took her final dose of the Yin Essence pill. Tomorrow, her disguise would be torn away. Tomorrow, the sect would learn the truth. And tomorrow, everything would change. Chapter 8. First cultivation breakthrough. The synchronization began at midnight. Lin Xiaoyi stood in the center of the balance hall, dressed in white robes that had been specially prepared by the sect's alchemists. The robes were woven with threads of Yin aspect materials, moonflower silk, Yin jade fiber, essence of ice-touched plants. They would help channel her dual cultivation into the formation in a stable, non-destructive manner. Around the hall, arrayed in careful geometric patterns, were 40 disciples. Each one was core formation rank or higher, and each one had been selected specifically because their cultivation was stable and powerful. They would serve as conduits for the sect's collective Yin energy, channeling it into the balance hall and supporting Lin Xiaoyi through the synchronization process. The sect master stood on a raised platform, her presence dominating the space. She was dressed in formal robes, her cultivation power visible as an aura of absolute authority. Behind her stood elderly Ma Yin and Xue Lian. Begin, the sect master commanded. The 40 disciples began to cultivate in perfect synchronization. Their Yin energy flowed together, creating a harmonic resonance that quickly filled the chamber. The sound was like 1,000 women breathing together, like the universe itself taking a long, satisfied breath. Lin Xiaoyi felt the pressure building. The Yin energy was entering her through every pore, flowing through her meridians, looking for a way to interact with her essence. And beneath her carefully maintained false signature, her yang nature was stirring, awakening, prepared to receive the incoming Yin. The sect master gestured, and Lin Xiaoyi began to meditate. She opened her inner eye and saw the balanced crystal clearly now, visible not just as physical stone, but as a vast web of spiritual connections. The crystal was calling to her, recognizing what she was, inviting her essence into its structure. She felt her consciousness move toward it, felt herself beginning to merge with the grand formation. The Yin energy was overwhelming. It wanted to suppress her yang, wanted to consume it, wanted to refine it out of existence. But Lin Xiaoyi let both natures exist simultaneously. She opened the gates to her yang qi and let it flow forward to meet the incoming yin. The collision of the two forces, when it came, was catastrophic and beautiful. Yang and yin met in perfect balance, and the reaction that resulted was like sunrise happening inside her meridians. The competing forces didn't fight each other. Instead, they flowed together, each one completing the other, creating a harmonic resonance that was far greater than the sum of its parts. The balanced crystal screamed. It was not an auditory scream, but a spiritual one, a sound that only cultivators could hear, the sound of 700 years of accumulated tension finally finding resolution. The cracks in the crystal began to glow, and the glow spread, filling every fissure with light. Lin Xiaoyi felt her cultivation begin to shift. She was rising, advancing, her cores beginning to refine to the next level. The sensation was like being swept up in a storm of power, like being remade from the foundation up. Her chi-gathering core finished and dissolved. A new core began to form, larger and more complex. The process repeated. Her chi formation core reached maturity and transformed. And then her core formation core, the one she had maintained for 5 years, began to shift and refine. The transformation was agonizing and ecstatic simultaneously. Every part of her was being rebuilt, every meridian remodeled, every energy center refined. She was ascending from mid-core formation to high-core formation, and then, impossibly, she continued to ascend. She felt the boundaries of core formation beginning to give way, and suddenly she was pushing through into the next realm. The soul ascension rank, the tier that only the most talented cultivators reached after decades of effort. The cracks in the balanced crystal healed completely. The dark lines of broken harmony became lines of perfect light, and the crystal's glow intensified until it filled the entire chamber with radiance. When the process ended, after what felt like moments but had probably been several hours, Lin Xiaoyi gasped back into consciousness. She was kneeling in the center of the platform, and every part of her was shaking. The 40 disciples had collapsed around the chamber, their cultivation exhausted by the effort of channeling the sect's energy. But their faces showed wonder, not suffering. The balance crystal was perfect now, glowing with a light that had none of the sadness that had tinged its previous illumination. It was whole again, healed by the perfect harmony of yin-yang cultivation. The sect master approached Lin Xiaoyi and offered her hand. "Welcome," Wu Yueyin said, and her voice held something that might have been genuine warmth. "To your true place." Lin Xiaoyi took her hand, and the sect master pulled her to standing. She felt different. She felt like the entire sect was connected to her now, like she could sense every cultivator, every flower, every stone. The formation wasn't something external that she was using. It was part of her now. She was part of it. "You have advanced to the soul ascension rank," Elderly said, approaching with something that looked like joy in her eyes. "You have done in a single night what takes most disciples a decade of cultivation. You have become the anchor that holds us together." Shui Lian was staring at her with an expression that was almost reverent. She stepped forward and, in front of everyone, took Lin Xiaoyi's other hand. "I knew," Shui Lian said softly, "that you were something special, but I didn't understand how special until this moment." Lin Xiaoyi looked around the chamber and saw the faces of the sect's best disciples watching her with gratitude, wonder, and various degrees of romantic interest. She realized that she had just fundamentally changed her position in the Hundred Flowers Sect. She was no longer a useful newcomer. She was now the most essential person in the sect. "Take her to rest," the sect master commanded. "She has exhausted herself. Give her 3 days to recover, and then we will begin her formal advancement to the senior disciples." As Shui Lian helped her to her feet, as Elderly smiled and bowed, as the sect master watched with an expression that was equal parts satisfaction and something that might have been possession, Lin Xiaoyi understood the trap that she had just willingly walked into. She was no longer infiltrating the Hundred Flowers Sect. The Hundred Flowers Sect now possessed her. Chapter 9. Su Jing's bond. The recovery from the synchronization took longer than the sect master had estimated. It was 5 days before Lin Xiaoyi was strong enough to leave the healing chambers and return to the dormitory. The first thing she saw when she opened the door to her room was Su Jing, sitting on the meditation cushion, tears streaming down her face. "You're alive," Su Jing said immediately, and stood to embrace her. It was an uncultivated gesture, something that disciples usually learn to suppress in favor of formal greetings. But Su Jing had never been particularly bound by propriety. "I'm alive," Lin Xiaoyi confirmed. "And I'm sorry I couldn't tell you more about what was happening." Elderly explained that you had been offered a chance to participate in an advanced cultivation ceremony, Su Jing said, pulling back to look at her. "She said you would reach a much higher rank. I didn't understand why she was telling me, until I felt it. That moment, 3 nights ago, when the whole sect seemed to illuminate. That was you, wasn't it?" "Yes," Lin Xiaoyi said. "I'm soul ascension rank now." Su Jing stared at her. "You've been here for less than a month. You were chi formation when you arrived, and now you're soul ascension. How is that even possible?" "I was hiding my true strength," Lin Xiaoyi said, and it wasn't entirely a lie. She was hiding something, after all. "The ceremony helped me reach my full potential." But Su Jing was smart enough to understand that this explanation was incomplete. Why would you hide your true strength? Unless you came here for something specific. Su Jing sat down slowly. "Are you a spy? Is the sect in danger?" "No," Lin Xiaoyi said, and sat beside her. "The sect is not in danger from me. I came here for a purpose, yes. But that purpose is not to harm the Hundred Flowers Sect. It's the opposite. I came here to help." "How?" Su Jing asked. "How could you possibly know that the sect needed help unless someone told you? Unless someone sent you?" Lin Xiaoyi made a decision. "I was sent by someone who cares about the sect's survival. Someone who discovered that the balance crystal was failing and knew that only a dual cultivator could save it. I was asked to infiltrate the sect and synchronize with the formation. And I did." Su Jing was quiet for a long moment. "Then, why didn't you tell me?" "Because the less you knew, the safer you were," Lin Xiaoyi said. "If the discovery of my mission had occurred, and you knew the truth, you would have been culpable. By keeping you innocent, I was protecting you." "I don't need your protection," Su Jing said, her voice hard now. "I needed your honesty. I needed you to treat me like someone who could handle the truth, not like some fragile child who would break if reality became too complex." "You're right," Lin Xiaoyi said. "I'm sorry." They sat in silence for a moment. Then Su Jing reached over and took Lin Xiaoyi's hand. "I don't care who sent you. I don't care what the mission was. I only care that you stayed. That you could have left at any point, and you didn't. That means something to me." "It means something to me too," Lin Xiaoyi said quietly. Over the following weeks, as Lin Xiaoyi recovered her full strength and began to integrate into the senior disciple ranks, her friendship with Su Jing deepened into something that transcended normal sect relationships. They cultivated together, meditated together, trained together. And slowly, Su Jing began to open up about her own feelings. They were sitting under the stars on one of the sect's observation platforms when Su Jing finally said it. I love you, Su Jing said simply. I don't need anything from you. I don't expect anything in return. But you should know that you are the most important person in my life, and I would do anything to protect you or keep you safe. Lin Xiaoyi's heart ached with the weight of that confession. She was wearing a false face, living a false life, and yet somehow her relationship with Su Jing had become the most real thing in her existence. I care about you too, Lin Xiaoyi said, which was true but incomplete. The fuller truth, that she was male, that she had come here under false pretenses, that she might have to leave someday, was still too dangerous to speak aloud. But Su Jing seemed to accept the partial truth. She leaned her head on Lin Xiaoyi's shoulder and said softly, That's enough. For now, that's enough. Chapter 10. Rival sects take notice. The news spread through the cultivation world faster than any physical messenger could have carried it. The Hundred Flowers Sect had accepted a new prodigy, a female cultivator with rare power, a girl who had advanced to soul ascension rank in less than a month. The first sign that other sects had taken notice came in the form of visitors. The two men arrived at the sect gates on a clear morning, dressed in the burgundy and gold robes of the Crimson Blade sect. They bore credentials from their patriarch, Shun, and requested a formal audience with the sect master to discuss matters of mutual cultivation interest. Wu Yuan received them in her tower, with Elder Li and Shui Lian attending. Lin Xiaoyi was not supposed to be present, but Shui Lian had quietly asked her to hide in an observation chamber where she could listen without being detected. The information would be valuable, Shui Lian had said, and if Lin Xiaoyi was going to be truly essential to the sect's future, she needed to understand the political landscape. The Crimson Blade sect has long respected the Hundred Flowers Sect, one of the envoys said, his voice dripping with false friendliness. And we are gratified to hear of the sect's continued success. However, we have heard certain rumors in recent months, rumors that the Hundred Flowers Sect has accepted a disciple of unusual power. Wu Yuan smiled, and it was the coldest thing Lin Xiaoyi had ever seen. The Hundred Flowers Sect accepts many disciples. You will have to be more specific about which rumor interests you. A disciple, the second envoy said, with a rare cultivation constitution. A girl who advanced extraordinarily rapidly. A potential yin-yang dual cultivator. The chamber went very still. Where? The sect master asked with dangerous quietness. Did you hear this rumor? We have sources, the first envoy said. The cultivation world is small, sect master. Information travels. We simply came to verify the truth of these rumors and to offer our sect's friendship in these prosperous times. The Hundred Flowers Sect does not require the Crimson Blade sect's friendship, Wu Yuan said. We have never needed allies to maintain our position, and we see no reason to begin now. Surely, though, you would consider the benefits of cooperation, the second envoy pressed. A sharing of knowledge, perhaps. A mutual understanding that would prevent any unfortunate conflicts between our sections. We might even be willing to discuss a formal alliance. No, Wu Yuan cut him off. You will return to your patriarch and tell him that the Hundred Flowers Sect is not interested in whatever he is attempting. If he sends another envoy with the same request, it will be considered an act of aggression, and we will respond with appropriate force. The envoys departed, chastened but not deterred. It was clear they would bring this conversation back to their patriarch, and the patriarch would interpret it as confirmation that the rumors were true. Later that night, Wu Yuan called an emergency council of her senior disciples. She told them, in clear and certain terms, that they were expecting a siege. Not immediately, but soon. The Crimson Blade sect wanted the Hundred Flowers sect's new secret, and they would be willing to wage war to obtain it. What we will do, the sect master said, is prepare. Every disciple will train for combat. Every barrier will be reinforced. And we will keep our new prodigy safe at all costs. Lin Xiaoyi is now the most valuable resource the sect possesses. She is also the most vulnerable. Shui Lian, I am assigning you personal responsibility for her security. She will not be left alone in any space that is not completely secure. Is this understood? It is understood, sect master, Shui Lian said, and the satisfaction in her voice suggested she was quite pleased with this assignment. Later, when the council had ended and the senior disciples dispersed, Shui Lian found Lin Xiaoyi in the gardens where she had gone to meditate. The sect master wants me to protect you, Shui Lian said without preamble. The Crimson Blade sect is gathering forces. There will be an assault within the month. And when it comes, you'll be a target. I can fight, Lin Xiaoyi said. Yes, Shui Lian agreed. But you shouldn't have to fight alone. From this moment forward, I am your shadow. Where you go, I go. When you sleep, I keep watch. Is this acceptable? It sounds like you're giving me no choice, Lin Xiaoyi said, a hint of amusement in her voice. I'm not, Shui Lian confirmed. This is the sect master's command, and I will follow it regardless of your preference. But I hope you will accept it willingly. I hope you will trust me to keep you safe. Lin Xiaoyi looked at the other woman, at her perfect features, her cold eyes that held hidden depths, her graceful stance that suggested a predator even in repose. And she realized something. Shui Lian cared about her, not as a resource to be protected, but as a person she wanted to protect. I accept, Lin Xiaoyi said. Willingly. Shui Lian smiled, and it was a real smile, not the cold expression she typically wore. Good. Then let's go back to the dormitory. I'll explain the security protocols we'll be implementing. As they walked through the gardens, Lin Xiaoyi felt the weight of the approaching crisis settling on her shoulders. The easy days of infiltration and discovery were ending. The dangerous days were about to begin. And through it all, Shui Lian walked beside her, her hand never far from her cultivation weapon, her attention never wavering, keeping watch like a guardian angel made of ice and devotion. Chapter 11. The enemy's first strike the night of the assassination was moonless and perfect for hiding. It had been a night that seemed to promise normalcy and peace, the kind of night where the sect's most senior disciples sat in deep meditation, where the outer sect disciples slept peacefully, where the formation barriers hummed with steady, reliable power. No one expected danger. No one was looking for threats. The Hundred Flowers Sect had existed for 700 years through centuries of conflict and competition, but in the current era, in these supposedly more peaceful times, the sect had grown complacent. Clouds had rolled in during the evening, obscuring the stars and the usual light that the sect's cultivation-enhanced moon would have provided to illuminate the gardens and pathways. The darkness was absolute, pressing down on the sect's grounds like a physical weight, like a blanket that had been specifically designed to hide the movements of those who moved beneath it. The assassin had been waiting for such a night. The demon sect, despite its reputation for crude brutality and dark cultivation, was not without patience. They had waited for 3 weeks, watching the sect's movements, studying the patterns of patrols and guard rotations, waiting for the moment when a single cultivator's worth, the worth of a yin-yang dual cultivator, would exceed the risk of assault. Lin Xiaoyi lay on her sleeping mat in the dormitory, ostensibly deep in meditation, her breathing slow and controlled, when Shui Lian's hand settled gently on her shoulder. It was a warning, danger nearby. The touch was light, barely more than a feather's weight, but it conveyed urgency and significance. Lin Xiaoyi's eyes opened silently, and in the darkness of the dormitory, she could sense it too. A spiritual disturbance, moving through the sect's outer perimeter with deliberate stealth. Not the disturbance of a careless intruder, but something far more dangerous. The presence of a trained cultivator who knew how to hide their aura and move through spaces without triggering the standard alarm formations. An assassin had made it past the outer barriers. Someone with significant cultivation skill and experience had deliberately breached the Hundred Flowers Sect's defenses, and they had done it quietly enough that most of the sect's disciples had not yet noticed. Su Jing was beginning to wake, her cultivation senses finally alerting her to danger even if she couldn't consciously identify what the threat was or where it was coming from. Her breathing was accelerating, her body tensing as the instinctive awareness that something was wrong became conscious knowledge. Before she could make a sound, before she could call out in warning, the dormitory door burst inward with a sound like thunder and splintering wood. The assassin was a woman of indeterminate age, her face masked with dark cloth woven with symbols that pulsed with sinister energy. Her aura screamed demon sect, the distinctive taint of dark cultivation that came from feeding on negative emotions and souls rather than pure spiritual energy, the kind of corruption that could only come from deliberately cultivating in ways that the righteous sects considered abominations. She was soul ascension rank, or possibly even on the cusp of a mortal tribulation, and she radiated danger like heat from a forge, like a predator that had tracked its prey across mountains and rivers and finally cornered it. Her eyes, visible through the mask, glowing with faint red light, fixed on Lin Xiaoyi with the focus of absolute intent. Lin Xiaoyi, the assassin said, her voice rasping like dry leaves scraping against stone, like wind through a corpse's throat. You will come with me, and you will die quickly and relatively painlessly. That is the mercy I offer you. Refuse, and I will kill your companions slowly. I will make them suffer in ways that will test the limits of your compassion. And only then, when you have watched them break, will I permit you to join them in death. Choose. For a moment, Lin Xiaoyi considered her options. She could run, could attempt to flee the dormitory and draw the assassin's attention away from Su Jing and Shui Lian. She could try to surrender, might be able to convince the assassin to let the others live. She could, I don't think so, Shui Lian said coldly from across the dormitory, her voice steady and certain as a sword blade. She had moved silently from her own mat to place herself directly between the assassin and the other two occupants of the room. You will leave this dormitory. You will leave this sect, or I will kill you myself. And then Shui Lian attacked. Shui Lian's response was instantaneous and perfect, executed with the precision that came from years of training and refinement. She moved between the assassin and Lin Xiaoyi in a single fluid motion, her cultivation power flaring bright as a star to match the darker woman's own corrupted energy. The two collided with a sound like shattering ice being struck by thunder, and the impact of their collision sent shockwaves through the dormitory that cracked the stone walls on both sides of the room. Take Su Jing and run, Shui Lian shouted over her shoulder, not looking back, keeping her full attention on the assassin. Her voice carried absolute authority, the voice of the sect master's personal disciple giving an order that could not be questioned or refused. Lin Xiaoyi grabbed Su Jing's hand and pulled her toward the small rear window of the dormitory. Su Jing was trying to protest, trying to help Shui Lian, trying to call out to the other disciples. But Lin Xiaoyi was stronger and faster, and she had the advantage of knowing exactly where the emergency exit was. They made it out just as the dormitory's front wall exploded inward under the pressure of two soul ascension cultivators fighting at full power. Behind them, the sounds of fighting were apocalyptic and devastating. Shui Lian and the assassin were tearing through the stone structure, using techniques that should never be unleashed indoors, techniques designed to be used in wide-open spaces where their destructive potential could be properly expressed. Windows shattered into crystalline fragments. Stone walls crumbled like sand. The entire dormitory was transforming into a war zone, becoming a battleground between two forces of nature trying to annihilate each other. We need to get to the elders, Su Jing gasped as they ran through the gardens, their feet pounding against the cultivated stone pathways. We need to report this to Elder Li or one of the seniors. There's no time, Lin Xiaoyi said, her voice steady despite the adrenaline flooding her system. Shui Lian will lose this fight if we don't help. She's strong, but the assassin is trained in dark cultivation, and that's something the righteous sects don't practice. Shui Lian might not know how to counter it. They changed direction, running back toward the dormitory rather than away, toward danger rather than safety, toward a fight that they had no guarantee they could win. The sounds of fighting had changed again. The assassin had pushed Shui Lian outside, and they were now battling in the central courtyard where the other disciples were beginning to wake and gather, their cultivation senses finally alert to the fact that something catastrophic was happening. The assassin was fast, moving with the predatory grace of a hunter that had spent decades perfecting her craft. She was strong, with cultivation power that had been refined through terrible methods. And worst of all, she was using techniques that Shui Lian had clearly never encountered before. Dark energy coiled around her strikes like serpents made of pure malice, each blow designed not just to damage the flesh, but to corrupt, to poison the meridians of her opponent, to introduce spiritual toxins that would fester and spread through the body like a disease. If even one of those strikes connected cleanly with Shui Lian's body, it would probably be fatal, or worse. It would result in a slow cultivation deviation that would be agonizing and permanent. Shui Lian was defending with perfect technique, her movements economical and precise, but the assassin was pushing her backward steadily, controlling the pace of the fight, wearing her down with the relentless pressure of superior power and technique that had been honed through countless battles in the demon sex wars. Lin Xiaoyi made a decision. Chapter 12. The reveal: the Yin essence pill had burned through her system hours ago, consumed entirely by the exertion of maintaining her disguise over the past month. The medication had been designed to last for 3 to 4 months, but the constant pressure of suppressing her true yang nature, combined with the physical exertion of combat and cultivation practice, had accelerated its consumption. Now, standing in the courtyard watching Shui Lian struggle against an opponent she wasn't truly prepared to face, Lin Xiaoyi felt the last of the pill's effects dissipate from her meridians. Her yang qi was no longer suppressed beneath the careful layers of false Yin signature that she had maintained since arriving at the sect. Her true nature was hovering right at the surface, barely contained by deliberate will and the habit of suppression that had become second nature to her. It was like standing at the edge of a cliff and feeling the wind trying to push you over. The pressure was constant, the strain was enormous, and it would take only the slightest loss of concentration to let everything go. As the assassin prepared another strike designed to pierce through Shui Lian's defenses, a technique that would probably have been fatal if it connected, Lin Xiaoyi made her choice. She released the suppression. Yang Qi exploded outward in a pure, unfiltered burst of masculine spiritual energy. It wasn't a directed attack designed to harm anything specifically, just a flare of absolute power, masculine and hard and overwhelming. The kind of energy that the righteous sects rarely saw because it came from a nature that the Hundred Flowers Sect had deliberately excluded for 700 years. The energy filled the courtyard like a sunrise happening at midnight, pushing against the assassin's darkness and causing her to hesitate, to look back in shock and confusion. Shui Lian stared. Su Jing stared. The dozens of disciples who had gathered, awakened by the sounds of fighting, stared at the impossible sight of a girl who had just revealed herself to be something entirely different from what she had appeared to be. And in that moment of hesitation, when the assassin was trying to process what she had just sensed, the assassin made her final mistake. She lunged towards Su Jing, planning to take a hostage, thinking that the sudden appearance of unexpected power might be a bluff or a temporary phenomenon. Lin Xiaoyi reached her first, moving faster than should have been possible, intercepting the assassin mid-stride. The cultivation techniques that she had been using so carefully throughout her month at the sect were abandoned now. Lin Xiaoyi met the assassin with pure yang strikes, with masculine aggressive power that had been compressed for 3 months and was now unleashed without reservation. The contrast was shocking, harsh, overwhelming, impossible to match for someone trained entirely in cultivation and dark demonic arts. The assassin's framework for understanding combat, her entire approach to cultivation and fighting, was based on principles that did not account for true yang energy being wielded with perfect control. The assassin stumbled backward, her dark energy struggling to adapt to the sudden shift in engagement style. She tried to recover, tried to use her superior experience and the decades of cultivation that she had invested in her own power, but Lin Xiaoyi was channeling both yin and yang simultaneously now, creating a whirlwind of perfectly balanced energy that rendered every one of the assassin's techniques invalid. The yin would absorb the assassin's dark energy, and the yang would push it back. The yang would drive forward aggressively, and the yin would provide defense. It was a perfect circle, a perfect balance, a perfect counter to everything the assassin tried. The assassin's mistake was in trying to flee. She turned and attempted to run, her instinct for survival overriding her mission, but Shui Lian was already moving, her body flowing into position to cut off the escape route. The demon sect assassin was trapped between two cultivators who were now fighting with absolute clarity and purpose. No need to hide anything anymore. No need to maintain any pretense. The fight ended when Lin Xiaoyi and Shui Lian executed a synchronized technique that the older woman must have learned from the sect master herself. Twin spirals of yin and yang energy wrapped around the assassin like chains, and they compressed. Bone cracked under the pressure. Blood misted the courtyard in patterns that caught the first light of false dawn. The assassin fell. She didn't get back up. For a long moment, there was silence. The entire outer sect had gathered by now, pulled from sleep and meditation by the spiritual disturbance, awakened by the sounds of combat and the explosion of power. They stood in shocked clusters around the courtyard, watching this display of power and skill and the revelation of something that had been hidden. The corpse of the assassin lay in the center of the stone courtyard, its dark aura already beginning to dissipate as death removed the cultivation that had sustained it. And standing over that corpse, glowing faintly with the residual power of yin-yang cultivation, was the girl who had arrived as a simple newcomer and revealed herself to be something far more significant. Chapter 13. Shui Lian's intervention before anyone else could move, before anyone could voice their shock or ask questions or demand explanations. Shui Lian stepped forward and spoke. Her voice was quiet but carried absolute authority, the voice of someone who spoke with the weight of the sect master's will behind every word. The sect master is aware of Lin Xiaoyi's true nature, Shui Lian said, her voice cutting through the confusion like a blade through soft metal. The assassination attempt confirms what we have suspected. Enemies outside the sect have become aware of the existence of a rare dual cultivator. We do not know yet how they discovered this information, but we can be certain that they will be back, and they will bring greater force. Everyone return to your dormitories immediately. The sect will be placed on full alert. Senior disciples will assume guard positions. The outer gates will be sealed. The formation barriers will be reinforced to their maximum capacity. This assembly is dismissed. The disciples didn't move immediately. They were processing too much at once, trying to reconcile multiple realities that had just collided with each other. A girl who they'd thought was just a talented newcomer, someone who had arrived only a month ago and been treated with special attention, had just revealed herself to be something far more powerful. And that powerful thing had killed an assassin from the demon sect, one of the most notorious cultivation sects in all the eastern provinces, in what amounted to a direct combat confrontation where both participants had been trying their absolute hardest. But Shui Lian's authority was absolute and unquestionable. She was the sect master's personal disciple, the one who trained directly under Wu Yueyin, the living embodiment of Wu Yueyin's will made manifest in human form. And more than that, she had just stood beside Lin Xiaoyi in battle and remained calm, had fought as if this exact scenario was exactly what she had expected. The message to every disciple in the courtyard was perfectly clear. Lin Xiaoyi was accepted by the sect's leadership. Lin Xiaoyi was protected. Lin Xiaoyi was essential, and anyone who challenged her would face consequences that they would not survive. The disciples dispersed, though slowly and reluctantly, looking back repeatedly at the corpse of the assassin and at Lin Xiaoyi, who stood breathing heavily in the center of the courtyard, still glowing faintly with the residual power of her yin-yang cultivation, looking like a goddess descended from heaven to walk among mortals. When the courtyard was finally empty except for the senior disciples who were beginning to arrive in response to the spiritual disturbance alert, Shui Lian approached Lin Xiaoyi directly. Her movements were careful, controlled, showing respect to the other woman, while also making it clear that she was not afraid. What was that? Shui Lian asked quietly, her voice carrying nuance that only Lin Xiaoyi could hear. There was no accusation in her tone, no judgment, only curiosity and something that might have been concern for someone she cared about. Yin-yang dual cultivation, Lin Xiaoyi said, not bothering with lies anymore, knowing that the time for deception had passed the moment she had released her yang qi in the courtyard. My cultivation constitution is naturally balanced in both yin and yang energies. I was born with it. I've been hiding it since I arrived at the sect. Why? Shui Lian asked simply. Why would someone with such rare power hide it? Why would you hide it? Because if anyone knew what I was before I was ready, before the sect understood my value, they would have either killed me as a threat, or imprisoned me to control me, or tried to manipulate me into serving their purposes. Lin Xiaoyi met Shui Lian's gaze directly, eye to eye, making no attempt to hide the truth. The disguise was necessary for survival. Shui Lian was silent for a long moment, her expression unreadable. Then slowly, deliberately, she reached out and took Lin Xiaoyi's hand. The gesture was gentle but firm, anchoring, a statement of solidarity and protection that transcended words. You're safe now, Shui Lian said quietly. The sect master will protect you. I will protect you. The entire sect will protect you, because you are now too valuable to lose. You don't have to hide anymore. But even as she said it, even as Shui Lian's warmth and sincerity washed over her, Lin Xiaoyi knew it wasn't quite true. The hiding was over. Yes, the secret was exposed, but the danger was just beginning. The demon sect now knew where she was, now knew that she existed and was accessible. The Crimson Blade sect would soon know as well, and their knowledge would spread like wildfire through the cultivation world. And within days, maybe less, the entire cultivation world would be aware that the Hundred Flowers Sect possessed a yin-yang dual cultivator. The real test was about to begin. Chapter 14. Interrogation. Wu Yueyin arrived at the scene within minutes of the assassin's death, moving with a speed that suggested she had been expecting this confrontation or was monitoring the sect's spiritual fluctuations with constant attention. The sect master appeared at the center of the courtyard like a manifestation of authority itself, her presence immediately drawing the attention of every cultivator present. She examined the assassin's corpse with cold precision, her spiritual sense sweeping across the body and extracting information in a way that was completely alien to the disciples watching. Then she turned her complete attention to Lin Xiaoyi. You fought with your true nature, Wu Yueyin observed, her voice carrying the weight of ages. It was not a question, it was a statement of fact. An observation that required no confirmation because the sect master had already determined the truth through her own power. Yes, sect master, Lin Xiaoyi said, her voice steady despite the trembling in her legs. The disguise was compromised in the moment of combat. I acted in defense of myself and my sect sisters. I did not have a choice. Wu Yueyan's eyes were sharp as knives, cutting through pretense and deception with the ease of a master who had seen everything the world had to offer. You arrived at the sect claiming to be Chi Formation rank. But you're not Chi Formation rank, are you? You're far higher than that. Your actual cultivation level is something else entirely. And you fought as a perfect yin-yang cultivator, which is something that should not exist according to our understanding of cultivation science. The ancient texts speak of such cultivators, legends from before the modern sects were established, but none have been documented in the modern age, not for thousands of years. Yet here you stand, radiating both yin and yang energy in perfect harmony, as if such a thing were natural. I am what I am, Lin Feng said, deciding that honesty was the only viable path forward now that her secret had been revealed so dramatically. My cultivation is not learned or created. It is natural, born from my constitution at the moment of my birth. I came to the Hundred Flowers Sect because I was told that the sect was dying from cultivation imbalance, and that only a yin-yang dual cultivator could save it. I came with the intention of helping, not harming. Did someone send you? The sect master asked. Did someone order you to come to my sect? A contact provided guidance on how to reach the sect and how to proceed once I was here, Lin Feng said. But I was not coerced. I was not forced. I came voluntarily, with full knowledge of the risks. Wu Yuan studied her for a long moment, her expression giving nothing away. Shui Lian fought beside you in that match. She seemed to know exactly what you were capable of, seemed to anticipate your movements. Were you coordinating before the attack? Have you been planning this together from the beginning? No, sect master. I had no advanced knowledge that Shui Lian would be in the dormitory, and she had no knowledge that I would reveal myself. Lin Feng paused, choosing her words with care. Shui Lian simply moved with perfect instinct. We complemented each other naturally, because our complementary natures aligned perfectly. I believe she has been suspicious of my true nature since the waterfall spar, but she has not pursued the mystery aggressively. She has simply waited for me to reveal it myself, when I was ready. Wu Yuan turned to Shui Lian, and the temperature in the courtyard seemed to drop. Is this true? Have you known that this girl is something other than what she appeared to be? Yes, sect master, Shui Lian said simply, her voice carrying absolute conviction. From the first moment I felt her power at the waterfall, I knew something about her was unusual. Something didn't match the signature she was presenting. But I trusted my instinct that she meant no harm to the sect. I trusted my spiritual sense that told me she was pure of intention. When she revealed herself just now, I acted on that trust. Wu Yuan seemed satisfied by this answer. She turned back to Lin Feng. You have revealed your true nature in the most dramatic way possible. Dozens of disciples witnessed your transformation with their own eyes. Word will spread through the sect by morning, carried on 1,000 whispered conversations. By tomorrow evening, every sect in the eastern provinces will know that the Hundred Flowers Sect has accepted a yin-yang dual cultivator. This will make you a target, not just from the demon sect who sent this assassin, but from every rival organization that seeks to improve their own power and prestige. Every sect with ambitions of dominance will want to either capture you for their own use or destroy you to prevent you from being used against them. I understand, sect master, Lin Feng said. Do you? Wu Yuan asked softly, her tone suggesting that she doubted very much that this young girl could truly understand the weight of what was to come, the magnitude of the danger that was now focused on her like a lens of burning light. I wonder. I really do wonder. You came here to anchor our formation and save our sect from cultivation imbalance and death. That was your original mission, a brave one, certainly, and necessary. But you were not prepared for the consequences of being discovered. You were not prepared for the reality that your existence would attract the kind of attention from forces that could destroy everything you care about, everyone you have come to love. She paused, letting the weight of those words settle into the space between them. Tell me, Lin Feng, now that your disguise has been torn away, now that your secret is exposed to the world, now that every cultivator of significance within 1,000 miles knows exactly what you are and where you can be found, do you still wish to stay with the Hundred Flowers Sect? Do you still want to remain here, knowing that remaining means a life of constant danger, a life where assassination attempts will continue, where rival sects will continue to assail our gates? Or do you want to leave, to try to find safety elsewhere in the cultivation world, to try to disappear and live a quiet life away from the politics and conflicts of the major sects? It was a test. Lin Feng understood that immediately. This was the sect master probing to see what Lin Feng truly wanted, what her real intentions were. If she said she wanted to leave, the sect master would probably let her go, protecting her as best she could in the cultivation world, because that was what honor demanded. If she said she wanted to stay, she was committing to something far greater than she had originally intended, committing to a life of danger and conflict and possibly death in defense of the sect. I wish to stay, Lin Feng said clearly, and meant every word with absolute certainty. I came here to save this sect. The danger is not a reason to leave. It is a reason to stay, to fight, to ensure that the Hundred Flowers Sect survives whatever comes next. Wu Yuan smiled then, not warmly, but with something that might have been approval or satisfaction or the recognition of a kindred spirit. Then we will move forward. Tomorrow, we will begin preparations for your formal synchronization with the balance crystal. You will anchor our formation using your dual cultivation nature, and you will become indispensable to this sect's survival. And in return, the Hundred Flowers Sect will do everything in its power to keep you alive, to protect you, to ensure that no force, internal or external, brings harm to you. Chapter 15. Zhao Yiming's report the night after the assassination attempt. Lin Xiaoyi found herself unable to sleep despite the exhaustion that bone-deep came from combat. She left the dormitory, where Shui Lian had insisted on keeping watch anyway, despite Lin Xiaoyi's revelation, despite the fact that there was no longer any need to hide, and made her way to the hidden location in the gardens where she had been leaving messages for Zhao Yiming for the past month. It was a loose stone beneath an old tree, a place where encoded messages could sit without being discovered by casual inspection. To her surprise, she found Zhao Yiming waiting for her there, sitting beneath the branches of the ancient tree as if he had been expecting her. Zhao looked older than he had at the shrine where this entire mission had begun. His hair had more gray in it, creeping across his temples and through his beard. His expression was grave, the expression of a man who had been carrying the weight of a dangerous secret for far too long. He was dressed as a simple gardener, one of the sect's maintenance staff, a position that would allow him to move through the grounds without drawing too much attention, to tend the flowers and maintain the stone paths without anyone questioning why he was there. The assassination attempt was visible from the perimeter, Zhao said without any preamble, without waiting for explanations or greetings. The entire sect lit up like a beacon. Every cultivator within 10 miles felt that explosion of power. What happened to the disguise? It failed, Lin Xiaoyi said, sitting beside him on the stone bench beneath the tree. The Yin essence pill burned through faster than we expected. When the assassin attacked and Shui Lian was in danger, I couldn't hold the suppression anymore. I had to release my yang qi. Then your mission is over, Zhao said flatly, with the certainty of someone who had planned for this contingency. You need to leave the sect. Tonight, I can arrange for an escort to move you to a safe location. By tomorrow, we can have you deep in the southern provinces, beyond the reach of anyone who would hunt you. No, Lin Xiaoyi interrupted, her voice firm and certain. I'm not leaving. I'm staying here, and I'm going to continue with my original mission. I'm going to synchronize with the balance crystal and anchor the formation. The sect needs me, and I want to stay. Lin Xiao, Zhao said, and it was the first time he'd used her true name since she'd left the shrine months ago, a choice that emphasized the gravity of what he was about to say. Do you understand what you're committing to? Do you understand that staying means binding yourself to a life that is not your own? You understand that the Hundred Flowers Sect will become your entire world, and you will never truly be free again. I understand, Lin Xiaoyi said calmly. I understand the costs, and I'm choosing it willingly, with full knowledge of what I'm committing to. Zhao was silent for a long moment, watching her face in the darkness, searching for any sign of doubt or hesitation. When he finally spoke, his voice was softer, more personal than it had been. I had hoped you would leave. I had prepared for that possibility. I wanted to give you a chance at freedom. I had freedom, Lin Xiaoyi said. I had freedom before, when I was independent, when I had no connections to anything. But that kind of freedom is hollow. It means nothing. The only freedom that matters is the freedom to choose what you're bound to. And I choose this. I choose the Hundred Flowers Sect. I choose Shui Lian, and Su Jing, and even Wu Yueyan. I choose them willingly. Zhao reached into his bag and produced a small jade token, no larger than his thumb, inscribed with patterns that seemed to shift in the dim light. Keep this with you. Guard it carefully. If things ever become unbearable, if you ever face something that you cannot overcome, if you ever feel like you're about to be destroyed by the weight of what you've committed to, activate this token. Speak my name 3 times, and I will come for you. No questions, no judgment, no complications. I will take you to safety. Lin Xiaoyi took the token and held it in her palm, feeling its weight, understanding what it represented. An escape route, a path back to freedom, a lifeline cast out to someone drowning. I won't need it, she said, but I'm grateful for having it. You will need it, Zhao said with absolute certainty, because nothing in this world is ever as simple as we want it to be. You're going to face things in the coming months and years that will test every part of who you are. Things that will make you question if your choice was right. Things that will make you wonder if you've trapped yourself instead of saving yourself. And when those moments come, and they will come, I want you to know that there is still a path back to freedom. You are not truly trapped unless you believe you are. He stood and began to move away, fading into the darkness beneath the trees. But he paused at the edge of the shadows and looked back at Lin Xiaoyi one final time. One more thing, Zhao said. The sect master suspected the truth about you before you arrived. We knew she was looking for a yin-yang cultivator. But we hoped to keep you hidden until you were strong enough, established enough, beloved enough that the sect would protect you even if the truth became known. You accelerated the timeline by revealing yourself in combat. That's not a failure. It's actually exactly what needed to happen. The sect needed to see you fight for them. The sect needed to understand that you're not a resource to be protected, but a warrior to be stood alongside. Then he was gone, dissolving into the night like a shadow returning to darkness, leaving Lin Xiaoyi alone in the garden with the jade token and the weight of her choice settling more heavily on her shoulders with each passing moment. By morning, the sect was already buzzing with preparations for the formal synchronization ceremony. News had spread through the sect in the dark hours, disciples speaking in hushed tones about the revelation in the courtyard, about the girl who had revealed herself to be something far more powerful and significant than anyone had suspected. The balance crystal would be unveiled. The grand formation would be activated at its full power. And by evening, Lin Xiaoyi would be anchored to the balance crystal, her cultivation integrated with the sect's spiritual foundation in a way that would bind them together forever. Elderly appeared at the dormitory in the early morning hours and brought Lin Xiaoyi to the healing chambers for physical recovery and meditation. Shui Lian remained at her side, unwilling to be separated even for a moment. Wu Yuan had declared a temporary truce with the outside world. Let the Demon Sect and Crimson Blade Sect come, the message was, but they would have to wait for 3 days. The sect needed time to prepare. The sect needed time to integrate the new anchor into their formation properly. Lin Xiaoyi spent the day resting and recovering, letting the physical exhaustion from combat drain from her meridians. Su Jing came to the healing chambers and sat with her for hours, holding her hand, asking questions that Lin Xiaoyi could not fully answer, offering comfort that transcended the need for explanations. In the evening, when the sun had set and the stars were beginning to emerge, Wu Yuan came to the healing chambers personally and brought Lin Xiaoyi formal robes. White silk embroidered with the symbols of the sect, a visible recognition that Lin Xiaoyi was no longer a newcomer, but a formal senior disciple. The sect master helped her dress, a gesture of respect that made Lin Xiaoyi understand that everything had changed. Tomorrow night, Wu Yuan said softly, you will anchor the formation. Tomorrow night, you will become essential to the Hundred Flowers Sect survival. Tomorrow night, your old life will end, and your new life will truly begin. There was no going back now. The path forward was the only path that existed, and Lin Xiaoyi walked toward it with steady determination. Chapter 16, Shui Lian's Devotion. The formation chamber was transformed for the formal synchronization ceremony. What had been a dark, austere cavern was now illuminated by thousands of candles infused with cultivation energy, not ordinary flames, but spiritual fire that burned with colors ranging from pure white to deep blue to shades of purple that seemed to contain the infinity of the sky. Flowers had been brought in, white flowers, pink flowers, flowers of every color imaginable, arranged in patterns that formed the symbols of the sect's most powerful formations. Some of these flowers bloomed only once every 100 years. Some of them had been preserved through special cultivation techniques that kept them alive and vibrant. The entire chamber smelled of cultivation and beauty and the weight of history, of 700 years of sect power compressed into this single moment. Lin Xiaoyi stood in the center of the platform, wearing the formal robes that Wu Yuan had given her. White silk embroidered with threads of gold and silver, patterns that seemed to shift and move as she breathed. The robes contained cultivation runes that were meant to help channel energy during the ceremony, keeping her stable while the formation power flowed through her. Around her, 100 disciples had been selected to participate in the formation anchoring, the most powerful disciples the sect could gather without leaving the gates undefended against the ongoing demon sect threat. They stood in geometric patterns that formed a perfect mandala, arranged according to the sect's most ancient protocols, patterns that had been refined over centuries and proven effective countless times. Shui Lian stood closest to the platform, positioned directly in front of Lin Xiaoyi. She had not been assigned to be there. The elder who was coordinating the ceremony had tried to position her elsewhere, in the formation grid with the other senior disciples, in a spot that would maximize the flow of her considerable power. But Shui Lian had refused with such absolute certainty that no one had dared to push further. I remain with her, Shui Lian had said, her voice carrying the weight of absolute commitment. The sect master has entrusted her protection to me. I will not be separated from her during this ceremony. Place me beside her, or place me nowhere. An elderly Mayin, ever practical and possessed of the wisdom that came from 140 years of managing the sect's complicated politics, had simply adjusted the formation to accommodate this change. There were ways to integrate Shui Lian's position that would still allow the formation to function optimally. Elderly would find them. Now, as the ceremony was about to begin in earnest, as the 100 disciples took their positions and aligned their spiritual centers, preparing to channel the sect's accumulated power toward their living anchor, Shui Lian stood with her hand resting gently on Lin Feng's shoulder. The touch was meant to be comforting in the most practical sense, a reassurance that came not from words but from physical presence, an anchor point, something solid and real that Lin Feng could hold on to during the transformation that was about to unfold. But it was also a statement, a declaration that transcended the need for words, a statement made to everyone present and to Lin Feng herself. I am with you. Whatever happens in this ceremony, I am here. Whatever pain you face, whatever difficulty emerges from this process, whatever transformation you must undergo to become the sect's anchor, you will not face it alone. I am beside you, and I will not move. My hand will not release yours. My power will flow into you. My consciousness will be linked with yours. You will never again face anything without knowing that I am with you. Wu Yuan entered the chamber through the highest entrance, descended from the sect master's tower, as if from the heavens themselves, as if from the realm of immortals itself. She was dressed in robes of absolute white, robes that seemed to absorb light rather than reflect it, creating a kind of void-like darkness around her form. Her cultivation power was visible as an aura that filled the space like a presence of absolute authority, not aggressive or threatening toward anyone in the chamber, but inevitable, immutable, fundamental to the order of the world in a way that transcended mere human power and approached something cosmic. The sect master took her position on the highest platform, the one that was reserved only for moments of supreme importance, moments when the sect's fate hung in absolute balance. She stood there for a moment, letting her presence settle, letting every cultivator in the chamber understand the magnitude of what was about to occur. Then she opened her mouth, and she began to sing. It was not a song in the modern sense, not words arranged in a pattern designed to entertain or move the listener or convey information. It was an ancient chant, older than the sect itself, older perhaps than the provinces themselves. It was a summoning of power written in a language that had not been spoken for centuries, preserved only in the teaching passed from one sect master to the next, maintained as a sacred trust. The sound reverberated through the chamber and through the very substance of every cultivator present, a vibration that was as much spiritual as auditory, activating their power at its deepest levels, aligning their qi in perfect harmony with each other and with the rhythm of the universe itself. Lin Feng felt Shui Lian's grip tighten slightly on her shoulder, offering stability, offering ground, offering the knowledge that she was not alone in this moment of transformation. The synchronization began. Chapter 17. The anchor ceremony. The balance crystal shattered with a sound like the world breaking. It didn't actually shatter in the conventional sense. Lin Feng understood this, even as she felt the violent rupture of spiritual energy tearing through her consciousness. The crystal didn't fracture into sharp pieces or explode in a violent detonation. Instead, it simply broke apart into its component energies, becoming pure qi, becoming the raw essence of 700 years of accumulated power. All of that energy, all of that weight, all of that history and cultivation and sacrifice flowed toward her like a tsunami, like every river in the world had been diverted to flow in a single direction, converging into a single point of overwhelming power. And she opened herself to receive it. Her yang qi and yin qi, perfectly balanced in their eternal harmony, accepted the incoming tide with the grace of a dancer accepting a partner. The crystal's energy flowed into her meridians through channels that had been specifically prepared for this moment, and began the process of integration. It was agonizing and ecstatic simultaneously. Every part of her was being remade, rebuilt, elevated to something beyond what she had ever been before. Her meridians expanded to accommodate the incoming energy. Her cores refined and strengthened. Her spiritual consciousness grew vaster and deeper. She felt herself advancing through the ranks of cultivation with a speed that should have been impossible. Her soul ascension rank solidified in her being, becoming truly permanent and unshakable. The rank refined further, reaching its apex. And then she pushed through into the next tier, immortal tribulation rank, the level where cultivators began to transcend mere mortality and became something that approached the divine. Her cultivation was beginning to approach the level of a heavenly ascension immortal, the level that only the most senior disciples of the sect had ever reached, the level that typically took decades of focused cultivation to achieve. She was reaching it in moments, through the process of being an anchor for the sect's entire power. But the pain was beyond anything she had ever experienced, beyond anything her understanding of pain had ever prepared her for. It felt like her entire being was being set on fire, like the essence of her existence was being questioned and remade. It felt like she was dying and being reborn simultaneously, like her very soul was being shattered into component pieces and reconstructed in a new pattern. She wanted to scream, to release the agony that was tearing through her, but she couldn't. She couldn't make a sound. She couldn't move. She couldn't break the meditation and end this and make it stop. She was bound to the ceremony now, bound to the formation, bound to the moment, bound to the process that had no off switch and no escape route. Then Shui Lian did something unexpected. She stepped forward into the formation chamber, breaking the carefully laid protocols that had been developed over centuries, disrupting the perfect mandala of cultivators that had been assembled for the ceremony. The other disciples gasped in shock at this violation of the sacred formation. But Shui Lian paid them no attention. She moved directly to Lin Xiaoyi and placed her hands on either side of Lin Xiaoyi's face, her palms against her skin, her fingers in her hair. Shui Lian's cultivation power flowed into Lin Xiaoyi's body with the precision of a master, perfectly aligned with her own nature, complementing rather than conflicting with the incoming flood of energy. Shui Lian's power provided anchor and stability to the violent transformation that was happening inside Lin Xiaoyi, not overwhelming the transformation, not trying to stop it, but providing context, providing structure, providing the knowledge that there was a center to hold on to while everything else was in chaos. "I'm here," Shui Lian whispered, her voice barely audible over the sound of spiritual energy roaring like a waterfall. "I'm here with you. You're not alone. You will never be alone. I'm holding you. I won't let you fall." And somehow, with Shui Lian's power supporting her, with the knowledge that she was not facing this alone, that she had someone standing beside her, Lin Xiaoyi was able to continue. The pain didn't diminish. It remained as intense as 1,000 suns burning inside her meridians. But it became bearable. It became manageable. It became a thing that she could endure because she was enduring it together with someone else. The transformation didn't slow, but it became steady, controlled, directed toward a specific purpose rather than chaotic and destructive. The cracks in the balance crystal healed completely. Not just healed in the sense of being sealed or mended. They were replaced with perfect light, perfect harmony, perfect unity. The crystal was reformed by Lin Xiaoyi's power and the sect's collective energy, but it was transformed into something entirely new. It was no longer just a storage of power, a battery holding energy against some future need. It was a living anchor, a conscious connection between Lin Xiaoyi's essence and the sect's formation. It was responsive to her will. It was an extension of her consciousness. It was something that would bind her to the Hundred Flowers Sect forever, in ways that were both beautiful and terrifying. The transformation ended. Lin Xiaoyi gasped back into consciousness, her lungs burning as if she was breathing air for the first time. Her entire body was trembling from the exertion. Her meridians felt like they had been torn apart and reassembled. But she was alive. She was transformed. She was eternal. And the first thing she felt was Shui Lian's presence, steady and absolute, supporting her. Shui Lian's arms wrapped around her, holding her as she recovered. And Lin Xiaoyi understood that whatever had just happened in this ceremony, she had not faced it alone. She would never have to face anything alone again. Chapter 18. The new hierarchy. When news of Lin Xiaoyi's advancement to immortal tribulation rank spread through the sect, it caused unprecedented upheaval in the careful structure of the sect's power hierarchy. Disciples gathered in small groups in the gardens, speaking in hushed, excited tones. The elders called private meetings. The senior disciples revised their understanding of where they stood in the sect's power structure. Immortal tribulation rank was supposed to be the level that only the oldest, most refined disciples could reach. Usually only after 40 or 50 years of cultivation and refinement, after decades of careful advancement and accumulation of power. Lin Xiaoyi had reached it in a single night, through a transformation that was simultaneously understood as both a miracle of extraordinary proportions and a violation of the natural order of cultivation advancement as everyone understood it. But Wu Yuyan's position was absolute and unassailable. The sect master declared, in a voice that carried the weight of final authority, that Lin Xiaoyi would now be formally recognized as a sect elder. Not an assistant elder, not a junior elder, but an actual elder with authority equal to elderly Mayins, with authority to make decisions about the sect's future and the cultivation of new disciples. The announcement shocked the sect's hierarchy to its core, but no one dared to challenge the sect master's decision. Wu Yuan was the most powerful cultivator in the sect, possibly the most powerful cultivator in the entire eastern provinces, and her word was law. What no one in the sect expected, what no one could have possibly anticipated, was for Shui Lian to make her own announcement. 3 days after Lin Xiaoyi's elevation to elder status, in the great assembly hall, with the entire sect gathered for the monthly ceremony, Shui Lian stood and formally declared her intent to serve as Lin Xiaoyi's personal disciple and cultivation advisor. The gesture was revolutionary, shocking, unprecedented in the history of the sect. Shui Lian was the sect master's personal disciple, the highest position below the sect master herself, a position that came with enormous prestige and responsibility. To step down from that position to serve someone else, even someone as elevated as Lin Xiaoyi, was a violation of the natural order of things. The assembly erupted into shocked silence. Disciples who had been meditating stood suddenly. Elders looked at each other with expressions of surprise and uncertainty. The sect master herself showed no reaction, which somehow made the moment more significant. Lin Xiaoyi has achieved something extraordinary, Shui Lian said, her voice carrying with perfect clarity across the entire assembly hall without needing to be amplified by cultivation. She has brought the sect back from the brink of extinction. She has transformed not just the balance crystal, but the entire spiritual foundation of the Hundred Flowers Sect. She has become the anchor that holds us together. She deserves not just recognition for what she has done, but support for what she will do in the future. I am offering my cultivation expertise and my loyalty to her service. I will serve as her advisor, her companion, her support, and I am asking for volunteers to join me in providing the kind of institutional support that the sect's new anchor deserves. The response was immediate and overwhelming. Half the sect stood to volunteer, their hands raised, their eyes bright with the desire to be part of Lin Xiaoyi's project. The younger disciples saw in her a symbol of hope and transformation. The older disciples recognized genuine power and aligned themselves accordingly. The sect was restructuring itself around Lin Xiaoyi as a new center of gravity. What had been a sect on the brink of extinction was becoming a sect reborn, transformed by the presence of its anchor. Wu Yuan observed this transformation with satisfaction. She had lived for 180 years, long enough to understand the patterns of history and power. She had seen sects rise and fall. She had witnessed the slow decline of the Hundred Flowers Sect over the past decades, had felt the weight of 700 years of purely yin cultivation, creating an imbalance that threatened to destroy everything. She had known that only a yin-yang dual cultivator could save the sect. She had not known, when she had begun searching, that she would find one so young, so powerful, so willing to commit to the sect's survival. And she understood, better than anyone else, that the bonds Lin Xiaoyi was forming, her connection to Shui Lian, her devotion to Su Jing, her respect for Mei Qing, these bonds were not weaknesses. They were strengths. They were the foundation upon which everything else would be built. Chapter 19. Bonds deepening 3 months after the synchronization ceremony. The Hundred Flowers Sect had transformed in ways both visible and invisible. The spiritual density that suffused the sect's grounds had doubled, creating an environment where cultivation was easier, faster, more natural than it had ever been before. The cultivation speed of every disciple had increased. Disciples were advancing through ranks at speeds that would have taken them years to achieve in normal circumstances. The formation barriers were stronger, more resilient, more beautiful than they had ever been, glowing with Lin Xiaoyi's power, responsive to the slightest threat, protecting the sect with the kind of fierce devotion that came from being anchored to a living consciousness. And Lin Xiaoyi had become the center of the sect's life and culture. She was no longer a mysterious newcomer or an outsider who had infiltrated their community. She was the heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect, the one who had saved them, the one whose presence made everything possible. Su Jing had moved into Lin Xiaoyi's quarters, an arrangement that raised eyebrows among the more traditional members of the sect until Lin Xiaoyi made a public statement that Su Jing was her closest friend and confidant, had been from the moment they met, and that she wanted her near at all times. The statement caused a minor scandal, but Lin Xiaoyi's authority as a sect elder was enough to make the scandal evaporate. Su Jing had advanced to Soul Ascension rank in record time, accelerated by synchronizing her cultivation with Lin Xiaoyi's, her core refined by exposure to perfectly balanced yin-yang power. Their bond had only deepened with proximity, moving beyond friendship into something that the sect's society didn't have good language for. Shui Lian had taken a room adjacent to Lin Xiaoyi's, and she spent most of her time there, cultivating together with her, meditating together, living in a kind of domestic partnership that scandalized some of the older disciples. The nature of their relationship was becoming something that transcended the formal categories that the sect's traditional society had created. They were not just cultivation partners, though they were that. They were not just allies or friends, though they were those things too. They were becoming something more intimate and deeper, something that neither of them had names for, but both of them understood with absolute certainty. Mei Qing had become a regular visitor to Lin Feng's quarters, bringing intel about the rival sects and their movements, and it was clear that her interest in Lin Xiaoyi had transformed gradually from competitive ambition into genuine respect and possible romantic interest. She had proposed formal dual cultivation sessions, and Lin Xiaoyi had accepted, finding in Mei Qing's company a kind of straightforward honesty that was refreshing. Where Shui Lian was intensity and emotion, Mei Qing was strategy and pragmatism. Where Su Jing was devotion and tenderness, Mei Qing was ambition and power. Wu Yuan watched all of these developments with the expression of someone who had orchestrated them deliberately, who had foreseen these outcomes and allowed them to unfold according to her long-term plans. In a private meeting with Shui Lian, the sect master explained her reasoning. Lin Xiaoyi is now essential to this sect, Wu Yuan said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries of wisdom. Her power is essential, but her value makes her vulnerable. If she is loved, if she has bonds that matter to her, then those bonds become weapons that others can use against her. Enemies could threaten the people she cares about to force her hand. But more importantly, those bonds become anchors for her. They keep her grounded in this reality, in this life. They prevent her from being consumed by the weight of her own power. A cultivator of her strength, without bonds, without love, without people who matter to her. Such a cultivator often becomes unstable, becomes tyrannical, becomes corrupted by the very power that should be purifying. The sect master paused, letting her words settle. I allowed Shui Lian to step down because I saw what needed to happen. I allowed my will to align with the natural flow of the sect's needs. Lin Xiaoyi needed someone who understood her completely, someone who could see through her strength to the person underneath. Shui Lian is that person, and the sect needs them together, because apart, they are individually powerful. Together, they are unstoppable. They are the foundation upon which the next era of the Hundred Flowers Sect will be built. The weeks that followed the elevation of Lin Xiaoyi to elder status were among the most peaceful and productive that the Hundred Flowers Sect had experienced in centuries. With the balance crystal healed and anchored to a living consciousness, with Lin Xiaoyi's power flowing through the sect's formation, everything seemed to align toward perfection. Crops in the sect's agriculture zones grew larger and more abundant. Young disciples advanced through their cultivation ranks with unprecedented speed. Even the physical structures of the sect seemed to benefit from the increased spiritual density, stone walls becoming harder and more beautiful, the gardens blooming with unprecedented varieties and colors. It was, in retrospect, a period of deceptive peace. The calm before a storm that everyone knew was coming. Chapter 20. The demon sect's response. The first real threat came precisely 3 months after the formation anchoring ceremony, exactly on the date that the demon sect's agents had been ordered to initiate their assault. The timing was not coincidental. The demon sect had been planning this siege for months, had been gathering their forces, had been preparing for the moment when they would move against the Hundred Flowers Sect and attempt to seize the yin-yang cultivator that had become the sect's greatest treasure. Demon sect forces massed at the sect's borders in overwhelming numbers and began a siege that showed every sign of being long-term and relentless. It was not a subtle assault. The demon sect had abandoned subtlety completely after their first assassin had failed so dramatically. Instead, they brought 3 soul ascension cultivators, powerful fighters from their dark cultivation traditions, and an army of lesser disciples numbering in the hundreds. They established siege lines and began to assault the sect's formation barriers directly and constantly. The barriers held perfectly. Lin Xiaoyi's anchoring meant that the formation was stronger than it had ever been in the sect's entire 700-year history, with the magical potential doubled or more from what it had been before her arrival. The demon sect's cultivators were able to scratch the surface of the barriers, but not to penetrate them or weaken them significantly. But the assault was relentless. The demon sect forces attacked day and night in rotating shifts, never allowing the sect any respite. It became clear very quickly that the demon sect was willing to spend lives and resources on this siege, willing to maintain the assault for as long as it took, believing that eventually something would wear down. Wu Yuan called for a council of war in the private chamber where the sect's most important decisions were made. Lin Xiaoyi, as the new sect elder, was invited to attend along with elderly Ma Yin, Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and several other senior disciples whose counsel had proven valuable in the past. Maps were spread across the table. Maps of the sect's territory, maps of the demon sect's known positions, maps showing supply lines and potential strategic advantages. The barriers will not fail, Lin Xiaoyi said with absolute certainty, her voice steady and confident. I can feel them. They're anchored to my power. They're extensions of my consciousness itself. They won't break under siege or assault, no matter how prolonged or intense. That is true, elderly Mayin said, and her usual kindness was entirely absent, replaced by the cold practical assessment of a woman who had fought in actual wars before, who understood the strategies of conflict from decades of experience. However, an indefinite siege will eventually drain our resources in other ways. In 2 weeks, perhaps 3, our food stores will begin to dwindle as we feed 100 extra people who are sheltering in the sect. In a month, the constant assault could create weaknesses through attrition even if the barriers themselves don't fail. The disciples will grow tired. The formation requires constant attention. In 6 weeks, we might face a genuine crisis not from the barriers breaking, but from our ability to maintain them becoming compromised. Then we will break the siege, Wu Yuan said with absolute simplicity, as if the matter was already decided and everyone else was just catching up to her reasoning. How? Mei Qing asked practically. We are outnumbered by nearly 3 to 1. The demon sect has superior numbers and superior combat power concentrated in a few individuals. We can't meet them in open battle. We will not fight them using standard siege-breaking warfare, Wu Yuan said. She turned her gaze fully on Lin Xiaoyi, and the weight of her attention was like being pinned beneath a mountain. The new elder will lead a strike force to attack the demon sect's command structure directly. Once the leadership is broken, once the Soul Ascension commanders are defeated or neutralized, the forces will scatter. Without the anchoring of powerful commanders providing structure and discipline, demonic cultivators lose their sense of purpose. They will fall apart. I'll lead the assault, Lin Xiaoyi said immediately, without hesitation, without doubt in her voice or her conviction. You will not go alone, Wu Yuan said, a statement that left absolutely no room for argument or negotiation. Shui Lian, you will accompany her as her primary support and combat partner. You two have proven your synchronization in battle. You will strike the primary command structure. Mei Qing, you will lead a secondary team of 10 disciples to disrupt their supply lines, cut off their escape routes, and prevent reinforcements from reaching the command center. Elderly, you will coordinate the barrier defense from within the sect, and you will be prepared to launch a full counter-assault the moment the enemy command structure is broken. The moment we give the signal, you will push through with overwhelming force. We strike tonight, when their vigilance will be lowest, when they believe us to still be fully contained within our barriers. They will not expect us to move until they have weakened us through siege. We will use that assumption as our weapon. That night, as darkness settled across the landscape, Lin Xiaoyi stood on the sect's walls and looked out at the demon sect's sprawling encampment. The enemy had set up tents and fortifications across a wide area, confident in their numbers and their patience. Shui Lian stood beside her, their hands linked, a gesture that was becoming more comfortable and natural with each passing moment. Are you afraid? Shui Lian asked quietly. No, Lin Xiaoyi said, and she meant it with absolute conviction. I'm not afraid anymore. I know what I am. I know what I'm fighting for. I know that you're with me. I know that Su Jing and Mei Qing and the entire sect is behind us. There's nothing left to be afraid of. Shui Lian squeezed her hand, and a smile played across her normally cold features. Then let's go show them what the 100 Flowers Sect is capable of. Let's show them what it means to threaten the one we love. They dropped from the wall into darkness, moving toward the enemy encampment with the silence of warriors, the precision of cultivators who had trained together for months and understood each other's movements with the intuition that came from deep connection. Behind them, the lights of the sect glowed with steady power. The balance crystal's light, Lin Xiaoyi's light, anchoring everything they did and everything they were about to accomplish. It was a beacon of hope and strength that nobody in the encampment could ignore. The battle that followed would change the balance of power in the eastern provinces. The demon sect would fall back, wounded and weakened. The 100 Flowers Sect would emerge stronger, their reputation enhanced by the victory, their standing elevated among the realm's power structure. But for Lin Xiaoyi, standing at the moment before battle, none of that political maneuvering or regional power dynamics mattered. What mattered was Shui Lian's hand in hers, and the knowledge that together, they could face anything the world threw at them. What mattered was that she had found a home, a purpose, a place where she belonged. The age of infiltration was over. The age of being the disguised spy, the undercover agent working in secret, The woman who had to hide her true nature and true power was finished. Lin Xiaoyi had become something new entirely. She had become a guardian, a leader, an elder of the Hundred Flowers Sect, a woman who stood openly in the defense of her sect and the people she loved. And as she and Shui Lian moved through the darkness toward the demon sect's encampment, as she felt the power of the sect flowing through her meridians like rivers of starlight, as she understood the weight of responsibility that she had accepted, the responsibility of being the living anchor that held an entire sect's fate in her hands, Lin Xiaoyi knew with perfect certainty that she was exactly where she was meant to be. Not because she had been sent here by some external force to fulfill a predetermined mission. Not because she had been manipulated or coerced into this position. Not because she was bound by loyalty to someone else's vision or someone else's goal. But because she had chosen it freely, with full knowledge of the cost and the commitment, and found that the choice was absolutely and completely right for who she was and who she wanted to become. Behind her, the lights of the Hundred Flowers Sect blazed like a beacon of hope and determination, visible even from a great distance across the siege lines. The barrier shimmered with her power. The formation hummed with her essence. The balanced crystal glowed with her light. She was no longer Lin Xiao, the infiltrator. She was no longer Lin Xiaoyi, the disguised woman. She was simply and completely what she chose to be, an anchor, a guardian, a woman who had found her home and would defend it with everything she possessed. Shui Lian squeezed her hand, and together they dropped from the final wall and descended toward the enemy encampment, ready to change everything. The first era of Lin Xiaoyi's journey was complete. The second era was about to begin. Chapter 21. The balance hall revealed the summons came at dawn, delivered by one of Wu Yuyan's personal attendants, a young woman with eyes that revealed nothing and a formal bow that suggested the matter was official rather than casual. Lin Xiaoyi dressed carefully, running through her cultivation one final time to ensure her chi's signature remained perfectly balanced, perfectly feminine, perfectly convincing. In the weeks since the assassination attempt, she had grown more confident in her disguise, but confidence could breed carelessness. Carelessness led to exposure. Exposure led to death. The path to Wu Yuyan's private chambers wound through sections of the sect that Lin Xiaoyi had never been permitted to explore. The air itself felt different here, more dense with spiritual energy, shimmering with formations that were clearly maintained by masters of the craft. The walls were carved with symbols that predated any modern cultivation style, their purposes obscure but their power evident. Lin Xiaoyi found herself slowing her pace, absorbing the weight of history that permeated this part of the Hundred Flowers Sect. She thought of Zhao Yiming, her contact from the external organization that had sent her here. He had been clear about her mission parameters: arrive as a supposedly discovered genius, gain acceptance through demonstrated talent, and locate the balance crystal. The information suggested the sect was in decline, that something fundamental about their cultivation approach was creating problems. But specific details had been scarce, as if her handlers did not fully understand the nature of the problem they were sending her to investigate. Now, ascending deeper into the sect's core, Lin Xiaoyi wondered if this was exactly where her mission had been designed to lead her all along. Were they truly discovering her value? Or was she walking precisely where external powers had maneuvered her to walk? The thought was troubling, but not entirely new. She had accepted danger when she accepted this mission. She had accepted the possibility of manipulation as the price of infiltration. Wu Yuyan stood waiting at the entrance to the deepest chamber, the balance hall itself. She was not alone. Arrayed behind her were the sect's elder council, Elder Li Mayin, for other elders whose names Lin Xiaoyi had learned, but whose faces she had rarely seen outside of formal gatherings, and two ancient women whose cultivation base was so profound that Lin Xiaoyi could not properly gauge their power. They were the keepers of the sect's oldest secrets, the women who had guided the Hundred Flowers through 7 centuries of existence. Their eyes, when they looked at Lin Xiaoyi, held neither warmth nor coldness, only the absolute clarity of those who had witnessed centuries of triumph and tragedy in equal measure. The sect master's face was different in private than it was in public. The mask of administrative control, the careful display of perfect authority, had been set aside. Wu Yuyan looked tired in a way that no amount of power could truly conceal. She looked like someone carrying a burden so heavy that even immortal cultivation could not entirely ease the weight. Lin Xiaoyi, Wu Yuyan said, and her voice carried the weight of ceremony. It is time you understood why you were brought here. It is time you understood the true burden and the true honor that accompanies your arrival at our sect. The doors to the balance hall swung open, and what lay within took Lin Xiaoyi's breath away. The chamber was vast, larger perhaps than the entire outer sect combined. a space that seemed to exist partially in a different dimension than the normal world. The floor was inlaid with the most intricate formation diagram that Lin Xiaoyi had ever witnessed, not static and painted, but living and glowing with steady light that pulsed like a heartbeat. At the center of the formation stood a crystal structure that rose 3 stories high, a perfect yin-yang symbol rendered in what appeared to be solid starlight. But the crystal was cracked. Fractures ran through it like spider webs, ancient and spreading, and from those fractures bled a gentle darkness that seemed to hunger for more light to consume. "This is the balance crystal," Wu Yueyin said softly. "The heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect. For 700 years, it has maintained the harmony that keeps our sect stable, that keeps our disciples alive, that prevents the spiritual imbalance that would otherwise slowly poison every cultivator who walks these grounds." "What happened to it?" Lin Xiaoyi whispered, unable to look away from the spreading fractures. "We happened to it," one of the ancient elders said, her voice like wind through canyons. 700 years ago, our founder discovered that the yin cultivation traditions were more compatible with our sect's nature than yang cultivation. In the centuries that followed, we specialized, refined, perfected the yin arts. We drove out the male cultivators, created a society of women devoted to balance, peace, and the harmonization of feminine power. We became the most powerful all-yin sect in the eastern provinces. But purity has a cost, elderly Mayin continued. 700 years of yin cultivation without any yang counterbalance created an imbalance in the sect's spiritual foundation. It's subtle. A cultivator must reach soul ascension rank to feel it directly. But it's spreading, growing, poisoning the roots of the sect. In 3 more decades, perhaps 4, the imbalance will become critical. In 5, every cultivator who is trained here will begin to die from cultivation deviations. The Hundred Flowers Sect will not end in fire or war. It will end in slow, agonizing, spiritual rot. Lin Xiaoyi felt the weight of centuries settle on her shoulders. "Why are you telling me this?" Wu Yueyin stepped forward, her ancient eyes meeting Lin Xiaoyi's gaze directly. "Because we believe you are the solution. Our scouts identified your chi signature before you arrived. The rumors we spread about your discovery were not rumors. They were calculated intelligence operations. You are a yin-yang dual cultivator, someone whose natural cultivation physiology generates both masculine and feminine spiritual energies in perfect balance. You are extraordinarily rare. In fact, in the last 1,000 years of cultivation history, only 7 true yin-yang cultivators have ever been documented. All of them lived at least 2 centuries. All of them became immortals. None of them ever suffered cultivation deviation." The silence that followed was absolute. "You're asking me to anchor the formation," Lin Xiaoyi said, her mind racing ahead to the implications. "To use my power to correct the sect's imbalance." "I'm not asking," Wu Yueyin said quietly. "I am informing you of the situation. You have already seen what enemies this sect possesses, what threats surround us. You understand that stability is precious, that survival is not guaranteed. The question is simply, will you choose to help us survive? Will you offer your power to the balance crystal? Or will you walk away from this sect and all that it has given you, knowing that everyone here will eventually die from the poison we have cultivated ourselves?" It was not a choice. Not really. Choices required the option to walk away without consequence, without guilt, without the weight of someone else's death resting on your shoulders. And Lin Xiaoyi was many things, but she had never been able to ignore the suffering of people around her. It was perhaps her greatest weakness. It was the reason she had accepted this mission in the first place. "I will do it," she said, and the words felt like chains settling around her heart. Wu Yueyin smiled, and for the first time, the expression looked genuine rather than calculated. "Then tomorrow, we will begin the anchoring ceremony. Tonight, you should rest. Tomorrow, your life changes forever. The weight you carry will become literal, but the meaning you give to your existence here will become clear." The elders bowed to her, as if she were already one of them, already essential to the sect's survival. Lin Xiaoyi bowed in return, trembling slightly, fully understanding for the first time what her presence truly meant. She was not a spy anymore. She was not an infiltrator gathering intelligence in secret. She was the thing that stood between the Hundred Flowers Sect and extinction. That night, she could not sleep. Lin Xiaoyi lay on her meditation cushion, staring at the ceiling of her dormitory room, feeling the weight of 700 years pressing down on her chest like a physical thing. She thought of all the women of the Hundred Flowers Sect, Su Jing with her warm smile, elderly Mayin with her quiet wisdom, the young disciples who practiced their forms with such dedication, the elders who had guided the sect through centuries of existence. All of them were walking slowly toward death, toward a kind of spiritual poison that no amount of skill or determination could entirely prevent. And she was the antidote. She was the thing that had been missing for 700 years. The sect had been slowly dying, and no one had known it. Or rather, the elders had known it, had carried the knowledge like a stone in their hearts, had probably spent centuries wondering if salvation would come before extinction claimed them all. She understood, in that moment, why they had risked so much to identify her, to bring her here, to present her with this impossible choice. They were not being cruel by demanding she help them. They were being human, desperate, hopeful humans who had been given a second chance at life and were not about to waste it. In the darkness of her room, Lin Xiaoyi made a decision. She would not try to escape after the anchoring ceremony. She would not attempt to complete her original mission and then disappear. The thought of leaving, of abandoning these people to the slow death they had briefly escaped, was impossible to contemplate now that she knew the full scope of what they were facing. The mission could be completed differently. She would anchor the formation. She would help the sect survive and thrive. And when her external contacts came looking for information, looking for leverage, looking to call in the debt she had incurred by accepting their training and resources, she would deal with them. But that was a problem for the future. Tonight, the present was clear. She would save the Hundred Flowers Sect. Chapter 22. The anchoring begins. The ceremony began in darkness, conducted in the minutes before dawn when the spiritual barriers between worlds were traditionally the thinnest. Lin Xiaoyi was brought to the balance hall unclothed, a requirement of the ritual. Elderly Mayin helped her disrobe with kindness, wrapping her in a thin silk robe that would be removed once the ceremony began. The symbolism was clear. She was entering the formation as her authentic self, stripped of pretense and disguise. Elderly Mayin's hands trembled slightly as she fastened the final knot. "Are you certain?" she asked quietly, her kind face showing genuine concern. "Once you step into the formation, once the anchoring begins, there will be no turning back. The connection will be permanent. You will be bound to this sect for the remainder of your life." "I'm certain," Lin Xiaoyi said, and the words felt true in a way that most things in her mission had not. The elder nodded, squeezed her hand gently, and withdrew. The chamber was crowded with disciples, hundreds of them, arrayed in concentric circles around the balance crystal. Lin Xiaoyi recognized many of them. Shui Lian stood in the innermost circle, her expression betraying nothing but her eyes locked on Lin Xiaoyi with an intensity that made breathing difficult. Mei Qing was there, positioned across from Shui Lian, her gaze calculating. Su Jing stood in the second circle, her warm eyes wet with tears, though whether from emotion or the intensity of the gathered spiritual energy, Lin Xiaoyi could not determine. Wu Yuan herself stood at the crystal's base, her hands raised, her cultivation base fully activated and glowing with power that filled the entire chamber. The sect master's eyes met hers across the distance, and in that moment, Lin Xiaoyi saw absolute commitment reflected back at her. Wu Yuan was risking this ceremony not because she was certain of the outcome, but because the alternative, the slow death of the sect, was unacceptable. This was an act of faith, not of confidence. Wu Yuan herself stood at the crystal's base, her hands raised, her cultivation base fully activated and glowing with power that filled the entire chamber. When Lin Xiaoyi stepped forward into the center of the formation, the sect master began to chant in a language that predated the modern era of cultivation, Old Yin, the original tongue of the foundational practices that had given birth to all modern cultivation traditions. The formation activated. It was like being struck by lightning and drowning simultaneously. Lin Xiaoyi gasped as power flooded into her, as the spiritual essence of hundreds of disciples flowed through the formation and into her body. She had been prepared for this, trained for it, intellectually understood that it would happen. But preparation and reality were separated by an infinite gulf. The weight was absolute. 700 years of history pressed down on her consciousness, not as knowledge, but as direct experience. She felt the moment the sect was founded, felt the founder's joy and the founder's desperation as she chose to dedicate the sect exclusively to Yin cultivation. She felt the slow accumulation of imbalance, the subtle corruption of the spiritual foundations, the creeping sickness that no one had been able to name or fix. She felt the slow deaths of disciples over the centuries who had suffered cultivation deviations they could not survive. She felt the sect's fear, the sect's hope, the sect's desperate need for salvation. And then she felt the power of her own yin-yang constitution activating in response. Yang energy that had been suppressed, hidden, disguised beneath layers of careful cultivation technique, suddenly expanded. The masculine power that was her birthright, that had always been part of her, rushed through her meridians like rivers of fire. and the yin energy that she had cultivated so carefully over these months rose to meet it. And the two forces twisted together, balanced each other, created a harmony that was neither purely male nor purely female, but something far more profound. The balanced crystal began to glow, not with the sickly darkness of corruption, but with brilliant light that filled the entire chamber, that spilled out through the windows and illuminated the entire sect in the pre-dawn darkness. The cracks in the crystal sealed themselves, not with crude repair, but with elegant integration, the damage becoming part of the design, proof of healing rather than weakness. And Lin Xiaoyi felt her cultivation surge forward like a tidal wave. She had been mid-core formation when she arrived at the sect, a powerful cultivator by normal standards, but far below the level needed for true influence in the eastern provinces. She had advanced to late core formation through weeks of careful practice and synchronization with the balance hall's passive energy. But this was different. This was active, directed, overwhelming advancement, her body and spirit reshaping itself under the pressure of power far beyond what should have been possible in a single moment. Her meridians expanded to accommodate 10 times their normal capacity. Her dantian, the spiritual core at her center, transformed from a simple golden sphere into a complex geometric structure that spun with both masculine and feminine light, a mandala of power that would have taken most cultivators decades to achieve. The bones of her body, the organs that filtered and processed spiritual energy, the very cells that made up her physical form, all of it evolved, strengthened, transformed into something that could safely contain the power of a soul ascension cultivator. When Lin Xiaoyi opened her eyes, she had been elevated to the soul ascension rank, the same rank as Shui Lian and Mei Qing. And she could feel, extending outward like threads connecting her to every part of the sect, the power of the formation itself. The balance crystal sang in her consciousness, a perfect note that resonated through every spiritual pathway in her body. She was no longer separate from the sect's power. She had become part of it. The sect's formation was anchored to her life force, her cultivation base, her very existence. The implications were staggering. She understood, in that moment, that she had transformed from an infiltrator into a living anchor. The sect was bound to her now, and she to it. If the formation was damaged, she would feel it directly. If disciples were threatened, she would sense their danger as if it were her own. She had accepted not merely a role, but a fundamental reshaping of her own spiritual nature, an integration with a collective power that meant she would never again be entirely alone inside her own consciousness. It should have been terrifying. Instead, it felt like coming home to a place she had never known existed until she arrived at it. The centuries of imbalance were corrected. The slow poison was neutralized. The sect could survive for another 700 years, or longer, if necessary. And more, with her power flowing through the formation, the sect's actual spiritual density increased. Young disciples would advance faster. Cultivation would become easier. The Hundred Flowers Sect had not merely been saved. It had been elevated. Wu Yuan caught her as she stumbled forward, the sect master's ancient hands steady and strong around her shoulders. "You are the anchor now," the sect master said quietly, and Lin Xiaoyi could feel tears on Wu Yan's ancient face. "You are the heart that beats for all of us. Thank you for accepting this burden. Thank you for choosing to save us." The ceremony ended at dawn, the gathered disciples beginning to depart, leaving Lin Xiaoyi standing in the balance hall surrounded by the brilliance of the activated crystal and the weight of a responsibility that would never, ever leave her. Chapter 23. Mei Qing's recruitment attempt. 3 days after the anchoring ceremony, Lin Xiaoyi was finally alone. The sect had been celebrating continuously, feasts in the dining hall, impromptu performances, disciple gatherings that expressed gratitude and wonder. Wu Yuan had declared the day of the ceremony a permanent holiday in the sect's calendar. Even the inner sect's typically strict routines had been relaxed in the face of joy and relief that the sect's death sentence had been commuted. The celebrations had been genuine, Lin Xiaoyi understood. These women had truly believed, at least to some degree, that extinction was inevitable. The slow corruption of the formation, the imbalance that no remedy had been able to address, had been a kind of cultural trauma. Every elder had grown up knowing that the sect would eventually fall. Every disciple had understood, on some level, that no matter how hard they worked, no matter how much they advanced, eventually the spiritual poison would claim them all. Now that burden had been lifted, replaced with hope and gratitude. But underneath the celebration was something else, an intensity of attention that was beginning to feel oppressive. The disciples watched her move through the sect's grounds with expressions between admiration and something almost religious in nature. Elders went out of their way to acknowledge her in passing. Even normally aloof cultivators made efforts to be near her, as if her mere presence could confer some kind of blessing. It was exhausting. It was suffocating. Lin Shaoi had spent her entire infiltration trying to avoid being the center of attention, trying to be competent but unremarkable, trying to fade into the sect's background while gathering intelligence. Now she was the opposite, unmissable, unavoidable, the literal center of the sect's spiritual existence. She had withdrawn to her private quarters, a room that had been reassigned to her after the ceremony, located much closer to the sect's core than her previous dormitory. It was a small upgrade in status that nonetheless felt profound. She was resting on her meditation cushion, her new cultivation base still settling, still adapting to the weight of power it now carried, when Mei Qing arrived without announcement. The door opened. Mei Qing closed it behind her. She did not knock, did not request entry, did not acknowledge the basic courtesy that would normally govern a visit. Instead, she simply sat down across from Lin Shaoi and stared at her with an intensity that suggested she had been planning this moment for days, had rehearsed the conversation, had prepared herself for every possible response. Mei Qing was beautiful in a way that was efficient rather than soft. Every aspect of her appearance served a purpose. Her robes were tailored to display her cultivation power without being ostentatious. Her hair was styled to suggest both grace and readiness for combat. Her expression was carefully controlled to convey confidence without arrogance. She was a woman who had spent 28 years perfecting the presentation of herself as a powerful cultivator, and that perfection was evident in every detail. "I knew something was different about you from the moment we fought," Mei Qing said without preamble. "I couldn't identify what it was, but I could feel it. Your power was wrong, not weak, but balanced in a way that no normal Yin cultivator achieves. And the way you fought, the techniques you used, they had a precision that felt almost masculine, though I couldn't have articulated why." Lin Shaoi said nothing, watching Mei Qing carefully. The woman was dangerously intelligent, and smart opponents were the ones most likely to work through a disguise to the truth. "After the ceremony, I put together what I had suspected with what I directly experienced," Mei Qing continued. "You are not what you pretended to be. Your true cultivation is yin-yang dual, masculine and feminine in perfect balance. Theoretically, you shouldn't be as rare as you clearly are. But in practical terms, having you available for partnership, having access to your power through cultivation synchronization, is something that any ambitious cultivator would pursue. You want to be my cultivation partner," Lin Shaoi said, understanding the direction of this conversation. "I want to propose a mutually beneficial arrangement," Mei Qing corrected. "You are powerful, but you are still new to your actual power level. Integrating the dual cultivation physiology into your practical techniques will take years of work. I have cultivated for 28 years, and I have reached soul ascension rank through pure dedication and ambition. What I lack is the kind of balanced foundation that would allow me to push further, to advance toward immortal tribulation rank and beyond. With synchronized cultivation between a true yin-yang source and my refined yin techniques, I could reach heights that would otherwise take me another 30 or 40 years to achieve." "And what would I gain?" Lin Shaoi asked. "Expertise," Mei Qing said immediately. "Practical knowledge of how to integrate your power with others, how to use it without destabilizing your own cultivation base. Physical training from someone who has already mastered the body's limits at your new cultivation level. And political alliance with someone who will certainly hold power in the sect's future hierarchy. I am ambitious, Lin Shaoi. I will continue to advance, and I will continue to climb. Standing beside you would accelerate my path, but making you stand beside me would accelerate yours as well." The proposition was tempting in ways that Lin Shaoi had not anticipated. Mei Qing was correct. There was much to learn about integrating her true power with practical application. But there was also something troubling about the coldness of the arrangement, the way Mei Qing framed it as a transaction rather than a genuine connection. "I need to think," Lin Shaoi said. Mei Qing stood, smoothing her robes with practiced elegance. "Of course, but don't think too long. I am not the only one who has worked through the implications of your existence. Shui Lian has clearly known something for a long time, and she doesn't typically waste her attention on people who don't matter to her. And Su Jing, I saw her watching you during the ceremony with an expression that suggested she would follow you into the abyss itself. Take your time deciding among your suitors, but remember that I am offering partnership without sentimentality. In the long term, that might be more valuable than either of the alternatives you're being offered." She paused at the door, her hand resting on the frame. "One more thing you should understand. Power is never as simple as individual strength. Power is about being necessary to others, about having people who depend on you, about understanding that your existence matters to the continuation of something larger than yourself. I have always known this. That is why I have cultivated so intensely, Why I have pushed myself beyond the limits that would have satisfied most cultivators. I want to be necessary. I want my existence to matter. Being your partner, gaining access to your power, would accelerate that goal. But more importantly, it would mean that my existence matters to you as well. That is the real value I am offering. She departed as she had entered, without ceremony, leaving Lin Xiaoyi alone with the realization that she was no longer a spy observing from the margins of the sect. She had become someone of sufficient importance that other people's futures were now entangled with hers, and the weight of that importance was only beginning to settle on her shoulders. Chapter 24. Shui Lian's confrontation at the peak of 10,000 flowers was normally accessible only to the sect's highest-ranking disciples and elders, but no one stopped Lin Xiaoyi as she climbed toward the summit the evening after Mei Qing's visit. Perhaps they recognized that she had been granted automatic access to anywhere in the sect since the anchoring ceremony. Perhaps they sensed that she needed solitude and distance from the celebrating disciples and admiring faces that had become ubiquitous since her elevation. She was meditating near the peak's observation point, letting the evening wind carry away her confusion and fatigue, when Shui Lian appeared beside her without warning. The woman had mastered the art of moving silently, and even with Lin Xiaoyi's newly elevated soul ascension senses, she had heard nothing before Shui Lian was already sitting beside her. "You're troubled," Shui Lian observed. "Mei Qing made me a proposition," Lin Xiaoyi said, deciding that honesty was the only practical approach with someone as perceptive as Shui Lian. To her surprise, Shui Lian laughed. It was a short, sharp sound, the kind of laugh that came from genuine amusement rather than social obligation. Of course she did. She is nothing if not direct in her ambitions. Did she present it as a business arrangement? Cold and practical? Yes. That is who Mei Qing is, Shui Lian said, her voice shifting into something colder, more reflective. She wants power. She wants advancement. She wants to be necessary and important. Those are not wrong desires. The sect benefits from her ambition, but they are not the only desires worth having. Shui Lian turned, and for the first time, Lin Xiaoyi saw the woman's normally perfect control slip. The icy facade that Shui Lian maintained so carefully, the wall of professional distance that protected her from genuine emotion, fractured. Underneath was vulnerability, desire, and something that looked very much like fear. "I have known for a long time that something was not as it seemed with you," Shui Lian said quietly. "From the moment we first fought at the waterfall, I felt something in your power that was different. And when I looked at you, it was like looking at someone I had known in another life. Someone who completed something in me that I did not know was incomplete. I told myself it was a coincidence. I told myself it was the simple physical attraction that anyone might feel towards someone beautiful and powerful. I maintained distance because distance was safe." She reached out and took Lin Xiaoyi's hand, and the gesture was gentle, careful, as if she was afraid the contact might shatter some fragile thing between them. "But I have watched you risk yourself for this sect," Shui Lian continued, her voice barely above a whisper. "I have watched you accept the weight of the balance crystal as if it was your natural burden to bear. I have watched you become essential to all of us in ways that no one could have predicted. And I have realized that this feeling is not simple attraction. It is not calculated ambition. It is something deeper and more terrifying than anything I have ever experienced. I love you, Lin Xiaoyi, not as a cultivation partner, not as a political ally, but as the deepest truth of who I am." The confession hung in the air between them, weight and grace and absolute honesty. "I don't expect you to answer," Shui Lian said, releasing Lin Xiaoyi's hand and standing. "I don't expect you to reciprocate, but I needed you to know. I have spent my entire life perfecting the exterior, controlling the internal, maintaining the image of perfect icy discipline. But you have shown me that there is power in vulnerability as well, that admitting what matters to you is not weakness. So I am admitting it. I love you. That is my truth. What you choose to do with that truth is entirely your decision." She walked away without waiting for a response, leaving Lin Xiaoyi sitting alone on the peak of 10,000 flowers, her hand still warm from where Shui Lian had held it, her heart pounding with implications and possibilities that seemed far too large to contain within her chest. Chapter 25. The Crimson Blade envoys. The envoys from the Crimson Blade sect arrived on an afternoon that seemed deliberately chosen for diplomatic theater. The sun was shining. The sect's gardens were blooming with particular abundance. The enhanced spiritual density from the anchoring ceremony, making even the plants more vibrant and luxurious. And the disciples were peacefully going about their daily training routines. Into this serene setting came 6 warriors dressed in deep crimson robes, their cultivation bases clearly visible and deliberately prominent, a display of power meant to remind the Hundred Flowers Sect exactly what kind of organization was making a formal visit. Wu Yuan herself greeted them at the sect's main gates, a courtesy that suggested she was taking the visit seriously. Lin Xiaoyi had been informed of the coming delegation only that morning, and she was uncertain whether she was meant to be part of the formal reception. She decided to attend, but to remain in the background, positioned where she could observe without drawing attention. Patriarch Shun of the Crimson Blade sect was revealed in person, a woman of perhaps 150 years in apparent age, with power that clearly reached the immortal tribulation rank. Her cultivation base was visible as a kind of permanent shimmer around her form, like heat rising from stone. Her smile was predatory in its perfection. Sect Master Wu, Shin said with exaggerated warmth. How delightful to finally conduct this meeting in person. We have heard such remarkable things about your sect's recent developments. You are welcome, Patriarch Shun, Wu Yuan replied, her tone carefully neutral. Though I must admit, I am curious what remarkable developments you are referencing. The delegation was escorted to formal meeting chambers, and Lin Xiaoyi followed at a discreet distance. The meeting was conducted in a chamber designed for such negotiations, with observers permitted to stand in the shadows along the walls. Shui Lian was there, positioned as Wu Yuan's primary advisor. Mei Qing was present as well, standing with the kind of stillness that suggested she was storing every detail of the conversation for later analysis. The early stages of the discussion were purely diplomatic courtesy. Inquiries about sect welfare, discussions of mutual acquaintances in the cultivation world, careful verbal fencing about trade opportunities and potential cooperative ventures. But gradually, the subtext became text. We have heard rumors, Shin said, her tone becoming more pointed, that the Hundred Flowers Sect has recently experienced a remarkable increase in spiritual density. Some have suggested that this improvement corresponds with the arrival of a new disciple, a cultivator of unusual constitutional makeup, perhaps a yin-yang cultivator, quite rare in the modern era. The silence in the chamber became absolute. Lin Xiaoyi realized that every observer in the room, including herself, had simultaneously stopped breathing. The Hundred Flowers Sect's internal cultivation developments are not a matter for external discussion, Wu Yuan said, and there was ice in her tone that had not been present before. Of course, Shin said, raising her hands in a gesture of mock apology. I meant no offense. It is simply that a yin-yang cultivator is of such historical significance, such profound importance to the future development of the cultivation world, that it seems natural that multiple sects would be interested in the well-being and security of such a rare individual. Security is not a problem, Wu Yuan said coldly. This sect is capable of protecting its own. I have no doubt, Shin agreed. And yet, the demon sect has been gathering forces on the eastern borders. The Stormcloud sect has been expanding its territory in suspicious ways. There are many who would see the Hundred Flowers Sect weakened, if only to obtain exclusive access to such a valuable resource. Might it not be prudent to formalize an alliance? The Crimson Blade sect and the Hundred Flowers sect together would be an impressive combination. No enemy would dare. The Hundred Flowers sect requires no alliance, Wu Yuan interrupted, her voice dropping to a tone that suggested she was nearing the end of her patience. Nor do we require the Crimson Blade sect's concern for our security. You are welcome to visit our sect and to engage in peaceful cultivation exchange. But if this visit is intended to propose acquisition of what you perceive as a resource, then I must inform you that your attempt has failed, and you are welcome to depart whenever it suits you. Shin's predatory smile faded, replaced with something colder and more genuinely dangerous. You are certain? The Hundred Flowers Sect stands alone against the world? That is a bold position. The Hundred Flowers Sect stands with its sisters, Wu Yuan said, and she gestured toward the women arrayed along the walls, elders, senior disciples, the sect's visible power structure. And we stand with ourselves. That is enough. The meeting dissolved into increasingly tense diplomatic formality, and within an hour, the Crimson Blade delegation was being escorted toward the sect's gates. But as they were leaving, Patriarch Shin paused and turned back toward Wu Yuan. You should know, Shin said quietly, that the demon sect is preparing something. They have been silent since their last assassination attempt, but their forces are gathering. They are coordinating with others, not the Crimson Blade, but others from whom we heard rumors. Within the month, I would expect a more serious assault. I offer this information not as a threat, but as courtesy between powerful sections. Consider your defenses carefully. And with that, the delegation departed, leaving behind an atmosphere of tension and the clear knowledge that despite Wu Yuan's confident assertions, the Hundred Flowers Sect was not secure. The enemies had identified what the sect possessed, and they were moving to take it. The age of safety, however brief, was over. Chapter 26. Enemy movements. The intelligence arrived through Zhao Yiming in the early morning, delivered in the form of a seemingly casual encounter near the sectional cultivation grounds. Lin Shaoi did not know whether her contacts still worked for the external organization that had sent her to the sect, or whether he had grown fond of her over the months and was warning her out of personal loyalty. The distinction mattered less than the information itself. The demon sect is mobilizing, he said quietly, positioning himself to appear to be admiring the morning flowers while actually speaking low enough that only Lin Shaoi could hear. They had reports from their spies about the anchoring ceremony. They know what you are now. Both the demon sect and the Crimson Blade sect are coordinating forces, but they're not attacking together. The Crimson Blade wants you alive if possible, wants to integrate you into their power structure or at least prevent anyone else from having exclusive access to you. The demon sect doesn't care about your survival. They want the formation destabilized, the sect destroyed, the balance broken. Expect assault within 3 weeks at most. Maybe less if they decided to accelerate their schedule. Why are you telling me this? Lin Shaoi asked, still focused on the flowers as if engaged in the same meditation through nature practice as her contact. Because whatever you were when you started this mission, you're not that anymore, Zhao Yiming said. His cultivation base was so subtle that most disciples wouldn't have even registered him as a cultivator, which was precisely how he had remained undetected in the sect for all these months. I can see it in how you move through the sect. You've stopped thinking like a spy. You've started thinking like someone who belongs here. Whether that's weakness or growth, I'm not entirely sure. But I know that you deserve to have full information, and I know that the sect you've chosen to protect deserves to be warned. The organization that sent you, my superiors, they are very interested in understanding exactly what you've become. But that understanding can come after you survive the coming assault. Right now, survival is what matters. Are you defecting? Lin Shaoi asked carefully. Zhao Yiming smiled sadly. I defected the moment I realized that you were no longer working the mission anymore. You became real to this sect, and I couldn't sacrifice someone real for abstract organizational goals. So yes, I suppose you could say I'm defecting. Consider this my resignation from the game of espionage. He left before she could respond, melting back into the crowd of disciples engaging in their morning cultivation practice as if he had never been there at all. For a moment, Lin Shaoi considered pursuing him, considered asking more questions, but he was already gone. Only another cultivator among hundreds, indistinguishable from the rest. Lin Shaoi stood in the gardens, thinking about the implications of his words, thinking about the shift in loyalty that had clearly taken place. She had come here as an infiltrator. She had accepted the mission as a tool for external powers. But Zhao Yiming was right. She had stopped thinking like a tool months ago. And more than that, she had stopped thinking like a man pretending to be a woman. She had become something new, not the male operative she had been before, not the false female identity she had created, but a genuine person who existed as a blend of both identities, a true yin-yang dual cultivator in more ways than just cultivation constitution. She brought the information to Wu Yueyin directly, requesting a private meeting that afternoon, demonstrating that the sect master had been right to trust her, that her loyalty had genuinely transformed. The sect master received the intelligence without evident surprise, as if she had already anticipated this development through her own networks and contacts, through the intelligence networks that any sect leader of her power and experience would necessarily maintain. The assault will be significant, Wu Yueyin said calmly, studying a map of the sect's territory that was covered with annotations, enemy positions, known cultivator locations, supply line routes. But it will not be an immediate existential threat. The formation is stronger than it has ever been, anchored to your power. Siege warfare is possible, but direct assault will fail. What we must prepare for is attrition, a prolonged conflict that tests our resources, our will, and our ability to maintain unity under pressure. The enemy will attempt to break us not through overwhelming force but through exhaustion, through hope deferred, through the slow grinding away of our resolve. She called for full mobilization that day. Every disciple in the sect was notified of the coming threat within hours. The outer sections began reinforcing barriers, moving non-combatant disciples and younger cultivators to protected zones deep within the sect structure. Storage facilities that had been used for archives and historical records were converted into food stores, water reserves, medical facilities. The inner sect disciples began training in earnest, running drills that transformed the peaceful cultivation grounds into a military encampment. Targets appeared in the gardens. Weapons racks lined the courtyards. The sound of combat training replaced the gentle sound of solo meditation. The entire nature of the sect changed, not gradually, but almost overnight. Where there had been calm and order, there was now urgent preparation. Where there had been focus on peaceful cultivation advancement, there was now focus on combat readiness. The sect transformed from a place of spiritual study into a fortress prepared for war. But the remarkable thing, the thing that would have surprised anyone who did not understand the depth of the sect's commitment to survival, was that the disciples did not seem resentful of this transformation. If anything, they seemed relieved. For 700 years, the sect had been waiting for extinction. Now, finally, they were fighting back. Chapter 27. Su Jing's revelation. Su Jing found her late in the evening, when most of the sect was focused on mandatory formation training or barrier maintenance drills. She took Lin Xiaoye's hand and pulled her away from the main grounds, toward the natural caves that existed beyond the sect's northern boundary, toward a space where their conversation could not be overheard or observed. "I need answers," Su Jing said, and her warm demeanor had been replaced with something harder, more insistent. "Not as a friend. As someone who has trusted you completely while having absolutely no idea what you actually are." They entered the cave system, and Su Jing led her deeper, past the point where the sect's formations provided light, into darkness that required cultivators to rely on their inner sight to navigate. The path was treacherous, requiring careful footing on uneven stone, requiring trust in Su Jing's knowledge of the terrain. But Su Jing moved with absolute confidence, suggesting she had traveled this route many times, perhaps as a form of private escape from the pressures of sectional life. When they finally stopped, they were deep enough that sound itself seemed to be muffled by stone and distance, deep enough that the sect's presence felt like a distant memory rather than an immediate reality. The only thing visible was the faint glow of their cultivation bases, two soft lights in absolute darkness, one warm and golden, one balanced between warm and cool. "What are you?" Su Jing asked directly. "Are you human? Are you a deity sent to test us? Are you a celestial being playing at mortality? I have to know. I have to understand if the person I care about is real, or if you're just a very sophisticated phantom sent to manipulate us. Because I have felt myself falling for you, and I need to know if what I'm feeling is genuine connection or if I'm just a tool being used for some larger purpose." Lin Xiaoyi took a breath. The moment had arrived when honesty was required, when the layers of deception that had protected her true nature could no longer be maintained. She had known this moment was coming. She had been postponing it, hoping that time would somehow solve the problem, would allow her to grow so integrated into the sect that her past would matter less. But there was no more time. There was only truth, and the risk that came with complete vulnerability. "I was born male," Lin Xiaoyi said, the words feeling strange in her mouth even after months of preparation to say them. "My true name is Lin Xiao, not Lin Xiaoyi. I was trained by external powers to infiltrate this sect, to discover the nature of the balance crystal, and to gather intelligence about the sect's vulnerabilities. I came here as a spy, intentionally presenting myself as a woman through cultivation technique and jade-based facial alteration. My true power is yin-yang dual cultivation, a balance that I can maintain indefinitely. Everything I have told you about my background was false. Everything I told you about my family was invented to support the cover story." Su Jing's expression did not change. She stood absolutely still, processing the information, her face carefully neutral. Lin Xiaoyi could not read her reaction, could not determine whether she was angry, disgusted, or simply gathering her thoughts before responding. But Lin Xiaoyi continued, desperate to make her understand. "What I have told you about caring for you, about valuing your friendship, about finding home in this sect, that is true. When I came here, I expected to feel nothing but the coldness of duty. I expected to accomplish my mission and leave, without genuine connection. I expected to complete the infiltration and vanish, leaving no one with genuine reason to mourn my absence. But you made that impossible. You treated me with such kindness, such authentic acceptance, that I could not help but reciprocate. My feelings for you are real. My desire to protect you is real. My commitment to this sect is real. The spy I came as is not the person I have become." Su Jing reached out and took her face between her hands, forcing Lin Xiaoyi to look directly into her warm brown eyes. The expression in those eyes was clear and unmistakable, not anger, not disgust, but profound sadness mixed with absolute acceptance. "Do you love me?" Su Jing asked simply. "Yes," Lin Xiaoyi said, and the word felt true in a way that almost nothing in her previous existence had felt true. "I do. Not despite what I was or what I came here to do, but including all of it. I love you as the person you made me capable of becoming." "That's all I needed to know," Su Jing said, and she pulled Lin Xiaoyi into an embrace that felt like forgiveness and acceptance combined. They stood together in the darkness of the cave system, two cultivators holding onto each other as if the physical contact could somehow anchor them against the coming storm. I don't care why you came. I don't care about your past. I don't care if you were sent by forces trying to destroy us. What matters is that you chose us. You chose me. That is enough. That has always been enough for me. Just knowing that you're here, that you chose to stay, that you're willing to fight alongside me for the future we're building together. That's all I need. Chapter 28. The three-way courtship. As the sect mobilized for the coming siege, an unexpected complexity emerged from the tension and uncertainty. Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing, the three most important women in Lin Xiaoyi's life, seemed to have collectively decided that they were no longer going to wait for her to make decisions about romantic entanglement. Each approached the situation differently, according to their natures. Shui Lian's approach was direct and deliberate. She would appear at meditation chambers where Lin Xiaoyi was attempting to rest, settle beside her in silence, and simply exist, two cultivators sitting together in the darkness, not speaking, not requiring explanation. The physical presence was a form of claim, a statement that Shui Lian was comfortable existing in Lin Xiaoyi's space without permission or preamble. Sometimes she would take Lin Xiaoyi's hand. Sometimes she would simply sit in perfect stillness, her cultivation base barely perceptible, existing in a state that suggested she had nowhere else she would rather be than beside this person. The intimacy of this approach, this companionable silence, this willingness to exist with her without demand or performance, was its own form of communication. Mei Qing's approach was intellectual and strategic. She would participate in the joint cultivation sessions that the sect had begun conducting to prepare for the siege, and she would deliberately position herself across from Lin Xiaoyi in the meditation circle, their power flows synchronizing as they drew from the formation together. The synchronization was intoxicating. Mei Qing's refined yin cultivation interacting perfectly with Lin Xiaoyi's balanced power, creating harmonics that suggested what their dual cultivation could eventually achieve if they committed to partnership. The sensation was not merely physical, it was deeply spiritual, the kind of perfect synchronization that only occurred between cultivators whose power bases were fundamentally compatible. Mei Qing never spoke during these sessions, but the silent proposal was unmistakable. She was demonstrating, through direct experience, exactly what they could accomplish together. Su Jing's approach was tender and overwhelming. She would bring Lin Xiaoyi food at strange hours, would find reasons to sit beside her during public meals, would touch her casually, a hand on her shoulder, a shoulder brushing against a shoulder, a moment of fingers nearly touching as they passed an object between them. She would smile at Lin Xiaoyi with an openness that suggested she had nothing to hide, that everything she felt was written directly on her face for everyone to witness. Where Shui Lian offered ice-touched vulnerability and Mei Qing offered strategic partnership, Su Jing offered something simpler and more radical. The offer of her whole heart, without reserve, without condition, without expectation of anything but reciprocation. And the rest of the sect watched this triangular tension unfold with the focused attention of women who understood that the outcome of this romantic complication might affect the sect's internal stability. Lin Xiaoyi was their anchor, their salvation, their future. Whoever Lin Xiaoyi truly chose would gain significant status and influence, not through calculation, but simply through the weight of the relationship itself. More than that, the choice would be a statement about the kind of leadership Lin Xiaoyi would provide. Would she choose the strategic partner who valued ambition and advancement? Would she choose the emotional companion who offered unconditional love? Would she choose the silent presence that demanded nothing but offered everything? It was overwhelming. Lin Xiaoyi found herself constantly aware that she was being observed, that her every interaction with each of the three women was being interpreted and analyzed by disciples who were genuinely invested in the outcome. The irony was profound. She had come to the sect to avoid attention, to infiltrate quietly and gather intelligence in the shadows. Now she was the center of a romantic drama that seemed to fascinate everyone within the sect's boundaries. Chapter 29. Zhao's doubts late at night. In the private chamber that had been assigned to her after her elevation to elder status, Lin Xiaoyi meditated alone and let her doubts rise to the surface. The chamber was small but elegant, with windows that overlooked the sect's central gardens. The formation's light filtered through the walls in gentle patterns, creating shadows and illumination that seemed to shift with her mood. She thought of her original mission. She thought of Zhao Yiming and the external organization that had trained her, had given her the tools and techniques to pass as a woman, had briefed her on the Hundred Flowers Sect's vulnerabilities. She thought of the moment when she had understood that the mission was genuine, that the sect truly was dying, that her power was truly the solution to an ancient problem that had plagued the sect for centuries. And she thought of the point at which the mission had ceased to matter, at which her personal commitments had superseded her external obligations. What would happen when her handlers came calling, demanding the intelligence they had paid so much to obtain? What would happen when they demanded that she fulfill the second phase of her mission, whatever that phase might be? She had assumed, during the planning stages, that phase 2 would be extraction, that she would complete the initial infiltration and then withdraw with her findings, disappearing back into the networks that had created her. But what if they wanted more? What if they wanted her to become a spy in residence, gathering intelligence indefinitely while pretending to be integrated into the sect's power structure? She could not do that. The thought of betraying Wu Yueyin, of deceiving Su Jing, of pretending loyalty while working against the sect's interests, it was impossible. The person who could have done those things, the cold operative who had arrived at the sect months ago, no longer existed. In her place was something new, something that cared about these people, that had committed to their survival, that would defend them against external threats if necessary, even unto death. But that decision came with costs. If she refused to report back, if she severed ties with her external handlers, then she was committing herself entirely to the sect. She would be burning bridges to her past, closing off any possibility of retreat. If the sect fell despite her power, despite her best efforts, then she would fall with it. If enemies proved stronger than she could resist, then she would die with them. She was accepting a permanent entanglement with the Hundred Flowers Sect, for better and for worse. She was also complicating her romantic situation exponentially. She cared for all three women, for Shui Lian's ice-masked vulnerability that concealed oceans of tenderness, for Mei Qing's ambitious clarity and strategic brilliance, for Su Jing's tender wholehearted acceptance that asked nothing but offered everything. She could not choose all three, not in any way that would be sustainable or fair to any of them. She could not choose one without causing pain to the others. And she could not choose none without betraying women who had taken genuine emotional risks in making their feelings known to her. In the darkness of her chamber, with the formation's gentle light filtering through the walls, Lin Xiaoyi realized that adulthood was far more complicated than her training had prepared her for. The missions and objectives that had defined her previous existence were simple by comparison. Kill or protect, infiltrate or extract, succeed or fail. But this tangle of genuine human connection, of authentic feelings that mattered to people she cared about, of responsibility that could not be neatly compartmentalized or completed. This was something entirely new. This was the complexity of human life, in all its messy reality. And she found, somewhat to her surprise, that she preferred it. Preferred the complexity of real life to the simplicity of operative work. Preferred the possibility of genuine connection to the certainty of successful deception. Preferred the weight of actual responsibility to the clean lines of mission parameters. Whatever came, she would face it as this person, not the male operative she had been, not the false female identity she had created, but the genuine integrated self that the sect had helped her become. Chapter 30. Preparing for siege the week before the anticipated assault was a constant blur of activity. The entire sect's resources were being marshaled toward defensive preparation. The barrier formations were reinforced with supplementary arrays that hadn't been activated in over a century. Ancient defensive structures hidden beneath the sect's main buildings were uncovered and tested, their power flows confirmed to still function despite centuries of dormancy. Weapons that had not been used in generations, cultivator-grade combat artifacts, formation-disrupting talismans, spiritual bombs that could detonate with the force of a tribulation cultivator's strike, were brought forth from the sect's armories and distributed to senior disciples. The disciples practiced combat formations, learned how to fight as coordinated units rather than as individuals, began the process of integrating their various power levels and cultivation styles into a cohesive military force. Senior disciples taught younger ones. Core formation cultivators learned to synchronize their power with soul ascension warriors. Even the non-combatant disciples were given roles, reinforcing barriers, managing supplies, running medical stations for the wounded. The entire sect transformed from a place of peaceful spiritual cultivation into a military organization. Lin Xiaoyi found herself working directly alongside Shui Lian in the war planning chambers, their heads bent over maps of the sect's territory, their cultivation bases synchronized as they tested proposed defensive formations. The professional context allowed them to exist together without the romantic tension that pervaded their interactions elsewhere. Here, in the context of strategic planning and military coordination, they were simply two leaders working toward a common goal. And in this context, Shui Lian was absolute in her competence, absolute in her clarity. Shui Lian was brilliant at war strategy. She understood formations in a way that went beyond theoretical knowledge into something almost intuitive, an instinctive grasp of how power flowed through space, how barriers could be layered and reinforced, how defenses could be adjusted to meet specific threats. She could look at terrain and immediately envision how forces would move through it, what barriers would be needed, where the enemy would attempt breakthrough. She could predict enemy tactics based on their known power compositions and suggest counter-strategies that exploited specific weaknesses. The demon sect will attempt a direct assault, Shui Lian said, pointing to the sect's barrier line with a delicate finger. They believe that overwhelming force can breach our defenses. They don't fully understand that with you anchoring the formation, the barriers have doubled in resilience. They will throw bodies at the problem until they realize it's an impossible task. The Crimson Blade sect will be more subtle. They'll try to infiltrate, try to negotiate, try to exploit internal divisions. Patriarch Shin believes she can split us from within, that someone in the sect will be willing to sell her information about your location or your vulnerabilities in exchange for power or position. Will anyone? Lin Shaoyi asked. Shui Lian met her eyes, her expression absolutely certain. No, the sect is united. We have tasted security for the first time in 700 years. No one will trade that away for temporary gain, no matter what they are offered. The sect's unity is not theoretical. It's born from genuine gratitude and real hope. These women have lived their entire lives knowing that extinction was inevitable, that no matter what they accomplished, it would all eventually be lost to corruption and imbalance. Now they have been given a second chance. They will not squander it. She paused, and for a moment, her ice-touched exterior cracked, revealing the depth of feeling underneath. I was among the coldest before you arrived. I had become so certain of our eventual failure that I had stopped believing in anything resembling hope. You changed that. You showed us that salvation was possible, that we did not have to accept death as our inevitable fate. Now you are asking us to defend that salvation. Do you truly doubt that we will do everything in our power to hold this line? Lin Shaoyi reached out and took Shui Lian's hand, the gesture conveying both gratitude and an acknowledgement of the connection that existed between them. I don't doubt it, but I needed to hear you say it. I needed to know that the unity I'm sensing is real and not just the emotional rush of temporary victory. It's real, Shui Lian said quietly. And tomorrow, you will see how real it is. Lin Shaoyi hoped she was right. She thought of the disciples, of their faces during the mobilization ceremonies, of how they had responded to the news that the sect was under threat. She thought of the collective commitment she had witnessed, the way even the youngest disciples had stepped forward to volunteer for defensive roles despite knowing the danger, despite understanding that some of them might not survive the coming assault. It seemed possible, even likely, that Shui Lian was correct. The sect had been saved from extinction, and that salvation had unified them in ways that ordinary governance, no matter how effective, never could have achieved. The disciples had been given hope, and hope was the most powerful force in any battle. The night before the anticipated assault, the entire sect gathered in the balance hall. Every disciple who could physically be present was crowded into the chamber, standing shoulder to shoulder, their presence transforming the vast space into something that felt intimate despite its size. Wu Yuan stood before them, her ancient face reflecting the steady light of the crystal, and she spoke words that would be remembered long after the battle itself was over. Tomorrow, we are tested, she said simply, her voice carrying the weight of authority and the warmth of genuine care for the women who served her. But we do not face this test as we would have faced it a month ago. We face it with our anchor, with our salvation, with the knowledge that we are strong enough to survive whatever comes. Stand together, support each other, and know that every one of you matters, that every one of you is essential, that every one of you has a place in the future we are building together. Whatever comes, remember that we are the 100 Flowers Sect, and we do not fall. The disciples cheered, a sound like thunder that seemed to shake the stone itself, that seemed to reverberate through the earth beneath the sect's foundations. Lin Shaoyi felt the weight of their faith, the burden of their expectation, the absolute certainty that she would somehow keep them safe through whatever was about to unfold. She felt the formation's power flowing through her, felt every cultivator's chi synchronized with her own, felt the perfect balance of yin and yang that made her the anchor upon which all of this hope was built. And she stood with them, ready for war, ready for anything that the coming dawn might bring. As the night deepened, the disciples began to disperse to their positions, moving to the sections of the barriers they would defend, settling into the places they had trained to occupy. Lin Shaoyi watched them go with the strange double consciousness that had become normal for her. Part of her awareness focused on the physical world of disciples moving through darkness, part of her awareness deep in the formation itself, feeling the power beginning to flow, feeling the collective consciousness of the sect awakening to the reality of threat and the certainty of response. Wu Yuan appeared beside her one final time before dawn broke. The sect master's hand rested on Lin Xiaoye's shoulder, light and gentle, but carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "You will hold the line," she said, not as a question, but as a statement of absolute fact. "Whatever comes, whatever you feel, whatever doubts arise, you will hold the line. The sect depends on it. And more than that, you depend on it. To survive this, you must believe absolutely in your own power." "I believe," Lin Xiaoyi said, and the words felt true all the way through her being. "Then let's show them what we are made of," Wu Yuan said, and she turned to face the direction from which the enemy would come. The siege that followed would be remembered in the sect's history as the greatest test they had ever faced, the moment that defined them, the crucible in which they were forged into something stronger than they had ever been before. As the first light of dawn broke over the sect's territory, as the enemy's power signatures became visible even to disciples without highly developed spiritual senses, Lin Xiaoyi felt the formation activate fully. The light of the balance crystal illuminated the entire sect in a soft, steady glow, visible to the enemy, visible to everyone within the sect's boundaries, a statement that could not be misunderstood. The Hundred Flowers Sect was ready. The Hundred Flowers Sect was resolved. The Hundred Flowers Sect would not break. And as the assault began, as the first wave of enemy cultivators crashed against the formation's barriers, Lin Xiaoyi felt the power flow through her with a clarity and purpose that transcended fear or doubt. She was no longer an individual cultivator. She was the formation itself, the anchor that held everything together, the foundation upon which all of their hope was built. The siege had begun. Chapter 31. The traitor revealed the assault came at dawn, precisely as Patriarch Shun had indicated in her subtle warning. The demon sect forces massed at the sect's barriers, testing the formation with the weight of their combined power. The Crimson Blade sect approached from a different direction, moving with more caution, as if still planning and analyzing before committing fully to assault. But in those first chaotic hours of battle, as disciples scrambled to their positions, and the formation began humming with the power of hundreds of cultivators working in concert, the intelligence began arriving that shattered any hope of perfect unity. Documents were discovered in a sealed chamber beneath Elder Li Main's private quarters, correspondence written in code, but code that senior disciple Wu, a specialist in written formations and language, was able to decrypt within minutes. The traitor was Su Yajing, Elder Li Main's own daughter. The discovery sent shockwaves through the sect. Su Yajing was respected, competent, and trusted. She held a position of responsibility in the sect's outer divisions. She had seemed, to everyone who knew her, to be exactly what she presented as, a dedicated cultivator committed to the sect's survival and success. The interrogation was conducted not in a public space, but in a private chamber, with only Wu Yuan, Elder Li Main, and two senior disciples present as witnesses. Lin Xiaoyi was permitted to observe, not as a judge, but as the anchor to the formation, the person whose power was being threatened by Su Yajing's betrayal. When Su Yajing was brought before them, her perfect composure cracked. Tears ran down her face, not from shame, but from desperation, the desperation of someone who had committed to a path and was now facing the consequences. "I did it for Mother," she said immediately, her voice breaking. "The demon sect contacted me months ago. They told me that Lin Xiaoyi would destroy the sect, that her power would destabilize the balance instead of fixing it. They said that if I helped them remove her before the anchoring ceremony, they would reward the sect, would offer protection and resources. They said they were saving us." Elderly Main's face was a study in controlled devastation. She did not speak, did not move, simply stood in perfect stillness as her daughter's betrayal unfolded before her. But then the anchoring worked. Su Yajing continued desperately. "I realized I had been manipulated, that the demon sect had lied. But by then I had already sent them information, had already agreed to help them. They began demanding more intelligence, where Lin Xiaoyi would be located, what her limitations were, how the formation's power actually flowed. I was trapped. If I refused, they threatened to reveal my involvement and ensure my execution. If I complied, I was betraying the sect." "You chose betrayal," Wu Yuan said quietly, and there was infinite sadness in her voice. "I chose to try to protect myself," Su Yajing corrected. And in that moment, Lin Xiaoyi saw something of Mei Qing's honesty in this broken woman. "I was wrong. I see that now. I should have confessed immediately when I realized I had been manipulated. I should have admitted the truth rather than continuing to gather intelligence. But I was afraid. I was afraid of what would happen to me, afraid of my mother's judgment, afraid of death." So I kept lying, kept gathering intelligence, kept hoping the demon sect would eventually lose interest and release me from the obligation. The interrogation lasted for hours, but the essential truth was clear. Su Yajing had been compromised, had been gathering intelligence for external enemies, and had been preparing the ground for the demon sect's assault. The attack that was currently happening, that was testing the sect's barriers at that very moment, was informed by the intelligence she had provided. Wu Yuian's response was swift and devastating, not in violence, but in judgment. You will be exiled from the Hundred Flowers Sect. Your name will be removed from the sect registry. You will be stripped of your disciple's medallion, and the severance will be conducted publicly so that all understand the consequences of betrayal. Elderly Ma Yin made a request so quiet that Lin Xiaoyi almost missed it. Allow me to perform the severance. Allow me to cut my own daughter's connection to the sect with my own hands. It is fitting. And that night, even as the demon sect continued to assault the barriers, even as disciples fought desperately to maintain the formation's integrity, elderly Ma Yin stood before the gathered sect and cut her daughter's medallion in two, severing the spiritual connection that bound Su Yajing to the Hundred Flowers Sect. The ceremony was conducted with ritual formality, but underneath the formal words was the raw grief of a mother sacrificing her relationship to her daughter for the greater good of the organization she served. Chapter 32. Justice and Sorrow. The formation held against the assault of the demon sect's 3 soul ascension cultivators and their army of hundreds. The barriers did not break. The disciples fought valiantly, rotating in and out of combat positions to prevent exhaustion from setting in, and those who fell were mourned in brief ceremonies and immediately replaced by others stepping forward to fill the role. The sect was not infinite in its resources, but it seemed infinite in its will to continue, to defend, to hold the line even when the cost of holding it was measured in human lives. Lin Xiaoyi found herself at the center of everything, her power flowing through the formation like water through channels, maintaining the barriers, supporting the disciples, holding the entire sect together through the sheer force of her cultivation and her will. The sensation was not painful, but it was overwhelming. She could feel every cultivator's chi like individual voices in a chorus, could sense every impact against the barriers as if they were impacts against her own body, could perceive every moment of fear and determination as if she were the one fighting. She was not merely anchoring the formation anymore. She had become it. The distinction between her consciousness and the sect's collective consciousness was becoming increasingly blurred, until she could no longer easily identify where Lin Xiaoyi ended and the sect's power began. On the 7th day of the siege, when the disciples had begun to show signs of serious wear despite the rotation system, when food stores were showing concerning depletion despite conservative rationing, when the barriers themselves had begun to show visible cracks despite constant reinforcement and repair, a runner arrived with a message from the demon sect's commanders. The message was signed by the demon sect's highest-ranking cultivator on site, a soul ascension expert named Yin Minghui, who had apparently been chosen to coordinate this specific assault. We have achieved our primary objectives, the message stated in formal cultivation-era script. The traitor within your sect has been identified and removed. Your attention is divided. Your formation's power is being strained by the constant assault. We offer you terms. If the sect will surrender the Yin-Yang cultivator Lin Xiaoyi within 3 days, we will end the siege, will allow the sect to continue existing as a diminished but surviving organization. Your disciples will be permitted to leave unharmed. Your facilities will be preserved. We will take only the one we came for. If the sect refuses, we will press the assault without mercy until the formation fails, until everyone dies, until the Hundred Flowers Sect is nothing but ash and memories scattered to the winds of history. The council met in emergency session that same evening, and for the first time since Lin Xiaoyi's arrival at the sect, there was genuine debate about the right course of action. The debate was not casual or theoretical. It was conducted with the weight of lives hanging in the balance, with the knowledge that whatever decision was made would have implications that would ripple through the sect's future for years to come. Some argued that Lin Xiaoyi had a duty to sacrifice herself for the sect's survival. One elder, a woman who had lived for over a century and had seen the sect through multiple crises, stood and made the argument directly. One life for the survival of thousands. The mathematics are simple. The mathematics are indisputable. We should release her, allow the demon sect to leave, and rebuild from what remains. Others argued forcefully that surrendering her would mean the sect's eventual destruction anyway. Mei Qing, speaking from her role as military coordinator, pointed out that the demon sect would have no further interest in protecting them once they had the prize they sought. The demon sect's interests are in power and advancement, she said. They have no love for the Hundred Flowers Sect and would see us destroy the moment we cease to be useful. Surrendering Lin Xiaoyi would be signing the sect's death warrant with our own hands. Wu Yuan listened to both positions carefully. Listen to the arguments and counterarguments. Listen to disciples crying out in anguish at the thought of losing their anchor. Listen to the desperate logic of those arguing for sacrifice. And then she made a decision that would define the sect's character in the years to come. "We do not surrender," she said simply, her voice carrying an absolute certainty that seemed to still every other voice in the chamber. "We do not trade our salvation for temporary safety. We do not negotiate with those who threaten us with annihilation. We hold the line, all of us, together, or we fall together. But we do not break." The words seemed to settle something in the disciples' hearts. The impossible weight of choice was lifted. They were not being asked to make an impossible decision. They were being told what the sect's choice was, and now they had only to execute it. The assault continued with renewed intensity, as if the demon sect understood that their ultimatum had failed and that they needed to press their advantage before the sect had time to fully recover from the shock of the negotiation attempt. The days stretched into weeks, and the demon sect forces began to show signs of strain that went beyond mere physical exhaustion. They had come expecting a quick victory, expecting that a small sect filled with women would collapse under sufficient pressure, expecting that their superior numbers and superior individual power would be enough to overcome any organized defense. Instead, they had found themselves engaged in a prolonged siege against an enemy that refused to break, refused to surrender, seemed to have somehow found the capacity to sustain their defense indefinitely. The turning point came on the 14th day of sustained assault. A new force arrived at the siege lines, not as reinforcement for the demon sect, but as apparent challenger to their control of the blockade. The Storm Cloud Sect, a powerful organization from the south that controlled vast territories and significant cultivation resources, had apparently decided that the demon sect's monopoly on power in this region was unacceptable. They assaulted the demon sect's siege positions, attempting to break the blockade from the external side, attempting to force their way into the siege to offer aid to the Hundred Flowers Sect. The demon sect found themselves under assault from two directions, from the Hundred Flowers Sect from within their siege line, pressing outward with every ounce of their limited combat resources, and from the Storm Cloud Sect from without, pressing inward with devastating force and superior numbers. Their forces, already worn and depleted from 2 weeks of sustained assault against barriers that would not break, began to fracture. Command structures broke down. Discipline collapsed. Within 3 days, the demon sect's commanders ordered a full retreat, acknowledging defeat, acknowledging that the siege had failed, that they could not achieve their objective and would lose everything if they pressed further. Wu Yuan had the woman placed in a secure holding cell, to be held and eventually offered in exchange for captured disciples. But her words lingered in the air, a threat and a promise that the challenges facing the Hundred Flowers Sect were not ending with this siege. They were only beginning. Chapter 33. The assault begins, but that knowledge came later. In the immediate aftermath of the siege's collapse, the sect had to deal with the practical realities of survival and recovery. Disciples who had been fighting constantly for 2 weeks had to be given rest. Wounded cultivators had to be healed. The barriers, which had held but taken tremendous damage, had to be repaired and reinforced. The entire sect had to process the trauma of near extinction and celebrate the reality of survival. The mood swung from despair to jubilation almost instantly. The disciples gathered in the central square, and there was dancing, celebration, genuine joy that they had survived, that they would continue to exist, that they had proven themselves capable of enduring the worst that their enemies could throw at them. Lin Xiaoyi stood apart from the celebration, her power still flowing through the formation, still maintaining the barriers, still holding the entire sect together. She was exhausted beyond measure, having not slept in days, having funneled every ounce of her cultivation base into the defense of her home. She could barely stand, and several disciples rushed to support her to ensure she did not collapse. Wu Yuan came to her and placed a hand on her shoulder. "You have done enough. Rest now. Let the sect's secondary reserves take over the formation maintenance. You have earned the right to simply be human for a while." Lin Xiaoyi wanted to comply, wanted to surrender to the exhaustion that was pulling at her consciousness. But she was afraid that if she stopped, if she released even partially her grip on the formation, something would go wrong. The barriers might fail. The sect might collapse. Her people might die. "I can't," she whispered. "You can," Wu Yuan said gently. "And you must. A leader who burns out in the moment of victory is no leader at all. You have proven your power. Now you must prove your wisdom. The wisdom to know when to rest. when to let others carry the burden. It took nearly an hour of negotiation, but eventually Lin Xiaoyi agreed to share her power with the formation's secondary anchors, cultivators who had been trained for months to take partial load if the primary anchor became incapacitated. As the power gradually shifted from her consciousness to theirs, as the enormous burden began to distribute itself across multiple people instead of concentrating entirely on her, Lin Xiaoyi finally felt the tension in her shoulders ease slightly. She was still connected to the formation, would always be connected to it, but the immediate crisis of continuous power flow had passed. She could rest. She could sleep. She could begin the process of recovering from the siege. But as she collapsed into Su Jing's arms, as she allowed herself to finally stop fighting, she knew that the words of the captured cultivator were true. Whatever she had survived in the past weeks was only preparation for something larger, something that was coming from outside the sect's boundaries, something that would eventually require not just her power, but her wisdom, her judgment, and her will. Chapter 34. Shui Lian's sacrifice. In the aftermath of the siege, the sect held a memorial ceremony for those who had died in the defense. 14 disciples had been killed, their names inscribed on a memorial stone that was placed in the sect's oldest garden. It was not a large number compared to the size of the sect, but each name represented a life that had been lost, a potential that would never be realized, a future that had been sacrificed for the sect's survival. Lin Xiaoyi attended the ceremony with Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing, the 3 women who had become the center of her inner world. They stood together before the memorial stone, and the symbolism was not lost on anyone. The anchor to the formation, flanked by the 3 most powerful disciples who had fought with her throughout the siege. As the ceremony progressed, stories were told of the fallen, their accomplishments, their personalities, their dreams. An elder who had trained 3 of them spoke of their dedication and courage. A younger disciple who had been close to one of the fallen wept openly as she described her friend's sacrifice. When the ceremony ended, as the disciples began to disperse, Shui Lian took Lin Xiaoyi's hand. "Walk with me," she said quietly. They left the ceremony and climbed toward the peak of 10,000 flowers, the place that had become something of a sacred space for them, a place where they could exist together without the pressure of the sect's gaze, without the weight of roles and responsibilities. When they reached the peak, Shui Lian released her hand. "I need to tell you something," she said, and her voice was heavy with something that sounded like regret. "What is it?" Lin Xiaoyi asked. "During the siege, I was struck by the enemy general's power technique," Shui Lian said quietly. "A direct hit to my cultivation core. The healers have told me that they can manage the damage, but it will require months of recovery. Months of restricted cultivation, months of reduced capability. I am telling you this because I am aware that in the coming challenges, you will need capable fighters by your side. And I am temporarily not that. So if you need to focus your romantic energy on Mei Qing or Su Jing, I will understand. I will not be able to meet your needs for partnership for some time." Lin Xiaoyi felt her heart clench. "How bad is the damage?" "I will survive it," Shui Lian said. "I will recover fully, eventually. But for now, I am compromised. And I wanted you to know that openly, without the filter of pride or shame. I am broken, and I am telling you directly." Lin Xiaoyi reached out and pulled Shui Lian into an embrace. "I don't care if you're broken. I don't care if you're compromised. I care that you're alive, that you survived the siege, that you're still here. The romance can wait. What matters is your recovery. What matters is that you heal." Shui Lian allowed herself to be held, and for the first time since Lin Xiaoyi had known her, she seemed to allow the ice facade to fully crack, to allow genuine vulnerability to surface. She wept against Lin Xiaoyi's shoulder, tears of relief and exhaustion and pain finally overwhelming the control that she had maintained throughout the siege. They stood together on the peak, 2 cultivators holding on to each other as the sun began to set, as the sect's lights began to come on below them, as the world continued turning despite the trauma they had endured. Chapter 35. The enemy general falls. In the days following the siege's official end, as the demon sect forces retreated in scattered disorder and the Crimson Blade sect forces withdrew back to their own territory, the Hundred Flowers Sect finally had time to assess the full scope of what had happened. The barrier damage was even more extensive than initially understood. Entire sections had been reduced to barely functional states and would require weeks of careful repair. The sect's food stores were depleted far beyond what had been anticipated during the planning stages, suggesting that the siege would have broken them through resource exhaustion if it had lasted much longer. Several cultivators had been injured beyond the ability of the sect's healers to immediately cure, and the prognosis for full recovery in some cases was uncertain. But there was also a new clarity in how the disciples understood themselves and their mission. They had faced the worst that their enemies could throw at them, and they had survived. They had watched their anchor maintain the formation under impossible strain. They had defended their home despite the knowledge that failure meant death. They had been united in the face of existential threat, and that unity had held firm even when betrayal had threatened to tear them apart from within. They had learned what they were capable of, what they were willing to sacrifice, what they would fight for even unto death. And that knowledge transformed them fundamentally, gave them a new sense of identity and purpose. Wu Yuan called a council of war 3 days after the siege had officially ended, once the immediate need to maintain constant defensive posture had passed. The discussion was not about survival anymore. That had been secured through the siege's failure and the demon sect's retreat. The discussion was about the future, about the paths the sect would take in the years to come. The demon sect had been hurt in this exchange, but not destroyed. Their forces had retreated, their command structure had been damaged, but the organization remained intact and would recover. The Crimson Blade sect's mysterious attack on the demon sect's siege line suggested that there were currents of political maneuvering that the Hundred Flowers Sect did not fully understand. Sects played complex games of alliance and opposition, and the sect's sudden elevation in power and stability had changed its position on the board. And the captured demon sect cultivator's words about greater forces moving in the heavenly realms suggested that the threats the sect faced were expanding beyond regional power dynamics into something much larger, something that touched on cosmic power structures and heavenly realm politics. We cannot remain passive, Mei Qing argued forcefully, standing in the council chamber with the confidence of someone who had proven her competence through sustained combat leadership. She had taken charge of the sect's military operations during the siege and was now advocating for continued militarization and aggressive posturing. We must strike at the demon sect before they can organize another assault. We must make clear that attacking us will cost them more than it's worth. We must become not just defensible, but dangerous. We are not in the position to wage offensive war, Wu Yuan countered, her ancient voice carrying the weight of centuries of political and military experience. Our barriers are damaged. Our cultivators are exhausted beyond measure. Our supplies are depleted, and restocking them will take months. If we attempt an offensive now, we will be crushed the moment we step outside our protective barriers. We need to consolidate, to rebuild, to prepare for the long term. Patience is not the same as passivity. It is strategic wisdom. The debate continued for hours, with various disciples arguing different positions, but ultimately, Wu Yuan's wisdom prevailed. The sect would focus on internal recovery, on rebuilding its defenses, on preparing itself for whatever was coming next. They would not remain completely passive. Scouts would be sent out to gather intelligence. Intelligence networks would be activated to monitor enemy movements. Information would be gathered about the motivations of the other sects and the movements of celestial power. But direct military action would wait until the sect was demonstrably stronger, until they had time to heal and rebuild. As the council adjourned and the disciples filed out to resume their various duties, Wu Yuan pulled Lin Feng aside into a private chamber. The sect master's face was lined with exhaustion. She had pushed herself hard during the siege, supporting the formation with secondary anchors, ensuring that no single failure point could collapse their defense. But her eyes were clear, focused, carrying the weight of absolute certainty. "There is something I want you to understand," the sect master said quietly, her voice barely above a whisper, though there was no one else in the chamber to overhear. "The transformation that you have undergone, the integration of your true power that occurred during this siege, it has not gone unnoticed by those who pay attention to such things. You were already a point of interest because of your yin-yang constitution, because of your rarity. But now you have demonstrated the capacity to hold together an entire sect's formation under sustained assault. Now you have shown courage and commitment and the willingness to sacrifice everything for those you care about. There are cultivators in the heavenly realms who are watching you now. There are organizations beyond the eastern provinces that are becoming aware of your existence. You have become not just the anchor to our sect, but a point of interest for forces far larger and more powerful than anything we have faced so far." Lin Feng felt the weight of those words settle on her shoulders. "What should I do?" she asked, hearing the tremor in her own voice. "Continue to exist," Wu Yuan said simply, reaching out to take Lin Feng's hands. "Continue to love, to fight, to grow. The forces that are moving will reveal themselves eventually, whether we wish them to or not. When they do, we will face them together. But for now, allow yourself to simply be part of the sect, part of this community, part of this life that you have chosen. That is enough. That is everything. Do not burden yourself with worries about futures that have not yet arrived. Live in the present. Love the people around you. Fight for what you believe in. That is the foundation upon which all strength is built." She released Lin Xiaoye's hands and guided her toward the door. Go rest. You have earned it. The formation will be maintained by the secondary anchors tonight. Allow yourself to sleep without dreams of siege and assault. Tomorrow, you can begin the work of recovery. But tonight, simply rest. Lin Xiaoyi walked back toward her quarters, thinking of the weights and burdens that seemed to accumulate around her, thinking of the knowledge that her existence had attracted the attention of powers beyond her understanding or control, thinking of the future that Wu Weiyan had hinted at, a future that promised new challenges, new threats, new possibilities. But underneath the worry was something else, a sense of coming home, of being exactly where she was meant to be, of having found not just a sect but a purpose that gave her life meaning. The infiltrator had become integrated. The spy had become a guardian. The outsider had become essential. The siege had ended. The era of immediate crisis had passed. And the true beginning of Lin Xiaoye's journey was only just starting. That night, as Lin Xiaoye walked back to her quarters, her new quarters, those assigned to her as an elder of the sect rather than a junior disciple, she reflected on how much the world had changed in the span of 2 weeks. 2 weeks that had contained more intense experience than many people lived through in a lifetime. 2 weeks that had transformed her from a spy maintaining a careful distance from the sect to an essential component of its power structure. 2 weeks that had made her essential to thousands of people, had given her relationships that went deeper than anything she had experienced before, had fundamentally altered who she understood herself to be. She thought of the captured demon sect cultivator, of the woman's words about greater forces moving in the heavenly realms, about how the demon sects were being mobilized to gather artifacts of power. She thought of the Storm Cloud sect's mysterious intervention, which suggested that the political situation in the eastern provinces was more complex than the Hundred Flowers Sect had previously understood. She thought of the future that was coming, not the immediate future of reconstruction and recovery, but the longer future of growth and expansion and the complications that would arise when the sect became too powerful to ignore, when enemies decided that it had to be brought down no matter the cost, when the celestial realms took direct interest in the affairs of mortal cultivators. But she would face those challenges when they came. For now, there was recovery. There was healing. There was the work of learning to integrate her new identity with her old missions, of understanding how to be both operative and guardian, both infiltrator and integrated member, both alone and part of something larger than herself. The balance she was learning to maintain was more delicate and more essential than any cultivation technique she had ever practiced. It was the balance of being fully herself while serving something larger than herself, of honoring her past while fully committing to her future, of maintaining her individual identity while accepting responsibility for thousands of other lives. And as she climbed the stairs to her new quarters, she knew that this balance was what would define not just her future, but the future of the Hundred Flowers Sect itself. In her new quarters, Lin Xiaoyi stood at the window and looked out over the sect's territory one final time before sleep claimed her. The balance hall glowed gently in the darkness, the light of the formation steady and constant, the evidence of power well maintained and carefully preserved. Somewhere in the healing chambers, Shui Lian was recovering from her wounds, meditating on her recovery and her transformation from ice to something more human and vulnerable. Somewhere in the reconstruction sites, Mei Qing was planning the next day's work, her strategic mind already thinking ahead to the barriers and defenses that would need to be in place for years to come. Somewhere in the agricultural areas, Su Jing was tending to seedlings that would grow into future harvests, nurturing life and growth with the same tender care that she brought to every aspect of her existence. They had survived. They were building. They were creating something that would outlast all of them. And whatever came next, whatever challenges emerged from the heavenly realms, whatever threats approached from the external sects, whatever transformations the future would bring, they would face it together, bound by bonds of love and commitment that had been forged in the crucible of siege. The weight of the future pressed on her shoulders, the knowledge that greater forces were already aware of her existence, the certainty that the siege was only the beginning. But underneath that weight was something else, a sense of rightness, of balance, of having found the place where all of her disparate parts could exist in harmony. The operative was learning to rest. The guardian was learning to love. The outsider was becoming essential. And in becoming essential, she had found something far more valuable than any mission objective could ever be. She had found home. Not a location, but a state of being, a group of people, a community of women who had chosen her and whom she had chosen in return. The infiltrator had become integrated. The spy had become a guardian. The outsider had become essential. And she would remain, through whatever came, as an anchor to them all, not just in power, but in presence, in commitment, in love. Chapter 36. Aftermath and healing. The first thing that needed to be done after the siege was not rebuilding the barriers or restocking the food stores, though both of those tasks would occupy much of the sect's energy in the coming weeks. The first thing that needed to be done was attending to the wounded, both physical and emotional. Because a sect could recover from material damage, buildings could be repaired, food stores could be replenished. But the spiritual and psychological wounds inflicted by 2 weeks of constant combat stress, by the knowledge that death had been imminent and had only been escaped through luck and determination and courage, would take far longer to heal. Lin Xiaoyi found herself spending nearly all of her waking hours in the healing chambers, where disciples who had been injured in the siege were recovering. The chambers had been expanded in the immediate aftermath of the assault, with every spare room being converted into a space where the wounded could rest and recover. Some had sustained wounds from cultivator combat, severed limbs that might or might not regrow depending on the cultivator's rank and the severity of the damage, internal injuries from power strikes that had damaged vital organs or interrupted the natural flow of qi through the body, profound spiritual injuries that would require months of careful meditation to heal fully. Others had sustained injuries from more mundane causes, falls from barriers, accidents in the preparation and movement of equipment, exhaustion so profound that their bodies were literally collapsing under the strain of days without adequate rest. Shui Lian was in the healing chambers as well, in a private ward where the most serious injuries were being treated under the personal supervision of the sect's most experienced healers. The wound she had sustained during the siege, the power strike that had damaged her cultivation core in ways that took centuries of understanding to properly diagnose, was beginning to show signs of healing, but the healers estimated that she would need at least 3 months of restricted activity before she would be able to return to full combat capability. 3 months of being unable to train at her previous intensity. 3 months of watching other disciples continue their advancement while she remained static. 3 months of being unable to protect the sect the way she had trained for her entire life to protect it. For a woman whose entire identity had been built on martial prowess and power, on the perfection of her combat techniques, and the refinement of her spiritual strength, the restriction was something like a slow death, a gradual erosion of the self that had defined her. Lin Xiaoyi spent long hours sitting beside Shui Lian's bed, not speaking, simply existing in the other woman's presence. It was a form of companionship that Shui Lian seemed to value more than any verbal reassurance could provide. The warm presence of another person, the knowledge that she was not alone in her recovery, the silent affirmation that she was still valued despite her temporary incapacity. They would sit together in silence, watching the light change as day progressed into evening, watching the healers move between the various patients, watching the sect continue its work around them. "I am becoming soft," Shui Lian said one evening, her voice carrying a hint of the amusement that rarely surfaced in her normally composed expression, speaking as if she had just discovered an unexpected truth about herself. "Here I am, unable to fight, unable to contribute significantly to the sect's defense, and instead of being desperate to recover quickly so I can return to my proper role, I find myself content simply to exist. You are corrupting me, making me choose presence over purpose, companionship over achievement." "Strength takes many forms," Lin Xiaoyi replied, taking up Shui Lian's hand and interlacing their fingers. "You do not need to be fighting to be valuable. You do not need to be powerful in combat to be powerful in other ways. Your strategic mind is still functioning. Your judgment is still sound. Your presence here, recovering and modeling grace in the face of temporary limitation, is teaching the younger disciples lessons about resilience that no amount of combat training could convey." "Smooth words," Shui Lian said, but she squeezed Lin Xiaoyi's hand tightly, holding it as if it were an anchor against the current of her own doubts. "But words are what I hear from the healers, from the elders, from everyone around me offering comfort and reassurance. What I value more than any words is your presence. That is not a smooth phrase or a comfort offered to soothe my pride or ease my doubts. That is truth, simple, clear, undeniable truth." Mei Qing, meanwhile, was spending much of her time working with the repair crews who were restoring the barriers. She had translated her military command experience into construction management, organizing teams of disciples and low-level cultivators to reinforce damaged sections, to test repaired barriers for structural integrity, to ensure that the sect's primary defense was restored to full functionality as quickly as possible. "The barriers will be repaired within 4 weeks," she reported in a council meeting, her voice carrying the confidence of someone who had proven her competence through sustained leadership. "Not to original specifications, We simply don't have the materials or the time for that level of precision craftsmanship, but to a level that will be significantly more functional than the current state. The repairs will be sturdy, reliable, and capable of withstanding moderate assault. After that initial 4-week period, we can focus on deeper repairs and the incorporation of new defensive arrays, new protective measures that the siege has taught us we need. Su Jing was working in the food stores and the agriculture areas, helping to assess the damage to the sect's cultivated crops and organizing a program to accelerate their regrowth using carefully applied cultivation energy and the combined effort of dozens of disciples. She had become, in the aftermath of the siege, one of the sect's most essential personnel, not because she was the most powerful cultivator or the most strategic thinker, but because her warm competence and willingness to work on any task that needed to be done made her invaluable to the overall reconstruction effort. Whether it was working in the fields herself, organizing supplies, coordinating the younger disciples, or simply being present to encourage those who were growing weary, Su Jing threw herself into whatever needed to be done with an energy and joy that was infectious. The crops will recover, she assured the council during one of the regular progress meetings. With careful cultivation and the application of growth energy, we should be able to restore significant portions of our food production within 6 weeks. After that, it's simply a matter of maintenance until the next full harvest. The land itself is strong. It has been tended carefully for 700 years. It will respond well to our care and attention. The sect had become a place of constant activity, of focused purpose, of the kind of unity that only comes from having survived together, from having stood shoulder to shoulder against forces that threatened everything they held dear. And in the midst of that activity, something remarkable was happening. The disciples were genuinely happy. The weight of the siege had passed, replaced by the satisfaction of working together toward shared goals, by the knowledge that they had survived against odds that should have crushed them, by the understanding that they were building something real and lasting, something that would outlast the individual lives of anyone currently alive. The younger disciples, who had been too young to remember the time before Lin Xiaoye's arrival, had integrated the siege and its aftermath into their understanding of the sect as simply the way things were. For them, the sect was a place where women stood together, where sacrifice was normal, where commitment to something larger than yourself was simply expected and honored. For the older disciples, who remembered the years of slow decline and creeping despair, the change was more dramatic. They had lived with the knowledge of eventual extinction. Now they lived with hope. Now they lived with the certainty that their futures extended beyond their own deaths, that their work would be carried forward by disciples not yet born, that the Hundred Flowers Sect would continue. Chapter 37. Sect Master's Wisdom 2 weeks after the siege's official end. As the initial burst of reconstruction efforts was stabilizing into sustainable routines, and the disciples were beginning to find rhythms that balanced recovery with ongoing work, Wu Yuan invited Lin Xiaoyi to her private chambers for a conversation that would shape the younger woman's understanding of power, responsibility, leadership, and the true nature of the sect she had chosen to serve permanently. The sect master's chambers were not ostentatious or designed to display wealth or power. They were simply very old, accumulated over 180 years of Wu Yuan's personal tenure as sect master. Scrolls detailing the sect's early history, written in the hands of previous sect masters, lined the walls in neat rows. Cultivation artifacts of incomprehensible power were arranged on carefully positioned shelves, each one a record of the sect's accomplishments and the power it had accumulated over the centuries. Gifts from allied sects, prizes claimed in negotiations with rival organizations, relics discovered in ancient burial sites of long-dead cultivators. A single window overlooked the peak of 10,000 flowers, positioned at the perfect angle to allow meditation while observing the entire sect's territory, allowing the sect master to contemplate the lives she was responsible for while sitting in solitary thought. Wu Yuan was standing at that window when Lin Xiaoyi entered, looking out over the darkened sect as the evening began to settle in. The sect master's silhouette was framed against the still glowing lights of the disciples' dormitories and the cultivation chambers. She stood in perfect stillness, a woman who had learned over centuries how to exist in absolute silence and perfect peace. When she finally spoke, she did not turn from the window, but addressed Lin Xiaoyi while maintaining her meditation-like focus on the view before her. "Do you know what I suspected about you from the very beginning?" Wu Yuan asked, not as a prelude to a lesson but as a genuine inquiry. "That I was male?" Lin Xiaoyi guessed. "That you were not entirely human," the sect master corrected. "Not because of your yin-yang constitution, though that is certainly rare enough to seem almost celestial, but because of something more subtle, the way you move through the world with a lack of genuine connection to anything, The way your eyes constantly tracked for danger and opportunity rather than simply experiencing what was in front of you. You had the patterns of an operative, someone trained to exist in a state of constant evaluation and assessment. It took me weeks to understand that you were not an operative from an external organization, that you had not been sent to spy on the sect. But I suspected from the beginning that you were operating under a mission, that you had come here with objectives that superseded your integration into the sect. And that didn't bother you? Lin Xiaoyi asked. It bothered me very much, Wu Yueyin said simply. But not enough to send you away. You see, I have learned over centuries that the reasons people arrive at the Hundred Flowers Sect are far less important than the choices they make after they arrive. Everyone has secrets. Everyone has motivations that are not entirely pure. But those secrets matter very little compared to the choices they make when they are confronted with the reality of who we are and what we are trying to become. She gestured for Lin Xiaoyi to sit across from her at a small table where tea was prepared and waiting. When you chose to anchor the formation, you made a choice that superseded your external mission. You put the survival of this sect ahead of whatever obligations you had to the forces that trained you. That choice, that moment when you agreed to bind yourself to our formation, to accept permanent integration with our power, that moment told me everything I needed to know about your true character. I didn't have much choice, Lin Xiaoyi said. Once I understood what the formation needed. You always have a choice, Wu Yueyin interrupted. You could have fled. You could have reported back to your handlers that the mission was impossible and extracted yourself before the anchoring ceremony. You could have gone through the ceremony but then worked to undermine the sect, to gather intelligence and work against us from within. There were always choices available to you. You chose to stay, knowing the cost, knowing the commitment that would be required. That is what matters. She paused to sip her tea, and Lin Xiaoyi did the same, tasting the delicate floral blend that had probably been cultivated in the sect's gardens. I want you to understand something, the sect master continued. The disguise was not perfect. The sect master of the Hundred Flowers Sect has the ability to sense truth at a depth that most cultivators cannot achieve. But I chose not to expose you. I chose not to unmask you publicly. I chose to allow you to maintain your fiction and to come to your own conclusions about who you actually were. Because I understood that you needed to discover your own integration rather than having it imposed upon you externally. Why are you telling me this now? Lin Xiaoyi asked. Because the siege has passed, and the time has come for you to understand your place not just in the sect's power structure, but in your own consciousness. You came here as a spy. You became a guardian. But you have not yet fully integrated those identities. You have not yet accepted that you are both, that the operative training you received is not erased or negated by your emotional commitment to the sect. It is simply a different facet of who you are, just as your spiritual connection to the formation is a different facet. You are not choosing between being a spy and being a guardian. You are becoming someone who is both simultaneously. The sect master's words settled into Lin Xiaoyi's consciousness like stones in still water, creating ripples that would continue to expand for years to come. She understood, in that moment, that she had been unconsciously trying to separate her past from her present, trying to create a boundary between the person she had been and the person she was becoming. But the sect master was right. That boundary was false. She was an integrated person, carrying all of her experiences and training and commitment within herself simultaneously. Chapter 38. The choice to stay. The revelation that the sect master had always suspected her true nature freed something in Lin Xiaoyi that had been clenched tight since her arrival. She had been living in constant fear of exposure, constantly managing the fiction of her identity, constantly maintaining the deception. Now she understood that the sect master had known the truth all along and had chosen to trust her anyway. That knowledge opened the door to genuine integration. Lin Xiaoyi called a private meeting with Su Jing, Shui Lian, and Mei Qing, the three women who had become central to her existence. She held it in a private chamber in the inner sect, away from the constant activity of the healing chambers and reconstruction efforts. I need to tell you something, she said without preamble. The sect master knew my true nature from the beginning. She has known that I came here under a mission, that I was trained as a spy, that I was not entirely honest about my origins and my background. And she has chosen to trust me anyway. Mei Qing nodded, as if this confirmed something she had already suspected. That makes sense. The sect master is perceptive enough to see through external deceptions, and wise enough to understand that choosing to trust you was more important than exposing you. What does this change? Shui Lian asked, her direct mind cutting through to the essential question. It changes everything, Lin Xiaoyi said. It means that my commitment to the sect is not just a personal choice I made in the moment of the anchoring ceremony. It is a choice that the sect's leadership has accepted and validated. It means I can stop hiding, stop managing the fiction of my identity. I can simply be who I am, an operative turned guardian, a woman who was trained to infiltrate but chose to integrate, someone whose past is not a source of shame but a source of strength. She looked at each of them in turn. I came here as a spy. I am staying as a guardian. And I want all of you to understand that clearly, without any remaining doubt or ambiguity. I am committing myself to the Hundred Flowers Sect permanently. I am committing myself to helping Wu Yuan lead this sect into whatever future we create together. And I am committing myself to the three of you. Not because I was manipulated into it, not because I felt obligated, but because I genuinely love you and want to spend the rest of my life building something real with you. Su Jing reached out and took her hand. That's all I need, she said simply. That's all I have ever needed. Shui Lian, recovering slowly in the healing chambers, smiled with an expression that was genuinely warm instead of masked by ice. Then let's build that future together, she said. All four of us. Mei Qing's response was more pragmatic, but no less genuine. If we're going to do this, we need to figure out how to make it work politically. The sect will have opinions about the arrangement, about who should be formalized as consort or partner or whatever structure we choose to adopt. We should plan for that rather than allowing it to surprise us. And so the four of them spent the next several hours discussing not just their romantic relationships, but the political implications of those relationships, the way their bonds would be perceived by the rest of the sect, the responsibilities that would come with being publicly associated with the sect's anchor and future leaders. They discussed how their partnership might inspire other disciples to form their own bonds, how the sect might gradually evolve from viewing itself as purely female to understanding that gender and identity were more fluid than 700 years of tradition had suggested. The sect will eventually have to make space for those of us who don't fit neatly into the categories it was designed for, Lin Feng said. I came here as a man pretending to be a woman. Shui Lian came here as a woman made of ice. Mei Qing came here as pure ambition. Su Jing came here as unreserved love. If the sect is going to genuinely transform, and I believe it is, then it has to make room for all of us, in all our complexity. Mei Qing nodded slowly. That's a long-term project. We won't solve it in one night. But we can begin laying the groundwork. We can model for other disciples what it looks like to exist outside the traditional structures. We can gradually shift how the sect understands itself. It was practical, it was thorough, and it was profoundly romantic in its own way. For women who had found each other in the chaos of siege and survival, now planning not just a relationship, but a transformation of their entire organization. They were not just committing to loving each other. They were committing to changing the sect itself, to making it more inclusive, more open, more capable of embracing genuine authenticity instead of requiring perfect adherence to predetermined roles. Chapter 39, The Sect Master's Proclamation. 3 weeks after the siege's end, as the sect's immediate recovery work was yielding clear results and the disciples' morale had shifted from desperate survival to confident rebuilding, Wu Yuan called the entire sect together for a formal assembly in the balance hall. Every cultivator who could physically be present was gathered, senior disciples, junior disciples, inner sect practitioners, outer sect servants, everyone. The sect master stood before the gathered sect with the light of the balance crystal shining behind her, illuminating her ancient face with the glow of 700 years of accumulated power and wisdom. The siege has passed, she said, her voice carrying to every corner of the vast chamber. Our enemies have been defeated. Our formation has held. Our people have survived. And in this survival, we have learned what we are truly capable of when we stand together, when we place the sect's well-being above our individual desires, when we commit ourselves to something larger than ourselves. She paused, and in that pause, every disciple felt the weight of her attention, the clarity of her assessment. Today, I make a formal proclamation. Lin Xiao, who has served this sect with courage and commitment, who has accepted the burden of our formation and has carried it without complaint or hesitation, is hereby named a formal sect elder. She will share responsibilities for cultivation advancement and sect defense with elderly Mayin. She will stand alongside me in the governance of our sect and will be recognized by all as one of our highest authorities. The words hung in the air, and then the disciples began to cheer, not with the frenzied energy of the post-siege celebration, but with the deeper, more resonant power of genuine respect and acknowledgement. They were recognizing that Lin Xiaoyi had become essential not just to the sect's survival, but to its identity. Furthermore, Wu Yuan continued, Su Jing, Shui Lian, and Mei Qing are each recognized as first-rank disciples with direct authority over the training of junior disciples and the coordination of sect resources. They have each proven their courage and competence during the siege, and they will continue to grow into positions of greater responsibility within our organization. Another wave of cheering, and Lin Xiaoyi understood what Wu Weiyan was doing. She was publicly acknowledging the bonds between them, was legitimizing their relationship by elevating all of them to positions of comparable status and responsibility. It was a political move, yes, but it was also a genuine statement of trust and recognition. This sect has survived for 700 years, Wu Weiyan said as the cheering subsided. We have faced extinction, and we have chosen to fight. We have faced betrayal from within, and we have chosen to maintain unity. We have faced assault from without, and we have chosen to hold our ground. And now we have entered a new era, an era where we are no longer merely surviving, where we are actively choosing our future, where we are building something that will outlast all of us and serve the cultivators who come after. Let everyone understand, the Hundred Flowers Sect is no longer diminishing. We are expanding, we are growing, and we are becoming something greater than we have ever been. The assembly ended with another burst of celebration, with disciples dancing and singing in the balance hall, with the joy of a sect that had survived the worst and was now entering a new chapter of existence. Chapter 40, The Deepening Bond. The night after the proclamation, Lin Xiaoyi stood alone on the peak of 10,000 flowers, looking out at the sect's sprawling territory illuminated by the light of 1,000 lanterns. The disciples had lit them in celebration immediately after the assembly concluded, creating a tapestry of light that seemed to cover every inch of the sect's grounds. The younger disciples ran between buildings lighting traditional lanterns, creating patterns that gradually spread outward from the balance hall to encompass the entire sect. From this height, the light looked like stars fallen to earth, like the sect itself had become a constellation visible from heaven, a beacon that could probably be seen for miles across the surrounding territory. Lin Xiaoyi felt the weight of the day settle into her bones. The proclamation, the recognition, the public acknowledgement that she had moved from infiltrator to essential member of the sect's leadership. It was overwhelming, even now, even after months of gradual integration. To go from spy to sect elder in less than a year was to live a lifetime of transformation in the span of seasons. The formation's power flowed through her constantly now, a presence that had become so integrated into her consciousness that she barely noticed it anymore, the way one barely notices the pulse of one's own heartbeat. But when she focused on it, when she deliberately turned her attention inward, she could feel every cultivator's chi, could sense the happiness and relief and joy that permeated the disciples now that the siege was definitively over and their future was secure. It was not a burden anymore. It had become something closer to love, a constant awareness of all the lives she held in her hands, all the futures that depended on her power and her commitment. Shui Lian appeared beside her, having recovered enough to walk carefully for short periods, and took her hand. The gesture was gentle, careful, aware of her still healing injuries. I used to think I was ice, Shui Lian said softly, repeating words that she had spoken before, but that now carried different meaning. But you are melting me, and I don't hate it anymore. I embrace it. I choose it. Lin Xiaoyi squeezed her hand back. I came here as a spy, Lin Xiaoyi admitted. Not sure where the mission ends and my heart begins. And now I realize that there is no end. The mission and my heart are the same thing. I came to infiltrate, but I stayed to love. I came to gather intelligence, but I remained to build something real. They stood together in silence, watching the sect below glow with the light of celebration and security. The formation's power pulsed through the ground beneath them, steady and constant, anchored to Lin Xiaoyi's life force, connected to every cultivator in the sect through channels of power that would continue to sustain them for centuries to come. Do you know what I am most proud of? Shui Lian asked. Not your power, though that is extraordinary. Not your courage, though you have demonstrated it repeatedly. What I am most proud of is your capacity to love without reservation, your ability to commit yourself to something larger than yourself, your willingness to let yourself be changed by the people and places around you. Those things are more rare and more valuable than any amount of cultivation power. The same is true of you, Lin Xiaoyi said. You came here as ice, as someone who had built perfect walls to protect yourself from vulnerability. But you allowed those walls to crack. You allowed yourself to feel, to risk, to love. That is your greatest strength. Mei Qing and Su Jing found them eventually. Mei Qing with her strategic mind alert to the movements of power within the sect. Su Jing with her warm presence that could soothe even the deepest anxieties. The four of them stood together on the peak as the night deepened, as the celebration continued below, as the sect's lights began to dim, as the disciples eventually tired and returned to their dormitories. Whatever comes next, Su Jing said, her hand finding Lin Xiaoyi's other hand, her warmth flooding through the contact. We face it together. All challenges, all triumphs, all uncertainties, we face them as one. Together, Mei Qing agreed, her hand joining the chain, completing the circle of four, the strategic mind that would help them navigate whatever was to come. Together, Shui Lian confirmed, the word carrying the weight of someone who had learned to value companionship over solitude, who had learned that strength could take many forms. And Lin Xiaoyi, standing at the center of this circle of women who had become more important to her than her own heartbeat, more essential than the power that flowed through her meridians, understood that her journey had only just begun. The siege was over. The era of immediate crisis had passed. The transformation from infiltrator to integrated member of the sect was complete. But the true test, the test of building something lasting, of creating genuine bonds that could withstand pressure and doubt, of learning to love without losing herself in the process, was only beginning. Below them, the formation pulsed with balanced power, yin and yang in perfect harmony. The future of the Hundred Flowers Sect anchored to her life, and her commitment, and her willingness to stay through whatever was to come. The formation was no longer just an anchor keeping the sect alive. It had become a symbol of what they were building together, a perfect balance, a genuine integration, a home that could hold all of them without requiring them to diminish themselves to fit. She had come here as a spy seeking to infiltrate, seeking to gather intelligence, and complete a mission that external powers had assigned to her. She had stayed as a guardian seeking to protect, accepting the burden of the formation and the weight of 700 years of collective history. And she would remain as a lover, seeking to build something that would last beyond all of them, something that would serve the cultivators who came after, something that would fundamentally transform what the Hundred Flowers Sect could become. She would prove that salvation was possible for those who believed in themselves. She would demonstrate that transformation was possible for those willing to let go of their old identities and embrace something new. She would show that love was the strongest power of all, more powerful than cultivation rank, more powerful than strategic advantage, more powerful than fear. The arc of Step 2 was complete. The immediate crisis had been survived. The foundations for a new era had been laid. And the future awaited, full of possibility and promise and the beautiful uncertainty of lives genuinely lived, freely chosen, authentically embraced. The Hundred Flowers Sect had survived its extinction. And in surviving, it had learned to truly live. For Lin Xiaoyi, standing with Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing on the peak of 10,000 flowers, watching the lights of the sect glow in the darkness below, understanding that her journey had only just begun, the truth was simple and profound. She was home. Not because the sect had accepted her, though they had. Not because she had proven her power, though she had. Not because she had survived the siege, though she had. But because she had chosen to stay, had chosen to love, had chosen to commit herself to something larger than herself. The future held unknowns, held challenges, held the certainty that the forces moving in the heavenly realms would eventually turn their attention directly toward the Hundred Flowers Sect. The future held the possibility of heartbreak, of loss, of sacrifices she could not yet imagine. But the future also held the certainty that she would face it with the people she loved, the certainty that their bonds would be tested and strengthened, the certainty that together they would build something worth all of the struggle and sacrifice. Below them, the formation pulsed with the steady, balanced power that was now the heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect. It was her power, but it was also their power, every disciple's power, every elder's commitment, every person's sacrifice contributing to the whole. She was the anchor, but she was also part of something immeasurably larger, something that transcended any single individual's power or will. Extended epilogue. In the weeks that followed the proclamation and the establishment of their formal partnerships, Lin Xiaoyi found herself reflecting on the profound transformation that had taken place. The sect had become a place where different models of leadership and partnership could coexist, where individual strength and collective responsibility could be balanced, where ambition and tenderness could exist side by side without conflict. The disciples began to understand that the Hundred Flowers Sect was evolving, that the old rigid structures were being gently but firmly replaced with something more flexible, more accommodating of diverse approaches to cultivation and spiritual growth. The younger disciples, in particular, began to see possibilities in their own futures that had not existed before. Not every girl who joined the sect needed to become a combatant or a strategist. They could be healers, scholars, artists, teachers. The sect's future was broad enough to contain multitudes. Wu Yuan watched these changes with the satisfaction of someone who had planned them carefully but was pleased to see them exceed her expectations. The sect master had always believed that the Hundred Flowers Sect's greatest strength lay not in the uniformity of its disciples, but in the diversity of their talents and approaches. And now, with the immediate crisis of extinction past, that diversity could finally flourish. Shui Lian's recovery progressed steadily. By the middle of the third week after the siege, she was able to move about the sect with minimal restriction, though her cultivation training remained limited. The experience of limitation, of being temporarily unable to do the things she had always been able to do with perfect efficiency, transformed her in subtle ways. She became more patient with the younger disciples. She developed a teaching style that emphasized precision and control rather than raw power, techniques she could demonstrate without demanding everything from her damaged core. Mei Qing's work on the barriers and fortifications continued relentlessly. She had become, in effect, the sect's chief architect of defenses, the person responsible for ensuring that they would never again be caught as vulnerable as they had been during the siege. Her designs grew increasingly sophisticated, incorporating not just raw power but elegant efficiency, layers of protection that could defend themselves even if the primary anchors were somehow compromised. She worked obsessively, sometimes spending entire days in contemplation of a single barrier configuration, adjusting and refining until it achieved perfect balance. Su Jing's work in the agricultural areas had earned her a small army of devoted followers, younger disciples who wanted to learn from her warmth and competence, who wanted to understand how to nurture growth in themselves and in the world around them. She had become, unofficially, the sect's minister of hope, the person who reminded everyone that sustenance and growth were ongoing projects, that the future would require constant tending like the crops in the fields. And Lin Xiaoyi, the anchor to the formation, the woman who had come as a spy and stayed as a guardian, found herself becoming someone new, a bridge between different approaches to living and cultivating, a person who could understand both the strategic clarity of Mei Qing and the tender warmth of Su Jing, both the ice-touched philosophy of Shui Lian and the ambitious reaching of her own heart. The future was unknown. The forces moving in the heavenly realms remained largely mysterious. The other sects continued their complicated dances of alliance and opposition. But the Hundred Flowers Sect faced it all with a new certainty. They would survive. They would grow. They would transform. And they would do it together. The formation maintained by Lin Xiaoyi was not merely a mechanical construct. It was a living reflection of the sect's collective will, a representation of the commitment that every disciple had made to survive, to grow, to transform. When disciples approached the balance hall, they could feel it, the pulse of purpose, the steady rhythm of a sect that had learned to beat as one. Lin Xiaoyi often spent hours simply sitting within the formation, allowing her consciousness to expand into its depths, understanding the subtle ways that power flowed and balanced, learning the intricate structures that Wu Yuan and the ancient elders had built and maintained over the centuries. Each time she did this, she discovered new layers, new complexities, new evidence of the dedication that generations of cultivators had invested in their collective survival. But alongside that dedication was also a warning, a reminder that balance was fragile, that perfection was impossible, that the work of maintaining harmony was eternal. The formation would never be truly complete. There would always be cracks to repair, imbalances to correct, small adjustments to make in response to the shifting conditions of the sect and the world around it. This was the true burden and the true honor that Lin Xiaoyi had accepted, not just to maintain the formation, but to understand that maintenance was never finished. To accept that perfection was not a destination, but a direction. To learn that the journey itself, the constant work of cultivation and adjustment and growth, was the actual purpose. She had come as a spy seeking secrets. She had stayed as a guardian seeking to protect. And she would remain as a teacher, seeking to share what she had learned about transformation, about the possibility of changing not just oneself, but an entire community, about the power of choosing to stay and build rather than infiltrate and leave. The story of Lin Xiaoyi and the Hundred Flowers Sect was only beginning. The siege had ended, but the true challenges, the internal evolution of the sect, the navigation of external political complexities, the integration of diverse talents and approaches into a cohesive whole, those challenges were just starting. But they would face them together. And that made all the difference. As spring turned toward summer, the Hundred Flowers Sect entered a period of genuine flourishing. The barriers had been repaired and reinforced beyond their pre-siege condition. The food stores had been fully replenished, with the gardens producing more than they had in decades due to Su Jing's innovative cultivation methods. The disciples had settled into new rhythms that balanced work and rest, achievement and gentleness, individual cultivation and collective responsibility. The four women who had become the heart of the sect's future stood together one evening, surveying the grounds from the peak of 10,000 flowers. The sun was setting, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that seemed to match the power flowing through the formation below them. "We did it," Su Jing said simply, her hand finding Lin Xiao's. "We survived," Mei Qing corrected, ever the pragmatist. "The real test is what comes next. What comes next is what we build," Shui Lian said, her ice-touched voice carrying notes of genuine warmth. "Together." And Lin Xiaoyi, feeling the power of the formation pulse through her, feeling the love and commitment of the three women beside her, feeling the weight of the sect's future resting on her shoulders, and knowing that she was not alone in carrying it, understood that this was what she had been seeking all along. Not infiltration, not escape, not the accomplishment of some external mission, but home, belonging, purpose, love. The first arc of her journey was complete. The second arc was just beginning, and whatever lay ahead, she would face it as part of something larger than herself, as a guardian of something precious, as a woman who had chosen to build rather than to break. The Hundred Flowers Sect had found its anchor, and the anchor had found its home. The work of transformation continued day after day. Each disciple contributed their part. Each choice mattered. Each moment of commitment, no matter how small, added to the foundation of what the Hundred Flowers Sect was becoming. Not a sect built on pure tradition, not a sect built on pure power, but a sect built on the integration of diverse talents, diverse approaches, diverse ways of being. This was the true miracle of what had been accomplished. Not that the formation had been saved, not that the siege had been defeated, but that in saving themselves, in fighting for their collective survival, the disciples of the Hundred Flowers Sect had learned to see each other differently. They had learned to value tenderness as much as power. They had learned to honor vulnerability alongside strength. They had learned that a sect could be a home not just because it provided safety, but because it provided authentic belonging. And at the center of it all, anchoring it all, was Lin Xiaoyi, the woman who had come as a spy, who had learned to love, who had chosen to stay, and who would continue to stand as the foundation upon which all their hopes and dreams and future aspirations could be built. Chapter 41. The demon foxes stirring the balance hall had become Lin Xiaoyi's second home. Every third day, she descended into the deepest chamber to sit within the grand formation, allowing her yin-yang constitution to flow through the intricate network of seals and pathways that had been constructed over 700 years. The meditation was always peaceful, always harmonious, a sensation of rightness that seemed to confirm that she belonged here, that her presence was exactly what the sect needed. But today, something was different. As Lin Xiaoyi settled into her meditation posture, her consciousness expanding into the familiar geometries of the formation, she felt it, a tremor, subtle but unmistakable, coming from beneath. Not from the formation itself, which hummed with its usual steady resonance. No, this disturbance came from deeper, from below the balance hall, from somewhere in the earth itself. The tremor was unlike anything she had felt before. It was not the rhythmic pulse of cultivators meditating in synchronized harmony. It was not the gentle vibration of the sect's protective barriers maintaining their watch. This was something alive, something conscious, something that had been sleeping for a very long time and was beginning, ever so slightly, to stir. Lin Xiaoyi's eyes snapped open. Her hands moved instinctively, pressing against the stone floor of the chamber. The cold, smooth surface was warm beneath her palms, vibrating with that same alien resonance. She closed her eyes again and extended her spiritual sense downward, pressing her consciousness through layer after layer of stone and ancient sealing magic. The deeper she went, the stronger the disturbance became. At first it was barely a whisper, a flicker of awareness that might have been imagination. But as she pushed further, past the foundations of the balance hall, past the bedrock that the sect's structures rested upon, she felt something unmistakable, a presence. Large, old, conscious, and increasingly aware of her awareness of it. Lin Xiaoyi yanked her consciousness back to the present moment, her eyes opening with a gasp. Her heart was racing, her palms suddenly damp with sweat. Whatever was beneath the balance hall knew that she had sensed it, and more than that, it had sensed her in return. She stood, her cultivation sense extending downward through layers of stone and foundation. The lower levels of the sect were built upon what the elders called sacred ground, land that had been blessed and sealed by the sect's founder centuries ago. Lin Xiaoyi had always accepted this as historical fact, ancient history with no present-day significance. But now, as she felt the pulse again, stronger this time, almost like a heartbeat, she understood that something very much in the present was beneath the sect's feet. Something that was waking up, and waking up fast. She called for Elder Hui, one of the balance hall's primary guardians, and explained what she had felt. The old woman's face went pale, the color draining from her weathered cheeks in a way that made her look suddenly very ancient indeed. You felt disturbances from the lower chambers? Elder Hui asked, her voice tight with something that might have been fear. How strong? How deep? Very deep, Lin Xiaoyi said carefully, trying to remain calm. And growing stronger. Like something is waking up down there. Something large. Something that's been asleep for a very long time. What's beneath the balance hall, Elder Hui? And please, tell me the truth this time. Elder Hui hesitated for a long moment, her old hands trembling slightly. Finally, she made a decision. You should come with me. It is time you knew the full history of this sect. The part that is not taught to ordinary disciples. The secret that only the sect master and the oldest elders are permitted to know. They descended through passages that Lin Xiaoyi had never explored. The stairs twisted downward through the mountain itself, growing colder and damper as they went, the air itself becoming heavier and more difficult to breathe. The walls were covered with ancient seals, pictographs, and mystical characters that seemed to writhe and shift in the lamplight. Characters that hummed with residual power so old and so vast that it made her head ache to sense it. These were not new talismans, refreshed regularly to maintain their potency. These were old, very old, original seals laid down in the sect's earliest days, and they felt like they were holding something back. Something vast. Something that pressed against them from below like water against a dam. At the bottom of the stairs, after what seemed like hours of descent, they emerged into a vast natural cavern. The ceiling was so high that it disappeared into darkness, visible only as a void above them. The walls were covered in luminescent moss that cast everything in a sickly green light, revealing stone formations that had been carved into the earth over eons. And in the center of the cavern, occupying what must have been a space larger than the entire sect above, there was a seal. A massive circular formation inscribed on the cavern floor with gold and silver thread that gleamed in the green light. The characters were so large that it took Lin Xiaoyi several minutes to walk around the seal's entire perimeter, and even then she could not read them all. In the center of the seal, something moved. At first, it was just a shimmer, a distortion in the air like heat rising from stone. But as Lin Xiaoyi watched, transfixed, a shape rose from the center. Not solid, but semi-translucent, ghostly, as if made of mist and starlight. For just a moment, she saw it clearly. A beautiful woman's face, surrounded by what might have been 8 long, flowing tails that moved with the grace of silk scarves and wind. Then the image faded, sinking back below the seal's perimeter, returning to whatever lay beneath. This, Elder Hui said softly, her voice echoing through the vast cavern, is why the Hundred Flowers Sect was built exactly where it was built. 701 years ago, our sect founder discovered this place. In discovering it, she also discovered what was trapped here. Lin Xiaoyi stared at the seal, at the place where the image had disappeared, her mind trying to comprehend what she had just witnessed. Who is she? She asked, though some part of her already knew the answer. By who? Elder Hui said. The 8-tailed fox. A demon cultivator of great power. Bound and imprisoned here for 700 years, sealed with enough power to hold even a cultivator of heavenly ascension rank indefinitely. The sect founder herself placed these seals, drawing on the combined power of 100 disciples, pouring 700 years' worth of cultivation potential into this binding in a single, desperate act. Lin Xiaoyi felt her blood run cold. What did she do? She asked. Why was she imprisoned? Why bind a creature so completely, for so long, if not because she was a terrible threat? That, Elder Hui said, turning to look at her with eyes that held the weight of centuries of secret knowledge, is a question for the sect master to answer. But what I can tell you is this. The seal has held perfectly for 700 years, without fail, without wavering. The Yin energy that anchors it has been our sect's foundation. All of our power, all of our harmony, all of our remarkable survival through decades of external attacks and internal struggles, it rests on this binding. It rests on Baihu being contained, imprisoned, silenced. As long as Baihu was contained, the Hundred Flowers Sect was safe. The power that kept her bound also protected us. Elder Hui gestured down at the seal with a trembling hand. But now, something has changed. The formation is perfectly balanced for the first time in centuries. Your yin-yang constitution has created a harmony that was impossible before. You anchor all the energies in perfect equilibrium. And that's causing the seal to fail? Lin Xiaoyi asked. Not fail, precisely, Elder Hui said slowly. But shift. Before you arrived, the formation was compensating for a 700-year imbalance. That imbalance was actually feeding the seal. The strain of correction was feeding the binding. But now that the correction is complete, that strain is gone. The seal is no longer weakening, but it is no longer being actively strengthened either. It is becoming neutral, which means the seal will eventually fail. Lin Xiaoyi finished, understanding flooding through her. She's waking up because I made the formation too balanced. I'm causing this. Elder Hui shook her head gently. No, you are not causing this. You are revealing it. The awakening was always going to happen eventually. The sect founder knew. She wrote the prophecy knowing. Your arrival simply means that the awakening happens now, on a timeline that can be managed and understood, rather than sometime in the distant future when we might not be prepared. They climbed back up through the passages in silence. Lin Xiaoyi's mind was racing with implications and questions. All along, she had thought she was helping to heal the sect, to solve its ancient problems. But instead, she had activated a time bomb that had been dormant for 7 centuries. How long did they have? Days? Months? Years? And what was Baihu, this 8-tailed fox, going to do when she finally escaped from her imprisonment? Would she be grateful to whoever released her, or would she be filled with rage at 700 years of captivity? Chapter 42. The Sealed Prophecy. Wu Yuan listened without interruption as Elder Hui recounted Lin Xiaoyi's discovery of the disturbances beneath the balance hall. The sect master was seated in her private chamber, illuminated by lantern light that cast long shadows across her face, her expression unreadable in the flickering illumination. When Elder Hui finished her recitation, Wu Yuan was silent for a long moment, her hands folded in her lap, her ancient eyes staring into the middle distance. I have been waiting for this, Wu Yuan said finally, her voice barely above a whisper. For 300 years, I have been waiting for this moment. In all my time as sect master, through all the crises I have managed and the challenges I have overcome, I have always known that eventually this day would come. I have simply been trying to ensure that when it did arrive, the sect would have the strength to face it. Lin Xiaoyi stared at the sect master, trying to comprehend what she was hearing. You knew? About Baihu? About what my arrival would trigger? Not knew. Precisely, Wu Yuan said, finally turning to look at her with eyes that held infinite depths. Suspected, hoped for, prepared for. The great prophecy of the 100 Flowers Sect exists in a scroll that only the sect master is permitted to read. When I inherited this position from my predecessor 300 years ago, that scroll was one of the first things I sought out. I memorized every word. I have lived the last 3 centuries in service to those words, trying to ensure that when this moment came, we would be ready. Would you like to hear what it says? Wu Yuan rose and moved to an ancient chest in the corner of her chamber, carved from wood so old that it seemed to be made of stone itself. From it, she withdrew a scroll of extraordinary age, the silk yellowed and fragile with the weight of centuries, the edges worn smooth from countless careful handlings. She unrolled it with reverent care, her movements slow and deliberate, and Lin Xiaoyi saw writing in the archaic style of the sect founder herself. Bold, clear strokes that had been made with absolute certainty 700 years ago. This was written by the founder 701 years ago, Wu Yuan said, her voice taking on the formal, almost ritualistic tone of one reciting sacred scripture. The prophecy was recorded the very day she completed the sealing of Baihu. Listen carefully, for every word matters. She began to read, her voice steady and clear. When the balance of yin and yang is perfect, the 8-tail will stir in her binding. In that moment, the sect will face its greatest trial, for the awakening brings either salvation or ruin. Only the balanced one can determine the path. If the yin-yang cultivator chooses to anchor the seal further, to strengthen the bonds and add their power to the imprisonment, the sect will be preserved, but the 8-tail will sleep eternal, a guardian imprisoned forever. If the yin-yang cultivator chooses to release the seal, to allow the 8-tail to emerge into freedom, the 8-tail will be free, and the sect will lose its greatest source of power, but gain the possibility of peace and new alliance. There is no correct path. There is only the path that the balanced one chooses, in their own heart, according to their own conscience. I bind myself to honor that choice, and all my successors are bound to honor it as well. Let no sect master force the issue. Let the choice be freely made. Wu Yuan rolled up the scroll carefully, her old hands treating it with infinite tenderness, and set it back on the table before her. The founder knew, she said softly. 300 years before I was born, she knew that eventually someone like you would come. Someone with a true yin-yang constitution, someone who could see beyond the simple categories of good and evil, threat and protection. She wrote that prophecy as a gift, not as a promise of what would happen, but as a reminder that choices matter, that we are not slaves to the past, not bound eternally by the decisions of our ancestors unless we choose to be. She looked directly at Lin Xiaoyi, and in her gaze was something that might have been hope. Why didn't you tell me this before I even arrived at the sect? Lin Xiaoyi asked. Before I agreed to stay? Before I invested all this time and all these feelings in being here? Because I wasn't certain you were the one, Wu Yueyin said. The prophecy could have been referring to someone 100 years in the future, or 1,000. The founder was aware that there has never been a true yin-yang cultivator in all of recorded history. You are the first, the only one in living memory, the only one whose existence has been documented. So the prophecy had to be open to the possibility of a much longer wait. There has been no certainty that you would come in my lifetime, or in any lifetime I might experience. She moved to the window, looking out at the sect below, at the hundreds of disciples who lived their lives unaware of the vast secret that lay beneath their feet. The lantern light caught her profile, showing the lines and wisdom of 300 years of rule. And more than that, Wu Yueyin continued. The prophecy was written to be fulfilled not by force or by certainty, but by genuine choice. If I had told you upon arrival who you were meant to be, what you were meant to decide, the choice would no longer be free. You would be fulfilling a predetermined role, living out a script written centuries ago. But the founder's greatest wisdom was understanding that only freely chosen paths have any real meaning. Only choices made in the darkness, with full awareness of what might be lost, have any real weight. She turned back to Lin Xiaoyi, and there were unshed tears in the ancient sect master's eyes. The Hundred Flowers Sect has spent 7 centuries building its strength on the foundation of Baihu's imprisonment. Every disciple who has ever cultivated here has, in some sense, been cultivating on stolen power, power drawn from a being we chose to bind indefinitely. I have carried that guilt my entire life. I have ruled this sect knowing that our greatest strength rested on our greatest injustice. I have spent 300 years waiting and hoping that eventually, the universe would send us a chance to make amends. She stepped closer to Lin Xiaoyi and reached out to touch her face with a tenderness that seemed almost maternal. But now, you are here. And according to the prophecy, the choice is yours. Not mine. Not the elders. Yours alone. And I think, Wu Yueyin said, with something that might have been a smile, something that might have been relief, I think that is exactly as the founder intended. She trusted in something I had nearly forgotten how to trust in, the goodness of the hearts of those yet to be born. Chapter 43. Lin Zhao's hidden strength. News of the discovery spread through the sect's leadership like wildfire through dry grass. Wu Yueyin called an emergency assembly of the 9 elders, the masters of cultivation, and the keepers of the sect's ancient knowledge. The gathering took place in the great council chamber, a vast hall with a ceiling painted with stars and the symbols of the Hundred Flowers Sect, illuminated by hundreds of candles that cast dancing shadows on ancient stone. Lin Xiaoyi was brought to stand in the center of the chamber, surrounded by these powerful, ancient women. Some of their faces radiated fear. Others showed stern acceptance. Some looked thoughtful, as if calculating possibilities and outcomes. The question before us, Wu Yueyin announced, her voice carrying to every corner of the hall, is how to prepare for the inevitable emergence of the 8th tail. Lin Xiao, you are at the center of this prophecy. The ancient writings speak of the balanced one, and that can be none but you. We believe your cultivation potential is far greater than we have yet explored. It may be that you are capable of power beyond what any single cultivator in living memory has achieved. It may be that you are capable of power that even the ancients, the founders of our sect, did not fully comprehend. She gestured to Elder Hui and 3 other ancient cultivators. Elder Shui, whose eyes were the color of storm clouds. Elder Mei, whose hair was white as winter snow. And Elder Xia, whose hands bore the calluses of centuries of training. These are our most experienced cultivation advisors. They have trained cultivators for 300 years and more. They will help you undergo intensive training, helping you unlock and explore the full depths of your power. But understand, this will not be gentle. This will not be safe. This will push your body and spirit to the very edge of what they can sustain. There is risk of burning out your meridians. There is risk of destroying your foundation. There is risk of death. She paused, letting the weight of those words settle over the room. Do you understand what is being asked of you? Do you understand the danger? Lin Xiaoyi looked at each of the elders in turn, feeling the weight of their gazes, the intensity of their concentration. She thought of the tremors she had felt beneath the balance hall. She thought of Baihu's face, half glimpsed and ghostly in the seals, that expression of longing and ancient suffering. She thought of the prophecy, that the path forward, salvation or ruin, would be determined by her choice, and that to make that choice wisely, She would need to understand her own power as fully as possible. I understand, she said, her voice steady. And I'm ready. I accept the training. The training began that very night, under the light of a moon that seemed unnaturally large. For the next 10 days, Lin Xiaoyi was brought to a hidden chamber in the mountains, far from the sect's main structures and carefully sealed against outside observation. Here, the 4 elder cultivators put her through a regime of intensive practice that was unlike anything she had experienced before. They taught her to expand her consciousness beyond the normal limits, to feel her awareness spreading outward like ripples on a pond, encompassing wider and wider circles of space and time. They taught her to hold more qi in her body than should have been physically possible, packing her meridians with power until she could feel every fiber of her being vibrating at the edge of coherence. They taught her to sense the subtle shifts in power that came from channeling both yin and yang energies simultaneously, in ways that approached true balance rather than mere coexistence. She learned that yin was not simply soft and receptive, it was also grounded and enduring. Yang was not simply hard and active, it was also flexible and adaptive. True balance meant dancing between these qualities, allowing them to flow and shift in response to circumstances while maintaining overall equilibrium. With Elder Hui as the primary guide, Lin Xiaoyi learned meditation techniques that allowed her to feel the sect's formation not just as an external structure, but as an extension of her own body. When she meditated in the morning, sitting with her spine straight and her breath flowing in perfect rhythm, with the yin energy she pulled from the earth rising to meet the yang energy she generated from within her own spirit, she could feel the entire sect's network pulsing in harmony with her heartbeat. She could sense each disciple's cultivation as a note in a great symphony, and her own power as the conductor's baton, drawing them all together into harmony. By the 4th day of training, she felt her cultivation surge. A breakthrough was imminent. She could sense it in the trembling of her meridians, in the way her qi reserves suddenly seemed enormous instead of merely large, in the pressure building inside her like a storm waiting to break. By the 5th day, the breakthrough came. In the middle of an afternoon meditation, with all 4 elders supporting her through the process, Lin Xiaoyi felt something shift inside her. It was like the sunrise reaching its zenith, a moment when darkness gives way not gradually, but all at once. She advanced from soul ascension rank, which she had held for only a few months, directly to early immortal tribulation rank, a leap that should have required years of careful, gradual advancement. Her body burned with the transition, her skin glowing with light so bright that the elders had to shield their eyes, her hair lifting as if caught in an invisible wind. Symbols of power appeared briefly on her skin, the marks of one who had touched something divine, something beyond the normal categories of cultivation. When the light faded, Lin Xiaoyi lay gasping on the meditation platform, her entire body trembling with the aftershock of advancement. But her eyes were clear. She had survived. On the 6th day, during a secret training session conducted at dawn with Wu Yueyin herself, Lin Xiaoyi demonstrated her new power. They stood in a secluded valley, far from any witnesses, with only the stone and sky as observers. "Show me what you can do," Wu Yueyin commanded, her voice calm and steady. "Show me the full extent of what you have become." Lin Xiaoyi drew a breath and released. Yin and yang energies erupted from her in perfect spirals, one dark as midnight, one bright as a star. They twisted upward into the sky in a vortex of black and white light that turned the air around them into a tempest, that set the clouds roiling above, that made the very earth beneath their feet seem to shudder. The ground beneath their feet cracked and shifted with the force of the power being channeled through it. In that moment, Lin Xiaoyi was not simply a powerful cultivator. She was a force of nature, a living embodiment of the fundamental forces of creation itself, the manifested balance that the universe had been seeking since the moment of its inception. When she released the power and the lights faded, when the winds died down and the clouds cleared, Wu Yueyin was looking at her with an expression of awe and something else. Something that might have been relief, the relief of one who has been carrying a burden for centuries and finally sees it coming to a close. "How do you feel?" Wu Yueyin asked, moving closer. "Stronger than I have ever felt," Lin Xiaoyi said, breathing hard, her chest heaving with exertion. "I feel like I could reshape the world. I feel like I could hold back the ocean. I feel like nothing could stand against me." "That is good," Wu Yueyin said quietly, reaching out to steady her with a hand on her shoulder. "That is very good indeed. Because very soon, you may need to. The challenges that are coming will require everything you have become, and more." Chapter 44. Rival Alliance moves 3 days after Lin Xiaoyi's breakthrough, as the sect was settling into the rhythm of evening meditation. a messenger arrived bearing a sealed letter. The message had come from outside the sect, smuggled past the barriers by means that suggested connections in high places. It was addressed to Sect Master Wu Yueyin, and the seals that marked its authenticity were unmistakable to anyone with even basic knowledge of sect politics. Wu Yueyin read it in the privacy of her chamber, her candle burning low, her expression growing darker with each line that her ancient eyes traversed. Her hands gripped the paper so tightly that it nearly tore. When she had finished reading, she sat in silence for a long moment, as if gathering herself for what must come next. Then she called for an emergency assembly of all her most trusted disciples and elders. Shui Lian was the first to arrive, moving through the night with her characteristic ice-touched grace. Mei Qing came next, her ambitious eyes already sharp with calculation. Su Jing arrived breathless, having run from the gardens where she had been tending the night-blooming flowers. Lin Shaoyi came last, still slightly dazed from her latest round of advanced meditation. They gathered in Wu Yuyan's private chamber, standing before the sect master as she held up the letter. Elder Hui arrived with the other 8 elders, and the inner council was complete. The letter is a copy of a formal pact, Wu Yuyan announced, holding it up where all could see the seals and signatures marking its authenticity. A binding agreement between the Crimson Blade sect and the Demon sect, sealed with both their master's blood and power signatures. Their stated purpose is to ensure that the Hundred Flowers Sect does not become a threat to regional balance. But the real purpose is clear to anyone with the wit to read between the lines. They want what we have, and they plan to take it by force. They plan to take you, Wu Yuyan said, looking directly at Lin Shaoyi, by any means necessary. She gestured to Elder Hui, who unfurled a massive map across a table that showed the 5 provinces and the territories controlled by various sections. Several regions had been marked with red, the mobilization areas, the recruitment centers, the territories from which troops were being recalled. Both sects have begun military mobilizations, Wu Yuyan continued, her voice steady but grim. Crimson Blade has activated recruitment centers in 5 cities we know of, possibly more. The Demon sect has recalled cultivators from their far territories, consolidating power around their central base. All signs point to a coordinated assault within a month, perhaps sooner. But there's more, Wu Yuyan continued, her face growing even graver. The letter includes intelligence about an internal operation. They are not relying solely on external assault. They plan a multi-pronged attack. They will attack from outside with overwhelming force, but simultaneously, they will strike from within. They have embedded operatives already here in the sect, assassins, spies, cultivators loyal to external powers, who will attempt to destabilize our formation at the critical moment of invasion. They want to hit us from both directions at once, overwhelming our defenses through sheer coordination and numbers. She looked directly at Lin Shaoyi, and her gaze held the weight of centuries. And in the most specific terms, they have requested, in writing, with signatures, the death or capture of the Yin cultivator. They understand that you are the anchor. They understand that without you, the formation cannot hold. They understand that if they can destroy you, the Hundred Flowers Sect will fall in a matter of hours. And if they can capture you, they can claim our greatest asset for themselves, using your power to amplify their own capabilities. The room erupted in voices. Shui Lian's hands clenched into fists, ice spreading from her fingers to coat the armrests of the chair she was standing near. Mei Qing's face flushed with anger, her competitive nature transforming into something fiercer, a need to protect rather than to dominate. Su Jing's eyes filled with tears of worry. The elders began speaking rapidly, their ancient voices overlapping as they discussed strategies and mobilization plans. How did they know? Mei Qing demanded, her voice cutting through the chaos. How do they know about the Yin cultivator? I myself didn't know until weeks ago. How could external powers possibly have intelligence of this caliber? This suggests deep infiltration. There are always leaks, Wu Yuyan said grimly, her voice like ice. Someone talked. Someone always talks. In a sect of 2,000 disciples, secrets are impossible to keep. Someone shared what they saw. Someone told someone they trusted. Someone made an innocent comment to the wrong person. Any of 100 small failures could have led to this. The important thing now is not how they learned, but that they have learned, and we must prepare accordingly. She began giving rapid orders. The outer disciples were to be consolidated into the inner sect areas, easier to protect and control. The cultivation reserves were to be moved from their usual storage locations to multiple hidden caches. The defensive barriers were to be strengthened immediately, drawing on reserves of power that had been saved for desperate circumstances. The training routines were to shift from cultivation advancement to combat preparation. As the other disciples and elders dispersed to implement these orders, Shui Lian moved quietly to stand beside Lin Xiaoyi. The ice cultivator's presence was a cool comfort in the suddenly warm and chaotic chamber. "This is happening because of you," Shui Lian said softly, her voice so quiet that only Lin Xiaoyi could hear. "Because your arrival has made us a target. Because you are so powerful, so rare, that they see you as worth any sacrifice." Lin Xiaoyi turned to look at her lover, seeing the worry beneath the ice-touched exterior, seeing the fear that Shui Lian was barely keeping contained. "No," she said, reaching out to take Shui Lian's hand, feeling the cool touch of her skin. "This is not happening because of me. This is happening because we are strong. They have always envied us. They have always wanted what we have. My arrival just gave them a focal point for that envy, a reason to act now instead of waiting for another opportunity." "Still," Shui Lian said, her hand gripping Lin Xiaoyi's tightly, "you should be careful. They will come for you specifically. I can feel it. They will send their best assassins, their most powerful cultivators. You will be in constant danger. Promise me you will be careful. Promise me you won't take unnecessary risks." Lin Xiaoyi squeezed her hand back, feeling the cold and the strength and the love in that grip. "I promise," she said. "I will be careful." But in her heart, she knew the promise was more hope than certainty. War was coming, and in war, there were no guarantees, no safe places, no absolutes except change and danger. Chapter 45. The assassination escalates 2 weeks after the revelation of the Crimson Blade Demon Sect alliance. As the sect was settling into new defensive routines and preparations, Lin Xiaoyi was meditating alone in the balance hall. It was her meditation day, the 3rd day of the week, when she would descend into the deepest chamber to sit within the grand formation and sync her power with the vast, intricate network beneath the mountains. This was always a time of peace, a time when the rest of the sect faded away, and there was only her consciousness and the vast geometries of power that flowed beneath the stone. She had been meditating for perhaps an hour, her mind deep and centered, her yin-yang energies flowing in perfect balance through the formation's channels. This meditation was interrupted by a sudden, searing pain across her chest. The pain was not clean or sharp. It was burning, spreading, aggressive, as if someone had poured liquid fire across her ribs. Lin Xiaoyi's eyes flew open, her meditation shattering like broken glass. A figure stood above her, a woman of perhaps 40 years, with eyes that glowed with demonic cultivation and hands that dripped with a poison that burned with purple flame. The poison was not ordinary toxin. It was spiritual venom, the kind that attacked cultivators directly, corrupting meridians and burning through chi pathways from within. "The yin-yang cultivator," the woman said, her voice hissing like steam from a boiling kettle, like the sound of acid eating through stone. "I am Poison Master Du, emissary of the demon sect. I am one of only 3 cultivators who have successfully survived cultivation of the toxin of the void. Your death is worth more than my life. I am honored to make this sacrifice." The woman's hands came down, and purple fire erupted from her palms in a wave of corrupted spiritual energy. Lin Xiaoyi rolled backward, the toxic flames scorching the stone where she had been sitting moments before, leaving black, smoking marks that smelled of burning rock and sulfur. She pulled her cultivation up, drawing on the yin-yang power that was second nature to her now, letting it flow through her meridians and into her palms. "You made a mistake coming here," Lin Xiaoyi said, rising to her feet, her eyes beginning to glow with her own power. "This is my territory. This is where my power is strongest. You have entered the balance hall itself, where my connection to the sect's formation is absolute." But even as she spoke, she felt the poison beginning to work on her skin where it had touched her exposed ribs. The purple fire had seared small wounds, and where it had burned, her flesh began to itch and burn with an intensity that was almost unbearable, that made her want to claw at her own skin. This was not ordinary poison. This was spiritual toxin, the kind that attacked not just the body but the meridians themselves, the pathways through which chi flowed. And it was beginning to spread, creeping through her spiritual channels with terrible speed. Du attacked again, this time with a series of rapid strikes, each one trailing purple fire, each one moving with the precision of someone who had trained for decades in assassination. Lin Xiaoyi blocked and countered, but her movements were becoming sluggish as the poison spread. With each heartbeat, the burning intensified. Her meridians felt like they were on fire, like someone had poured acid through her entire spiritual body. She tried to burn it out with pure yang qi, channeling the hot, bright energy that should have incinerated the poison from within. But the poison seemed to feed on that energy, growing stronger, multiplying, adapting to her counterattacks. She tried to freeze it out with cold energy, attempting to suspend the poison's spread, but the poison adapted to that as well, finding new pathways, new ways to spread and corrupt. They clashed across the balance hall, their power shaking the ancient seals that held the chamber together. The very stones beneath their feet began to crack and shift. Paintings and carvings that had lasted 1,000 years were scarred by the violence of their conflict. Lin Xiaoyi knew, with a sinking certainty, that she was losing. The poison was weakening her too quickly, and Du was growing stronger, drawing power from the very spiritual corruption she was introducing into Lin Xiaoyi's body, growing more vibrant and energized with each passing moment. They traded blows, Du's corrosive purple fire against Lin Xiaoyi's desperate yin-yang spirals, but the balance was shifting inexorably in the assassin's favor. A burst of blue-white power, cold as the heart of winter, exploded from the side chamber, shattering the ancient doors. Shui Lian, moving with the speed of ice wind, crossed the distance between herself and Du in a fraction of a second. Her cultivation struck Du like a physical blow, throwing the poison master against the far wall with enough force to crack the stone. "Run!" Shui Lian commanded, not looking back at Lin Xiaoyi, her body positioning itself between the assassin and her lover. "I will hold her. Get to the healers. Now." But Lin Xiaoyi was already moving. She staggered toward the stairs, the poison burning through her meridians with increasing intensity, her vision starting to blur at the edges. She could hear Shui Lian and Du battling behind her, their power shaking the very foundations of the chamber. Could hear the crash of ice-touched cultivation against demonic venom. Could hear Shui Lian's cold voice speaking words of power that shook the mountain itself. The stairs seemed to stretch forever, each step a small agony as the poison continued to spread through her body. By the time she reached the upper levels of the sect, Lin Xiaoyi could barely stand. Her skin was burning from within, her meridians felt like they were melting, and her consciousness was beginning to slip away into darkness like a ship sinking into deep water. She made it to the healing ward on pure instinct, collapsing to her knees just inside the threshold. The healers came running, their voices calling out orders, their hands moving to assess her condition. Shui Lian arrived moments later, having pursued her through the sect's passages, her cultivation cooling and calming as she entered the healing ward. She carried Lin Xiaoyi gently in those strong, ice-touched arms, cradling her like something precious and fragile. "Don't you dare leave me," Shui Lian whispered, as the healers began their work, as they began drawing out the poison, as they began the desperate process of stabilization. "Not now? Not when we have barely begun. Not when I have only just learned how to love. You promised you would be careful. You promised me you would come back to me." And Lin Xiaoyi, drifting into darkness, heard her lover's voice and held on to it like a lifeline, like an anchor in the darkness, like the only thing that mattered in a world suddenly full of pain and uncertainty. Chapter 46. Shui Lian's confession for 3 days and 3 nights. Lin Xiaoyi hovered suspended at the edge of death's threshold, caught between the world of the living and the realm of shadows beyond. The poison that Poison Master Du had introduced into her meridians was a force unlike anything the sect's experienced healers had encountered in all their centuries of accumulated practice and knowledge. It was not a simple toxin that could be extracted with direct spiritual energy or purged through meditation and careful cultivation techniques, the methods that had served them well for generations of disciples. It was a living force, a corrupting power that seemed to possess its own intelligence, that seemed to adapt and mutate in response to every treatment the healers attempted, as if it was learning their methods and preparing counter-defenses against them. When they tried to draw it out with pure yin energy, it fed on that energy like a flame consuming fuel and grew stronger, multiplying within her body like a plague spreading through a walled city. When they tried to burn it away with yang energy, it adapted to the heat and spread deeper into her meridians, burrowing into protected places that were harder to reach, places where the healing light could not easily penetrate. The poison seemed almost sentient, almost purposeful in its destruction. The best healers in the 100 Flowers Sect worked in rotating shifts that never ended, surrounding Lin Xiaoyi's bed in the innermost chamber of the healing ward, their hands glowing with gentle, persistent healing light as they worked to draw the poison out inch by agonizing inch. The process was painfully slow, heartbreakingly difficult, seemingly impossible. Every few hours, they would manage to extract maybe one more thread of the purple corruption, only to see 2 more threads take its place, multiplying as they worked. It was like trying to empty the ocean with a cup, like trying to hold back the tide with bare hands. Lin Xiaoye's body burned with fever so intense that the sheets beneath her were soaked through with sweat within hours of being changed, but no amount of cold water seemed to help. The healing ward had been cooled with ice cultivation to the point where the other patients complained bitterly of the chill, but still Lin Xiaoye burned with an internal fire that no external cold could touch. Her skin took on the pallid appearance of someone at death's very threshold, a gray tone as if she was slowly turning to ash, covered with a sheen of moisture that suggested the poison was eating her alive from the inside, consuming her piece by piece, meridian by meridian. Her breathing became shallow and erratic as the days wore on. At times, it seemed like she had stopped breathing entirely, and the healers would hold their breath, waiting with hearts pounding in their throats for the next rise and fall of her chest that would indicate she still held on to life, still refused to surrender to the darkness. But Shui Lian never left, not once in 3 days and 3 nights. She maintained a constant, unbroken vigil from the moment Lin Xiaoyi was carried into the healing ward and laid down on the soft, carefully prepared bed, until the morning sun streamed through the windows day after day after day. Shui Lian did not sleep. She did not eat. She did not meditate or cultivate or attend to any of her other duties as the sect master's personal disciple, duties that normally demanded her constant attention and would have suffered greatly from her absence. She simply sat beside Lin Xiaoye's bed, her ice-touched hand holding Lin Xiaoye's burning one, and she waited with a patience and devotion that amazed every healer in the ward, that seemed to transcend the normal bounds of human endurance. The healers eventually closed the sick room to all other visitors except for Shui Lian, knowing that her cold presence actually helped stabilize the poison spread through Lin Xiaoye's body. When Shui Lian was in the room, the purple corruption seemed to move more slowly through Lin Xiaoye's meridians, as if the ice-touched cultivator's proximity was somehow slowing the decay, putting the poison into a state of temporary suspension. It was as if her love was physically protecting her lover from the darkness that was trying to consume her, as if the strength of her devotion was holding the tide back just enough to buy time. That her mere touch seemed to soothe the burning in Lin Xiaoye's meridians, to bring moments of relief even as the poison continued its relentless work, was a kind of miracle that the healers accepted without fully understanding, that they recognized as something beyond the scope of normal cultivation. For 3 days, they were alone together in that small, candlelit room, Shui Lian and her lover, locked in a silent battle against forces that wanted to tear them apart, that wanted to steal away the one person Shui Lian had finally learned to truly love, that wanted to end the possibility of the life they might build together. On the 3rd night, as the fever burned at its highest intensity and death seemed imminent and unavoidable, as Lin Xiaoye's body was racked with convulsions from the spiritual corruption, as she called out in delirium with a pain that seemed to transcend physical sensation and enter into the very realm of the spirit itself, Shui Lian leaned down and whispered words that she had never expected to say aloud, confessions that had been locked in her heart for longer than she could bear to remember, words that she had rehearsed 1,000 times in her mind during meditation but had never had the courage to speak aloud until now, when it seemed like she might lose her chance forever. "I have loved you since the waterfall," she said, her voice barely audible, her lips close to Lin Xiaoye's ear, speaking as if these words were sacred and fragile, as if they were the most important words she had ever spoken. "Since that first moment when I saw you demonstrate your power and felt something in myself respond to your presence like iron to a lodestone. I told myself at the time that it was just attraction, just the recognition of power meeting power, just the appreciation of one cultivator seeing another's capability. But it was more than that. It was something I had never felt before, something I had spent my entire life being too cold to feel, too guarded to permit into my carefully controlled existence." Shui Lian's hand tightened on Lin Xiaoye's, and for the first time in centuries, the ice-touched cultivator's voice trembled with emotion so profound that it seemed impossible that one voice could contain so much feeling, so much love that had been compressed and frozen for so long. "When I saw you that night in the meditation chamber, when I felt your yin-yang power erupting from you and realized what you truly were, when I understood that you were the balanced one, I wanted to tell you immediately. I wanted to claim you, to make clear to everyone that you were mine, that I had known from the beginning that you were meant to be with me, that you were the other half of something I had been searching for across centuries without even knowing what I was looking for." She pressed her forehead against Lin Xiaoye's, feeling the heat of fever against the cool of her own skin, feeling the pulse of the poison still working through her lover's body even as she spoke. "But I was afraid. I was terrified. I was afraid that my coldness would drive you away, that you would find my icy nature off-putting, that someone as warm and bright as you would reject someone as cold and guarded as me. I was afraid that I would not be enough for someone as beautiful and powerful as you are, that my centuries of emotional distance had made me incapable of being the partner you deserved. Shui Lian's usually controlled voice cracked and broke with the intensity of her emotions. With the weight of confession that had been building for so long, it had become almost unbearable. I have spent 300 years of my life in this sect, training my body and spirit, becoming strong beyond measure, achieving every goal I set for myself with cold precision and determination. And none of it meant anything. None of it mattered, because I was just moving through the motions, just accumulating power for its own sake, just pursuing advancement without any real sense of purpose or fulfillment beyond the pursuit itself. But you came here as a stranger and taught me what it means to actually feel something, what it means to have your heart caught by another person, what it means to love someone completely and without reservation. She pressed her lips to Lin Xiaoye's forehead, kissing her gently despite the raging fever beneath her lips. You taught me that strength is not always about being cold and unmoved. Sometimes strength is about being vulnerable enough to love someone completely, about opening your heart to possibility, about choosing connection over isolation, about being willing to be hurt because the alternative, a life without you, is unbearable. And I need you to survive this poison, this corruption, this darkness that is trying to consume you from within. Shui Lian's voice became almost desperate, filled with a fear she had never allowed herself to express before, a fear that was all the more powerful because it was finally given voice. I need you to come back to me. I need to tell you all of this while you are awake, while you can truly hear me, while you can tell me that you feel the same way. I need to hear your voice, your laughter, your presence in the world. I need to feel you alive and whole beside me. So please, please come back. Fight the poison. Fight whatever darkness is trying to pull you away from me, from us, from the life we could build together. Because I cannot live in a world where you are not here. I will not live in such a world. The fever broke on the morning of the fourth day. Lin Xiaoye's eyes opened slowly, her consciousness swimming up from deep darkness like a diver returning to the surface of the sea after plunging to impossible depths. The first thing she saw was Shui Lian's face, illuminated by morning sunlight streaming through the window, exhausted and beautiful, and filled with a relief so profound that tears were streaming down the ice-touched cultivator's cheeks like rain, like she had been holding back this emotion for so long that now that relief had come, it could not be contained. "Welcome back," Shui Lian whispered, her hand trembling as it touched Lin Xiaoye's face. "Welcome back to me. Welcome back to the world. I thought I had lost you." She leaned down to kiss Lin Xiaoye gently on the forehead, on the lips, with all the tenderness that had been locked away in her cold heart for so long. Kiss after kiss, each one filled with the depth of feeling that had been finally released, with the love that would not be denied any longer. The healers came rushing back in with new treatments now that the fever had broken. Within hours, the remaining poison had been drawn out. The connection between Lin Xiaoye and Shui Lian had deepened beyond simple attraction, beyond physical desire. It had become something forged in fire, tested in darkness, and proven unbreakable through the crucible of near death. Chapter 47. Mei Qing's loyalty test. The day after Lin Xiaoye's fever broke, as the recovering cultivator was just beginning to eat soft foods again and move slowly around the healing ward, building her strength back after days hovering at the edge of death, Mei Qing arrived at the healing ward with murder burning in her eyes and death etched into every line of her stance. The ambitious disciple was covered in dried blood, none of it her own. She had spent the previous 3 days hunting the assassin who had poisoned Lin Xiaoye, tracking Poison Master Du across 3 provinces, through cities and towns and hidden temples, using a combination of spiritual tracking and sheer determination that bordered on obsession. She had left no trail unexplored, had questioned every informant, had pursued the enemy with the focus and fury of a woman on a mission of personal vengeance. She had presented herself before Wu Yueyin in the sect master's private chamber with absolute certainty, her eyes blazing with purpose. "I want to hunt her," Mei Qing had declared, her voice cold and precise. "Grant me this, sect master. Let me end her. She will not be the first enemy I have killed, and she will not be the last, but this one will be for Lin Xiaoye." Wu Yueyin had studied Mei Qing carefully for a long moment, seeing something in the ambitious disciple that she had not seen before, a love that transcended ambition, a drive that went beyond competition, a protective fury that was rooted in genuine care rather than in the desire for advancement or recognition. "Granted," Wu Yueyin had said simply. "Bring me proof of her death, and return safely." Now, standing in the doorway of the healing ward, Mei Qing held up the proof. A sealed container of spiritual essence, the undeniable marker of a cultivator's death extracted from their soul at the moment of annihilation. It was the only way to truly prove to another sect that one of their operatives had been eliminated, the only way to ensure that they could not simply claim the assassin had survived and might try again. She is dead, Mei Qing announced, her voice cold and clear, filled with satisfaction that went deeper than mere accomplishment, that came from having protected someone she loved. Poison Master Du will poison no more disciples. She will serve neither the Crimson Blade nor the Demon Sect ever again. She will never harm anyone. I tracked her across the 5 provinces, cornered her in a sanctuary where she hoped to hide and recover, and I ended her. She was skilled, dangerous, but ultimately just another enemy that needed to be removed from the world. Mei Qing stepped closer to Lin Xiaoye's bed, and for a moment, the ambition and competitiveness that had always driven her fell away completely. In its place was something purer, something more fundamental, a need to protect, a drive to ensure that someone she cared about would never suffer again, a love that transcended her former selfish goals. You don't have to worry anymore, Mei Qing said softly, kneeling beside the bed with a gentleness that seemed incongruous with her warrior's bearing, with the blood still on her hands. Whoever comes after you, whoever the enemy sends, I will destroy them. I will track them. I will hunt them. I will end them. That is my oath to you, my oath to the sect, my oath that I make with my power and my life. As long as I draw breath, as long as my power remains, no one will harm you again without facing my full wrath. It was, in its own way, a declaration of love, the kind of love that Mei Qing could express most naturally. Fierce, protective, absolute, and backed by the power to enforce the oath she had made. Later, when Shui Lian and Mei Qing were both present in the sick room, and Lin Xiaoyi was conscious enough to appreciate what was happening, a strange and beautiful dynamic emerged between her two lovers. There was no jealousy, no competitiveness, no sense of conflict or territorial dispute. Instead, there seemed to be an understanding that they both loved Lin Xiaoyi, that they both needed her to survive and to thrive, that the best way to honor that love was to stand together in protection of the one they both cherished. Shui Lian, with her quiet, constant presence, her cold comfort, her willingness to sit in silence and simply be there. Mei Qing, with her fierce devotion, her willingness to hunt and destroy anything that threatened their beloved, her ambition redirected toward protection rather than advancement. The Hundred Flowers Sect was beginning to understand that many things it had previously considered impossible were actually not just possible, but beautiful when approached with genuine love and honest communication. Chapter 48. The Eight Tails voice 3 weeks after the assassination attempt, as Lin Xiaoyi was recovering her strength and beginning to move around the sect with increasing ease. No longer confined to the healing ward, the cracks in Baihu's seal began to spread and deepen more rapidly than anyone had anticipated or feared. The disturbances that had begun as barely noticeable tremors beneath the balance hall now became events that the entire sect could feel, could sense, could no longer ignore. During evening meditations, disciples throughout the sect reported experiencing strange visions, flashes of images that seemed to come from nowhere, visions of a beautiful woman with 8 flowing tails of luminous light, offering them power and wealth and freedom and the chance to touch something genuinely divine. Some disciples woke from meditation sessions screaming, their nerves shattered by the intensity of contact with something so ancient and powerful that their mortal minds could barely comprehend its existence. Others woke with tears streaming down their cheeks, speaking of conversations they had had with a voice that seemed impossibly wise and impossibly sad, filled with the weight of centuries of loneliness and imprisoned isolation. The younger disciples, in particular, were vulnerable to Baihu's unconscious appeals. Several of them began attempting to make their way to the lowest chambers, drawn by her subtle calls, seeking to make contact, seeking to earn her favor, or perhaps simply seeking to understand what was reaching out to them from the depths. Wu Yueyin called an immediate emergency council to address the escalating crisis. She is not attacking, Elder Hui reported, her voice steady but troubled. If she were manifesting with hostile intent, the seals would be resisting more directly. Instead, it seems she is attempting to communicate with us, to negotiate, to find some peaceful path out of her imprisonment. That makes this more difficult, not less, Wu Yueyin said thoughtfully, her ancient eyes reflecting lamplight as she considered the implications. An enemy that wants to destroy you is predictable. You can prepare defenses, can anticipate attacks, can calculate responses. An enemy that wants to negotiate is far more complex. She will appeal to our compassion. She will offer us things: power, knowledge, prosperity. She will tempt our weaker disciples with promises they cannot refuse, with dreams of power beyond what they have ever imagined. If we are not careful, if we do not maintain absolute discipline and communication, she will split the sect from within. But even as Wu Yueyin spoke, Lin Xiaoyi found herself drawn into deeper and deeper meditation, descending through levels of consciousness that she had not known existed, finding spaces within her own mind that seemed to lead directly to the presence beneath the balance hall. She descended past the formation, past the seals, until she could feel Baihu's presence directly, not as a monster or a threat, but as a being of tremendous intelligence and even greater sorrow, a consciousness that had been compressed and isolated for so long that its loneliness had become almost unbearable to comprehend. And when Baihu's consciousness touched Lin Xiaoyi's, instead of attacking or demanding or trying to overcome her, Baihu simply whispered, "You are different from them. You are the balanced one. You are the one who might understand what it means to be imprisoned by the very nature of your existence, to have your freedom taken away not because of your crimes, but because of what you are and what you might become." Chapter 49. The descending Lin Xiaoyi made a decision that would have shocked her if she had been able to predict it months earlier, a choice that revealed how much she had changed, how much her time with the sect had fundamentally transformed her thinking and her values and her understanding of what was right and what was just. She would descend into the deepest chamber and confront Baihu directly. The announcement created immediate and intense opposition from nearly everyone in the sect's leadership. "You are not going alone," Wu Yueyin said flatly when Lin Xiaoyi announced her intention to the sect master in her private chambers. "This is too dangerous. This is almost certainly a trap. Baihu has 700 years of isolation and justified rage building inside her. She will tear you apart physically and spiritually. She will use you as a hostage against the sect. She will free herself and destroy everything we have built." "No," Lin Xiaoyi said firmly, with a certainty in her voice that brooked no argument, that came from a deep place of understanding that went beyond logic or calculation. "She will not, because Baihu is not evil. She is imprisoned, yes. She is angry, perhaps justifiably angry at centuries of captivity. But she is not evil. She is a person who had her freedom stolen from her by my sect, or rather, by the sect's founders, long before we even arrived. And I need to look her in the face and tell her that I understand that wrong, that I will work to make it right. And if you are wrong," Wu Yueyin demanded, her voice sharp, "if Baihu is as dangerous as we have always assumed, if the moment you enter her presence, she uses all her power to escape the seals, to break free and claim her revenge, then the seals will break, and we will deal with the consequences," Lin Xiaoyi said, without wavering. "But I cannot live knowing that there might be a way to resolve this conflict peacefully, and I refuse to try because I was afraid. I will not build my life on fear. I will not let the sect's future be determined by fear. We can do better than that. I have to believe we can do better than that." Shui Lian and Mei Qing both insisted on accompanying her to the lowest chambers, at least to guard the exit and provide backup in case of emergency. Wu Yueyin wanted to follow, wanted to witness what would happen, but Lin Xiaoyi refused firmly, insisting that Baihu would only negotiate with the balanced one alone, that the presence of the sect master or other powerful cultivators might be interpreted as a threat rather than an opening for dialogue. After a long moment of silent conflict, Wu Yueyin relented. "Go," she said finally, "but do not take longer than a day. If you do not return within one day, I will come down after you and break those seals myself." The descent was long and felt even longer as Lin Xiaoyi moved deeper and deeper into the earth. The passage down to the lowest chamber was filled with seals of increasing power, ancient magic that thrummed with the accumulated will of 700 years of binding, with the power of countless cultivators pouring their energies into the imprisonment. But as Lin Xiaoyi passed through each one, they seemed to recognize her as something special, as the one who had come to understand what had been done and to contemplate undoing it, perhaps even to make amends. She emerged into the vast cavern and saw Baihu's seal for the first time with fully conscious eyes, no longer filtered through fever dreams or half-glimpsed visions. The eight-tailed fox's spirit rose from the center of the seal, no longer ghostly and insubstantial, but almost solid, almost real, radiating power that seemed to fill the entire cavern with its presence. She was beautiful in a way that transcended normal beauty, ancient, powerful, wounded, and unimaginably alone. Her 8 tails moved with the grace of silk scarves in wind. Her eyes held the wisdom of 3,000 years and the sorrow of 700. She was not monstrous. She was not evil. She was simply a being who had been imprisoned for being herself, for choosing her own path, for refusing to submit to another's will. You have come to me, Baihu said, her voice like wine through mountains and silk moving across stone and water, singing over rocks. The balanced one, the one the prophecy spoke of. I have, Lin Shaoyi said simply, stepping forward into the presence of the ancient being, to offer you something that has been denied for 700 years. A choice, a real choice, freely given, with no compulsion or coercion. Chapter 50. Baihu's truth. The conversation between Lin Shaoyi and Baihu lasted for 6 hours, with the sun moving through the sky above and marking the passage of time in the world above, though in the cavern, there was only candlelight and the glow of spiritual power, outside time's normal flow. Baihu revealed her history in a voice filled with the weight of ages, told Lin Shaoyi what it meant to be the being that she was, and how she had come to be imprisoned. She had not always been a demon, in the sense of evil or corrupted. 3,000 years ago, she had been a cultivator like any other, with a spirit as sharp as any human's, with ambitions and dreams and the desire to understand the mysteries of the universe. She had cultivated for centuries, had achieved power beyond measure, had studied under masters, and explored the deepest secrets of cultivation. And then, after 1,000 years of continuous advancement, she had reached a point where she had to choose. Continue pursuing advancement toward godhood, continue pushing against the boundaries of what was possible, continue the endless accumulation of power and knowledge, or step away and live a more grounded life. She had chosen the latter. She had taken the form of an 8-tailed fox, a sacred animal form that allowed her to maintain her power while stepping away from human society, and lived peacefully in the mountains, cultivating gently and patiently, helping humans and animals alike, becoming something of a spiritual guardian for the region. But the sect founder, seeing Baihu's power, had wanted to capture her, wanted to bind her to the sect, wanted to use her as the foundation for the sect's strength. Baihu had refused, claiming that she desired no part of sect life, that she had made a choice to step away from that world and would not be forced back into it. For her refusal, for her independence, for daring to say no to someone who was used to absolute obedience, for claiming the right to choose her own path, she had been bound. I was not evil, Baihu said, her eyes ancient and bitter and sad, filled with centuries of contemplation of this injustice. I was simply free, and freedom was a crime worthy of 700 years of imprisonment. They could not tolerate that someone might choose something other than what they wanted for me. They could not tolerate a being of power who was not bound to their service. So they imprisoned me, bound me, silenced me. She gestured around the vast seal that contained her, and her 8 tails moved in synchronized waves of despair. Do you understand what these 700 years have been like? To have the entirety of your consciousness compressed into a space smaller than a breath. To have every impulse toward expansion met with chains. To feel your power burning inside you with no outlet, no way to express it, no way to grow. To be completely and utterly alone, with only your own mind for company, for 700 years. Lin Shaoyi listened, and in listening, she understood. She had spent only a few months as a captive of her false identity, and that alone had been suffocating at times, had created a sense of living a lie that was increasingly unbearable. 700 years would be beyond comprehension, beyond any human ability to endure and survive mentally intact. I will make you a pact, Lin Shaoyi said finally, stepping closer to the seal, speaking with the authority of one who had the power to enforce what she promised. I cannot release you immediately. The sect would see it as betrayal, and their resistance could cause harm to both of us. But I swear to you, on my cultivation, on my heart, on everything I am, that I will find a way. Either I will work to find conditions under which you can be safely released, or I will find you a new purpose here, something that honors your freedom while respecting the sect's need for stability. But the eternal imprisonment ends. That is my oath to you. Baihu was silent for a long moment, her eyes studying Lin Shaoyi with an intensity that seemed to look into the very core of her being, examining her sincerity, testing her resolve, understanding whether this promise could be trusted. Then, slowly, the 8-tailed fox bowed her head. I believe you, Baihu said. For the first time in 700 years, I believe that someone from that sect might actually care about my freedom, about my suffering, about my right to choose my own path. I will wait for you, balanced one. I will suppress my awakening. I will give you time. But know this, my patience is not infinite. Eventually, I must be free. I know, Lin Shaoyi said, and I will honor that need. I swear it. When Lin Shaoyi emerged from the deepest chamber 6 hours later, she was changed. She had looked into the eyes of a being who had suffered an injustice that humanity had inflicted, and she had chosen compassion over fear. She had chosen to try to right an ancient wrong, knowing that the path would be difficult and uncertain, would require her to navigate between competing loyalties and impossible choices. But she had made a promise that she intended to keep, no matter what it cost her. Chapter 51. The Pact in the Depths of the Cavern, surrounded by seals that pulsed with 700 years of accumulated binding power and ancient magic that thrummed with the collected will of generations of cultivators, Lin Xiaoyi and Baihu made a pact that would change the course of the Hundred Flowers Sect's future in ways neither of them could fully predict. The air in the cavern was thick and heavy with ancient power, with the accumulated weight of centuries of binding magic, with the overwhelming presence of a consciousness that had been compressed and isolated for longer than any living cultivator could truly comprehend or appreciate. The seals themselves were works of terrible artistry. They covered the stone walls in intricate patterns, symbols that had been carved not with tools, but with pure power, repeated over and over in spiraling formations that seemed to draw the eye downward, deeper into the darkness below. The older seals, the ones that had been applied 700 years ago at the moment of Baihu's imprisonment, glowed with a faint, sickly light that suggested both constraint and suffering. The newer seals, added over the centuries as each generation of sect masters sought to strengthen the binding, overlaid the original seals with layers of additional power, creating a prison within a prison, a cage nested inside another cage. As Lin Xiaoyi descended into the deepest chamber, she could feel the presence of Baihu growing stronger with each step. It was like moving through increasingly dense air, like descending into water that grew colder and heavier with depth. The very stones beneath her feet seemed to hum with the presence of the imprisoned consciousness, as if the cavern itself was one vast extension of the seals, one enormous binding mechanism designed to contain and suppress the power that dwelt in these depths. Baihu, the eight-tailed fox spirit, touched her consciousness to Lin Xiaoyi's with a gentleness that belied her millennia of isolation, with a softness that suggested the pain of her long confinement had not hardened her completely. In that moment of contact, Lin Xiaoyi felt the profound weight of Baihu's suffering, the accumulated loneliness of centuries, the slow erosion of hope, the way consciousness pressed against the boundaries of confinement like water pressing against a dam. It was almost unbearable, and Lin Xiaoyi had to fight to maintain her connection, to not withdraw from the intensity of that ancient pain. "I will not break free from these seals," Baihu said, her voice like wine through ancient forests and silk moving across stone. "Not yet. Not immediately. I will suppress my awakening and hold myself dormant, will use every ounce of my willpower to maintain the binding that confines me. I will give you time to find a solution, time to work toward a path to freedom. But I must know that my freedom has an ending point. I cannot endure another 700 years of imprisonment stretching into infinity. That would be worse than death itself." The certainty in those words was absolute. This was not a request. This was a condition, a boundary that Baihu was setting, a line in the sand beyond which she could not be pushed. And Lin Xiaoyi understood the profundity of what the ancient spirit was offering. The willingness to continue suffering, to continue the agony of confinement, in exchange for hope and a deadline, for the knowledge that this endless imprisonment would eventually end. "How much time do you need?" Lin Xiaoyi asked carefully, understanding the significance of what Baihu was sacrificing, understanding that she was placing her faith in someone she had just met, someone she had every reason to distrust. "How long before the suppression becomes unsustainable? How long can you hold yourself back before the pressure becomes too great?" There was a long silence before Baihu responded. Lin Xiaoyi could feel the ancient spirit considering, calculating, trying to estimate the limits of her own endurance. It was a calculation that no being should have to make, measuring one's own suffering, determining how much more pain could be borne, finding the exact point at which the breaking would become inevitable. 2 years, Baihu said finally, her voice filled with the weight of ancient wisdom and contemporary desperation. "Perhaps 3 if I am fortunate, if I can find ways to redirect my own consciousness that keep me from driving myself mad with confinement. But I cannot promise more than that. After 3 years, the pressure will become too great to bear. The seals will crack regardless of what I do to maintain them. The binding cannot hold if I am actively fighting it from within. So you have 2 to 3 years to find a way forward. Either a path to my release that allows me to walk free under the sun, or a new arrangement that allows me to exist in freedom while ensuring the sect's safety. Either way, the eternal imprisonment ends. That is not negotiable. That is the only offer I can make." "I can work with that," Lin Xiaoyi said firmly, her voice carrying absolute commitment and sincere resolve. Her body glowed with the power of her dual nature, yin and yang energies visible as faint streams of light around her. And you have my promise, the promise of the balanced one, the promise of someone whose word is backed by power. I will not forget this. I will not abandon you again. I will find a path forward, and I will walk it with you, no matter what obstacles stand in the way. This I swear by the formation I anchor, by the power that flows through me, by my own existence as someone who has come to care deeply about your freedom and your dignity. The connection between them deepened, and Lin Xiaoyi felt something shift in Baihu's aura, a loosening of tension that had been constant for centuries, a sense that for the first time in 700 years, hope had returned to the prisoner beneath the balance hall. It was a fragile hope, carefully managed, but it was genuine. More than that, it was reciprocated. Lin Xiaoyi felt her own hope reflected back to her, amplified by the ancient consciousness that recognized in this young woman something it had not found in 700 years. Genuine compassion paired with genuine power, the willingness to act backed by the ability to make that action meaningful. The two consciousnesses remained joined for a long moment, sharing not words but understanding, not explanations but raw connection. When they finally separated, both of them felt changed by the contact. Baihu had been reminded that she could still connect with other conscious beings. Lin Xiaoyi had come to understand the true cost of the promise she was making, the true weight of the responsibility she was accepting. When Lin Xiaoyi emerged from the depths hours later, her emergence from the cavern was peaceful and calm. There was no struggle, no explosion of power, no sense that anything catastrophic had nearly occurred. But Wu Yueyan, waiting at the top of the stairs with Shui Lian and Mei Qing, could feel the change in the seals beneath the balance hall. They had shifted fundamentally from active resistance to willing suppression. Baihu, consciously and deliberately, was holding herself back, was choosing to remain bound rather than to break free and destroy everything in her path. It was a choice that required tremendous willpower and tremendous faith. And more importantly, it suggested that something had happened in the depths, not a struggle, but a genuine agreement, a pact made in good faith between two beings who had every reason to distrust one another but had chosen to trust anyway. What did you do down there? Wu Yueyan asked, her voice holding a mix of wonder and deep concern. Her ancient eyes searched Lin Xiaoyi's face, looking for signs of deception or compromise. What agreement did you make in those depths beneath our feet? I made a promise, Lin Xiaoyi said simply, and there was such sincerity in her voice that Wu Yueyan understood immediately that this was no casual promise. And she accepted it. More than that, she made a promise back to me, and I accepted it. We are bound now, not by seals, but by genuine commitment to each other's well-being. That is stronger than any binding magic could ever be. Chapter 52. The return and suspicion over the following weeks, as the sect prepared intensively for the external siege that seemed increasingly imminent with each passing day. As scouts brought reports of enemy armies massing at the sect's borders, Wu Yueyan grew increasingly suspicious of the changes she felt in Baihu's seal and, by extension, of Lin Xiaoyi's ultimate commitment to the sect. The sect master called her to a private meeting in her private chamber, a room that had been sealed with protective spells to ensure complete privacy. The seals beneath the balance hall have changed, Wu Yueyan said without preamble, her voice cutting directly to the matter at hand. I can feel it every time I meditate. Baihu is no longer fighting against her confinement. She is no longer pushing against the boundaries. She is actively suppressing her own awakening, is using her own power to hold herself back. This suggests very clearly that you made some kind of agreement with her. An agreement that you have not shared with me. An agreement that was made in secret, without consultation or discussion. I made an agreement with her, Lin Xiaoyi said simply, meeting Wu Yueyan's gaze steadily, refusing to look away or show any sign of deception. I knew you would forbid it. I knew that if I told you beforehand, you would see it as too much of a risk, because I knew you would see it as a threat to the sect's stability. But it is not. It is not a threat. It is the only thing that might save us from inevitable conflict, from catastrophe that would otherwise come. Tell me exactly what you promised her, Wu Yueyan demanded, her voice sharp and precise. Tell me everything. Hold nothing back. I need to know the details. I need to understand what you have committed the sect to. Lin Xiaoyi explained everything in detail, the 2 to 3 year deadline that Baihu had given them, Baihu's complete history and background, the profound injustice of her 700 years of imprisonment, why compassion might be the only path forward that doesn't lead to eventual catastrophe. She held nothing back. She told the sect master everything, every detail of their conversation, every nuance of their agreement. Wu Yueyan listened in silence, her ancient face unreadable, her eyes revealing nothing of her internal thoughts. Only the slight tension around her mouth and the way her hands gripped the armrests of her seat suggested the depth of her inner turmoil. When Lin Xiaoyi finished speaking, The sect master sat in silence for a long moment, seemingly lost in contemplation of the implications of what she had just been told. The weight of that silence pressed down on both of them, heavy and suffocating. Finally, Wu Yuan spoke, and when she did, her voice carried the weight of centuries of authority and responsibility. "You have committed the sect to a deadline," the sect master said. Her voice weighted with the understanding of what this meant. 2 to 3 years to solve a problem that has existed for 700 years, that the sect has been carrying since its founding. Do you understand the weight of what you have done? Do you understand that you have made a promise on behalf of 2,000 disciples, on behalf of a sect that has existed for longer than most kingdoms in the known world? She stood and walked to the window of her chamber, looking out at the peak of 10,000 flowers, at the disciples going about their daily routines, unaware of the crisis that was unfolding in secret. For 300 years, I have carried the burden of maintaining this sect's stability while living with the knowledge of the injustice beneath our feet. For 300 years, I have carried the weight of that secret alone, knowing that revelation would create exactly this kind of crisis. And now you have made a promise on behalf of all of them, a promise that I must either honor or repudiate. I do, Lin Xiaoyi said, her voice steady and unflinching, though she too felt the weight of what she had done. But Baihu is not evil. She is not a monster. She is a person who has been imprisoned. And the only way forward is to acknowledge that injustice and work to correct it. The only way to ensure our survival is to treat her as a person deserving of respect, not as a threat to be feared. If we keep her imprisoned out of fear, we will eventually face the catastrophe we have always feared. But if we treat her with compassion, if we acknowledge her dignity, there is a chance, a real chance, that we can all survive this, together. The sect master turned back to face Lin Xiaoyi, studying her face with the gaze of someone who had evaluated countless disciples and leaders over centuries. What she saw in Lin Xiaoyi's features, the sincerity, the conviction, the willingness to accept responsibility, seemed to shift something in her expression. After a long moment of consideration, Wu Yuan said, "Very well. I will trust you. But understand this. If Baihu breaks her agreement, if she seeks to escape or to harm the sect, I will seal her away again, deeper this time, with power enough to hold her for another 1,000 years. I will do whatever is necessary to protect the 2,000 disciples under my care. And the cost of my actions will fall entirely upon you. Your reputation will be destroyed. Your authority will be questioned. You may be exiled from the sect entirely. Can you live with that consequence?" "I can," Lin Xiaoyi said without hesitation. "I accept those terms. I accept full responsibility for what happens next. If Baihu proves untrustworthy, I will accept whatever punishment is necessary. I give you my word on that." "Your word," Wu Yuan repeated softly, as if testing the weight of those words, measuring their sincerity. "I hope your word is stronger than your secrets have proven to be." Chapter 53, Fractured Loyalty. The tension and disagreement between Wu Yuan and Lin Xiaoyi did not remain secret for long. In a sect of 2,000 disciples, secrets had a way of spreading like wildfire through dry grass. Word spread quickly through all levels of the sect's leadership and hierarchy that there was significant disagreement between the sect master and her most powerful disciple. Some disciples interpreted it as a power struggle, a clash between the old guard and the new generation, between Wu Yuan's caution and Lin Xiaoyi's boldness and idealism. Others whispered that Lin Xiaoyi had secrets she was keeping from the sect's leader, that she could not be trusted, that she might be working toward her own personal goals rather than toward the sect's survival and prosperity. Shui Lian and Mei Qing, caught between their loyalty to Wu Yuan and their deep personal love for Lin Xiaoyi, struggled mightily with the emerging division within the sect. They wanted to support Lin Xiaoyi absolutely, to stand by her no matter what the cost, but they also recognized Wu Yuan's authority and her decades of wise rule, her 300 years of leadership that had kept the sect alive through countless crises and external threats. The disciples began to form two loose and informal factions, those who followed Wu Yuan unquestioningly, trusting her experience and wisdom, and those who trusted Lin Xiaoyi, drawn to her power and her vision for a different, better future. It was not an open conflict or a formal division, but it was a fracture that threatened the sect's hard-won unity at precisely the moment when unity was most critical, when the external enemies were closing in, when the siege could come at any moment. The practical effects of this division became immediately visible. At meals in the sect's great dining hall, disciples who had previously sat together began to segregate themselves into two distinct groups. Those who supported Wu Yuan gathered on the north side of the hall, while those who followed Lin Xiaoyi congregated on the south. In training sessions, Disciples began to compete not to improve themselves, but to prove the superiority of their chosen faction's approach. Guard duties were assigned with growing tension, with each faction suspicious that the other was less committed to the sect's defense. In the markets that surrounded the sect, merchants began to speak cautiously, afraid to offend either group. Some disciples reported that they had been confronted by members of one faction or the other, asked to declare their allegiance openly. The atmosphere throughout the sect shifted from camaraderie and shared purpose to subtle suspicion and underlying tension. Elder Hui, who had served Wu Yuan faithfully for 300 years, found himself increasingly uncertain. He had known and trusted the sect master longer than anyone alive, but he could also see the legitimacy in Lin Xiaoyi's concerns, the passion and righteousness in her vision of a better future. In private council sessions, he found himself unable to speak with complete conviction about either position. "You are tearing the sect apart with this conflict," Shui Lian said to Lin Xiaoyi one night, her voice filled with worry and frustration. The two women sat together in the private chambers they shared, away from the eyes of other disciples. The disciples are beginning to choose sides. They are dividing into factions, into competing groups. I saw two disciples who trained together for 5 years turn their backs on each other this morning, each refusing to acknowledge the other. If this continues, when the external enemies attack, we will be weakened from within. We will fall because we are divided against ourselves, because we are fighting each other instead of fighting our enemies. "I know," Lin Xiaoyi said, her heart heavy with the weight of this reality. Her shoulders slumped under the burden she was carrying, the realization that her attempt to do the right thing was having terrible consequences. "But I cannot go back on my promise to Baihu. And I cannot lie to Wu Yuan about what I have done. Both of those paths are closed to me. They would be betrayals of everything I believe in. But I also cannot claim that this is not my fault. The division exists because of my actions. The fracture within the sect exists because I chose to act in secret rather than trusting the sect master with the truth from the beginning. Then find a way to unite them," Mei Qing said fiercely, her ambition transforming into a desperate need for harmony and unified purpose. She paced the chamber like a caged animal, her frustration evident in every movement. "Find a way to make them understand that you are all working toward the same goal, the sect's survival and prosperity. Find a way to make them see that this conflict is temporary, that there is a path forward that satisfies both Wu Yuan's concerns and your vision for a different future. The sect is strong enough to survive this, but only if someone can bridge the divide, can show both sides that they are not truly opposed." "But how?" Lin Xiaoyi asked, her voice barely above a whisper. "How do I unite people who have fundamentally different views about what the sect should be? How do I make Wu Yuan trust me when I kept secrets from her? How do I convince the disciples who follow her that I did not deceive them about my true goals?" It was a challenge Lin Xiaoyi wasn't sure she could meet. But she had to try. The sect's future depended on finding a solution. In the coming siege, they would need every disciple fighting at full strength, undivided in purpose, united in determination. If they went into battle fractured and suspicious of one another, they would fall. That certainty weighed on her with almost unbearable heaviness. Chapter 54. The trial by combat 1 month before the anticipated siege, as the scouts brought increasingly urgent reports of enemy armies massing at the sect's borders, as the elders began to distribute weapons and healing supplies to prepare for total war, Wu Yuan made an announcement that shocked the entire sect. She was calling for a trial by combat to settle the dispute between herself and Lin Xiaoyi. "Lin Xiao, you claim that your secret agreement with Baihu serves the sect's interests," Wu Yuan declared before the assembled disciples, her voice carrying through the great hall to every corner, heard by hundreds of disciples at once. "But you have kept secrets from me. You have made decisions that affect all of us without consultation. You have divided the sect with your actions and your secrecy. If you truly believe in your path, then you must prove yourself worthy of being followed. You must prove that your judgment is sound and that your actions serve the sect's true interests." She gestured with absolute authority to the sacred combat arena at the sect's physical heart. "We will duel. If you can defeat me in fair combat, I will accept your judgment regarding Baihu and grant you full authority to negotiate her fate. I will step back from my suspicion and trust your path forward completely. If you lose, you will submit to my authority and reveal everything that happened in the depths. You will explain every detail of your agreement with Baihu." The great hall erupted in chaos. Disciples gasped and whispered frantically to one another, their voices rising in a confused cacophony of shock and speculation. The news spread like wildfire through the gathered crowd. A trial by combat between the sect master and her most powerful disciple? Such a thing was unprecedented, a direct challenge to the existing hierarchy, a public test of legitimacy and power that went beyond mere words or arguments. Elder Hui stood up in his seat, his aged face pale with concern. "Sect Master, is this truly necessary?" he called out, his voice cutting through the noise. "Could there not be another way? Could we not reach an accord through further discussion, through compromise?" "There has been sufficient discussion," Wu Yueyin said coldly, her gaze sweeping across the assembled elders and disciples. "Discussion has only deepened the division. The disciples are beginning to doubt. Some follow one path, others follow another. This uncertainty weakens us at precisely the moment when we need absolute unity to face the coming threats. A trial by combat will settle the matter definitively, will show all the disciples that this dispute has been resolved through legitimate means, will restore the clarity of command that our sect requires." She paused, her ancient eyes holding Lin Xiaoyi's gaze with an intensity that seemed to bore into her very soul. Besides, if Lin Xiaoyi truly believes in the righteousness of her actions, if she truly has the wisdom to lead the sect toward a better future, then she should have no fear of proving herself through combat. The trial will not be a punishment. It will be an opportunity to demonstrate her worthiness, to show the disciples why she deserves to be followed, to prove that her judgment is sound not just in words, but in action. The tension in the great hall became almost unbearable. Many disciples looked uncertain, their loyalty divided between their fear of losing their beloved sect master and their admiration for Lin Xiaoyi's power and vision. Shui Lian's face went very still, her ice-touched skin seeming to glow faintly with her emotional response to the challenge. Mei Qing's hand went to the pommel of her sword, though the gesture was more a sign of her emotional disturbance than any genuine intent to violence. Lin Xiaoyi understood what Wu Yueyin was doing. The sect master was using this trial as a way to force a resolution, to allow the disciples to see that the dispute had been settled through legitimate means, to restore unity through decisive action and clear victory. It was a brilliant and terrible strategy. It would unite the sect, but only if Lin Xiaoyi could defeat the most experienced cultivator in their world, someone who had fought and survived for 300 years, someone whose power was vast and deep and seemingly unassailable. For a moment, Lin Xiaoyi hesitated. The weight of what was being asked of her seemed to press down upon her shoulders with almost physical force. This was not merely a test of martial skill. This was a test of her entire existence, her right to exist as a leader, her worthiness to guide the sect's future. If she refused, she would be declaring that she did not truly believe in her own righteousness, that her conviction was merely words and not backed by the willingness to risk everything. If she accepted and lost, she would lose not just the trial but also the authority to guide the sect, would lose the ability to protect Baihu, would lose the future she had promised to help create. But she had already come this far. She had already made the promise. She had already spoken the truth to Wu Yueyin in private. There was no going back now, only forward. "I accept," Lin Xiaoyi said, standing and bowing respectfully before the sect master. Her voice was steady and clear, carrying through the great hall, heard by hundreds of disciples who were listening intently to her response. "I will meet you in combat. I will prove the righteousness of my convictions through action. Whatever happens, I will not shy away from this trial." Chapter 55, Preparing for Truth. As the date of the trial approached, as the sect's preparation for war accelerated with each passing day, as soldiers took defensive positions and supplies were rationed for a long siege, Lin Xiaoyi, trained with Shui Lian and Mei Qing, pushing her power to its absolute limits and beyond. She meditated for hours in the hidden chambers of the sect, refining her technique, understanding every nuance of her yin-yang constitution, learning how to harmonize her dual energies with perfect precision. Shui Lian helped her understand the subtle complexities and nuances of ice cultivation that could be applied and integrated into her own unique power. Mei Qing taught her strategies and tactics for combat against a far more experienced opponent, ways to use speed and positioning and misdirection to overcome raw power. She knew with absolute certainty that defeating Wu Yueyin would not be easy, would not be simple. The sect master had centuries of experience fighting in real, brutal battles, had cultivated power that was vast and deep and layered with the complexity that only centuries of practice could create, had fought in more battles than Lin Xiaoyi could possibly imagine, had survived every challenge the world had thrown at her. During one training session, Mei Qing made her fight the same sequence 100 times, forcing her to reach the exact moment of victory again and again until her body could perform the movements without conscious thought, until they became as natural as breathing. "You cannot think in combat," Mei Qing had told her, her voice harsh with the demand for perfection. Thinking slows you down. You must act from pure instinct, from muscles that know what to do before your mind can interfere. Shui Lian, meanwhile, taught her the philosophy behind the movements. Ice does not fight the wind, Shui Lian explained during their meditation sessions. It accepts the wind's direction and hardens against it, becomes unbreakable through acceptance rather than resistance. Apply this principle to Wu Yuyan's power. Do not try to overpower her. Instead, adapt to her attacks, redirect them, let them break themselves against your defense. But more importantly, Lin Xiaoyi knew that if she won the trial, she would need to tell Wu Yuyan absolutely everything. She had decided this during a deep meditation session one morning, had come to understand that the only possible path forward was complete honesty and complete transparency. The sect master deserved nothing less than the full truth. The sect deserved nothing less. The night before the trial, Shui Lian held Lin Xiaoyi close in their shared chamber, her ice-touched body providing cool comfort against Lin Xiaoyi's warmth, her presence calming the nervousness that Lin Xiaoyi couldn't quite suppress despite all her training. The two women had been together since the earliest days of Lin Xiaoyi's infiltration of the sect, and now Shui Lian's support was the only solid ground Lin Xiaoyi had left. Whatever happens tomorrow, Shui Lian whispered, her breath cool against Lin Xiaoyi's ear, I am proud of you. You are choosing what is right over what is easy. That is the mark of true strength. Whether you win or lose, you will have acted with integrity, and that is something even Wu Yuyan cannot take from you. Mei Qing stood watch at the entrance to their chamber, a silent guardian ready to support them however they needed to be supported. The three of them had formed an unbreakable bond through months of working together, of sharing risks and challenges and victories. Whatever the outcome of the trial, nothing could break that bond now. Tomorrow would determine everything. The sun rose on the day of the trial, painting the sky in shades of gold and crimson that seemed to presage both conflict and transformation. The entire sect gathered in the sacred arena. 10,000 disciples came to watch, filling the arena to capacity. The elders took their seats on the high platform. Wu Yuyan and Lin Xiaoyi faced each other across the combat space, two powerful women about to determine the sect's future through the ancient tradition of combat. The air crackled with power, with potential, with the weight of all that rested on this moment. The very ground seemed to anticipate the clash. The formation beneath the sect pulsed with power, as if the entire sect was holding its breath. The disciples watching from the stands recognized that they were about to witness something unprecedented. Never in living memory had the sect master agreed to a formal combat trial against one of her own disciples. The trial by combat was a tradition reserved for disputes that could not be resolved through dialogue or negotiation, disputes where the very survival of the sect's unity was at stake. The fact that Wu Yuyan had chosen this path suggested that she viewed the matter with absolute seriousness, that she was willing to risk her own authority in order to settle the question of who should make decisions regarding Baihu's fate. The sun was directly overhead now, casting no shadows, creating an arena of bright light. The spiritual pressure in the arena was so intense that many disciples could feel it as a physical weight, could sense the electricity in the air as two powerful cultivators stood ready to clash. Some of the weaker disciples had to retreat further back, finding positions where the pressure was more bearable. The formation beneath the sect, which Lin Xiaoyi anchored, began to pulse in synchronization with her heartbeat, responding to her emotional state and her readiness for combat. Wu Yuyan, for her part, stood in absolute stillness. Her body did not tense. Her face did not show any emotion. She was the picture of calm control, of someone who had faced countless battles and emerged victorious from every one. Her 300 years of experience seemed to radiate from her like heat from a fire. But beneath that calm exterior, something was stirring. She was curious about this young woman who had come to the sect as a spy and had become something far more important. She wanted to understand the true extent of Lin Xiaoyi's power. She wanted to know whether her judgment about Lin Xiaoyi had been correct. Chapter 56. The duel begins. The first movement was Wu Yuyan's, a gesture of such extraordinary grace and perfect control that it seemed more like dance than combat. The sect master did not begin with an elaborate attack or a complex display of overwhelming power designed to intimidate. Instead, she simply stepped forward with the weight of 300 years of experience and extended her hand, palm up, drawing on centuries of cultivated control and mastery. Energy flowed from her like water finding its destined path downhill, not aggressive or violent, but inexorable and unstoppable, seeking to find every gap in Lin Xiaoyi's defenses, every weakness that might be exploited. Lin Xiaoyi met it with yang power, creating a vortex where the energies clashed in a spectacular explosion of light and sound that echoed through the arena. The impact sent waves of power rippling outward in all directions, causing the disciples in the first rows to gasp and shield their eyes, some covering their ears against the overwhelming sound of spiritual energy clashing. "You are strong," Wu Yuan said, her voice calm despite the violence of their clash, despite the visible destruction being wrought in the arena beneath their feet. But strength alone is not enough. Power without strategy, without experience, without wisdom, is merely raw potential. Lin Shaoyi understood exactly what the sect master meant. With each exchange, she could feel the difference in their experience. Wu Yuan's every movement was economical and precise. She wasted no power. She made no unnecessary gestures. She responded to threats with the minimum force necessary to counter them. By contrast, Lin Shaoyi felt herself sometimes overcommitting, sometimes using more power than strictly necessary, sometimes leaving openings in her defense that the older woman exploited instantly. They exchanged blows for the next hour, with neither combatant willing to yield. Wu Yuan fought with the precision of someone who had fought 10,000 battles, who had seen every technique and every strategy, whose movements were economical and brutally effective. Lin Shaoyi fought with the raw power of youth and the dual nature of her constitution, her yin and yang energies working in perfect harmony to create something neither pure energy could achieve alone. The pain in Lin Shaoyi's arms and shoulders grew with each exchange. Her muscles burned with exertion. Sweat poured down her face, stinging her eyes. She could feel a small cut on her forehead, where Wu Yuan's power had grazed her during one particularly fierce exchange. But she pushed through the pain, pushed through the exhaustion, pushed herself beyond what she had thought her body could endure. The arena shook beneath them with each collision. The very ground cracked from the impact of their power, fissures spreading outward like spider webs. Disciples screamed as the stones beneath their seats trembled violently, some standing and running to safer positions. The formation beneath the sect pulsed in response, as if Lin Shaoyi's battle was causing the entire structure to resonate, was testing its fundamental limits and boundaries. Some disciples who were deeply connected to the formation felt their own power responding to the vibrations, felt their energy being drawn toward the arena in sympathy with Lin Shaoyi's struggle. The sun was beginning to move toward the western horizon when they had been fighting for nearly an hour. Lin Shaoyi's breath came in ragged gasps. Her hair, which had been carefully bound that morning, had come loose and now hung around her face in sweaty strands. Her robes were torn in several places where Wu Yuan's power had caught them, exposing the pale skin beneath. "You are learning," Wu Yuan acknowledged, her breathing not even quickened despite the intensity of the combat. That was perhaps the most frightening part of the duel, that the sect master seemed barely exerted, while Lin Shaoyi was pushing the absolute limits of her strength and endurance. "You are improving with each exchange. Your technique is refining. But I have had 300 years to refine my technique, and you are still learning. The question is, will you survive long enough to learn what you need to know?" It was not a threat, merely a statement of fact, and it filled Lin Shaoyi with a terrible realization. She was not winning this battle. She was holding her own, barely, but the sect master was still in control. The outcome, despite Lin Shaoyi's best efforts, was not yet decided. Chapter 57. The turning point. But as the battle continued into its second hour, as both combatants began to tire slightly though neither would admit it, something shifted in the fundamental balance of power. Lin Shaoyi felt her power surging not from without, but from within. Her cultivation was advancing not just in the moment, not just during this single battle, but through combat itself, through the direct application of power against the most experienced opponent she had ever faced. Each clash with Wu Yuan's power was teaching her new things about her own strength, new ways to channel the balance between yin and yang. She could feel it now, a deepening understanding of how her yin and yang energies could work together not in opposition, but in harmony. Every time Wu Yuan attacked with pure yin force, Lin Shaoyi could feel the exact point where yang energy could be applied most effectively. And when she responded with yang power, she discovered how yin could flow around it, supporting and amplifying its effects. It was as though her whole being was learning in real time, evolving and transforming with each exchange. Shui Lian watched from the stands, her ice-touched eyes glowing with pride and worry in equal measure. Beside her, Mei Qing stood rigid, her hands clenched so tightly her knuckles had gone white. Neither of them had expected the battle to reach this point. The sect master had seemed invincible for so long, her dominance so complete that her victory had seemed guaranteed. But now, watching Lin Shaoyi's movements becoming faster, more fluid, more confident with each passing moment, They realized they were witnessing something extraordinary. A cultivator reaching beyond her previous limits, transcending her own boundaries through sheer willpower and connection to the sect itself. She began to push more aggressively, began to attack rather than merely defend. Wu Yuan was forced to step back, forced to shift her focus from attack to defense. The disciples fell silent, realizing what they were witnessing. The murmuring that had filled the arena just moments before ceased entirely, replaced by a profound, shocked silence. Lin Xiaoyi was gaining ground. The balance was shifting. The outcome that had seemed certain was becoming uncertain. For the first time in 300 years, someone was pushing the sect master backward, forcing her into a defensive position, making her react to another's attacks rather than dictating the terms of the engagement. Some disciples gasped. Others stood up from their seats, unable to remain sitting, their shock and awe too great to allow them to remain still. Lin Xiaoyi opened herself fully to the formation beneath the sect. She felt the power of 2,000 disciples flowing into her, felt the balance hall's ancient power resonating with her yin-yang constitution. She was becoming one with the sect itself, was drawing on the collective strength of everyone within the sect's boundaries. In that moment, she understood what it meant to be truly connected to the sect, to feel the devotion and support of 2,000 people pouring into her through the invisible threads of the formation. They believed in her. They trusted her. And that trust became power, became strength, became the foundation upon which she could build her attacks. The sensation was overwhelming and exhilarating. She could feel each of the elders anchoring the formation, could sense the 2,000 disciples contributing their energy, could perceive the deep, ancient power of the balance hall itself responding to her connection. She was no longer just Lin Xiaoyi the individual. She was Lin Xiaoyi the vessel, the conduit through which the entire sect's power could flow. Her next attack was so powerful that Wu Yuan took 3 steps back, her expression showing strain for the first time in the battle. Her ancient face reflected the realization that something fundamental had changed in the dynamics of their conflict. The sect master's eyes, which had been calm and calculating, now held a spark of something new, surprise, recognition, and beneath that, perhaps even respect. "You have reached the threshold of a mortal tribulation," Wu Yuan said, realization dawning in her ancient eyes. Her breathing, which had remained steady throughout the battle despite the exertion, was now slightly elevated. "You have advanced even beyond what you were before this battle began. The combat itself has pushed you to new heights. You are becoming something unprecedented." In the stands, Shui Lian reached out and gripped Mei Qing's hand. They both understood what they were witnessing. Lin Xiaoyi was not just fighting better than before, she was transforming, was growing, was becoming something more than she had ever been. And that transformation, that growth, was happening in real time, unfolding before the eyes of 10,000 disciples who would carry the memory of this moment for the rest of their lives. But Wu Yuan did not respond with escalating violence. Instead, she did something unexpected that shocked every disciple watching. Her expression softened. Her shoulders relaxed. She lowered her weapons and dropped her stance, stood straight and tall, and completely undefended, vulnerable and open in a way that seemed impossible for someone of her power and status. "I yield," Wu Yuan said, her voice carrying to every disciple in the arena. "You have proven yourself worthy. You have proven that your judgment is sound." The arena erupted, but not in celebration, in confusion, shock, and then, as understanding spread, in tears and cheers and the release of tension that had been building for weeks. Chapter 58. The Confession. The arena erupted in shocked silence. The sect master, the leader of the 100 Flowers Sect for 300 years, had surrendered. For a long moment, nothing happened. Then Wu Yuan approached Lin Xiaoyi slowly and took her hand, helped her rise from the exhaustion of battle. "You did not simply defeat me through power," Wu Yuan said, loud enough for all to hear. "You defeated me through showing me that you had grown beyond what I expected. You showed me that you were worthy of being followed." But then, before the disciples could fully process what they had witnessed, Lin Xiaoyi kneeled before Wu Yuan, an act of profound respect and subordination that confused everyone watching. It was an unexpected gesture, the victor kneeling before the defeated. It made no sense at first. "I defeated you in combat," Lin Xiaoyi said, her voice carrying through the arena, still breathless from the intensity of the battle, her body shaking slightly from exhaustion and adrenaline. "But now I must confess the full truth about what I have done, about the agreement I have made with Baihu. I kept secrets from our sect master. I made decisions that affected all of us without proper consultation or discussion. I did these things believing they were right, but I owed the sect, owed all of you, the truth. And there, before 10,000 disciples, Lin Xiaoyi told the truth. Her words poured out with the intensity of someone who had been holding back an enormous weight, who was finally able to set down a burden she had carried alone. She explained Baihu's history in detail, how she had been a cultivator thousands of years old, how she had chosen peace over power, how she had been imprisoned not because she was evil, but because she had refused to submit to the sect founder's will. She described Baihu's centuries of suffering, the psychological toll of imprisonment, the slow erosion of hope that came from endless confinement. She explained the injustice of 700 years of imprisonment, the cruelty of binding someone not because they had committed any crime, but because their power made others afraid. She explained the agreement they had made, the deadline, the promise she had given. She did not hide anything. She laid bare every aspect of her decision and her reasoning. She admitted her own doubts, her own fears about whether she was doing the right thing. She spoke of her conversations with Baihu, the moments where she had felt the ancient consciousness reaching out through the seals, desperate for connection, for recognition that she was more than just a dangerous force to be feared. As she spoke, tears streamed down her face, the physical manifestation of the emotional weight she had been carrying. But her voice remained steady and clear. Shui Lian and Mei Qing watched from their position in the stands, their own eyes wet with tears. They knew what this confession would cost Lin Xiaoyi. She had given up the possibility of hiding behind the victory, of claiming the authority to rule as she saw fit. Instead, she was laying herself bare before the sect, asking for trust not by right of combat victory, but by appealing to justice and compassion. The disciples who had been skeptical of Lin Xiaoyi began to reconsider. The ones who had followed her blindly began to understand the true nature of her concerns. And those who had remained neutral seemed to shift toward understanding, toward a reluctant admiration for someone willing to risk everything, her victory, her authority, her future, in order to speak the truth. When she finished, the arena was completely silent. You could hear individual disciples breathing. You could hear the wind moving across the peak of 10,000 flowers. You could hear, from deep beneath the sect, the faint pulse of the formation responding to the emotional intensity of the moment. Even the enemy armies beyond the sect's borders seemed to fall silent, as if the entire world was listening to this moment, as if this confession of truth mattered to everyone and everything present in that suspended moment of time. Then Wu Yueyan extended her hand to help Lin Xiaoyi rise, and as the sect master pulled the younger woman to her feet, she held Lin Xiaoyi's hand high. The gesture was unmistakable. This was an endorsement, a validation, an acceptance of what Lin Xiaoyi had done and who she had become. "You have shown me 3 things today," Wu Yueyan said, her voice filled with something that might have been tears, though her ancient face remained composed. "First, that you have the strength to defeat even me in combat. Second, that you have the wisdom to know when to stop using that power, to stop fighting when the true victory was never about domination. Third, that you have the integrity to tell the full truth even when it might have been easier to lie, even when you could have claimed victory and asked no questions." She turned to face all the disciples, her gaze sweeping across the 10,000 faces watching, her voice filled with the authority of 300 years of leadership. "I declare this trial concluded. Lin Xiao is victorious, and I declare that we will work together to find a path forward that honors both Baihu's right to freedom and our sect's need for security. This is not a defeat for me. This is not a loss. This is the moment when our sect begins to heal itself, begins to correct the mistakes of its past, begins to become something greater than it was before." Chapter 59. Wu Yueyan's revelation over the following days. As the sect mobilized completely for the coming siege, Wu Yueyan called a full council of elders and senior disciples to the Great Hall. The gathering was solemn and official, marked by the formal rituals that indicated matters of utmost importance would be discussed. "I have kept a secret from you for 300 years, Wu Yueyan said, standing before them all. "A secret that must now be revealed." She explained that she had always known about Baihu's location. More importantly, she knew who Baihu truly was. "Baihu is not a random demon," Wu Yueyan said. "She is the sect founder's lover. They were together for 50 years in genuine companionship and love. But the founder's disciples saw Baihu's power as a threat. They pressured the founder to bind her. The revelation hung in the air like a stone dropped into still water, sending ripples of shock and disbelief through the assembled council. Elder Huey's eyes widened. Another elder gasped. Even the most senior disciples present struggled to process what they were hearing. That the woman they had feared and guarded against for 700 years, the mysterious presence beneath the balance hall, was not some ancient evil or a force of chaos, but rather a person, a lover, someone who had been in a genuine relationship with their own sect founder. You speak of the founder with such certainty, Elder Hui said carefully, after a long moment of silence. How can you know this? How can you be sure that what you're telling us is true? Wu Yin's ancient face softened slightly, and for just a moment, they could see not the stern sect master, but rather someone carrying the weight of centuries of memory and knowledge. Because the founder told me herself, in the final years before she ascended beyond the material realm. She confessed to me the depth of her love for Baihu, and the regret she carried for the rest of her life about what she had done. She told me that Baihu's power was not evil, that she had never sought dominion or destruction, that she had only ever wanted to exist peacefully alongside the humans of the sect. She paused, looking at each elder in turn, her gaze steady and uncompromising. And the founder extracted a promise from me, a promise that one day, when the time was right, I would find a way to correct this injustice. That promise has now been fulfilled, not by me, but by Lin Xiaoyi, who had the courage to see Baihu not as a problem to be managed, but as a person deserving of respect and freedom. Elder Hui listened intently, his shock gradually transforming into something that might have been understanding, or perhaps regret. So for 300 years, you have carried this knowledge alone, he said slowly. You have guarded this secret, waiting for the right moment, waiting for someone strong enough and wise enough to help you fulfill the founder's final wish. Yes, Wu Yueyin said simply. I could not act alone. I did not have the moral authority to unilaterally overturn 700 years of sect policy without risking instability, without risking that my own disciples would see me as weakened or compromised. But Lin Xiaoyi could do what I could not. She could challenge the old ways. She could see Baihu as she truly is, and she could inspire others to see beyond fear toward compassion. She paused. And the founder, I believe, would be pleased. What do you propose? Elder Hui asked finally, his voice now carrying not skepticism, but genuine interest in understanding the path forward. When the war is over, Wu Yueyin said, her voice firm and resolute, we will grant Baihu her freedom. That is my promise to you, to the founder's memory, and most importantly, to Baihu herself. We will not merely release her from the seals. We will welcome her as a member of our sect, as someone we have wronged, and who deserves our respect and our gratitude for her willingness to suppress her own awakening to protect us during this crisis. That is not just justice. That is the path toward redemption, toward becoming a sect that is worthy of the power we have been granted. Chapter 60. The path forward. As news of the trial and Wu Yueyin's revelation spread through the sect, something remarkable happened. The two factions that had been dividing the disciples suddenly understood that they had been fighting over false choices. They did not have to choose between loyalty to Wu Yueyin and loyalty to Lin Xiaoyi. Both paths led to the same goal. The revelation about Baihu, that she had been the sect founder's lover, that she had been imprisoned unjustly, that the sect master had finally decided to correct this ancient wrong, reframed the entire conflict. What had seemed like a power struggle between old and new suddenly became clear for what it truly was. A moral reckoning, a sect learning to see past fear toward compassion, a rare moment when those in power chose justice over the status quo. In the Great Hall, the disciples who had supported Wu Yueyin approached those who had followed Lin Xiaoyi, and a strange thing happened. Former opponents began to acknowledge that they had both been fighting for the sect's survival, just with different visions of what that survival meant. The factions dissolved not through coercion or command, but through genuine understanding and mutual respect. The sect became unified in a way it had not been in centuries. Every disciple understood that they were not just fighting for the Hundred Flowers Sect's survival, but for the possibility of a better future, a future where ancient injustices could be corrected, where compassion could triumph over fear. The training grounds became spaces of unity rather than competition between factions. The meals in the Great Hall no longer segregated into opposing groups, but flowed together with the natural ease of a community that had found its way back to wholeness. On the night before the anticipated siege, all the leaders of the sect stood together on the peak of 10,000 flowers. Wu Yueyin, Lin Xiaoyi, Xue Lian, Mei Qing, Su Jing, and all the senior elders stood in a circle, their hands joined, their power flowing together, their hearts unified for the first time in 300 years. The formation beneath the sect pulsed in synchronization with their combined power, a visible manifestation of the sect's return to unity. We will survive this war, Wu Yueyin said, her voice firm and certain, carrying the weight of 300 years of survival and the hope of a better future. When we do, we will build something new. Not just a sect that survives, but a sect that learns from its mistakes. Not just a sect that endures, but a sect that truly honors all living beings, that recognizes injustice and works to correct it. And by who? Lin Feng asked, her voice soft but filled with emotion. The question carried layers of meaning. The promise she had made, the trust she had placed in the sect master, the possibility of redemption for them all. Baihu will be free, Wu Yuan said, her voice carrying absolute conviction and ancient sorrow. That is my promise. We broke her spirit once, imprisoned her unfairly. We will not make that same mistake twice. The moment this war is concluded, the moment we have ensured the sect's security, we will begin the work of freeing her. And when she emerges into the sunlight for the first time in 700 years, she will know that this sect had the wisdom and the courage to correct its greatest wrong. Below them, the formation pulsed with the unified power of the entire sect. And deeper below, in the cavern where she had been imprisoned, Baihu felt the change and understood. After 700 years, freedom was no longer a distant dream. It was a promise, backed by the commitment of the sect master herself. The war was coming, but the Hundred Flowers Sect would face it together, unified, with hope for a better future. Beyond the war lay the possibility of redemption, of correcting ancient wrongs, of building a sect where justice and compassion could coexist. The Hundred Flowers Sect had found a new path. It began with the willingness to acknowledge what was wrong and the courage to try to correct it. It began with Lin Feng, who came as a spy but learned to love. It continued with Wu Yuan, who ruled with wisdom and finally found the courage to correct her own complicity in an ancient injustice. It would be built by Shui Lian, Mei Qing, Su Jing, and all the other disciples. The future was uncertain, but it was also full of hope, and that hope would sustain them through whatever challenges lay ahead, through the war to come, through the difficult work of building a better world where power and compassion could coexist, where strength could be used not to dominate others, but to lift them up, where freedom and safety were not opposing values, but complementary ideals that could be achieved together through commitment and effort and love. As the night deepened, the leaders of the Hundred Flowers Sect remained on the peak of 10,000 flowers, their hands still joined, their powers still flowing together in perfect harmony. They did not speak. They did not need to. The connection between them, the understanding that had been reached through struggle and conflict, and finally, through genuine communication, was stronger than any words could possibly be. Each of them could feel the other's commitment, their hope, their determination to build something better, to be better than the sect had been in the past. Below them, the disciples moved through the sect, spreading word of what had happened, of the trial's outcome, of the sect master's revelation. Some wept with the release of tension that had built up over the previous weeks, the emotional weight of uncertainty and division finally lifting from their shoulders. Others felt renewed purpose, felt that they now understood the true nature of their struggle, understood that they were fighting not just for their own survival, but for the possibility of redemption, for the chance to correct ancient wrongs and build a better future. Young disciples who had been uncertain about their loyalties found clarity and peace. Senior disciples who had been torn between devotion to Wu Yuan and hope in Lin Feng discovered that these two commitments were not contradictory, but complementary, two expressions of the same desire to serve something greater than themselves. In the cavern beneath the balance hall, Baihu felt the unity of the sect above her, felt the commitment that had been made, understood that her long imprisonment was finally approaching its end. The transformation of the formation from active resistance to willing suppression to this new unified harmony was something she could perceive directly, could feel in the way the seals responded to the sect's collective will. For the first time in 700 years, she allowed herself to truly believe that freedom was possible, that someone had finally come who would keep their promise, who would see her not as a threat or a problem to be managed, but as a person deserving of respect and liberty. The ancient fox spirit, who had survived centuries of confinement through sheer force of will, found that was suddenly reinforced by something she had almost forgotten. The possibility of genuine connection with other conscious beings, the hope of companionship after endless isolation. The war would come soon. The armies were massing. The siege would begin within days. But the Hundred Flowers Sect would face it with unprecedented unity, with a clarity of purpose that had been missing for 300 years, with the knowledge that they were fighting not just for survival, but for the possibility of a better future, a future where all the beings within the sect, human and spirit alike, could live freely and authentically, pursuing their own paths with the support and love of their community. It was a vision that had seemed impossible just weeks before. But through the trials they had endured, through the willingness of their leaders to acknowledge injustice and work to correct it, through the power of love and commitment, it had become possible. And that possibility, fragile as it was, would be enough to sustain them through the darkness that was coming, through the battles and bloodshed and losses that awaited them in the war to come. The Hundred Flowers Sect, reformed and reunited, would rise to face its enemies. And when the war was over, when victory had been achieved or a peace had been negotiated, they would begin the true work of transformation, the work of making amends, of correcting ancient wrongs, of building a sect where justice and compassion could coexist, where power was used in service of others rather than for dominion over them, where the cost of freedom for one person was not the imprisonment of another. It was a vision that would define the sect's future, that would determine not just whether it survived the coming war, but whether it deserved to survive it. And standing on the peak of 10,000 flowers, with the entire sect gathered below them, the leaders of the Hundred Flowers Sect understood that they had been given a second chance, a chance to build something truly great, something that would endure not just because it was powerful, but because it was just. In that moment, as the night sky above them filled with stars and the formation beneath their feet pulsed with the unified power of 2,000 disciples, they knew with absolute certainty that they had made the right choice. This was not the end of their story. It was the beginning of a new chapter, one that would require courage and sacrifice, but one that promised something that was worth any cost. The possibility of redemption, the chance to transform their sect from one built on the imprisonment of another being into one founded on principles of justice and compassion. The war awaited them beyond the walls of the sect. Enemies massed at their borders. Blood would be spilled, and loss would be suffered. But they would face it together, united, with the knowledge that whatever trials lay ahead, they had already overcome the greatest trial of all, the willingness to acknowledge their own complicity in injustice and the courage to work to correct it. And somewhere far below, in the depths of the cavern beneath the balance hall, Baihu felt the commitment that had been made and allowed herself, for the first time in 700 years, to hope. Chapter 61. The invasion begins. The morning came with ash on the wind. Lin Shaoi woke in her chambers to the sound of the great bell of alarm. 3 long tolls that echoed across the peak of 10,000 flowers and down into every valley of the Hundred Flowers Sect. She was already moving before her eyes fully opened, years of soldiers' instinct overriding the grogginess of sleep. Around her, the sect erupted into controlled chaos. Disciples emerged from their dormitories in formation, called by bells and by the ancient training that bound them to respond to that single sacred sound with the immediacy of heartbeats responding to danger. The Crimson Blade Sect and the Demon Sect had come. They had come together, their hatred of the Hundred Flowers Sect transcending their usual rivalry. They had come with armies that numbered in the tens of thousands. They had come with the clear intention to burn the sect from the earth and claim its secrets before the ashes had even cooled. Wu Yuan stood in the command pavilion high above the main gates, her robes whipping in wind that moved only around her, as if the planet itself bent to her presence. Her spiritual sense extended out to the very edges of the sect's territories, painting a picture in her mind that she shared silently with her leadership through the subtle threads of cultivation connection. 10,000 enemies were massing at the outer barriers, dividing themselves into 2 armies. Patriarch Shin's Crimson Blade forces on the left, disciplined and orderly in their malice, arranged in perfect tactical formations that spoke of decades of military preparation and inhualas. Demon Sect hordes on the right, chaotic and hungry, writhing with barely restrained energy like serpents in a pit. The barriers themselves were glowing a warning amber, indicating strain from the sheer spiritual pressure that the enemy forces were pressing against them. They would hold for perhaps a few hours, perhaps less. The elders had been summoned in the night, as soon as the initial scouts had reported enemy movement. Now they stood in a semicircle around Wu Yuan, each of them older than any human had a right to be, each of them carrying the weight of cultivation centuries in the set of their shoulders. Elder Hui, who had guarded the outer sect for 130 years. Elder Ren, whose ice cultivation had once been feared across 3 provinces. Elder Yi, who had personally trained 1,000 disciples in the fundamentals of their art. These were not merely powerful cultivators. These were monuments to the Hundred Flowers Sect's endurance and success. Status, Wu Yuan commanded, her voice carrying no fear, only clarity and the absolute certainty of command. Inner disciples are mobilizing, Elder Hui reported, her voice steady as a mountain stone. Core disciples are taking defensive positions in the secondary chambers. The healing wards are being prepared for an influx of wounded. Outer disciples are being processed for evacuation to the northern caves as planned. No evacuation, Wu Yuan said flatly, cutting off the planned response. Everyone fights. Those too young or too weak to fight work with the formation. I want the balance hall sealed, and every elder who is capable standing ready to defend it physically if necessary. We will not hide. We will not retreat. We will stand as our ancestors stood when the sect was founded, and we will remind this world that the Hundred Flowers Sect does not break easily. She paused, her gaze sweeping across her gathered leaders. Lin Xiaoyi. She was calling for him, for her. Lin Xiaoyi stepped forward from where she had been standing at the edge of the pavilion, having arrived before being summoned, as if she had sensed the need. She had dressed in her armor before coming to the pavilion, a movement so habitual that it had become automatic. The armor that was fitted for a female frame, white and silver with the sect's flower motif woven through it in threads of actual gold. The armor that had been specifically made for her weeks ago by the sect's craftspeople. But beneath it lay the cultivation form that was uniquely and unmistakably hers, the form that had been carefully hidden beneath layers of heavy disguise and maintained deception since the very first day she had arrived at the sect. I am ready, Lin Xiaoyi said, her voice quiet but carrying absolute conviction that resonated through the pavilion like a bell struck in perfect darkness. You will lead the cultivation forces in direct combat, Wu Yueyin said, and there was something tender in her ancient eyes, something that suggested she was entrusting not just the sect's immediate survival, but something far more precious, a future. When the barriers fail, and they will fail, they will surge in expecting to encounter our best disciples scattered and unprepared. Instead, they will find you, fully realized and implacable. You will break their initial momentum. Buy us time. Buy us the chance to push back, to show them that we do not fall easily. Lin Xiaoyi nodded once, a gesture of absolute commitment. The barriers failed at mid-morning, when the sun was high enough to turn the entire sky into a pale blue vault that seemed to press down on the earth with its own weight. The collapse came not with a spectacular explosion, but with a sound like shattering ice in the hearts of spring rivers, 100 smaller cracks forming and spreading until the entire delicate structure of woven spiritual energy that had protected the sect for 700 years simply ceased to hold coherence. The barrier dissolved in a cascading failure, the light it had cast fading in moments, and the combined armies of Crimson Blade and Demon Sect poured through like a flood breaching a weakening dam, like water through a broken levee, like violence finally released from chains. The first wave was composed of outer disciples and junior cultivators, fodder, Lin Xiaoyi realized with cold clarity as she rose into the sky above the main courtyard. Shun and Yin Huala were willing to spend the lives of their weakest followers to test the sect's response, to feel out the defenses, to identify weak points, to sacrifice their own people in service of intelligence. It was tactically sound and morally repugnant, a calculation that treated human lives as nothing more than resources to be expended in the grand game of conquest, pieces to be moved on a board and discarded without consideration. Lin Xiaoyi rose into the air above the main courtyard, and she called upon the cultivation form that she had kept hidden beneath carefully maintained heavy disguises for the entire length of her time in the sect. The concealment fell away like water, like the shedding of a snake's skin, like the emergence of a butterfly from a chrysalis. She felt the release of it, the enormous relaxation of pretense, the settling of her true nature into the world, and it was like taking her first true breath in months, in years. The air itself seemed to recognize her, to accept her, to welcome the truth of her presence. The yin-yang power flowed through her without restraint, no longer filtered through layers of careful suppression. Her hair, which had always appeared as a deep black when she was maintaining her female form, began to shimmer with threads of white and blue. The physical manifestation of her true nature, yin and yang dancing together in perfect harmony, neither dominating the other, but instead reinforcing each other in a balance that was mathematically beautiful and spiritually profound. Her cultivation base, previously hidden beneath a careful mask of just barely soul ascension power, blazed forth in its actual strength. Heavenly ascension tier, raw and undisguised, and absolutely evident to everyone watching, radiating outward in waves of pure spiritual force. The disciples stopped. Some screamed. Others simply stared, unable to process what they were seeing. The delicate, graceful girl who had been their junior sister, the gentle presence who meditated in the balance hall with such perfect serenity, the devoted disciple who had so carefully maintained her humble demeanor and her quiet strength. That girl was revealed as something far more, something other, something that transcended the simple binary categories they had used to understand the world. But there was no time for shock or question, no moment for confusion to solidify into certainty. The enemy surged forward with a roar that shook the mountains, and Lin Xiaoyi drew her sword, a weapon that was simple but perfect, folded steel that carried the blessing of the sect's greatest weaponsmith. The first 100 attackers lasted perhaps 30 seconds. They came in waves, young Crimson Blade soldiers and demon-touched cultists with hollow eyes and the stench of corrupted cultivation clinging to them, and Lin Xiaoyi moved through them like a dancer through water, not needlessly cruel, but absolutely efficient. She aimed to disable rather than kill when she could, to break arms that held weapons, to shatter the spiritual pathways of those who attempted to attack her, to render them unable to fight. The few of them that pressed past her encountered the inner disciples waiting in defensive formation behind her, and even disarmed or partially crippled, they were still dangerous opponents, and the battle became a grinding affair of steel and spiritual energy. But the tide did not let up. More came, and more after that, wave after wave like the ocean attempting to drown the land. The enemy forces had been ordered to press the advantage while they had it, before the sect could fully establish a defensive posture, before the sect's formation could be activated and powered. Lin Xiaoyi was not one person. She was powerful, yes, far more powerful than anyone had expected, but she was still mortal, still bound by the limits of endurance and attention. The sheer weight of numbers pressed against her, and she fell back step by step, moving deeper into the sect's territory and drawing the enemy forces with her like a lure drawing fish into a net. That was the entire point, she realized with the clarity that came from perfect understanding with Wu Yueyan. By falling back in good order, by allowing the enemy forces to pour in but slowly and in constrained pathways through the sect's geography, by choosing her ground with precision, Lin Xiaoyi was funneling the invaders into zones where they could be contained and defeated in smaller sections. The Hundred Flowers Sect's knowledge of its own territory became an asset. The attackers from Crimson Blade and Demon Sect found themselves in narrow passages between training grounds, in valleys that offered no advantage, in areas where multiple defensive lines could converge at once, where the geography itself became a weapon. By the time the sun reached noon, it had become clear that this would not be a quick siege, would not be resolved with a single decisive battle and a surrender. This would be a war, a grinding affair that would test not just the military might of the sect, but its will, its determination, its ability to endure. Chapter 62. Lin Zhao's revelation to the troops. The second day of the invasion found Lin Xiao standing in the center of the outer courtyard, facing perhaps 200 disciples who were still fighting with uncertainty in their hearts and confusion in their eyes. The revelation that the junior sister they had trusted was far more powerful than expected, that she had hidden her true nature beneath carefully maintained disguises, had caused a strange rupture in morale. Some disciples were inspired. This beautiful, powerful woman, or was it a man? No one quite knew anymore, had deceived the enemy by disguising as one of them, had hidden her true strength to protect them, had been willing to sacrifice her identity for the sect's survival. Others felt betrayed. How long had she been lying? Was anything she had told them true? Could they trust her now, when everything they thought they knew had been revealed as false? Wu Yueyan had sent her out to address it, not with explanations or justifications, but with truth. Pure, unvarnished, dangerous truth. Lin Xiaoyi stood before them, her dual form revealed but not yet settled, and for the first time since entering the sect, she allowed herself to shift form completely. The heavy cultivation base that had been so carefully maintained dissolved entirely, no longer needed, no longer useful. Her body, which had been shaped by the jade mask and by years of disciplined spiritual restructuring to present as female, began to change with the inevitability of tides responding to the moon. It was not a sudden or shocking transformation, not the sort of thing that would have made disciples scream or run. It was subtle, the kind of change that you noticed only if you were really looking, only if you were willing to see. The very slight softness in her face became more angular, the rounding of cheeks giving way to sharper edges. Her shoulders broadened minutely, and the graceful curve of her frame took on a more rectangular straightness, more power distributed across a larger frame. But the most striking change was in her eyes. Where they had always held a kind of soft watchfulness, a gentle inquiry, now they blazed with a directness that was almost savage in its intensity. This was the cultivator beneath the disguise, the man who had infiltrated the sect on a mission of survival and espionage, the operative who had been willing to do whatever was necessary to complete his mission. "My name," she said, and her voice was different now too. Lower, carrying different harmonics, the voice of a man rather than a woman, is Lin Xiao. Not Lin Xiaoyi. I am male. I came to this sect under false pretenses, in service to a mission that had nothing to do with your welfare and everything to do with my own survival and the interests of those who sent me. The silence was profound, absolute. The the kind of silence that felt like a physical weight pressing down on the courtyard. I lied to you, Lin Xiao continued, his voice steady and unashamed, each word landing like a stone thrown into still water. About my identity, about my nature, about my purposes. Every smile was calculated to misdirect. Every moment of kindness was balanced against the knowledge that I was deceiving you. I did not come here to join you. I came here to anchor a formation and then, presumably, to escape or be killed in the process. The cost to you of my infiltration was acceptable in the calculations of those who sent me. That is the nature of espionage. That is who I am. Several disciples made to leave, their faces etched with anger and betrayal. Lin Xiao raised his voice slightly, not aggressively, but with enough volume to carry across the courtyard and demand attention. But I did something I was not supposed to do. I stayed. I formed genuine connections with some of you. I began to understand that the Hundred Flowers Sect was not a target or a mission or a set of calculations on a map of conquest. You were people. Real people with hopes and fears and dreams. People who were kind to me when I did not deserve kindness. People who loved me knowing nothing of my true nature. He paused, allowing that to settle into them, allowing them to feel the weight of genuine remorse beneath his words. The war that is coming is not because of my deception, though I understand if you believe it is. It is coming because you have the only yin-yang dual cultivator in the cultivation world, and there are those who would kill thousands to possess that power. Crimson Blade Sect wants to rule the western provinces. Demon Sect wants to corrupt and expand its influence. Both of them want me enough to wage open war on the Hundred Flowers Sect. That decision was not mine. That danger is not my invention, but I am the reason they came. He shifted again, moving through the intermediate form, reforming the yin-heavy cultivation base that had previously hidden his male nature, returning to the female form that had become his default. But this time, he did not fully complete the transformation. Instead, he held a perfect balance, neither fully male nor female, but showing the underlying truth that he contained both, that his nature transcended the simple categories that human language offered. The disciples gasped, understanding instinctively, with a clarity that transcended intellectual understanding, that this was the reality beneath all the disguises. Absolute balance, perfect duality, a unity that did not erase distinction but instead made use of it. This is who I truly am. This is the form that does not require maintenance or hiding. This is the truth beneath all the lies. You do not have to trust me after this. You do not have to fight beside me. But if you do, know what you are fighting beside. Not a woman, not a man, not a devoted member of your sect, but something far stranger, a being of perfect balance who came to you as a spy and became something else entirely. He turned to face the gates where the enemy pressed, where the sounds of combat echoed like a persistent drumbeat. I am going to fight now, because the alternative is to let thousands of people die. Fight if you will, leave if you must. But know that if we are to survive this, we survive together, and we survive as ourselves, not as the people we pretended to be. The first disciple to step forward was Xianxia. She drew her sword and took position beside him without a word, her usual ice-cold demeanor replaced by something that looked remarkably like fierce devotion. After a moment, Mei Qing appeared on his other side, her expression one of fierce determination and barely restrained power. Then Su Jing, her kind face set with resolve, and then another disciple, and another. Not all of them, maybe half, but enough to stand, enough to fight, enough to show that whatever else might be uncertain in the world, this was a line they were willing to defend. The Hundred Flowers Sect marched into the second day of war with a slightly different understanding in their hearts. Chapter 63. Mei Qing's transformation. Mei Qing had always been ambitious. It was her defining characteristic, the lens through which she interpreted every interaction and every opportunity. From the moment Lin Xiaoyi had arrived at the sect, Mei Qing had been calculating the advantage and disadvantage of the younger disciple's presence. When she had challenged her to a duel, it had been partly out of genuine curiosity about the new prodigy, but mostly out of a desire to establish dominance and superiority. When she had later proposed dual cultivation partnership, it had been partly out of genuine desire, but largely out of a calculation that aligning with the sect's strange new power source would increase her standing and accelerate her advancement to higher ranks. The revelation of Lin Zhao's true nature, the collapse of the careful game of positioning and advancement, the transformation of everything from internal sect politics into raw survival against external enemies. It shifted something fundamental in Mei Qing's psychology. All the careful calculations fell away like autumn leaves in wind. The ambition that had been internal, focused on advancement within the sect, on competing with Xue Lian for the position as Wu Yuyan's closest disciple, suddenly swung outward to a singular purpose: protection. Specifically, the protection of Lin Xiao. The second day of the war found Mei Qing in the thick of the fighting at the eastern approaches, where Patriarch Shin's Crimson Blade forces were attempting to breach toward the Balance Hall, where they hoped to strike at the heart of the sect's power. She fought with a precision and power that seemed to increase with every moment, every enemy fallen, every inch of ground held against the press of invasion. She fought like someone possessed, like the fighting itself had become the only truth that mattered. It happened gradually at first, then suddenly, the way storms build from distant thunder into thunder that shakes the earth. Her cultivation base, which had been at mid-soul ascension, began to ascend, began to rise toward that holy rank that few cultivators ever achieved. The bottleneck that usually took decades to overcome, that usually required months of careful preparation and alignment and meditative breakthrough, simply opened beneath her like a door that had been waiting for the right key. Her power surged forward like a river that had finally found its channel, like water pouring through a breaking dam. By the time she realized what was happening, by the time her conscious mind caught up with the transformation that was occurring in her spirit, she was standing at the edge of heavenly ascension, the same rank that Lin Xiao truly occupied, the rarest tier of cultivation short of immortal ascension itself. The power came from her connection to the sect. She understood distantly, through the haze of transformation. Every disciple around her was pouring strength into their collective defense, and that collective strength was magnifying her own efforts, was creating a resonance that amplified her power beyond what she should have been capable of achieving. But more than that, it came from something inside her, an emotional intensity so fierce and focused that it burned away all the petty considerations and calculations that usually muddied her thinking, that usually made her hesitate before committing fully to any course of action. She loved Lin Xiao. That love, suddenly elevated from a quiet preference and a calculated ambition to a blazing certainty and absolute knowledge, was the fuel for her advancement, the leverage point that moved her from potential into actualization. She ascended in the middle of a strike, mid-sword thrust, her blade cutting through the air with perfect precision toward an enemy cultivator's heart. The power that emerged from her at that moment transformed the strike from a deadly attack into something utterly annihilating, sent 3 attacking Crimson Blade disciples flying backward with broken bones and shattered formations, their spiritual cores disrupted, their cultivations temporarily severed from their control. The other attackers hesitated, suddenly facing something that was no longer merely their peer, but their superior in every measurable way. Mei Qing pressed forward, no longer fighting defensively but offensively, pressing them back, breaking their formation, carving a path through the enemy lines like a sword through silk. Lin Xiao, fighting several hundred meters away in the central courtyard, felt at the moment her breakthrough completed. He felt Mei Qing's power settle into its new height, felt the harmony between them as another perfectly aspect cultivator joining the higher ranks. In the middle of his own combat, he had to pause for a moment and acknowledge the profound rightness of the moment. Mei Qing had transformed herself. She had elevated herself beyond what she had been. She was no longer fighting for her own advancement or her own survival. She was fighting to protect something she loved, and that love had become the leverage point that moved her into true power, that revealed potential that had always been within her, but that she had never been able to access. When the next wave of enemies came, a full assault coordinated across multiple fronts, Lin Xiao and Mei Qing fought as a coordinated pair. Her ice-sharp precision combined perfectly with his balance point strength, creating a duet of combat that was beautiful to watch and devastating to encounter. Where he created moments of stasis, she struck like a blade between the ribs. Where she forced enemies back into tight formations, he disrupted those formations with perfectly timed bursts of power that sent them spinning. They became almost unstoppable, a mutual defense and offense that made the enemy forces adjust their entire strategy to avoid the two of them directly, to reroute their assaults to other sections of the battlefield where they might find less perfect opposition. By evening, when the first day's major assault finally broke and the enemy withdrew to regroup behind their defensive lines, Mei Qing was standing beside Lin Xiao, both of them still standing, both of them still fighting, both of them finally aligned in purpose. Chapter 64. Shui Lian's Ice. Shui Lian had never been a frontline fighter in the traditional sense. Her cultivation was built on precision and control rather than raw power, on understanding the intricate choreography of spiritual energy rather than brute force. In the early days of the war, when the Hundred Flowers Sect was still establishing its defensive perimeters and the enemy was testing their limits, Shui Lian had seemed almost peripheral to the major battles, had seemed to be playing a supporting role while others took the main stage. But as the siege deepened and the invaders realized that they could not break through via direct assault against Lin Xiao and the other core disciples, as they recognized that the primary approach was failing, her value became apparent. The demon sect's forces, frustrated by the constant defensive positions and the steady losses they were taking, changed tactics on the third day. They began to attempt to flank the sect's positions, to circle around the main fighting and strike at the vulnerable areas of cultivation ground and meditation chambers. They moved with the clear intent to spread the Hundred Flowers defenders thin, to force them to divide their forces, to create situations where they could be defeated in smaller pieces. It was precisely the situation that Shui Lian had been preparing for, had been anticipating, through her perfect understanding of Lin Zhao's strategic thinking. She moved to the northern approach, where the enemy forces would naturally try to outflank if they were following sound military strategy, and she drew upon the accumulated knowledge of 700 years of ice cultivation that the sect possessed, drawing on traditions that had been refined across generations of practitioners. Starting from a single focus point, she began to create a barrier, not a physical wall, but a massive formation of frozen spiritual energy that spanned nearly a mile across the sect's northern face, a monument to control and precision. The barrier was beautiful. It shimmered like mother-of-pearl catching light from the morning sun, throwing it back in prismatic displays that hurt the eye to look upon directly. But beneath the beauty was a ruthlessness of purpose. Anything that attempted to pass through that barrier would encounter temperatures cold enough to freeze the spiritual energy directly in the dantian, cold enough to stop the heart in a single beat, cold enough to turn the most powerful cultivator into a statue within moments, a frozen monument to the folly of underestimating the Hundred Flowers Sect. The enemy forces probing from the north encountered the barrier and were forced to slow their advance significantly. What would have been a quick flanking maneuver, a rapid move to strike at the vulnerable rear areas, became a grinding, careful approach, testing each area of the barrier for weakness and finding none, discovering that every section was defended with equal ferocity. The barrier forced the Crimson Blade and Demon Sect forces to concentrate their efforts elsewhere, to abandon the flanking strategy and return to direct assault against more protected positions. In this, Shui Lian's understanding of Lin Xiao became her greatest asset, her secret weapon in the strategic calculus of war. She had felt, in the weeks before the war, the particular frequency of Lin Xiao's power. She understood the way his cultivation base resonated, the patterns of his spiritual energy, the way his thoughts tended to move through the world. Through this intimate familiarity, forged in meditation and shared cultivation, and all the small moments of connection that had built between them, she was able to predict where the next enemy assault would come, because she understood how Lin Xiao would naturally fight if given the opportunity to shape the battlefield. When Lin Xiao moved to defend a particular region against a particularly fierce assault, Shui Lian's barrier was already positioned to prevent reinforcement from that direction, was already set up to constrain the enemy's options. When the enemy tried to concentrate their forces for a breakthrough attempt, Shui Lian had already created a series of secondary barriers that would slow them, divide them, and make it impossible for them to achieve the critical mass of power necessary for breakthrough. She became the perfect complement to his strategy, the perfect counterbalance. She became the sect's shield, not through flashy power or dramatic displays of strength, but through perfect understanding and perfect execution of a strategy that had been born in the intimacy of their connection. Every barrier she created was placed not because it made sense in theory, but because it made sense given what she knew of Lin Zhao's likely next move, given her understanding of how he thought, how he fought, what he would need from his environment in order to succeed. It was a dance, and they danced together even though they were separated by miles of combat, even though they never exchanged words but only understood each other through the medium of spiritual energy and cultivated connection. By the third full day of war, the enemy had ceased to probe for weaknesses. They had accepted that the Shui Lian barrier was permanent, that it represented an absolute boundary that could not be crossed, that no amount of force or cleverness could overcome it. Their strategy shifted to simple attrition, pour in as many attackers as possible and trust that eventually the Hundred Flowers Sect's superior numbers would be whittled down. Shui Lian maintained her barrier through sheer will and control, through the absolute focus of her cultivated mind, knowing that somewhere in the miles of fighting, Lin Xiao was feeling her protection and trusting in it. Chapter 65. Su Jing's choice. Su Jing had never been meant for great power. Her cultivation constitution was good, solid, the kind of foundation that would allow steady advancement through the ranks, but she lacked the rare characteristics that would have made her one of the exceptional disciples, one of the true prodigies that sects dreamed of discovering. She had known this about herself since the early days of her training, had accepted it with equanimity born of genuine self-knowledge, had instead focused on being reliable, on being present, on being the sort of disciple who kept the sect functioning in all the small ways that rarely earned recognition, but that held everything together. The first 3 days of the war had found her in one of the secondary defensive lines, helping to manage the flow of wounded disciples back to the healing chambers, coordinating with the formation keepers to maintain the sect's internal balance, doing all the unglamorous work that actually kept the sect from simply collapsing under the weight of constant assault. She had bandaged wounds that had been inflicted by enemy swords. She had helped carry disciples who could no longer walk to the healing pavilions. She had organized supplies and coordinated relief efforts and done everything that no one remembered to thank you for. But on the 4th day, it became clear that something had changed in the enemy's strategy, that the simple attrition approach had not worked because the Hundred Flowers Sect had reserves that the enemy had not anticipated, because the sect's formation was holding better than expected, was generating defensive power faster than the enemy could overcome it. They were adapting too quickly. The enemy forces were planning something new, something that would require immediate response or risk the sect's complete collapse. Wu Yueyin called an emergency council, and Su Jing found herself, to her complete surprise, summoned to attend. She stood among the elders and the core disciples, feeling entirely out of place, feeling like she had been called into a conversation that belonged to people far above her in the hierarchy of power. But Wu Yueyin looked at her directly, with the full weight of her ancient gaze, and asked, "Su Jing, you have an idea. I can feel it through your spiritual signature. Tell us." Su Jing found herself revealing an idea she had been developing but had not yet mentioned to anyone. A power-sharing array that could temporarily boost the cultivation level of every disciple in the sect by a full rank. Not permanently, maybe not even for longer than an hour. But in that hour, the Hundred Flowers Sect would essentially double its effective military power. The disciples would become stronger. The formations would amplify more easily. The combined defensive might would be nearly unstoppable. The cost would be significant. The array required a focal point, a cultivator who would be connected to all the other cultivators in the sect and would serve as the anchor point for the massive distribution of power. That focal point would bear the strain of maintaining the connection, would have to serve as the conduit through which all of that power flowed. And when the array shut down, when the external power was withdrawn, the focal point would collapse into profound weakness, requiring weeks of recovery to restore their normal cultivation level. "I can do it," Su Jing said simply, when Wu Yueyin asked if anyone among the assembled disciples had the constitution for such a sacrifice, if anyone was willing to take on that burden. Wu Yueyin leaned forward, her expression grave. "It will destroy your current cultivation base," Wu Yueyin said flatly, making sure Su Jing understood the cost, making sure there was no possibility of misunderstanding. "You will return to a lower rank. It may take you months to recover what you will lose. You will be weaker than you are now. You will be vulnerable." "I know," Su Jing said. "I'm doing it anyway." When the enemy launched their next assault, when they came with renewed force believing that the Hundred Flowers Sect was weakening, when they pressed forward with the certainty that they would break through, Su Jing activated the array. 1,800 disciples suddenly felt their power surge. Su Jing, positioned in the balance hall with her consciousness spread across the sect's entire perimeter, with her awareness extended to touch every disciple who had agreed to participate, felt the moment when the array fully activated. She felt every disciple's power, their fear, their determination, their willingness to sacrifice in service of something larger than themselves. She felt their lives flowing through her, borrowing her strength, using her as a conduit to reach new heights. It was overwhelming and beautiful and terrifying, and the most profound connection she had ever experienced with any other person in her entire life. She was not one person any longer, but 1,800 people, or rather she was one person stretched across 1,800 consciousnesses, stretched so thin that she was barely a whisper in the hurricane of their combined will. For 1 hour, the Hundred Flowers Sect was nearly unstoppable. Disciples who had been struggling against superior enemies suddenly found themselves matched in power. Juniors who had been terrified found themselves capable of defending their seniors. The tide of the battle shifted. For the first time in the war, it was the enemy who fell back, the enemy who had to retreat, the enemy who had to reconsider their strategy in the face of overwhelming power. At the moment when the array's power began to fade, when the hour was up and the spell was ending, Su Jing felt all of that connection beginning to slip away like water through grasping fingers. She clung to it for an extra moment, pushing herself to maintain it for just a few more seconds, because the disciples were still pressing their advantage and she did not want to let them down, did not want to abandon them to vulnerability at the moment when they were closest to victory. Then it shattered like breaking glass. Su Jing collapsed into unconsciousness, her cultivation base temporarily disrupted, her spiritual energy scattered across the sect like autumn leaves scattered by wind. She would wake in the healing chambers days later, weak as a disciple in their first year of training, with a long recovery ahead of her. But for 1 hour, she had been the heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect, and every disciple who had borrowed her power understood the magnitude of the sacrifice she had made for them. When she finally woke in the healing chambers, weak and disoriented and exhausted in a way that seemed to go beyond the merely physical, the war would still be ongoing, but the tide would have shifted. The disciples would know that they could win. That Su Jing's sacrifice had bought them that knowledge at immense personal cost. Chapter 66. Yin Huala's true face. The demon sect leader, Yin Huala, arrived at the battlefield in person on the 5th day of the war, and her arrival changed the nature of the conflict entirely. She had been controlling her forces from a distance throughout the siege, had been directing strategy through subordinates and long-distance spiritual communication, had kept herself above the immediate fray while her disciples fought and died in her service. But something had changed in the tide of battle, something that demanded her personal intervention. Perhaps it was Su Jing's sacrifice and the subsequent resurgence of the Hundred Flowers Sect's power. Perhaps it was the loss of more enemy forces than expected, the attrition taking a toll that she had not anticipated. Perhaps it was simple frustration with the pace of siege, with the fact that what should have been a swift conquest was stretching into a prolonged conflict. Whatever the reason, Yin Huala made the decision to descend from the sky and enter the field of battle herself. She arrived like a falling meteor, her heavenly ascension power manifesting without restraint, without the careful control that most cultivators tried to maintain in ordinary life. Her power radiated outward in waves that pushed disciples backward, that cracked the earth beneath her feet, that made every cultivator within miles feel the overwhelming weight of her presence. This was not a person who had carefully hidden her strength. This was an apex predator announcing itself without apology or concealment. She was a woman of terrible beauty, her appearance unchanged despite centuries of cultivation, her face perfect and terrible in its mathematical symmetry, her eyes containing depths of darkness that suggested horrors beyond human comprehension. She wore robes of deepest black trimmed in crimson, the colors of blood and void, and as she descended, the very air around her seemed to warp and twist, seemed to reject her presence even as it was forced to accommodate her. Demons followed in her wake, creatures of partial manifestation that seemed only barely constrained by the laws of reality, that looked at the human cultivators with hunger and contempt. Lin Xiao, Yin Huala called out, her voice carrying across the entire battlefield with perfect clarity, reaching even those who were at the far edges of the fighting, in the secondary chambers and the outer grounds. The sound of her voice seemed to bypass physical space entirely and reach everyone simultaneously. I have a proposition for you, one that I hope you will consider seriously, because the alternative is far less pleasant for everyone involved in this siege. Lin Xiao, in the middle of deflecting an attack from a demon sect cultivator, paused and turned to look up at the figure descending. She recognized power when she felt it, recognized someone who had reached a rank equal to or exceeding her own. The power that Yin Huala carried was similar in magnitude to Lin Zhao's own, but where Lin Zhao's power came from balance, from harmony, from the perfect equilibrium of yin and yang, Yin Huala's power seemed to come from something darker, something that fed on suffering and corruption and the violation of natural boundaries. Yin Huala landed in the courtyard with perfect grace, her feet touching stone without so much as a tremor of impact despite the tremendous power she carried. The disciples surrounding her fell back instinctively, creating space, understanding without needing to be told that proximity to such terrible power was dangerous. "Hear me," Yin Huala said, and her voice was almost gentle now, almost seductive in its measured tones, almost kind. "I have read the reports my spies have brought me. I know that you were sent here as a spy, that you were intended to infiltrate this sect and anchor its formation through a mission of deception and careful manipulation. I know that you have come to care for these people, that you have allowed emotional attachment to cloud your judgment, that you have abandoned your original mission in favor of protecting those who did not send you and who did not understand the magnitude of what you truly are." She took a step forward, and the disciples around her instinctively fell back further, creating even more space, their fear becoming almost palpable. "But consider this proposition carefully," Yin Huala continued, her voice still gentle, still seductive, still carrying the weight of genuine offer. "I have read the philosophical reports about your nature. I understand better than these provincial cultivators ever will what you truly are. You are a being of perfect balance, a cultivator whose nature transcends the ordinary categories of masculine and feminine, whose power exists in the space between traditional definitions, whose constitution is something that the rigid rules of normal cultivation should not be able to contain. We understand such transcendence. We celebrate such transcendence. She moved closer, and as she did, the very air around her seemed to warm, seemed to offer comfort, seemed to suggest possibilities. Among the demon sect, we do not demand that you present as female or male. We do not trap you within narrow understandings of what your power should mean or how you should express yourself. You could be truly free among us, could express the fullness of your nature without the need for disguise or restraint, without the constant effort of maintaining a false identity before people who could never truly understand what you are. You could be authentically yourself, and that authenticity would be respected, honored even, within our ranks. Lin Xiao felt the seduction of those words as they settled into her consciousness, felt the genuine appeal they carried. The promise of acceptance that did not require performance, the promise of freedom from the burden of pretense, the promise of a community that would celebrate her true nature rather than fear it. These were genuine offers, genuine possibilities that held real truth within them. She could feel the sincerity in Yin Huala's voice, could understand that what was being offered was not a simple lie, but a half-truth, a seduction wrapped in genuine understanding. But beneath the appeal, Lin Xiao could feel the trap, could understand what would come after the initial acceptance, could see how freedom offered by Yin Huala would quickly transform into a different kind of imprisonment, a more subtle but more complete form of bondage. You would not free me, Lin Xiao said flatly, her voice cutting through the seduction of Yin Huala's words. You would simply enslave me in different ways, under different justifications, with different methods. Your sect celebrates transcendence the way a predator celebrates capturing prey, by consuming it, by absorbing it, by making it serve your purposes and feed your power. I refuse, not because I do not understand what you are offering, but because I understand it perfectly, and I choose something different. Yin Huala's expression hardened, the gentleness draining from her face like water through a broken vessel. Then you choose to continue serving those who made you hide yourself, who forced you into a cage of false identity, who demanded that you pretend to be something you are not. You choose to remain imprisoned, even though freedom is being offered freely, without cost, without the complications that bind you to this sect. I choose to remain with those I love, Lin Xiao said simply, her voice carrying an absolute conviction that transcended argument or logic. And that choice is the most important freedom of all. Not the freedom to be myself in isolation, but the freedom to be myself with those who care for me, to express who I am in the context of genuine connection and mutual commitment. That is not imprisonment. That is freedom of the deepest kind. Yin Huala's response was immediate and violent. She moved with tremendous speed, faster than thought, her hands moving in patterns that left trails of dark energy in the air, energy that corroded reality, that suggested pain beyond human capacity, that promised suffering to anything that came into contact with it. Lin Xiao drew her sword and pressed forward to meet her, her dual nature flaring forth in perfect balance, her cultivation settling into its true form. They collided in the center of the courtyard in a clash that sent shockwaves outward in concentric circles, that cracked the stone beneath their feet in patterns that suggested the violence they were committing, that made the watching disciples cry out in awe and terror. The duel that followed lasted for hours. They clashed across the courtyard, moving with speeds that made them almost invisible, driving each other backward in turns, neither able to achieve a decisive advantage over the other. Yin Huala's power came from darkness and corruption, from the willingness to sacrifice others without hesitation, from the emotional void that allowed her to cultivate without restraint or conscience, to push herself to new heights without the weight of guilt or doubt. Lin Zhao's power came from balance, from the love that she carried for her sisters and brothers and the sect master, from the determination to protect those who had become her home, from connection that ran deeper than any individual pursuit of power could achieve. For hours they fought, neither giving ground, neither able to land a decisive blow, though both came close multiple times. The disciples watched, transfixed, understanding that they were witnessing something that transcended ordinary combat. This was a clash of different philosophies, a collision between freedom bought through connection and community and freedom achieved through isolation and power. This was a confrontation between different visions of what it meant to transcend the ordinary constraints of human existence. By the afternoon, Yin Huala was breathing hard. was showing signs of weariness that she could not hide or conceal beneath cultivation technique. Her power was tremendous, was equal to Lin Zhao's in raw magnitude, but she was drawing on nothing but her own strength, her own reserves, her own will. Lin Xiao, by contrast, was drawing on the support of the sect around her, was drawing on the connection she maintained with Shui Lian and Mei Qing and all of her other sisters and brothers, was drawing on the fundamental unity of the Hundred Flowers Sect. Every moment of the battle, Lin Xiao was only growing stronger, was only becoming more firmly anchored in the source of her power. The longer the battle lasted, the more clearly it became that she was going to win, not through superior initial strength, but through superior support, through the willingness to fight not alone, but as part of a community. Yin Huala, recognizing this reality, recognizing that continuation of the duel would only result in her eventual defeat, made a final decision. She would commit everything she had to one last assault, a desperate attempt to overwhelm Lin Xiao through sheer force, to achieve victory through one last overwhelming surge of power. It was a gambit that would either end in her triumph or in her destruction. There would be no middle ground. She gathered her power, condensing all of her cultivation into a single point of incredible density. The dark energy around her coalesced, intensified, reached a level of destructive potential that threatened to tear apart the very fabric of the world. She unleashed it in a final devastating strike, a blow that was meant to annihilate everything in its path. But Lin Xiao, channeling the strength of the sect's formation itself, channeling the collected will of 2,000 disciples who stood behind her, pushed back with equal and opposite force. The collision of their power created a shockwave that knocked disciples down across the entire sect, that shattered windows in the meditation halls and the dormitory buildings, that cracked the foundations of structures that had stood for centuries, that was felt by cultivators for 100 miles in all directions. The explosion of force sent both combatants flying backward, sent them crashing to the ground with devastating impact. When the dust cleared, when the smoke dissipated and visibility returned, Yin Huala was on her feet, but clearly battered. She was bleeding from multiple wounds. Her power, which had seemed so absolute, now showed signs of depletion. She looked at Lin Xiao, at the younger cultivator who had matched her strength, who had driven her back, who had demonstrated that alone, without community, even tremendous power could be overcome by balanced strength combined with genuine connection. Yin Huala rose into the sky, her retreat orderly but obvious, taking her remaining forces with her. She had lost, not because she was weaker in absolute terms, but because she was fighting alone, while Lin Xiao was fighting with the full support of her community, with the strength of those who loved her flowing through her veins, with a purpose that transcended individual advancement or personal power. Chapter 67. Shun's political move. While Lin Xiao dueled Yin Huala in the center of the sect's territory, while all eyes were drawn to the clash of two tremendous powers, Patriarch Shun attempted a different strategy entirely. He had been watching the battle unfold from his command pavilion, had been understanding instinctively that a straightforward military conquest was not going to succeed. The Hundred Flowers Sect was too well prepared, too well defended, too united in their purpose. What was needed was something more subtle, something that would bypass physical power and instead work on the psychology of leadership. He sent envoys to the gates of the sect carrying a white flag of truce and bearing a message sealed with his personal mark. Wu Yuan received them in the command pavilion, her expression unreadable as she listened to Shun's proposition. The envoys were experienced diplomats, skilled in the art of negotiation, careful in their presentation of their patriarch's offer. Patriarch Shun proposes, the lead envoy said, his voice formal and carefully neutral, that in exchange for the peaceful dissolution of the Hundred Flowers Sect as an independent entity, we will offer the following terms. No lives will be taken. All disciples will be given the option to join the Crimson Blade sect with their ranks and positions respected. The sect's treasures and cultivation resources will be divided fairly among the sect leadership. The sect will cease to exist as an independent entity, but its members will be preserved, will be honored, will be integrated into the greater Crimson Blade family. Wu Yuan listened without interruption, her face revealing nothing of her thoughts, her reactions carefully controlled by centuries of practice in the art of maintaining diplomatic composure. She allowed the envoys to finish their entire presentation, to make their complete case, to present every possible argument in favor of acceptance. Only when they had exhausted their persuasive techniques did she respond. She reached out with her power and grasped the peace flag that the envoys were holding. She did not tear it or break it with violence or fury. She simply held it, allowing her power to flow through it. allowing the subtle vibrations of her cultivation to resonate through the cloth. When she released it, the flag was ashes, fine white powder that fell like snow to the ground below, like the ash of a funeral pyre, like the manifestation of finality. "Tell Patriarch Shun," Wu Yuan said, her voice carrying an absolute finality that made even the experienced envoys flinch, that made them understand at a deep level that they were looking at someone who would not waver or compromise, that the Hundred Flowers Sect does not surrender. "We will fight to the last disciple. We will defend our home until our bodies are dust and our spirits have dissipated into the heavens. There is no offer of peace that will move us, no amount of gold or resources that will achieve our dissolution. There is no compromise that will achieve the result you desire. We are, and we will remain, and those who come against us will find that the cost is far higher than they are willing to pay." She turned to Elder Hui with a gesture of dismissal. "See that these envoys are escorted safely back to Shin's forces. We do not harm those who come under flag of truce. We do not violate the ancient laws of conduct that govern warfare. But make sure they understand, this was his final chance. There will be no more negotiation. There will be no more offers considered. From this moment forward, there is only victory or death." The envoys left, and word spread through the sect quickly. Wu Yuan's response, delivered with such absolute conviction, delivered with the weight of her full authority and her ancient certainty, had a profound effect on morale. The disciples understood that there would be no negotiated peace, no possibility of escape through surrender. They would either win or die fighting. There was no other option, and the clarity of that reality, paradoxically, strengthened resolve rather than weakening it. When there is no possibility of escape through negotiation, when the choice is laid bare as victory or death, the human spirit often rises to meet the challenge with courage that would not otherwise be accessible. That clarity, that absolute commitment, strengthened the resolve of every disciple. It transformed the war from a struggle in which outcome was uncertain into a struggle in which the only question was whether they would survive to see victory. And in that understanding, fear transformed into determination, and determination transformed into power. Chapter 68. The turning tide. The duel between Lin Xiao and Yin Huala had lasted for hours, had been a spectacle of power and technique that few disciples would ever forget. By the time Yin Huala finally retreated, by the time the demon sect leader rose into the sky and began to withdraw, taking her remaining forces with her in a tactical retreat that preserved what was left of her army, the sun was beginning to sink below the western mountains, painting the sky in shades of orange and red that seemed to echo the fires of battle. Lin Xiao, exhausted but still standing, watched as the demon sect leader rose higher and higher into the sky, becoming smaller and smaller until she was merely a speck against the darkening heavens. The morale effect on the Hundred Flowers Sect was immediate and profound. If the powerful Yin Huala could be driven back, if the mysterious and terrible demon sect leader could be made to retreat, if she could be made to withdraw from the field of battle in admitted defeat, then perhaps victory was possible. Perhaps the Hundred Flowers Sect could actually survive this war. Perhaps the impossible was not actually impossible. The disciples who had been fighting with the grimness of those preparing for death suddenly found themselves fighting with the hope of those who might actually survive. But the war was far from over. Patriarch Shun, having seen his ally retreat, having had his offer of peaceful surrender rejected, having witnessed the defeat of Yin Huala by Lin Zhao's hand, now faced a choice. He could retreat as well, could accept that the Hundred Flowers Sect was too well defended to be conquered, could recognize that continuing to press the siege would only result in further losses. Or he could commit everything to one final assault, could bet the entirety of the Crimson Blade sect's force on breaking through the sect's defenses in a single overwhelming strike, could make one last desperate gamble in the hope of snatching victory from the jaws of defeat. Shin chose to commit everything. He made this decision not out of hope or confidence, but out of desperation. If he retreated now, he would return to the Crimson Blade sect as a failure, as a patriarch who had waged war and lost. His disciples would lose respect. His enemies would smell weakness. His position would be compromised. Better to die trying than to live as a failure. Better to make one last, overwhelming assault than to retreat in ignominy. That night, the Crimson Blade sect's forces gathered themselves for the final assault. They would strike at dawn, concentrating all their power on the direct approach to the balance hall. It was a simple plan, an unsubtle plan, a plan that admitted no deception or complexity. They would simply pour every single fighter they had left into a direct assault, would press forward with the understanding that they were most likely going to die, and they would either achieve breakthrough or fall trying. If they could destroy the formation that powered the sect's defenses, If they could shatter the spiritual heart of the Hundred Flowers Sect, then victory would be theirs regardless of how many disciples they lost in the attempt. The balance hall would be destroyed. The formation would collapse. The sect would fall. And in falling, it would be worth all the lives spent. But Wu Yuan was not caught unprepared. She had anticipated this final gambit the moment Yin Huala retreated. She understood Patriarch Shun as a cultivator, understood his pride, understood his desperation. She knew exactly what he would do because she understood the logic of his position. When the assault came, the Hundred Flowers Sect was ready. Lin Xiao and Wu Yuan stood side by side at the entrance to the balance hall, their combined power creating a barrier that would be nearly impossible to cross. They did not speak to each other. There was no need. They had fought together long enough now that they moved in perfect synchronization, that they anticipated each other's movements, that they could fight as a single entity despite being two separate people. The battle at the chamber's entrance lasted nearly an hour. Wave after wave of Crimson Blade disciples threw themselves against the defense, and one after another, they were repelled. Some fell to Lin Zhao's sword, their spiritual cores shattered, their cultivations disrupted beyond immediate recovery. Others found themselves turned back by Wu Yuan's overwhelming power, found themselves pressed back by forces that transcended ordinary combat technique. But slowly, yard by yard, meter by meter, the Crimson Blade forces began to make progress through sheer weight of numbers. They were pushing through, breaking the initial lines of defense, coming closer and closer to the chamber itself with each passing moment. For a moment, it seemed as if the sect might truly fall, that the Crimson Blade sect might actually achieve victory through sheer persistence and overwhelming numbers, through the willingness to sacrifice everything in pursuit of a single objective. Wu Yuan and Lin Xiao found themselves being pushed back, found themselves facing a threshold moment when the entire outcome of the war hung in balance, when victory and defeat seemed equally possible. But then something changed. The disciples defending the chamber, the inner disciples and core disciples who had formed the secondary line of defense, suddenly found their power renewed, suddenly found themselves strengthened beyond what they should have been capable of supporting. The formation itself, drawing on reserves that had been carefully prepared for exactly this moment, surged forward with power that transcended individual cultivation technique. Every disciple felt it, understood that this was the moment that everything had been building toward, that this was the point of absolute commitment from which there could be no retreat. The Crimson Blade assault broke. They could not overcome the combined power of the entire sect united in defense of their home. They could not match the single-minded dedication of disciples who had decided that they would either stand or die, but they would not retreat. They were forced to fall back, forced to retreat, forced to accept that they could not achieve victory through direct assault. Chapter 69. Shun's last gambit desperate. Understanding that his assault had failed, understanding that his forces were being pushed back and losing ground with each passing moment, Patriarch Shun made a final decision that was equal parts desperation and pride. He committed his personal power, his own cultivated might as a heavenly ascension tier cultivator, to one last overwhelming strike, one final attempt to break through and reach the balance hall personally. If he could destroy the formation himself, if he could shatter it through his own power, if he could tear open the spiritual heart of the sect with his own hands, then the sect would fall and victory would be his. He rose into the air above the Crimson Blade forces, ascending to a point where he could be seen from every corner of the battlefield. His power flared forth without restraint, manifesting as a tremendous storm of crimson energy that swirled around him like a cyclone of blood and violence. The sky itself seemed to darken as he gathered his strength, as he pulled every ounce of cultivation he had accumulated over centuries of practice into a single point of incredible destructive potential. The entire sect felt his presence, felt the terrible weight of his cultivation base as he prepared to attack. Even the disciples who had been fighting at distant sections of the battlefield understood that something momentous was about to happen, that the fate of the sect was about to be decided in a single exchange of power. He prepared his final strike, gathering the culmination of his centuries of cultivation into a single devastating assault. This was not a technique that could be used multiple times. This was a technique that could only be deployed once, that would either achieve its objective or leave him too weakened to continue fighting. He was about to launch his assault when something happened that none of the gathered armies had anticipated. Something that would change the nature of the war entirely. Chapter 70. Baihu's emergence. Baihu, the eight-tailed fox spirit imprisoned beneath the sect for 700 years, chose that moment to break her seals. The decision came not as an impulse or a sudden emotional reaction, but as a perfect understanding of the moment, a recognition that this was the instant when her choice would matter most. when her action would determine not just her own fate, but the fate of everyone in the Hundred Flowers Sect, the people she had come to care for, the sect master who had promised her freedom, the woman who had seen her and understood her and not been afraid. She had been watching throughout the war, had been feeling everything that transpired in the sect above her through the bonds of her imprisonment. The seals that bound her were not complete barriers to sensation. They allowed her to perceive the sect, to feel the vibrations of cultivation, to sense the emotional states of those above her. She had felt the unity of the disciples when they chose to fight rather than surrender, felt the way fear transformed into determination, felt the willingness to die for something greater than themselves. She had felt Lin Zhao's commitment to protecting those she loved, had felt the way the woman's power flowed not from personal ambition, but from genuine connection to others. She had felt Wu Yuyan's absolute refusal to allow the sect to fall, felt the ancient certainty of a cultivator who had survived centuries and knew how to persevere. She had felt the sacrifice of Su Jing and the steadfastness of Shui Lian and the ferocity of Mei Qing. She had felt all of it, had understood all of it, had recognized that something profound was happening above her, something that transcended ordinary warfare, something that was worth the price of freedom. She had also felt the moment when Patriarch Shen gathered his final power, when he began to pull every ounce of his cultivation into a single devastating assault, when he prepared to sacrifice everything in one final overwhelming strike. She had felt the desperation in his power, the pride driving his actions, the willingness to risk utter defeat for a chance at absolute victory. She had felt the outcome hanging in balance, had understood that the Hundred Flowers Sect was moments away from either triumph or complete annihilation. And she made a choice. Not a choice to remain imprisoned while those who had promised her freedom faced destruction and possible death. Not a choice to wait passively for rescue that might never come, to hope that someone else would save her when she had the power to save herself. But a choice to emerge as a protector rather than a prisoner, to break her chains not in rage and chaos, but in clear purpose, to manifest not to destroy and consume, but to defend and preserve. The seals that had bound her began to crack. But unlike the cracks that had appeared in her earlier awakening, cracks that had been the result of her increasing power pressing against external constraints, increasing pressure finally exceeding the capacity of spiritual bonds to contain it, these were cracks that she was creating deliberately, methodically, with surgical precision. She had studied the seals for 700 years, had understood their structure from the inside, had learned every weakness and every pressure point. She rose from the depths of the cavern, moving upward with power that made the very stone groan in protest, that made the seals sing as they failed one after another. Her 8 tails stretched out like arms reaching toward the sun, manifesting fully as she broke through the final layers of containment, her true form emerging in its complete glory, her power radiating outward like a wave of pure divine force that made the earth itself tremble with the weight of her presence. Baihu emerged into the sky above the balance hall, and the entire world seemed to hold its breath in that instant. The sounds of combat stilled as if someone had muted the universe. Enemies and allies alike froze in awe, in fear, in something deeper than simple emotional response. The ancient 8-tailed fox manifested in her full divine form, and the universe itself seemed to acknowledge her presence, seemed to bow before the weight of her being. Her tails shimmered with power, each one containing the strength of 100 cultivators, each one representing millennia of accumulated wisdom and spiritual force, each one a monument to her survival through 700 years of imprisonment. Her eyes, ancient and terrible and wise beyond human comprehension, swept across the gathered armies with the weight of judgment. Her fur seemed to catch light and transform it into something more beautiful, more perfect, more divine than ordinary matter could normally achieve. When she moved, the air parted before her, acknowledged her passage as if she were a force of nature rather than a single entity. Patriarch Shun's eyes went wide with terror, with the kind of primal fear that comes from recognizing something that transcends one's ability to fight or overcome. He understood instinctively that he was looking at a being of a power level that transcended what he could even comprehend, a creature whose strength exceeded his own by so vast a margin that comparison became meaningless. He had heard legends of the 8-tailed foxes, the ancient divine creatures that predated human cultivation by millennia, the beings that existed at the boundaries between mortality and divinity, that were spoken of in whispers because their power was so absolute. He had hoped they were merely myths, merely stories told to children to explain the mysteries of the world, legends invented to awe younger cultivators. They were not. The legend was real, was manifesting before him in flesh and spirit, was demonstrating power that made his own heavenly ascension cultivation seem like the strength of an ant before an elephant, like a candle flame before the sun. "Leave this place," Baihu said, her voice carrying across the battlefield with absolute clarity, with a finality that suggested she was not making a request but declaring an inevitability that was already determined. "Leave now, or face judgment beyond your comprehension. I will not ask again. You have until the sun reaches its zenith to withdraw your forces beyond the sect's borders. After that point, any who remain will be considered threats and will be answered accordingly." The tone of her voice, the absolute certainty in her words, suggested that she was not bluffing, was not making empty threats. This was not a negotiation or a suggestion. This was a declaration of fact. Those who chose to remain would die. The only question was whether it would be immediately or in a few hours. Patriarch Shen did not hesitate. He did not consider continuing his assault, did not consider pushing forward with his final strike that he had gathered, did not consider any course of action other than immediate retreat. The power he had been gathering collapsed, dissipated like mist before wind. He screamed orders to his forces to retreat immediately, to abandon the siege, to forget about victory and think only about survival, to flee while they still had the chance, to fall back to the encampments and begin immediate withdrawal of every single Crimson Blade cultivator who could still move. The Crimson Blade sect's army broke and ran, scattering like leaves before wind, like dust before a storm, like soldiers who understood with perfect clarity that continuing to fight would be suicide, that remaining in the sect's territory would mean death. They abandoned their positions without regard for formation or order. They fell back from the defensive lines. They gathered their supplies and their wounded, leaving some behind in their haste, and began the process of panicked retreat rather than organized withdrawal. The demon sect's remaining forces, seeing that they were alone, seeing that their ally had fled, seeing that the legendary eight-tailed fox stood guard over the sect, made the same choice. They needed no orders, no commands, no suggestion from their leaders. They understood that the nature of the war had changed fundamentally, that they were no longer fighting against disciples but against a force of nature. They fled, they scattered, they abandoned the siege and the hope of victory and the pretense of remaining a coherent military force. Within hours, both armies were in full retreat. Both sects were pulling back from the Hundred Flowers Sect's territory, both recognizing that the war was definitively over, that their forces could not prevail against such power. The siege that had lasted for days, that had seemed like it might determine the fate of the sect, simply ended. The enemy fell back. The armies withdrew. The threat dissipated. The Hundred Flowers Sect stood battered but alive, and they had a legendary eight-tailed fox standing guardian over them, manifesting openly in the sky for the first time in 700 years, her presence a guarantee of protection that no enemy would dare challenge. The war that had seemed like it would destroy them was over. Victory, against all odds, had been achieved. And the future, which had seemed so uncertain just hours before, suddenly appeared full of possibility and hope. Baihu descended from the sky slowly, allowing those below to see her as she came, to understand that she was not a threat but a guardian. The disciples who had fought for days without rest, who had sacrificed and bled and endured, watched as the legendary fox landed in the courtyard and took a step toward the balance hall. She moved with grace that suggested perfect control, perfect mastery of her own power, perfect understanding of how her presence affected those around her. Wu Yuan emerged from the chamber to meet her, and the two figures, the ancient human cultivator and the ancient fox spirit, stood facing each other for the first time without barriers between them, without seals and constraints and the weight of 700 years of separation. Baihu's eyes met Wu Yuan's, and something passed between them, some understanding that transcended language or even cultivated communication. A recognition of each other, an acknowledgement of the price that both had paid, an understanding of what came next. Chapter 71. The negotiation. Baihu did not attack the retreating armies as they fled in panic. She did not rampage across the battlefield in a display of destructive power, did not pursue them with the intent to slaughter as many as possible, did not unleash the centuries of her accumulated anger and frustration in violence against those who had warred on the sect that had imprisoned her. Instead, she descended from her position above the balance hall with measured grace and spoke directly to the gathered disciples of the Hundred Flowers Sect, and she spoke with the clarity of someone who had spent 700 years in solitude, understanding with perfect certainty and with crystalline clarity what she wanted from her eventual freedom, what would allow her to truly live rather than merely exist. The disciples gathered, some with weapons still drawn, some with injuries still bleeding, some with fear still fresh in their eyes. They watched as the legendary eight-tailed fox manifested fully before them, not as a threat, but as a protector, not as an enemy, but as a potential ally. The weight of her presence was undeniable. The power that radiated from her was absolute. But it was tempered by a gentleness that suggested she had made a conscious choice to control that power, to limit its manifestation, to communicate rather than to dominate. "I will not ask for retribution," Baihu said, her voice still carrying the weight of her divine power, but modulated into something almost gentle, something almost kind, something that suggested she was capable of restraint and thoughtfulness even in the moment of her liberation. 700 years of captivity could justify such a demand. I could demand compensation, could demand retribution, could demand that those responsible face the consequences of their actions. The imprisonment I have suffered would give me moral authority to demand payment, to demand that those responsible face justice for what was done to me, for the centuries stolen from me. But I have spoken with the sect master through our spiritual connection, have opened my mind to her thoughts during the battle, have felt the genuine remorse that has weighed on her heart for 300 years, and I have come to understand that she imprisoned me not out of malice or cruelty, not because she enjoyed causing suffering or because she hated what I represented. She imprisoned me not out of a sadistic desire to torture, but out of desperation to save her sect from what I was becoming, from the awakening that would have been catastrophic if it had occurred without proper context and support. She paused, her gaze sweeping across the gathered disciples with eyes that held ancient wisdom and profound compassion. The sect master acted as she did because she had to, because the alternative was the destruction of everything she had built, everything she had protected. I cannot condemn her for that choice, even though I have suffered because of it. What I can do is move forward from this moment, can choose what comes next, can decide for myself what path I will walk going forward. Baihu turned to face Wu Yueyin directly, and the power that radiated from her was tempered now, controlled, directed toward connection rather than dominance. "I offer this to you now, to all who dwell in the Hundred Flowers Sect. I will remain here, not as a prisoner, not as a captive being held against her will by seals and spiritual bonds, but as a guardian. I will defend this sect against external threats. I will use my power in service of protecting those who dwell here, those who have shown me such remarkable kindness despite not knowing who I was or what I represented. In exchange, I ask only this. I ask for my freedom within these boundaries. I ask the right to move as I please, to cultivate as I choose, to eventually take human form and integrate into sect society if I wish, to reclaim the possibility of living rather than merely existing. I ask to be treated as a member of the sect, not as a tool or a weapon or a prisoner of war, not as a resource to be used and set aside, but as a being worthy of respect and recognition." Wu Yueyin stepped forward, moving with the measured grace of someone who carried centuries of life and experience. The two of them, the sect master of the 100 Flowers and the eight-tailed fox spirit, clasped hands in a gesture of commitment that was far more significant than any words could possibly be. "You have my oath," Wu Yueyin said, her ancient voice carrying absolute weight and finality. "Whatever you ask, you shall have. You are no longer bound by the seals that have constrained you. You are no longer imprisoned beneath the sect. You are free, truly, completely, authentically free. And if my age and authority mean anything, I give you this promise. You will never be imprisoned again. That chapter of your existence is closed forever." The disciples watching understood that they were witnessing something momentous, something that would reshape the relationship between human and spirit, between cultivator and the ancient beings that predated human civilization. They understood that they were part of a sect that had made a choice to honor a wrong and correct it, to trade security that came from domination for security that came from justice and genuine relationship. The disciples understood what was being offered. They understood that Baihu could have chosen vengeance, could have demanded retribution for the centuries of her imprisonment, could have held the 100 Flowers Sect responsible for what had been done to her. But she was choosing a different path. She was choosing forgiveness, not because she was weak or because her suffering had been insignificant, but because she understood the difference between justice and vengeance, because she understood that true freedom did not come from punishing others, but from moving forward into a new future unbounded by the past. The disciples, who had been fighting for their lives just hours before, who had been terrified and desperate and uncertain of their survival, now understood that they had been saved not just by their own strength, but by the mercy and wisdom of the being who could have destroyed them all. Tears ran down many faces. Some disciples fell to their knees. The weight of what had just been offered, not domination but partnership, not imprisonment of a new form but genuine freedom, settled over the sect like morning dew. Wu Yueyin stepped forward, moving with the measured grace of someone who carried centuries of life and experience, who had lived through trials that would have broken ordinary people, who had reached a point in her existence where she could acknowledge mistakes without losing her authority or her dignity. The two of them, the sect master of the 100 Flowers and the 8-tailed fox spirit, clasped hands in a gesture of commitment that was far more significant than any words could possibly be, far more meaningful than any contract or oath or ritual that human ceremony could create. "You have my oath," Wu Yuan said, her ancient voice carrying absolute weight and finality, carrying the accumulated authority of centuries of rule and the genuine sincerity of someone who finally had the opportunity to correct a wrong that had haunted her for 300 years. "Whatever you ask, you shall have. You are no longer bound by the seals that have constrained you. You are no longer imprisoned beneath the sect. You are free, truly, completely, authentically free. And if my age and authority mean anything, I give you this promise: you will never be imprisoned again. That chapter of your existence is closed forever." The disciples watching understood that they were witnessing something momentous, something that would reshape the relationship between human and spirit, between cultivator and the ancient beings that predated human civilization, between those who wielded power and those who had been subject to that power. They understood that they were part of a sect that had made a choice to honor a wrong and correct it, to trade security that came from domination for security that came from justice and genuine relationship. The sun was beginning to set as this negotiation concluded, painting the sky in shades of orange and pink. The disciples began to understand that the war was truly over, that the siege had ended not just militarily but spiritually, that they had been granted the opportunity to build something new and different from what had existed before. Chapter 72, Demon Sect's Collapse. Without Crimson Blade Sect's support and facing Baihu's overwhelming presence, the Demon Sect's forces disintegrated with remarkable speed. The dissolution was not immediate, not instantaneous, but it was inevitable from the moment Baihu manifested. The Demon Sect had been united in the siege through two mechanisms: the orders of their leader, Xianxia, and the belief that victory was possible. Once Baihu appeared, once the legendary 8-tailed fox demonstrated her power and issued her ultimatum, both mechanisms collapsed. They had been unified only by the promise of victory and the certainty that the 100 Flowers Sect would fall before their combined assault. But with that promise shattered and that certainty destroyed in a moment, the cohesion that held them together fragmented like ice beneath spring sun. Xianxia, having witnessed the manifestation of Baihu and understanding that she could not overcome such power, signaled a full and complete retreat to her remaining forces. The surviving cultivators fled back to their hidden strongholds in the demonic regions, leaving behind their dead, abandoning the siege entirely, accepting that the war had been lost and that remaining would only result in further annihilation. The evacuation was panicked but relatively organized. Xianxia had led the Demon Sect for centuries and understood how to manage a strategic retreat even in the face of overwhelming opposition. She gathered her most powerful subordinates, her most treasured resources, and organized the withdrawal in a manner that preserved as much of her sect's military capability as possible. But there was no doubt about the outcome. They had come to conquer the 100 Flowers Sect, and they were leaving in defeat. The siege that had lasted for 5 full days, that had seemed during its most desperate moments like it might result in the destruction of the 100 Flowers Sect, was over. The combined forces of Crimson Blade and Demon Sect had been unable to overcome the sect's defenses, had been unable to break through despite massive numerical superiority and the presence of powerful Heavenly Ascension cultivators. The 100 Flowers Sect had survived against odds that should have destroyed them, against enemies that should have been insurmountable. The cultivation world would take notice of what had transpired here. Other sects that had watched with interest, that had harbored ambitions against the 100 Flowers Sect, that had hoped to see them brought low and their power divided among victors, would now recalculate their strategies. The balance of power had shifted fundamentally. What had seemed like a vulnerable target would now be seen as a protected territory, defended by not just human cultivators, but by a legendary 8-tailed fox, a divine being whose power transcended ordinary combat. The 100 Flowers Sect had become something more than merely another sect. They had become a place of legend, a sect that had survived the unsurvivable, a community that had proven that justice and compassion could coexist with strength and power. Chapter 73, Baihu's terms in the days after the siege ended, after the enemy forces had retreated beyond the sect's borders and the immediate crisis had passed. Baihu and Wu Yuan negotiated directly. They sat in the balance hall, in the very chamber where Baihu had been imprisoned for 700 years, and they negotiated the terms of what would come next, the shape of their future relationship, and the role Baihu would play in the sect going forward. There were no intermediaries in these negotiations. No elders sitting in as witnesses or advisors. Just Wu Yuan and Baihu, two ancient beings of tremendous power and tremendous wisdom, speaking directly to each other about what was possible, what was just, what would allow both of them to move forward without the weight of the past crushing them. The agreement they reached would reshape the future of the Hundred Flowers Sect in ways that would ripple outward for generations to come. Baihu offered a new arrangement. Instead of the old dynamic of imprisonment and captivity, instead of the seals that bound her and constrained her power, instead of eternal opposition between human and spirit, Baihu would voluntarily serve as the sect's guardian deity. She would use her power to protect against external threats, would defend the sect's territory against invasion, would serve as a visible guarantee that no ordinary sect would dare challenge the Hundred Flowers' sovereignty. In exchange, she requested complete freedom within the sect, the ability to move freely through all areas without restriction, to cultivate without guidance or oversight, to integrate into sect life if she chose, to eventually, if she desired, take human form and rebuild the life that had been stolen from her 700 years before. She asked not for a place of honor necessarily, but for a place of genuine belonging, where she would be respected as a conscious being with her own desires and agency rather than as a resource to be managed. Wu Yuan listened carefully to every word, understood the magnitude of what was being asked, and accepted without hesitation. "This is just," she said, and her voice carried the weight of 700 years of guilt and attempted atonement. "This is fair. This is what should have been 700 years ago. And if there is any wisdom and power, if there is any meaning to the authority I have accumulated, it is the wisdom to correct ancient wrongs when the opportunity presents itself. I will not hesitate. I will not negotiate for lesser terms. You have my acceptance. You have my oath." The terms were formally accepted. Baihu was declared free. The seals that had bound her were ceremonially broken in a ritual witnessed by the entire sect. For the first time in 700 years, she walked through the sect without magical restraint, without invisible barriers preventing her movement, without the weight of captivity pressing down on her consciousness every single moment. The other disciples watched this manifestation with a mixture of awe and reverence. They understood that they were witnessing something momentous, something that would define their sect's character for generations to come, something that future disciples would speak of with the same reverence that current disciples spoke of the sect's founding. They understood that they were part of a sect that had made a choice to value justice over comfort, to honor relationship over domination, to move toward redemption rather than remaining bound by ancient mistakes. Chapter 74. The reunion. Baihu met Lin Xiao in the gardens overlooking the peak of 10,000 flowers, in a place of beauty and peace that seemed appropriate for a moment of such profound significance, a place where flowers bloomed despite the season, where fountains ran with crystal water, where the sounds of the sect were distant and muted. The fox spirit descended from the sky in a shimmer of power and deliberately took human form for the first time, choosing to manifest herself in flesh and consciousness, choosing a shape that was beautiful and strange, distinctly non-human, but undeniably present and real, with fox-like features that included elegant ears that moved with emotion and a face that suggested animal grace combined with human consciousness, that blended the wild and the civilized into something entirely new. She had 8 tails that shimmered with spiritual power, each one representing centuries of accumulated strength and wisdom, each one beautiful in its own right with patterns and colors that suggested aurora borealis and starlight. The tails seemed to exist partially outside normal space, seemed to move through dimensions that human eyes could normally not perceive. They trailed light and energy as they moved, leaving traces in the air that slowly faded. Her fur was the color of moonlight and snow. Her eyes held the wisdom of 700 years and the newness of a being taking human form for the first time in centuries. The form she chose was female, and it was beautiful in a way that transcended ordinary human beauty. This was the beauty of something wild and divine, something that had never been fully constrained by the ordinary rules of existence. Baihu stood before Lin Xiao in her chosen human form, and the connection between them was immediate and profound, deeper than anything that had existed before. "You kept your promise," Baihu said softly, her voice carrying harmonics that suggested both human speech and something more ancient, more fundamental. She reached out and took Lin Xiao's hand, her touch warm and real and undeniably present. "You found a way to free me without endangering the sect. You saw me when I was only a voice in the darkness, only a consciousness imprisoned beneath the earth. You did not forget about me. You did not decide that saving me was too difficult or too costly. You kept your promise. I could never forget you, Lin Xiao replied, and tears ran down her face as she looked at the woman, the spirit, that she had been promised to save, that she had carried in her heart throughout the days of deception and infiltration and gradual transformation. I could never forget you. Every moment of this deception, every moment of hiding who I truly am, I carried the knowledge of you with me. I knew that everything I was doing not just for the sect but for you, so that one day you could be free. I will not forget. Not ever. Then I will not forget either, Baihu said, and her voice carried a promise that transcended ordinary human speech, a promise that seemed to resonate through the universe itself. I will walk beside you through whatever comes next. I will learn to live in this world again, to understand how to exist without the seals that have constrained me for 7 centuries. I will rebuild what was taken from me, rebuild a life that was interrupted, rebuild a future that should have always been mine. And I will do it with you at my side, with you as my guide into this new world that will be both strange and familiar, that will be both frightening and wonderful. They stood together in the gardens, the woman who had infiltrated the sect as a disguised spy and the fox spirit who had been imprisoned for 700 years, and they understood that they were no longer just individuals, that they had transcended simple individuality. They had become symbols, symbols of redemption and transformation, symbols of the possibility that even ancient wrongs could be corrected, that even impossible situations could be overcome through commitment and love. They had become a representation of what was possible when power was used not to dominate but to protect, when strength was used not for conquest but for defense. In the gardens, as the sun began to set and the first stars emerged in the darkening sky, they stood together in silence. But it was not an empty silence. It was a silence full of connection, full of understanding, full of the weight of what had been and the possibility of what would come next. Baihu's 8 tails entwined with Lin Xiao's form, not possessively but affectionately, creating a physical manifestation of their spiritual connection. Lin Xiao closed her eyes and felt the warmth of Baihu's presence, felt the truth of her freedom finally realized. The cultivation world would eventually learn of what had transpired in the gardens of the Hundred Flowers Sect. Legends would grow, tales would be told, stories would spread of the reunion between the spy who became true and the prisoner who became free. But in that moment, it was just 2 beings who had faced impossible odds and had found each other across the barriers of time and circumstance, who had honored their promises and had emerged transformed. Chapter 75, Sect Celebration. The Hundred Flowers Sect celebrated their survival with a festival that lasted 3 full days and nights. The disciples, who had begun the war divided and uncertain over Lin Xiao's secret, who had questioned whether they could trust her, who had wondered if she was truly one of them, were now united in the joy of survival and the hope of a better future. The entire sect was transformed into a place of celebration and thanksgiving. Lanterns were hung throughout the sect's territory. The meditation halls were opened for free cultivation practice. Food was prepared and shared communally. Musicians were brought in from nearby towns to play instruments that had not been heard in the sect for years. Singers performed songs of victory and endurance. The disciples danced and laughed and embraced each other in celebration of the fact that they had survived, that they had not been conquered, that they had protected their home. Public recognition was given to those who had sacrificed the most, those who had given everything and asked for nothing in return. Su Jing was honored in a formal ceremony where Wu Yueyin placed a hand on her head and blessed her, speaking of her sacrifice and her courage, speaking of how one person's willingness to sacrifice had turned the tide of the entire war. The disciples understood that Su Jing's collapse of her cultivation to create the power-sharing array had been a turning point in the war, that without her sacrifice the outcome might have been very different, that without her willingness to abandon her own advancement, they might all be dead or enslaved. Many disciples came to kneel before Su Jing and speak their gratitude, speaking tears running down their faces as they acknowledged the magnitude of what she had done. Shui Lian was recognized for the ice barriers that had held against impossible pressure, for the steadfastness and control that had allowed her to protect her sisters for hours on end without faltering. Wu Yueyin spoke of Shui Lian's understanding of the battlefield, of how her barriers had been positioned not through random chance, but through perfect strategic sense, through understanding of how Lin Xiao thought and fought. The disciples understood that Shui Lian's contribution had been different from Su Jing's. Where Su Jing had sacrificed through momentary explosion of power, Shui Lian had sacrificed through steady, unrelenting focus, through hours of concentration that had required absolute willpower to maintain. She was named a senior elder, a position that would normally have taken decades to achieve. Mei Qing was celebrated for her ascension to heavenly ascension rank, for the breakthrough that had occurred in the midst of battle, for her willingness to transcend her previous limitations in service of protecting the sect. Wu Yuan spoke of how Mei Qing's advancement was not just a personal achievement, but a collective triumph, achieved through the power of genuine love and commitment rather than through selfish ambition. The disciples understood that Mei Qing had been transformed by the war, that the ambitious young woman who had once competed for status had become a true warrior, a true protector, a true sister to all the disciples. She was given command of a new defensive corps, an honor that reflected both her new power level and her proven dedication. But the greatest recognition was saved for Lin Xiao, who was named chief guardian of the sect, a position higher than elder, answering only to Wu Yuan herself. The disciples gathered in the great hall, and Lin Xiao was brought forward and formally invested with her new rank. She knelt before Wu Yuan, and the sect master placed her hands on Lin Xiao's shoulders and spoke words that were heard throughout the hall. "You came to us as a spy," Wu Yuan said, her voice carrying no judgment, only acknowledgement of what had been. "You came with deception in your heart and false identity on your lips. But through trials and challenges and the willingness to be genuine despite the cost, you have become something far greater. You have become the heart of this sect. You have become someone worthy of the trust and love that are now given to you. I name you Chief Guardian of the Hundred Flowers Sect. You will protect us. You will lead us. You will guide us into the future. And you will do these things not out of obligation or duty, but out of genuine love for this community, this family, this place that has become your home." The disciples stood and bowed to Lin Xiao, and she accepted their bow with humility and grace, understanding that she had been given not a reward but a responsibility, that her role would now be to protect and guide those who had become her sisters and brothers and family. She understood the weight of the position, understood that she would be called upon to make decisions that affected the lives of thousands, understood that she would be expected to represent the best of what the sect stood for, understood that the path ahead would be challenging and would require wisdom beyond her years. When the bowing finished, when the formal ceremony had concluded, Lin Xiao rose and spoke to the gathered disciples. Her voice was calm and measured, but it carried the authority of someone who had been tested in the ultimate crucible of combat and had proven herself capable of leading even in the face of impossible odds. The disciples fell silent to listen. Even the musicians paused their instruments. Every eye in the great hall turned toward their new chief guardian. "I did not come to the Hundred Flowers Sect to become its chief guardian," she said, speaking the words that every disciple needed to hear, speaking with complete honesty. "I came as a spy, as an infiltrator, with the intention of using you to solve a problem that was not yours to solve, with plans to extract what I needed and disappear into the night, leaving you to face the consequences of my actions. But through living among you, through learning to love you, through understanding what community truly means, through the sacrifice and courage and friendship you showed me even when I did not deserve it, I have been transformed. I have become someone different than I was. I have become someone worth being. And I accept this responsibility not because I desire power or position, not because I seek authority or dominance, but because I love you, and because I believe in the future that we can build together, that we can create through commitment and sacrifice." She paused, letting her gaze sweep across the assembled disciples, letting them see her, really see her, without pretense or disguise. "I promise you this. I will use my power in your defense, not for my own advancement or my own glory. I will make decisions with your welfare in mind, even when those decisions are difficult, even when they require me to sacrifice my own comfort or convenience. I will lead with both strength and compassion, understanding that the greatest power is not the power to dominate others, but the power to uplift and support and protect those who have placed their trust in me. And I will do this not as an outsider who has been granted position and authority, not as a spy-turned-guardian who maintains some distance from the sect, but as one of you, as a sister and a member of this sect, standing alongside you in whatever challenges lie ahead, sharing the burdens with you rather than asking you to bear them alone." The disciples understood, in that moment, why she had been chosen, why Wu Yuan had decided that Lin Xiao should be the one to lead the sect forward into its future. She understood the nature of true leadership in a way that transcended books or teaching. She understood that authority meant responsibility more than it meant privilege, that the position of chief guardian was not a reward but a burden, not an honor to be worn lightly, but a weight to be carried with dedication and care. She understood that the role of a leader was to serve rather than to be served, to exist in the position of greatest responsibility while maintaining the perspective of those with the least power. In that understanding, she had become worthy of the position she had just been given. In the celebration, something remarkable happened that would have been impossible just days before, something that would have seemed impossible weeks before when the sect was still divided and factious and racked with internal conflict over which direction to move, which leader to follow, which philosophy to embrace. The discord that had divided the sect, the faction that had supported Wu Yuan and the old ways versus the faction that had supported Lin Xiao and the possibility of change, the older disciples who valued tradition and stability versus the younger disciples who embraced transformation and risk, simply dissolved like morning mist before the sun. The disciples who had been at odds with each other recognized that they had both been fighting for the sect's survival, just with different methods and different understandings of what the sect needed to survive. Former opponents embraced each other, acknowledged each other's courage and commitment, and began the process of rebuilding unity from the ground of shared sacrifice. The sect became whole in a way it had not been in centuries, became integrated in its diversity rather than fragmented by disagreement. Every disciple understood that they had been tested and had not broken. They had faced enemies that should have destroyed them and had survived through unity. They had learned that their strength came not from individual power, though that mattered, but from community, from the willingness to stand together, from the commitment to protect those you love. They had learned lessons that would sustain them through whatever challenges lay ahead. Throughout the 3 days of celebration, the sect underwent a visible transformation. The scars of war remained. There were sections of the buildings that had been damaged, grounds that had been torn up by combat, areas where blood had been spilled and would take time to fully cleanse and restore. But the spirit of the sect, the fundamental essence of what the Hundred Flowers Sect represented, had been purified and strengthened by the trial it had endured. Young disciples who had been uncertain about the sect's future, who had wondered if they had made the right choice in joining, now understood that they had chosen a community worth dying for, worth sacrificing for, worth committing to completely. Senior disciples who had been tempted by ambition to compete rather than cooperate, who had been divided by different visions of the sect's future, now understood that they were all parts of a greater whole, that their strength came from unity rather than from individual achievement. The sect had been broken by division, and it had been healed by fire. The war had not destroyed them. It had transformed them. It had burned away the false divisions and petty grievances and allowed something stronger and more genuine to emerge from the ashes. As the sun set on the 3rd day of celebration, as the festival reached its culmination and the final ceremonies were about to be conducted, the leaders of the sect stood together on the peak of 10,000 flowers. Wu Yuan stood in the center of the gathering, her ancient strength undiminished despite the trials she had endured, her eyes holding the satisfaction of someone who had guided her sect through impossible circumstances and had seen them emerge not just alive, but transformed. Lin Xiao, newly named chief guardian, stood at her right hand, her dual nature fully revealed and accepted, her presence a constant reminder of the possibility of integration and balance. Shui Lian and Mei Qing and Su Jing, the 3 disciples closest to Lin Zhao's heart, stood together, their individual strengths unified into a coherent force. Baihu, the 8-tailed fox, manifested in her beautiful human form with her 8 tails shimmering with power, stood as a symbol of redemption and the possibility of correcting ancient wrongs. And all the senior elders of the sect, those who had survived the war and would now guide the sect into its next chapter, stood in formation, ready to face whatever came next. The formation beneath the sect pulsed with healthy power, with the strength of a community that had learned what it meant to fight for something greater than themselves, with the vitality of a sect that had been tested in the ultimate crucible and had proven itself worthy of survival. The power that flowed through the formation was not the power of desperation or fear, but the power of genuine unity, the power of people who had chosen to stand together and who had demonstrated the depth of that commitment through willingness to sacrifice. The future remained uncertain. The cultivation world had been watching the siege with great interest, and there would be consequences to the Hundred Flowers Sect's victory. There would be new dangers that emerged from their increased prominence. There would be new challenges that came from the knowledge that they had survived what should have destroyed them. But in that moment, as the sun descended below the western mountains and painted the sky in shades of orange and gold, as the lanterns of the sect began to glow below them like stars fallen to earth, they knew with absolute certainty that they were ready for whatever came next. The war was over. Victory had been achieved. And the true work, the work of rebuilding, of healing, of integrating the new realities that had emerged, of building the future they had fought so hard to protect, of learning to live as a unified community rather than as divided factions, that work was only just beginning. The disciples dispersed from the celebration slowly, reluctant to break the unity and joy that had surrounded them for 3 days. Many of them would sleep more soundly that night than they had slept since the siege began, understanding that the danger had passed, that the sect had survived, that their home was still theirs. Some would spend hours in meditation, processing the trauma of battle and the wonder of survival. Others would write letters to families outside the sect, letting them know that they had survived, that they were safe, that they loved them. The events of those 3 days would be remembered and recounted for generations. Young disciples would hear stories of how Lin Xiao had revealed her true nature and led the sect to victory. They would hear how Su Jing had collapsed her cultivation to save them. They would hear how Shui Lian's ice barriers had held against impossible pressure. They would hear how Mei Qing had ascended to new heights in battle. They would hear how Baihu had emerged as a protector rather than a threat. These stories would define the character of the sect, would shape how future disciples understood what it meant to be part of the Hundred Flowers community. But most importantly, they would carry the lessons of those days forward into their own lives and their own cultivations. They would understand that strength came not from domination, but from connection. They would understand that leadership meant sacrifice. They would understand that even when faced with odds that seemed insurmountable, survival was possible if the community remained united. These were the true lessons of the war, the real legacy that would extend far beyond the dates and names and individual achievements. Chapter 76. The aftermath of revelation in the days following the war, as the sect returned to something resembling normal operation and the immediate crisis of survival passed into memory. The news of what had transpired began to spread beyond the sect's borders with the inevitability of wind carrying seeds across impossible distances. Disciples who had left the sect before the siege, disciples whose families had connections outside the Hundred Flowers community, merchants and travelers who had been in the area and had witnessed the final manifestation of Baihu. All of them began to tell stories that grew with the telling, that evolved as they passed from person to person and mouth to mouth. The cultivation world, which had been watching the siege with great interest and thinly veiled anticipation that the Hundred Flowers Sect would fall and its resources be divided among victors, now received confirmation of what had seemed like speculation and legend. The Hundred Flowers Sect was protected by an 8-tailed divine fox, not a legend whispered by old cultivators in wine halls, not a myth from ancient texts, not a symbol that had lost its meaning over centuries. An actual ancient being of tremendous power, a creature of divinity and legend, had manifested openly in defense of the sect. The revelation changed everything about how other sects understood the Hundred Flowers Sect's place in the hierarchy of power, changed how they calculated the risks of any action against the sect. Sects that had harbored ambitions toward Hundred Flowers, that had been waiting for weakness to exploit, that had been positioning themselves for potential conflict, now recalculated their strategies entirely. What had seemed like an opportunity, a sect with tremendous resources and cultivation knowledge but potentially vulnerable to conquest, potentially weakened by internal division, was now revealed as protected territory, defended by a being of power that transcended ordinary cultivator limitations. Those who had been planning potential invasions, those who had been sharpening their blades in anticipation of expansion, those who had been waiting for the moment of greatest weakness, now canceled their plans. The risk had become unacceptable. The potential gains could not justify the possibility of engaging in combat with a legendary 8-tailed fox. But the revelation also changed how the Hundred Flowers Sect was understood internally, changed how the disciples understood themselves and their place in the world. Lin Zhao's role as the dual constitution anchor became public knowledge, became something that every disciple acknowledged openly rather than whispered about in secret in the privacy of dormitories and meditation chambers. The revelation that the sect's strength was built not on hiding a secret, but on openly acknowledging it, on integrating it, on making it part of the sect's identity and its public face, sent a powerful message to every cultivator about the kind of community they were building. The sect became, in the eyes of the cultivation world, something fundamentally different from what it had been before the war. It was no longer the mysterious, female-only sect that cultivated ancient Yin techniques in isolation from the rest of the cultivation world. It was now the sect protected by a divine being, the legendary 8-tailed fox that had manifested openly to defend its residents. It was the sect led by a dual-natured cultivator of tremendous power, someone whose very existence challenged the conventional categories that organized cultivation understanding. It was the sect that had survived a siege that should have destroyed it, that had faced overwhelming numbers and overwhelming power, and had not just survived but emerged stronger. The mystique increased tenfold. The rumors multiplied beyond counting. Cultivators who had never set foot in the sect told stories about it in meditation halls 1,000 miles away. But underneath all the speculation and the legend was a fundamental shift in how people understood what the Hundred Flowers Sect represented. Not as a relic of the past, not as a sect that was slowly fading into obscurity, but as a living, growing, actively evolving community that was defining the future of cultivation practice rather than being defined by the past. New disciples who arrived at the sect in the weeks and months after the war found a different place than what had existed before the siege, found a community that had been fundamentally transformed by the experience of fighting together, of surviving together, of facing death together, and choosing to stand rather than to fall or surrender. The sect had been tested in the ultimate crucible of warfare, and it had emerged not just intact, but improved in every measurable way. The divisions that had once separated factions of disciples, those who supported Wu Yuan's traditional approach and emphasis on stability, and those who embraced Lin Zhao's more radical vision of change and authenticity, had been healed through the fire of shared sacrifice, through the understanding that both perspectives had value, that tradition and change could coexist. The new disciples found themselves in a sect where authenticity was celebrated, where hiding oneself was seen as a limitation rather than as wisdom, where genuine connection was valued above status or rank. They found themselves in a community where the leader was not someone who demanded obedience, but someone who had proven her commitment through willingness to sacrifice and to be vulnerable. They found themselves part of a tradition that was actively being reinvented, actively being expanded to include new possibilities, actively being transformed into something that had never existed before in the cultivation world. The mistrust that had once clouded the internal culture, that had suggested that the sect's leadership might be hiding something important, might be making decisions that did not align with the disciples' welfare, had been replaced by genuine unity. The fear that had once motivated the sect's dealings with outsiders, that had suggested the sect was vulnerable, that had implied weakness disguised as strength, had been replaced by confidence born of having survived the unsurvivable, having defeated enemies that should have been overwhelming. Chapter 77. Mei Qing's ascension in the weeks and months following the siege, as the sect settled into its new reality and began the slow work of healing and rebuilding, of clearing away the physical damage of war and restoring what had been damaged, of healing the psychological wounds of those who had fought and sacrificed and nearly died. Mei Qing found herself in a new position. She was elevated not just in rank, though she was promoted to senior elder, a position that reflected her new power level and her demonstrated commitment to the sect's welfare, a position that normally would have taken decades of dedicated service to achieve, but transformed in her fundamental understanding of what she wanted from her existence and her cultivation, in her understanding of what it meant to be part of a community rather than to compete within it. The ambitious young woman who had once seen Lin Xiao as a threat and a rival, who had viewed every other disciple as potential competition for advancement and status, who had defined herself through comparison and competition, had become someone whose deepest desire was to protect that same person, to stand beside her, to support her in whatever way possible. The war had clarified something in Mei Qing's heart that she had not been fully willing to acknowledge before, something that had been building in the shadows of her consciousness since the first moment she understood what Lin Xiao truly was, something that the battle and the revelation had finally brought into full consciousness. She did not want to compete with Lin Xiao. She wanted to be with her. This understanding had come to Mei Qing during the final assault on the balance hall, when Lin Xiao and Wu Yuan were being pressed back by overwhelming numbers, when it had seemed for a moment that the entire sect might fall. In that moment of absolute desperation, Mei Qing's breakthrough had occurred, not because she was trying to surpass Lin Xiao, but because her love for Lin Xiao, her genuine commitment to protecting her, had finally become strong enough to break through the barrier that had been holding her back from the next tier of cultivation. She approached Lin Xiao several weeks after the final celebration had ended, approaching with a formality that suggested she had been planning what she was about to say for quite some time. "I know that your heart is already divided between Shui Lian and Su Jing," Mei Qing said, speaking with the careful deliberation of someone who understood the magnitude of what she was asking, who wanted to make sure her words were heard correctly. "I know that there are no simple answers to how we can all exist together, no precedent in cultivation tradition for what we are considering, no clear path forward that respects all of our feelings. But I want to ask you to consider allowing me to be part of your life in a more formal way." She paused, gathering her courage, showing a vulnerability that few disciples had ever seen from her, a rawness that suggested she had been hiding behind her ice-cold demeanor for years and was finally willing to let it crack. I know that I have not always been easy to be around. Mei Qing continued, her voice quieter now, more careful. I know that my ambition, my competition, my constant need to test myself against others has not always been welcoming or supportive. But I want to be different now. I want to be better. I want to use my power and my drive not for my own advancement, but in service of something larger than myself, in service of you and this community. She took a deep breath, and when she spoke again, her voice carried perfect clarity. Let me be your dual cultivation partner. Let me support your advancement through synchronized cultivation. Let me walk beside you openly and without pretense. I do not ask for exclusivity. I do not ask you to choose me over the others. I simply ask for a place, for formal recognition of my commitment, for acknowledgement that I am part of this strange new family that is forming around you. Lin Xiao listened carefully to every word, understanding the significance of what was being asked, understanding that Mei Qing was not asking for casual commitment, but for something formal and lasting. Mei Qing was asking to be bound to Lin Xiao in one of the deepest ways that cultivation tradition allowed, was asking to share the most intimate process of cultivation advancement, was asking to be acknowledged as a core part of Lin Xiao's life. Yes, Lin Xiao said simply, speaking with absolute certainty. Yes to all of it. I would be honored to have you as my dual cultivation partner, to have you walk beside me, to acknowledge our commitment openly and without shame. The formalization of this commitment would have been shocking in most sects, would have caused scandal and disapproval and raised questions about whether such arrangements were appropriate. But the Hundred Flowers Sect, having been transformed by the war, having learned the value of authenticity and genuine connection, having been forced to confront the limitations of traditional understanding, accepted this new arrangement with something close to celebration. The disciples understood that what was being created was not something immoral or inappropriate, but something genuine and beautiful, a new kind of relationship that transcended the traditional categories while still respecting the integrity and autonomy of all involved. Mei Qing and Lin Xiao would cultivate together, would share power through synchronized meditation and cultivation, would grow stronger together in ways that neither could achieve in isolation. And in doing so, they would model for the rest of the sect what it meant to prioritize connection over competition, to build partnerships based on genuine commitment rather than on strategic advantage, to understand that shared strength could exceed individual power when the individuals involved were willing to be vulnerable and authentic with each other. Chapter 78. Shui Lian's Claim. Shui Lian, who had been openly affectionate with Lin Xiao throughout the war, who had fought with Lin Xiao at her side in the cultivation chambers and meditation halls, who had protected her through the barriers of ice and spiritual connection, who had demonstrated her commitment through perfect understanding of Lin Xiao's nature and needs, was not satisfied with the understated, carefully controlled way that they had always conducted their relationship. The war had changed her fundamentally, had broken through the walls of ice that she had built around her heart over years of careful control, had shown her that life was too precious and too fragile to waste on careful restraint and emotional distance. One evening, as Lin Xiao sat alone in the meditation chamber looking out at the stars, watching the distant lights of the sect glowing in the darkness below, Shui Lian entered quietly. She moved without sound, her cultivation allowing her to move with perfect silence, and she sat beside Lin Xiao without saying anything, just being present, just existing in the same space for a long moment of shared quiet. Then Shui Lian spoke, her voice carrying a rawness that had never been there before, a vulnerability that suggested she was finally allowing herself to be fully authentic. I love you, Shui Lian said, speaking the words that she had been carefully controlling for so long, words that she had felt but had never allowed herself to express with such directness. Not despite the deception, not despite learning that you were a spy sent to infiltrate our sect for purposes of your own. I love you because of who you truly are, because of the way you fight for those you care about, because of the strength and the vulnerability that you combine so perfectly, creating something that transcends either quality alone. She turned to face Lin Xiao fully, and her usually cold eyes were shining with unshed tears. I want to walk this path with you, openly and fully, for as long as you will have me. I want everyone to know that I have chosen you, that I stand beside you, that I believe in you completely, that my commitment to you is not something shameful or hidden, but something I am proud of. I want to be acknowledged as part of your life, not as a secret or a hidden affection, but as something real and recognized. When she finished speaking, Shui Lian leaned forward and kissed Lin Xiao. It was not a tentative kiss or a carefully measured one, limited to what propriety might allow. It was a full commitment, a public declaration that transcended words, a physical manifestation of the emotional intensity that had been building for so long. They shared the kiss there in the meditation chamber, witnesses only to the stars and the formation that pulsed beneath them, witnesses only to the ancient spirits that inhabited the chamber and that approved of what was transpiring. When they separated, Lin Xiao was crying, tears running down her face as she embraced Shui Lian, pulling her close, acknowledging finally the depth of what she felt for this woman who had understood her so perfectly, who had protected her so carefully, who had loved her even when love was complicated by confusion and secrecy. "I love you too," Lin Xiao said, speaking the words with absolute sincerity. "I have loved you since the first moment I felt your presence in this sect, since the waterfall where we first met, and you looked at me with such sharp understanding. I will stand beside you, and I will walk with you into whatever comes next, openly, and without hesitation or doubt." Chapter 79, Su Jing's Gift. Su Jing, recovering slowly from her sacrifice in the healing chambers, spending days in rest and recuperation as her cultivation base gradually restored itself, brought Lin Xiao a gift when she was finally well enough to walk around without assistance. It was a jade pendant carved with exquisite detail, each line perfect, each curve precisely calculated, showing intertwining yin-yang symbols surrounded by flowers that represented the Hundred Flowers Sect. The carving was absolutely beautiful, speaking to countless hours and countless days of patient, dedicated work that could only have been done by someone with genuine skill and genuine devotion. "I made this before I knew what you were," Su Jing said, her voice carrying the gentleness that had always been her characteristic, the warmth that had drawn Lin Xiao to her from the very first moment. "I made it in the long days before the war, in those quiet times when I was just thinking of you, just wanting to express how I felt. I made it because something about you felt balanced in a way that nothing else ever has. I was carving these symbols every free moment I had, drawn to them without understanding why. Now I know. I was carving a representation of your true nature, and I was doing it without conscious awareness. Some part of me always understood what you were, even when your conscious deception was complete, even when I thought you were a woman and had no reason to suspect otherwise." Lin Xiao accepted the pendant and put it on immediately, understanding the magnitude of what it represented. Su Jing had just given her something that went beyond simple love or simple acknowledgement. She had given her something that acknowledged the deepest part of Lin Xiao's nature, that recognized and celebrated her duality, that suggested Su Jing's understanding had always transcended the surface level of appearance and identity. "Thank you," Lin Xiao said, pressing her forehead against Su Jing's in a gesture of profound connection that transcended words. "This is the most perfect gift I could possibly receive. This is more than a pendant. This is a recognition of who I truly am, and it means more to me than I can possibly express." Su Jing smiled, and there was something in that smile that suggested she had been waiting for this moment, that she had known how it would end, that she had been patient in her love knowing that eventually the truth would be revealed and all of them could exist together openly, without pretense or hiding. "There's room in this circle for me as well, isn't there?" Su Jing asked gently, her voice tentative despite the confidence in her eyes, despite the understanding that seemed to run deeper than words could express. "Room for my love alongside Shui Lian's, alongside Mei Qing's, alongside Baihu's? We can all exist together, can't we? We can all be part of something that transcends the normal categories and the normal rules, something that celebrates all of our individual natures while creating something larger than any of us individually, something that is greater than the sum of its parts because of the genuine authenticity that underlies it." "Yes," Lin Xiao said, her voice carrying absolute certainty, carrying the weight of commitment that would sustain them through whatever challenges lay ahead. "More than anything, yes. I want you here. I want all of you here. I want to build something together that has never existed before, something that the cultivation world has never seen, something that honors all of us and allows all of us to grow. I want to create a model for what relationships between cultivators could be when fear and competition are replaced by genuine love and authentic commitment." Su Jing smiled, and tears ran down her face as she embraced Lin Xiao, as she acknowledged that she was part of this strange, beautiful, unprecedented family that was forming around Lin Xiao. The pendant that she had carved, the yin-yang symbols that she had somehow understood without conscious awareness, now seemed like prophecy fulfilled, like a prediction that had come to pass, like a recognition of something that had always been destined to occur. The four of them, Lin Xiao, Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing, stood together in that moment, understanding that they were creating something new, something that would be spoken of for generations to come, something that would define what was possible for cultivators who were willing to be authentic, who were willing to prioritize connection over the pursuit of individual power. Chapter 80. The New Order, the final chapter of this arc, closes with a scene that will become iconic, that will be remembered and retold for generations by disciples of the Hundred Flowers Sect, that will be painted in the halls of the sect and written about in the histories that future disciples study. Lin Xiao stands in the balance hall with Wu Yueyin at her side, the ancient sect master with her accumulated centuries of wisdom and experience, standing at equal height with the younger cultivator who has become her successor and her companion in leadership. At Lin Xiao's right hand stand Shui Lian and Mei Qing, the two cultivators who have committed themselves most fully to her, who have demonstrated their love and their loyalty through action and sacrifice. Shui Lian's ice-cold demeanor has been replaced with something warmer, something more open, something that allows her true emotions to be visible. Mei Qing stands with the bearing of someone who has found her true purpose, whose ambition has been redirected toward worthy goals rather than personal advancement. At Lin Xiao's left hand stands Su Jing, her gentle strength a perfect counterbalance to Shui Lian's fire and Mei Qing's intensity, her quiet support providing the stable foundation that allows the other relationships to flourish. And standing in the center of this group, manifested in her beautiful human form, with her 8 tails shimmering with power and light, stands Baihu, the ancient fox spirit who has chosen freedom and partnership over the isolation that imprisonment had enforced. The formation around them glows not with the strain and struggle that has characterized it for centuries, not with the fragility of a structure barely maintaining itself against the pressure of accumulated imbalance. Instead, it glows with healthy power, with the vibrancy of a community that has learned how to support itself, that has learned the true meaning of balance through experiencing what it means to lack it, that has discovered strength in unity and authenticity. The chambers of the balance hall are filled with disciples, with the gathered leadership of the sect, with those who have been chosen to bear witness to this moment. And beyond the hall, throughout the sect, thousands of other disciples wait and watch through spiritual connection, through the bonds that have been reinforced by the shared experience of war and survival. Wu Yueyin placed a hand on Lin Xiao's shoulder, a gesture that had become familiar over the course of their relationship together, a gesture that suggested affection and respect and absolute trust extending beyond the normal relationship between a sect master and a disciple. "You came as a disguised outsider," Wu Yueyin said, speaking words that would become legendary in the annals of the Hundred Flowers Sect, words that would be repeated by disciples for generations to come, words that would be written in the histories that future disciples studied, words that would define the essential character of the Hundred Flowers Sect going forward. "You came with deception in your heart and false identity on your lips. You came to us as a spy, an infiltrator, a saboteur, someone working for purposes beyond our understanding or consent, someone whose mission might have meant the destruction of everything we had built. But through the trials that you faced here, through the genuine connections that formed despite the deception that lay beneath them, through your willingness to be authentic and to accept love even when you did not believe you deserved it, you have been transformed. You have become not just a disciple but the heart of this sect." She paused, letting the weight of her ancient eyes settle on Lin Xiao with something that looked remarkably like pride. "You leave as the heart of our sect. You have become irreplaceable, not because of your power, though that is tremendous, but because of your commitment, your wisdom, your willingness to value connection above all else. You have shown us what we could become if we allowed ourselves to be authentic. What will you build here, now that you are free to be yourself? What will you create with the love and the power that you have gathered around you?" Lin Xiao looked at the faces of those she loved, the ancient sect master who had trusted her despite everything, who had taken an enormous risk in believing in her capacity for genuine change despite the deception at the foundation of their meeting, the ice-cold disciple who had learned to show her vulnerable heart, who had fought at her side with perfect understanding and unwavering commitment, whose barriers of ice had become walls of protection rather than walls of distance, the ambitious cultivator who had transformed her competition into partnership, who had ascended to new heights in service of protecting those she loved rather than in pursuit of personal advancement, the gentle girl who had supported her even when she didn't fully understand what was happening, who had sacrificed her own advancement for the sake of the sect's survival, who had remained kind even in the face of deception and difficulty, and the ancient fox spirit who had suffered centuries for the sake of this moment, who had been imprisoned and deceived, but who had chosen forgiveness and partnership, who had transformed what could have been bitterness into understanding and compassion. "A home," Lin Xiao said simply, the word carrying more weight and more meaning than any elaborate speech could possibly convey. I will build a home. A place where all of us can exist authentically, without pretense, without hiding who we truly are. A place where strength and vulnerability can coexist without contradiction or conflict. A place where love is celebrated rather than hidden or constrained by artificial rules and artificial hierarchies. A place where justice and compassion walk hand in hand, where power is used in service rather than in domination, where every person is valued for who they truly are rather than for what they can contribute to the advancement of others. The formation beneath them pulsed with agreement, with the collective will of the entire Hundred Flowers Sect affirming her words, affirming her commitment, affirming her vision of what they could build together if they remained true to the principles of authenticity and genuine connection. The disciples who filled the hall and the training grounds, who gathered in meditation chambers and dormitories, who stood watch on the boundaries of the sect, all of them felt it directly through their spiritual connections. All of them understood the significance of the moment. All of them recognized that something fundamental had shifted in the very heart of the sect. The pulsing of the formation was not just power. It was agreement. It was consent. It was the collective voice of 2,000 disciples saying that they understood, that they accepted, that they were ready to follow Lin Xiao into this new future, ready to build something unprecedented, ready to be part of something that would challenge and transform the entire cultivation world's understanding of what was possible. Arc 4 closes with this image. The 5 of them standing together in the balance hall, with the formation glowing with healthy power beneath them, with the entire sect united around them in visible support, with the knowledge that they had survived the unsurvivable and that they had been transformed by the experience. The war was behind them. The future stretched ahead with both danger and possibility, with challenges that they could not yet imagine and opportunities that transcended their current understanding. But in this moment, standing together as the formation pulsed around them, they knew with absolute certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together, as a unified family, as people who had chosen each other not despite their differences, but because of them. The Hundred Flowers Sect had been remade, and the new sect that had emerged from the fires of war was something far more beautiful and far more powerful than what had existed before, not because of raw magical might, though that was certainly greater, but because of the genuine unity that now bound the disciples together, the authentic commitment to each other that had replaced the careful hierarchy and hidden tensions that had previously existed, the willingness to embrace diversity and difference as a source of strength rather than as a threat to be managed. As the lanterns throughout the sect began to glow in the approaching dusk, as the disciples celebrated together in a new kind of peace that had been earned through sacrifice and struggle, as the formation beneath the sect pulsed with the strength of a community that had learned what it meant to truly stand together, as the stars began to emerge in the darkening sky above the peak of 10,000 flowers, the Hundred Flowers Sect moved forward into its future, uncertain, challenging, full of possibility and hope. The war had ended. Victory had been achieved. And the true work, the work of rebuilding, of integrating the changes that had emerged from the conflict, of learning to live authentically together, of building something new and unprecedented, that work was only beginning. The disciples who had been tested by the war, who had survived the siege, who had fought alongside each other and had sacrificed together, understood that they were part of something that transcended ordinary sect life. They were part of a community that was actively reinventing itself, that was choosing authenticity over tradition, that was learning to honor all expressions of genuine emotion and authentic connection. The future lay ahead, full of challenges that they could not yet imagine, full of opportunities that transcended their current understanding, full of possibilities that would only become visible as they walked forward into it. But they would face it together, united not by rules and hierarchy, but by genuine commitment to each other, by the understanding that their strength came from connection rather than from dominance, by the willingness to be authentic and vulnerable with each other, by the choice to prioritize love over power and connection over competition. The Hundred Flowers Sect had survived. More than that, it had been transformed. And in that transformation lay the seeds of something far greater than any sect had been before. A community built not on hiding secrets, but on celebrating truth, not on maintaining rigid hierarchy, but on honoring authentic connection, not on training individuals, but on creating family, not on the pursuit of individual power, but on the building of collective strength through genuine relationships. The disciples understood, in their hearts and in their cultivations, that they had been given a rare gift, the opportunity to be part of something unprecedented, something that would matter far beyond their own lifetimes, something that would define what it meant to be a sect in a new age of cultivation practice. They understood that they would be remembered not for their individual power or their rank, but for the community they had built together, for the authenticity they had chosen, for the willingness to challenge tradition in service of genuine connection and authentic love. And so the story of Step 4 closes, with the five of them standing together in the balance hall, with the formation pulsing beneath them with healthy, harmonious power, with the entire sect united around them in visible and spiritual support, with the knowledge that they had survived the unsurvivable and had been transformed by that survival into something greater than they had been before. The war was behind them. The immediate crisis had passed. The physical enemies had been defeated. The future stretched ahead with both danger and possibility, with challenges that they could not yet imagine and opportunities that transcended their current understanding. But in this moment, standing together in the balance hall as the formation pulsed around them, they knew with absolute certainty that whatever came next, they would face it together, as a family, as a community of people who had chosen each other not out of obligation or tradition, but out of genuine love and authentic commitment. They had been tested in the ultimate crucible and had proven themselves worthy. They had survived, and more than survival, they had thrived. They had been transformed, and they would continue to transform, to grow, to become more than they had been, together. The old order had passed away. The new order that was emerging would be unprecedented, would challenge everything the cultivation world understood about what it meant to be a sect, would demonstrate that power and compassion could coexist, that tradition and change could be integrated, that strength could come from unity rather than from dominance, that authenticity could be stronger than deception, and that genuine connection could achieve more than strategic positioning. In the centuries to come, disciples of the Hundred Flowers Sect would speak of this moment, of the war that had tested them and the transformation that had emerged from it. They would speak of how a spy had become the heart of the sect, how a prisoner had been granted freedom and had chosen to remain as a protector rather than as an enemy, how a fractured community had been welded together through shared sacrifice and genuine commitment. They would speak of it with the reverence that comes from understanding you are part of something truly significant, something that will define generations to come, something that matters in ways that transcend ordinary measurement or understanding. They would tell these stories to new disciples during the initiation ceremonies. They would use them as teaching moments, as examples of what was possible when people chose to prioritize connection over power. They would return to them again and again as reminders of what was possible when a community chose to be authentic and genuine with itself, when it chose to honor truth over pretense, when it chose to celebrate difference rather than enforce conformity. The legacy of Step 4, the legacy of the war and the transformation, would endure. It would shape every decision made by the sect going forward. It would inform how the sect treated new members, how it navigated conflicts, how it made decisions about leadership and community. And that legacy would spread outward, influencing how other sects understood what was possible, gradually transforming the entire cultivation world's understanding of what a sect could be, what a community could achieve when people chose to be genuinely, authentically themselves. Chapter 81. The new beginning. 6 months had passed since the siege ended, and the Hundred Flowers Sect had transformed in ways that went far beyond physical reconstruction. The outer walls had been repaired, stone by stone, the damaged training grounds restored to pristine condition, and the dormitories expanded to house the influx of new disciples drawn by the sect's legendary victory. 300 new disciples had arrived in the months following the siege, bringing with them diverse talents, backgrounds, and perspectives that would have been unimaginable in the rigid structure of the sect's former years. But the deeper changes were invisible to the eye. They were changes of spirit, of culture, of possibility. Lin Xiao stood in the balance hall, watching as disciples of every conceivable talent level moved through their routines. There were ice cultivators and fire cultivators, warriors and monks, youths from common families, and the children of minor nobility. There were cultivators with rare constitutions that would have been rejected by any other sect as incompatible with the Hundred Flowers traditions. There were elder disciples from other sects who had applied to transfer, drawn by the reputation of a community that valued growth over rigidity. 6 months ago, the Hundred Flowers Sect would never have accepted such diversity. 6 months ago, they admitted only the beautiful women they could find, operating under the assumption that physical appearance was somehow indicative of spiritual capability or cultivation potential. Now, they welcomed anyone with talent and a genuine desire to cultivate, regardless of background or appearance. The irony was not lost on Lin Xiao. She had arrived at the sect disguised as a beautiful woman, and that disguise had been necessary to gain entry. But the true test of her journey had never been about physical beauty or feminine presentation. It had been about finding authenticity beneath the layers of performance, about building genuine connection across apparent difference, about creating the conditions under which people could choose to trust and support each other despite the gaps between them. Wu Yueyin emerged from the back chamber, moving with the measured grace of someone who had led for nearly 2 centuries. Her eyes were sharp as ever, taking in every detail of the disciples' movements, assessing their cultivation with the quick judgment that came from over 150 years of practice. But Lin Xiao could see the subtle weariness that came with age. Even for an immortal cultivator, time accumulated like snow on a mountain peak, growing heavier with each passing year, each decision made, each responsibility borne. The preparations are complete, Wu Yueyin said, settling beside Lin Xiao on the viewing platform. The platform was one of the oldest structures in the sect, carved directly from the mountain itself over 700 years ago. The council approved the restructuring proposal this morning. The new elder positions, the open recruitment policy, the integration of celestial cultivators into our curriculum, it all passed with a comfortable majority. The conservative faction made a strong argument. Lin Xiao asked, though she already suspected the answer. She had attended some of the council meetings herself, watching as the older disciples and more traditional elders voiced their concerns about moving too quickly away from the sect's foundational identity. They were spirited, Wu Yueyin replied with a slight smile. Elder Guan argued that we were losing our distinctive character, that opening our doors so widely risked diluting the quality of our practice. Elder Feng worried about logistics. How would we maintain standards if we accepted disciples of all appearances and backgrounds? There were legitimate concerns mixed in with the fear. That is what made the debate useful rather than merely divisive. And what convinced them? Lin Xiao asked. Not conviction, exactly, Wu Yueyin said thoughtfully. Rather, a clear majority of the newer generation made it clear that they wanted change, and they wanted to work with the old guard to make it sustainable. The disciples who lived through the siege, who stood beside you on the battlefield, they understand what needs to change. They understand it at a bone-deep level because they have felt the alternative. The others will come around, given time. Change always faces resistance. But resistance that comes from fear rather than principle eventually fades when people see that the feared consequences do not materialize and that new benefits emerge in their place. She paused, and her ancient eyes settled on Lin Xiao with a gaze that had become familiar, a gaze that seemed to see not just the present moment but the possible futures. You are thinking about the tribulation, Wu Yueyin said. It was not a question. It's imminent, Lin Xiao admitted. I can feel the barrier within my core becoming thinner every day. Within a week, perhaps less, I will have no choice but to attempt the breakthrough or face the barrier crystallizing, which would stall my cultivation indefinitely. Are you afraid? Wu Yueyin asked. Lin Xiao considered the question seriously. Yes, she finally said. But I'm learning to work with fear rather than against it. Fear of the tribulation means I take the preparation seriously. Fear of failing means I'm motivated to develop real understanding rather than mere technical skill. Lin Xiao nodded, absorbing this wisdom. Leadership, she was discovering, required the patience to understand that not everyone could transform at the same speed. Some disciples still looked at her with confusion when they encountered her fully as a man rather than as the beautiful woman they'd been told she was. Some struggled with the idea of a male cultivator leading them. Even if that male cultivator had proven himself repeatedly in battle and in growth, had bled for the sect's defense, had shown willingness to sacrifice everything for those he cared about. But the number of disciples struggling with that reality was dwindling. The disciples who had seen Lin Xiao fight in the siege, who had witnessed the moment when she removed the heavy concealment and revealed her true nature in the midst of battle, understood on a visceral level that power and authenticity mattered far more than appearance. Even among the disciples who had not been present for that moment, the story had been retold enough times that the initial shock had faded into something more like acceptance. It would take time, perhaps decades, for the old assumptions to be fully displaced. But time was something the sect had in abundance, and more importantly, the direction of change was now clear. The Hundred Flowers Sect was moving toward a future where diversity would be valued not despite tradition, but in service of deepening tradition. Beauty of appearance would eventually give way to beauty of spirit, power, commitment, and genuine contribution. Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing are waiting in the training chamber, Wu Yueyin continued. They've been asking about your breakthrough attempt. The mention of the tribulation sent a ripple of anticipation through Lin Zhao's consciousness. An immortal tribulation was not merely a cultivation milestone. It was the moment when a cultivator would face the heavens themselves and either ascend to the rank of heavenly ascension or perish in the attempt. It was one of the most dangerous passages in any cultivator's journey, and only cultivators who had achieved the deepest understanding of themselves, who had integrated their power with their purpose, who had resolved the fundamental conflicts within their spirit, could hope to survive it. "I'm ready," Lin Xiao said, standing and straightening her robes. The robes themselves had changed over the months. She had adopted the traditional formal wear of the sect's male leadership, and the fit and fabric reflected a new status that was still somewhat unfamiliar. I felt the barrier forming within my core for weeks now. The breakthrough is imminent. Wu Yuan rose as well, and for a moment, her aged eyes shone with something like pride. The pride of a leader who had taken an enormous risk in trusting a stranger and had been proven right. The pride of someone who saw her life's work being honored in the growth of a new generation. "You remind me of myself, when I was young enough to believe I could change the world through sheer will and power. The difference is, I eventually learned that will alone is insufficient. That power without wisdom becomes tyranny. That strength without compassion becomes cruelty. You understood from the beginning that connection matters more than dominance. That is why you will survive this tribulation where others might have fallen." They walked together through the corridors of the sect, passing disciples who bowed respectfully as they passed, their expressions a mixture of awe and reverence. Lin Xiao had grown accustomed to this attention over the past months, though she would never say she had grown comfortable with it. Her secret identity had been revealed publicly during the siege, laid bare in a moment of desperate truth on the battlefield when concealment was no longer possible or necessary. Rather than causing the panic the elders had feared, the revelation seemed to have strengthened disciples' loyalty rather than weakened it. They had all discovered that the beautiful woman they had admired was also a powerful warrior, a genuine leader who had earned her position through sacrifice and authenticity, someone who cared enough about them to risk everything for the sect's survival. But there was more to it than that. The revelation had shown the disciples something profound about the nature of identity and truth. For 6 months prior to the siege, they had interacted with Lin Xiao in her feminine form and had not been deceived. The person they had come to care about was real, even if the presentation had not been. The deception had been about gender expression and origin, not about character. And in understanding that, the disciples had begun to understand something about themselves as well, that who they were mattered more than what they looked like, that character could be real even when appearance was constructed, that truth could exist in the space between identity and presentation. The training chamber where Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing waited was one of the older sections of the sect, a cavernous space that could contain cultivation formations without damaging the surrounding structures. The moment Lin Xiao entered, Shui Lian's head lifted, her ice blue eyes tracking immediately to where Lin Xiao stood. "The formation is ready," Shui Lian said, moving forward with the fluid grace that characterized all her movements. She had grown even more powerful since the war, her ice cultivation now bordering on divine. When she reached Lin Xiao, she briefly clasped her hand, a gesture that spoke volumes about the depth of their connection in ways that a passionate embrace never could. Mei Qing emerged from the other side of the chamber, her competitive nature now channeled entirely toward protecting rather than advancing. The transformation suited her. She had ascended to heavenly ascension rank, and her power was formidable, but more impressive than her raw strength was her strategic mind and her unwavering loyalty to Lin Zhao's vision for the sect. "Su Jing is making final adjustments to the protection arrays," Mei Qing said, nodding toward the center of the chamber, where Su Jing moved carefully among glowing formations, adjusting the flow of power with subtle hand movements. "She says everything is balanced perfectly." Su Jing looked up from her work, and her face broke into a smile, the warm, genuine smile that Lin Xiao had first seen on her face 6 months ago when they had been merely dormitory mates. Su Jing had recovered from her sacrifice during the war, and while her cultivation rank had temporarily dropped, it was steadily rising again as she trained. "The stabilization circles are all in place," Su Jing reported, moving to Lin Zhao's side and taking her hand on the opposite side from Shui Lian. "The sect formation is anchored to support you without interfering with the trials. Wu Yuyan's team is ready with the emergency intervention protocols." It was Mei Qing, however, who raised a question that had been unspoken but present throughout their preparation. "Are you afraid?" she asked, her eyes direct and challenging in the way that had endeared her to Lin Xiao over the months. There was no judgment in the question, only genuine curiosity and a kind of tough love caring that had become characteristic of her. Mei Qing had learned over the past months that love did not require softening oneself into something false. It required authentic engagement with the reality of the person being loved. Lin Xiao considered the question seriously. Fear was a part of any cultivation breakthrough, but particularly during an immortal tribulation. The tribulation was not merely a physical test. It was a judgment of the soul itself, a reckoning with the fundamental truth of who a person was and whether they deserved to advance beyond where they currently stood. Cultivators had been known to face illusions of their deepest shames, to encounter their own mortality made manifest, to stare into the void that consumed those too weak to transcend, too broken to be repaired, too corrupted to be forgiven. Yes, Lin Xiao answered honestly. But not a failure. Exactly, though that is certainly part of it. I'm afraid of what I might see when the tribulation forces me to confront the truth of my journey. I deceived so many people who came to care about me. That deception is real, even if my feelings for them became genuine. The tribulation will not let me hide from that truth. It will make me look directly at the harm I caused and the pretense I maintained. Shui Lian squeezed her hand, the ice-cold fingers bringing immediate calm to Lin Zhao's racing consciousness. Then you'll face it with witnesses. You won't face it alone. The words were simple, but they carried the weight of everything that had transpired between them over the past months. What had begun as attraction, a visceral response to Lin Zhao's hidden strength and authentic power, had deepened into something far more significant than romance or desire. They had built a genuine partnership that was rooted in honesty, acceptance, and the willingness to grow together. Shui Lian had learned to soften without becoming weak. Lin Xiao had learned to be strong without being cold. They had become each other's anchor in a storm, and that anchor would now hold firm even as Lin Xiao was pulled away into the depths of the tribulation. Chapter 82. Cultivation. Breakthrough. The days preceding the tribulation were marked by intensive joint cultivation. Lin Xiao spent mornings working with Shui Lian, their yin-yang energies intertwining in patterns of perfect harmony. The ice cultivator's yin-heavy constitution had become even more powerful as it learned to resonate with Lin Zhao's balanced nature, and in turn, Lin Zhao's yang cultivation had become more refined through exposure to Shui Lian's cold perfection. The afternoons were spent with Mei Qing, and those sessions pushed Lin Xiao to the edge of her current limits. Mei Qing's aggressive cultivation style, honed through months of rapid advancement, forced Lin Xiao to constantly refine her defensive techniques. Their sparring matches had become legendary among the disciples who managed to witness them. Two powerhouses clashing repeatedly, neither willing to yield, but both committed to ensuring the other walked away unharmed. Evenings were reserved for Su Jing, who had developed a profound understanding of formation arrays and spiritual resonance. Working with Su Jing was less about raw power and more about subtlety, learning how to guide energy through complex patterns, understanding the flow of power through space itself, mastering the kind of precision work that formed the foundation of truly powerful cultivation. On the night before the tribulation, all three of them gathered with Lin Xiao in the private meditation chamber that had been prepared. The room was circular, with 8 directional points marked by cultivation crystals the size of a human head. These crystals would serve as anchors, drawing power from the broader sect formation while keeping it at a safe distance from the tribulation chamber itself. When the tribulation begins, Wu Yuan had explained earlier that day, the tribulation qi will fill the chamber. It is not something external that we can protect you from. Rather, it is a test of your internal worthiness. Our role will be to ensure that if you falter, we can prevent absolute destruction. But the journey itself, that you must make alone. Lin Xiao understood the weight of that statement. The tribulation was not something that companions could face together. It was a singular test, and she would have to weather it through her own strength, her own spirit, her own understanding of who she was and what she had become. She meditated through the night with the three of them present, but not directly touching her. They sat at the 4 cardinal points around her, their power creating a subtle resonance field that steadied her cultivation without interfering with it. It was the most intimate kind of support, present but not intrusive, strong but not dominating. As the sun rose on the day of tribulation, Lin Xiao felt something shift within her core. It was like a door that had been gradually unlocking over the past months, suddenly standing fully open. The barrier between her current rank and the next had become diaphanous, waiting only for her to push through. She stood and faced the three of them. "I'm ready," she said simply. Mei Qing embraced her first, a fierce, quick gesture that spoke of her competitive nature and her determination to ensure Lin Xiao returned from this trial stronger than she had entered. "Ascend," Mei Qing said, "and when you do, ascend brilliantly. Make the heavens themselves question whether they made the right decision to test you." Su Jing was next, her embrace gentler but no less meaningful. "Come back to us," she whispered. "Come back whole." Shui Lian was last, and when she took Lin Xiao in her arms, the ice cultivator's usual control fractured. She buried her face in Lin Zhao's shoulder, and for a moment, the strong warrior gave way to someone deeply afraid of loss. Lin Xiao held her, drawing strength from the act of comforting rather than being comforted. I'm coming back, Lin Xiao promised. I'm coming back to you. To all of you. The tribulation chamber was located directly beneath the balance hall, in a section of the sect that had been reinforced and blessed over centuries for precisely this purpose. Multiple cultivators had undergone tribulation here before, their spiritual imprints still faintly visible in the stone itself. Ghosts of their transformations, echoes of their choices to advance or retreat or be consumed in the attempt. Wu Yuan herself had passed through this exact chamber nearly 150 years ago, and 2 other sect masters before her had completed their tribulations in this sacred space. The space was circular, 40 feet in diameter, with a domed ceiling that stretched up 30 feet. The walls were lined with script, thousands of characters carved deep into the stone by elders and sect masters and disciples over the centuries, inscriptions meant to guide and anchor the cultivators who underwent their trials here. Some were prayers to the heavens for mercy or understanding. Some were statements of affirmation, reminders of what was possible for those brave enough to attempt transcendence. Some were warnings, carved by those who had survived their tribulations and wanted future generations to understand the cost and the danger. In the center of the chamber, a single cushion had been placed, woven from silk that had been blessed by the entire sect's collective power. Lin Xiao moved to it and settled into a meditation posture, feeling the weight of centuries in the stone beneath her, the accumulated power of everyone who had come before her seeking transcendence, the hopes and fears and struggles of so many beings channeled into this one space. Wu Yuan stood at the chamber's entrance, the rest of the elders arrayed behind her in positions that had been determined by careful study of the best protection arrangements. The protection arrays are in place, one of them confirmed, speaking quietly as if loud sounds might disturb something sacred. The sect formation is anchored. We are ready when you are, Lin Xiao. Lin Xiao took a deep breath, drawing in the scent of incense that had been burned throughout the chamber, incense meant to carry prayers and intentions toward the heavens themselves. She closed her eyes, felt the warmth of 3 beloved people standing nearby, Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing positioned at the 3 cardinal points around her, and reached out to the barrier within her cultivation core. The moment she made contact with it, the entire chamber erupted into light. It was not a gentle light, not the soft glow of cultivation and balance. It was violent, raw, explosive, the light of potential about to transform into reality, the light of being on the edge of something so massive and significant that it could not be overstated. The barrier exploded not with destruction but with pure possibility, and Lin Xiao felt herself being pulled beyond the physical space of the chamber and into something far greater. Chapter 83, The Tribulation Preparation. The days before tribulation had not been merely meditation and cultivation. They had been preparation of a different sort, the kind that required Lin Xiao to examine herself with a clarity that was sometimes uncomfortable. Wu Yuan had insisted on it, drawing Lin Xiao into private discussions that ranged across topics Lin Xiao had not expected to encounter. A tribulation is not only a test of power, Wu Yuan had said one afternoon. It is a test of character. The heavens, or whatever cosmic force governs advancement, will examine whether a cultivator truly deserves the next rank. Strength alone is insufficient. There must be integrity. I lied to the entire sect, Lin Xiao had responded, the old guilt rising up. I disguised my gender, my origins, my purpose. How do I claim integrity now? By acknowledging the lie and choosing truth afterward, Wu Yuan had answered simply. You came here under false pretenses, but you chose authenticity long before the war revealed your deception. That choice matters. The heavens care less about whether you were honest at the beginning than whether you chose to become honest as the stakes increased. The conversation had been helpful, but it had also underscored the fundamental challenge of the tribulation. Lin Zhao's journey had been built on deception, even if it had been deception with ultimately good intentions. The tribulation would force her to face that foundation and either prove that what had been built upon it was strong enough to survive scrutiny, or accept that her advancement came at too high a cost. She had also spent time with Baihu, or Yi Qing, as the former demon fox now preferred to be called in her human form. Yi Qing had taken the form of a woman in her early 30s, with long dark hair and an otherworldly beauty that suggested her divine origins. The 8 tails that she could manifest at will were always shimmering with subtle power, visible to those who looked for them, but not aggressively obvious. I have faced trials that the heavens designed specifically to break me, Yi Qing had said, her voice carrying the weight of centuries. I was imprisoned because I would not bend to their will. What I learned in 700 years of imprisonment is that the trials we face are not arbitrary punishments. They are invitations to become something greater than we were. The tribulation you face is not the heavens testing whether you deserve ascension. It is the heavens inviting you to decide whether you deserve it. The distinction had been subtle but crucial. Lin Xiao was not walking into the tribulation to prove herself worthy. She was walking in to confirm her own worthiness to herself. She had also made a point of speaking with each of the disciples individually, not formally, as a leader preparing for a milestone, but personally, as someone seeking to understand their perspectives. With Xue Lian, she had discussed vulnerability and strength. "You told me once that you used to think you were ice," Lin Xiao had said. "Do you still feel that way?" "I used to feel that coldness was the only protection," Xue Lian had replied. "Now I understand that warmth is protection too, a different kind, but no less real. You taught me that. And I'm terrified of the tribulation because I'm terrified of losing the person who taught me." With Mei Qing, she had discussed ambition and love. "Your competitive nature used to be directed entirely toward advancement," Lin Xiao had observed. "Now it's directed toward protection. Is it more satisfying?" "Infinitely," Mei Qing had answered without hesitation. "Advancement alone felt empty. Advancement in service of something I love, in service of you and the sect, it feels like purpose. It's the kind of ambition that doesn't eat you alive." With Su Jing, she had discussed kindness and sacrifice. "You have never wavered in your loyalty, even when you had every reason to," Lin Xiao had said. "How do you do that?" "Because kindness was not a strategy for me," Su Jing had replied. "It was just who I am. And somewhere along the way, I understood that loving you was the kindest thing I could do for myself as well as for you. Sacrifice only feels like sacrifice if you're giving up something you value. I wasn't giving anything up. I was giving something away that had already broken me. And in return, I got community and love." These conversations had become Lin Xiao's actual preparation for the tribulation. The cultivation techniques and the power development were essential, but they were only the structure. The real preparation was understanding, at the deepest level, who Lin Xiao was and what Lin Xiao stood for. The physical preparation was no less important. Under the guidance of the sect's elder cultivation masters, Lin Xiao had spent the final days engaging in increasingly intense cultivation cycles, pushing her foundation to the edge of its current capacity. She had cultivated with the sect formation directly, drawing on the power of 2,000 disciples to amplify her own cultivation. The sensation was overwhelming, feeling the hopes and fears and desires of so many people flowing through her as if they were extensions of her own consciousness. It had given her a visceral understanding of what the tribulation would demand of her. She would not be ascending alone. She would be ascending as a representative of the entire sect, carrying their aspirations and their faith into the heavens. On the final night before the tribulation, Wu Yuan had taken her to the peak of 10,000 flowers, and they had sat together watching the stars emerge. "I ascended my tribulation in this chamber, nearly 150 years ago," Wu Yuan had said, her voice carrying the weight of history. "The tribulation forced me to confront a choice I had made years earlier, a choice to prioritize power over compassion, to maintain control through fear rather than through trust. I had to face the consequences of that choice and transform it. The transformation nearly broke me, but on the other side of it, I was able to lead the sect towards something better." "Did you succeed?" Lin Xiao had asked. "I survived," Wu Yuan had answered. "That is always the first test. Whether the transformation leads to genuine change or merely superficial improvement, that is a longer process. You will have the advantage of entering the tribulation having already made the choice toward transformation. I had to be dragged toward it by the tribulation itself. You are choosing it willingly." As the sun rose on the day of the tribulation, Lin Xiao felt a profound sense of calm. She was as prepared as any cultivator could be. The rest was in the hands of fate and the heavens themselves. Chapter 84. The first wave. The moment Lin Xiao's consciousness made contact with the tribulation barrier, reality transformed. The meditation chamber dissolved, and she found herself standing in a vast, open space that seemed to exist beyond physical location. The sky above was not the clear blue of a normal day, but a roiling mass of clouds the color of storm iron. And then the tribulation descended. Lightning did not strike from the sky in the traditional way. It did not trace patterns through the air and impact with sudden violence. Instead, it manifested directly around her, filling the entire space of the tribulation realm with brilliant electric power that crackled and burned with an intensity that would have incinerated a normal cultivator instantly, reducing them to cinders and ash without even granting them time to scream. Lin Xiao felt the heat of it immediately, felt the terrible power of the heavens attempting to reduce her to nothing. attempting to test whether her foundation was strong enough to withstand the forces that awaited a heavenly ascension cultivator, but she did not panic. Instead, she centered herself in her dual nature, the yin and yang that had been her foundation since birth, the balance that had brought her to the Hundred Flowers Sect in the first place, the very thing that made her worthy of the advancement she sought. The yang qi in her being rose to meet the lightning, and rather than being consumed by it, she began to absorb it. The cultivation techniques that the sect's masters had taught her specifically for this purpose activated automatically, patterns of absorption and transformation that allowed her to convert the destructive energy into fuel for her own ascension. Around her, the lightning continued to rage. Branches of electricity manifested in the air like trees of pure power, each one seeking to find a weakness in her defenses, each one attempting to overwhelm her through sheer force and continuous battering. But Lin Xiao was ready. The yin aspect of her cultivation created a receptive field, drawing the energy inward. The yang aspect transformed it, converting it from something destructive into something that reinforced her spiritual structure. Back and forth, yin and yang, receiving and transforming. She stood in the center of the lightning storm and did not falter. It was not like a normal battle. There was no opponent to defeat, no technique to outwit. This was a test of endurance, of fundamental worthiness, of whether her cultivation base was strong enough to support the next rank without shattering under its weight. Time passed strangely in the tribulation chamber. It might have been seconds or hours. Lin Xiao had no way of knowing. There was nothing but the lightning, the heat, the constant barrage of the heavens' power against her defenses. And then, abruptly, it changed. The lightning vanished. The roiling storm above dissipated. Lin Xiao found herself standing in an entirely different landscape. Not the void-like space of the first trial, but a garden. A beautiful garden, with flowers blooming in impossible colors and a gentle stream running through it. The sky above was clear and blue, and the sun was warm. For a moment, Lin Xiao thought the tribulation had ended. But as she looked around, she realized that this was merely the transition. The first wave had tested her physical strength and her capacity to endure. Now something far more dangerous was approaching. The garden was perfect, and in that perfection, Lin Xiao recognized the most insidious trial a tribulation could offer: beauty without substance, peace without purpose. She closed her eyes and centered herself, understanding that the true trials had not yet begun. The lightning had been a test of power, but the tribulation was about to become a test of will. Chapter 85. The shadow tribulation. The garden began to shift, and the flowers became faces. Su Jing appeared first, her gentle expression twisted in pain. "You lied to me," the vision said with Su Jing's voice. "I gave you my complete trust, and you built it on a foundation of deception. You knew the truth about yourself, and you hid it from me, letting me believe in something false." Lin Xiao felt the accusation like a physical blow. Because it was true. She had allowed Su Jing to fall in love with someone who didn't truly exist, someone who was a manufactured identity built on extensive preparation and deception. "I became real," Lin Xiao tried to say, but the garden swallowed the words. The scene shifted, and now she stood on a battlefield. Shui Lian lay wounded, blood pouring from a terrible gash across her chest. "You brought war to my home," Shui Lian's vision said. "You infiltrated us, and because of that infiltration, enemies came. People died because you came here." It was true. The assassination attempts, the siege, the battles that had claimed lives, they had been precipitated by Lin Xiao's arrival. Even if the Demon Sect and the Crimson Blade had eventually turned their attention toward the Hundred Flowers Sect anyway, Lin Xiao had accelerated that timeline significantly. The visions kept coming. Mei Qing's face, twisted with accusation. "You seduced us into trusting you, and all the while you were manipulating us, using our feelings to advance your own position." It wasn't entirely true. Lin Xiao had never intended to manipulate anyone, and her feelings had become genuine. But there were kernels of truth in the accusation that made it impossible to dismiss entirely. She had used her beauty, her carefully calibrated persona as Lin Xiaoyi, to gain advantages and understanding. There had been calculation mixed in with authenticity. The sect master appeared next, her expression grave. "You violated our sacred traditions. You broke fundamental rules about who could enter our sect. You corrupted the purity of our practice." And beneath that accusation was another layer of complexity, because Wu Yueyin herself had ultimately embraced Lin Xiao's presence and the changes it had catalyzed. But some part of the sect's foundational identity had indeed been disrupted. The tradition of accepting only beautiful women, of maintaining that specific cultural identity, Lin Xiao had shattered it entirely. The tribulation was forcing her to look at all the consequences of her actions, not the positive outcomes, which were easy to celebrate, but the harm and disruption that came alongside the good. It was forcing her to acknowledge that her path to belonging had been paved with genuine damage to others. Lin Xiao stood in the center of the visions and did something that the tribulation had not anticipated. She did not defend herself. She did not rationalize her actions. She did not attempt to explain why the ends justified the means. Instead, she simply accepted the accusations. "You are right," she said to the visions, to the tribulation, to the heavens themselves. "I lied. My presence brought danger. I did manipulate people through carefully chosen presentations of myself. And I did break traditions that were sacred to your culture. I cannot undo those things. I cannot make them not have happened. All I can do is acknowledge that they occurred and choose, going forward, to be someone worthy of the trust that people have since chosen to give me." The visions wavered. The garden began to crack, revealing something underneath, not void, but light. Not harsh, burning light, but something softer. A light that suggested possibility, growth, and the space where harm had been acknowledged to become healing. And then Lin Xiao heard a voice from outside the tribulation, distant but present, reaching across the boundary between the trial and the physical world. It was Shui Lian. "I forgive you. I have always forgiven you. I was never going anywhere. And Su Jing, you gave me myself. That matters more than anything. And Mei Qing, come back to us. We are waiting." The visions of accusation shattered completely, and Lin Xiao felt something fundamental shift within her cultivation core. The tribulation was pushing her toward ascension, but only now. Only after she had genuinely faced and integrated the consequences of her journey could she move forward. The light beneath the breaking garden began to expand, and Lin Xiao felt her cultivation core beginning its transformation into the next rank. Chapter 86. By Whose Intervention? The visions of accusation shattered completely, dissolving into fragments of light and shadow that receded like water draining from a basin. But the tribulation was not finished. The first test, the lightning and its raw violence, had demanded everything of Lin Xiao's physical endurance and cultivation strength, had forced her to discover depths of power she had not known she possessed. The second test, the Garden of Accusations, had demanded everything of her emotional fortitude and moral integration, had forced her to face the genuine harm her deception had caused and to integrate that knowledge into her sense of self. But the third test was arriving now, and it demanded something far more subtle and far more dangerous than either raw power or emotional honesty. Silence. Absolute, complete silence. Not the silence of an empty space, but the silence of complete isolation. Lin Xiao stood alone in darkness that was not darkness in any physical sense, but rather the absence of all sensation, all connection, all awareness of anything beyond her own consciousness. It was the most terrible silence, the silence that awaited cultivators who had made their entire journey toward power in isolation. The tribulation's ultimate test of whether advancement had made them stronger or profoundly, irredeemably lonely. Lin Xiao felt panic rising in her chest like a wave. Not panic of physical pain or magical attack, but the deeper panic of abandonment, of being cut off from everything she had learned to value, everything that had made the past months meaningful. She felt separated from Shui Lian's presence, from the ice-cold hand that could warm when it chose to. She felt separated from Mei Qing's fierce protection and unwavering support. She felt separated from Su Jing's gentle, steady love. She felt separated from the sect formation, from the collective power of 2,000 disciples who had been supporting her advancement, who had put their faith in her. She felt separated from Wu Yueyan, from the whole history and legacy of the Hundred Flowers Sect, from the knowledge that she belonged somewhere specific and meaningful. The panic was suffocating. It was worse than the lightning because it attacked something deeper than her physical cultivation. It attacked her sense of self, her understanding of who she was in relation to others, her fundamental belief that connection was real. But then, just as the panic threatened to overwhelm her consciousness and shatter her sense of cohesion, she felt a presence. It was not human. It was not gentle. It was vast and ancient and carried the weight of centuries of imprisonment, of loss, of slow healing, and the gradual transformation of bitterness into something approaching peace. It was the presence of someone who understood isolation at a depth that few could comprehend, who had faced centuries of it, and had not merely survived but had eventually chosen to reach beyond it. Yi Qing, by who, the ancient fox spirit, reached out across the space of the tribulation and touched Lin Xiao's consciousness directly. The connection was not tentative or careful. It was solid, strong, unmistakable. The connection was not through words. It was through shared experience, shared understanding of what it meant to be trapped and tested and forced to decide whether to transcend or be consumed by circumstance. It was the transmission of wisdom gained through suffering, of hope earned rather than given freely. I know this silence, by whose consciousness whispered, and the whisper carried such weight and power that it seemed to hold back the darkness itself. I knew it for 700 years. Every single day of imprisonment, I faced the isolation, the sense that connection was impossible, the fear that I was fundamentally alone despite being surrounded by the living world, by other cultivators, by the sect that had imprisoned me. But I learned something in those 700 years of silence. I learned that isolation was not something imposed upon me by the imprisonment alone. It was something I chose to maintain in order to protect myself from further pain. The prison could have destroyed me physically, but what almost destroyed me was my refusal to connect with the forces around me, my determination to remain separate even when separation was no longer necessary. Lin Xiao felt the truth of this in every fiber of her being. Baihu was sharing not just words, but the actual experience of her transformation. The moment when she had decided to reach out to Lin Xiao despite 700 years of isolation and the risk that such reaching would be met with rejection or betrayal. The moment when she had chosen trust despite the obvious vulnerability it created. The moment when she had accepted that connection was worth the risk of further pain. You are not alone, Baihu continued, and the words seemed to carry the accumulated certainty of 8 centuries. You have never been alone, even when the tribulation makes you feel like you are. Your connection to those you love, it does not depend on constant sensation or awareness. It does not require you to be in physical proximity or in ongoing communication. It is woven into your very being now, integrated into your spiritual structure at the deepest level. You have chosen them, and they have chosen you. That choice does not vanish simply because the tribulation places you in darkness and separation. It remains. It will always remain. Lin Xiao reached for that connection, not through any external means, but through the simple act of remembering. Remembering the moment when Shui Lian's walls of ice had begun to crack, showing the warmth underneath. Remembering the exact words Shui Lian had spoken when her guard finally came down. Remembering the moment when Mei Qing's ambition had transformed into protective love, when she had begun fighting not for her own advancement, but for someone else's safety. Remembering the moment when Su Jing had forgiven her without condition, had said that what mattered was not her origin or her deception, but the person she had chosen to become. And in that act of remembering, the connection reasserted itself, not as a constant sensation, not as something that demanded her attention or required her active cultivation, but as a foundation, as something that existed whether or not she was currently aware of it, as something that was as real and permanent as the cultivation core itself, woven into the very structure of her being. The darkness began to recede, not all at once, but gradually, like dawn breaking over mountains. And Baihu's presence began to withdraw as well, returning to the mortal realm, its purpose accomplished. Lin Xiao felt herself climbing toward the next phase of the tribulation, the final test before ascension, the moment of integration where everything she had learned, everything she had endured, would be combined into a single transformative moment. Chapter 87, The Ascension. The tribulation was ending, but not gently. The final test was not separate from the previous tests, but an integration of them all, a bringing together of every challenge she had faced, every pain she had endured, every choice she had made. Lin Xiao found herself standing in a space that contained elements of the lightning field, the garden of visions, and the darkness of isolation all at once. The lightning crackled around her. The accusatory visions flickered at the edges of her perception. The darkness pressed in from all sides. But more importantly, it contained them all in balance. Perfect balance. Yin and yang in absolute equilibrium. External power and internal truth dancing together in patterns of infinite complexity. Isolation and connection coexisting without conflict or contradiction. The space itself became a mirror of her own internal state, chaotic and harmonious at the same time, dangerous and safe, transformative and stable. It was the condition she had been working toward her entire cultivation journey, the ability to exist in perfect balance while maintaining all aspects of herself, to hold contradictions without denying either one. The condition that would allow her to ascend to heavenly ascension and join the ranks of the truly great cultivators, those whose existence reshaped the cultivation world simply through their presence. Lin Xiao centered herself and began to transform. It was not the transformation of her body. Her physical form remained unchanged, did not transcend or mutate into something entirely new. It was the transformation of her cultivation foundation, the deep restructuring of her spiritual anatomy, the integration of power and purpose at every level of her being, down to the smallest flow of energy through her meridians. The yin aspects of her cultivation, refined through months of synchronized work with Shui Lian, through meditation and training, and the simple act of being in relationship with someone who understood her in her complexity, began to flow in perfect rhythm with the yang aspects, sharpened through countless tests and battles, through sacrifice and victory, and the constant demand to be stronger. The dual currents of energy within her merged, and rather than creating conflict or imbalance as they had many times before, they created something unprecedented, a harmony. A harmony that was not static but dynamic, that contained movement and growth and the capacity for further change. That harmony resonated outward through the tribulation space and began to reshape it. The lightning, rather than being a destructive force trying to tear her apart, became a conduit for her transformation, a channel through which power could flow into her being. The visions of her past mistakes, rather than being sources of shame that needed to be denied or escaped, became teachers and sources of wisdom about who she had been and who she could choose not to be. The darkness, rather than being isolation that needed to be fought or escaped, became the fertile ground from which growth could emerge, the space in which transformation becomes possible. Lin Xiao reached the peak of her transformation, and in that moment, she felt something shift at a cosmic level. It was as if the heavens themselves recognized her advancement, recognized that someone who had journeyed through deception and harm and isolation and doubt had chosen to transcend all of it through integration rather than denial, through acceptance rather than rejection. The cosmic forces that govern cultivation advancement seemed to pause in their eternal movement and acknowledge her passage. A light exploded outward from her consciousness, not the violent light of the first tribulation trial, full of destructive heat and pure force, but a steady, clear, perfect light. The light of someone who had proven themselves worthy not through perfection of action or absence of mistakes, but through genuine transformation of being, through the commitment to grow and become something better. Lin Xiao, mid-tribulation, ascended. Her cultivation core restructured itself into the pattern of a heavenly ascension cultivator, the ancient and sacred formation that marked her entrance into the ranks of the truly powerful. The new rank was not higher than the one she had been working toward. It was the same advancement she had been seeking all along, the same goal toward which she had directed her cultivation. But the nature of it was transformed by the journey. She had entered the tribulation as someone whose advancement was driven by external power and the desire for recognition. She emerged as someone who had integrated power with wisdom, strength with compassion, ambition with love. The shockwave of her ascension rippled outward through all the layers of reality. Those in the physical world, watching from outside the tribulation chamber in the depths beneath the balance hall, felt it immediately and viscerally. The entire sect formation trembled, not in distress, but in recognition, in greeting. The balance hall itself seemed to glow brighter, the formation within it responding to the presence of a new heavenly ascension. And disciples standing anywhere on the sect grounds felt a sudden surge of connection, a moment when they were all aware, on a spiritual level, that something profound had shifted, that a new power had emerged among them. In the tribulation space, the transformation was complete. Lin Xiao stood in perfect balance, her cultivation reaching out in all directions, her power now joined with the power of the heavens themselves. She was ready to return to the physical world. She was ready to stand as a heavenly ascension cultivator among her people, to carry the new rank not as a burden, but as a responsibility that she had chosen and been chosen for. But the tribulation space held her for one more moment. A moment of integration, a moment to allow her new rank to settle fully into her being, a moment to understand the full scope of what had changed, not just in her power, but in her purpose and her role in the world. And in that moment, Lin Xiao understood something fundamental that would shape the next phase of her journey. The ascension was not an ending. It was a beginning, the beginning of something far larger than herself, far more consequential than she had yet had time to fully comprehend. The power she had gained would now demand to be used, would require a context and a purpose to justify its existence, would call forth actions and responses from her that would reshape the lives of those around her and send ripples outward into the larger cultivation world. The bonds she had formed, with Shui Lian, with Mei Qing, with Su Jing, with Baihu/Yi Qing, with Wu Yuan, would now need to be tested in ways she had not yet experienced, would need to hold firm under pressures and conflicts that were still beyond her comprehension, might fracture under the weight of the decisions she would be called upon to make. The choices she had made, to come to the sect, to choose authenticity, to fight for the community, to accept the succession, would have consequences that would ripple outward into the wider cultivation world in ways that were only beginning to become apparent, consequences that might reshape the balance of power across entire regions, might inspire or threaten other sects, might ultimately determine whether the cultivation world itself evolved or stagnated. Chapter 88. External Consequences. The moment Lin Xiao opened her eyes in the physical world, the tribulation chamber erupted into activity. Wu Yueyin caught her as she stumbled forward, the sudden return to physical form temporarily disorienting, the weight of her physical body feeling strange after the weightless existence of the tribulation realm. Shui Lian, Mei Qing, and Su Jing rushed forward simultaneously, their hands immediately assessing her condition, checking for any sign of lasting damage, any indication that the tribulation had left scars. But Lin Xiao was not damaged. She was transformed. The power radiating from her was unlike anything the elders had experienced in generations, a palpable, visible aura of capability that seemed to bend the light around her into new colors. A single heavenly ascension cultivator was rare enough. Most sects could point to perhaps one or two in their entire history, and many sects had never produced one at all. But Lin Xiao's ascension was different. Her dual constitution meant that her power was more refined, more integrated, more complete than a typical heavenly ascension. Where other heavenly ascensions were sources of singular power, Lin Xiao was a source of balance and integration, a living demonstration of perfect harmony between opposing forces. The shockwave of her ascension had been felt for 100 miles in all directions, a ripple of spiritual disturbance that registered on sensitive cultivation arrays across the entire region. By that evening, messengers had already begun arriving at the sect gates from 6 different sects, each one seeking immediate confirmation that the Hundred Flowers Sect had indeed produced a new heavenly ascension, each one wanting to be among the first to acknowledge the development. The news would spread through the cultivation world within days, carried by wind riders and spiritual communication arrays, reshaping how every faction understood the political landscape of the cultivation realm. Word of Lin Xiao's ascension spread like wildfire, and with it came a fundamental shift in how the cultivation world viewed the Hundred Flowers Sect. Minor sects that had been peripheral to the larger power struggles now saw an opportunity to form alliances with a sect that had demonstrated the capacity to develop genius cultivators rapidly. The sect would become valuable not just for its history and prestige, but for the tangible, demonstrated power to advance disciples to ranks that took most sects generations to achieve. More concerning to Wu Yueyin, however, were the attempts at immediate political maneuvering. The major sects began making moves almost simultaneously. Crimson Blade, who had recovered from their siege but remained suspicious of Hundred Flowers and fearful of another ascension cultivator, sent a carefully worded inquiry about peaceful coexistence. The various demonic regions, who sensed an opportunity to either negotiate alliance or create discord through strategic interference, began deploying scouts and diplomats. The righteous alliances, who wanted to understand whether a heavenly ascension cultivator would align with their interests or maintain independence, sent multiple inquiries. The Celestial Sect, a mysterious organization that claimed to represent the interests of the heavenly realms themselves, sent a delegation requesting a formal meeting with Lin Xiao personally. Their arrival alone caused considerable disruption throughout the sect, as most disciples had never encountered cultivators from beyond the mortal realm, had never imagined that such beings existed. The celestial cultivators moved through the sect with an air of superiority, treating the mortal cultivators with polite dismissiveness, as if interacting with a lower form of life. Wu Yueyin met with Lin Xiao privately the night after her tribulation, in a chamber chosen for its spiritual isolation, where conversations would not be overheard by listening formations. The cultivators from the Celestial Sect, Wu Yueyin said without preamble, her ancient eyes glinting with sharp assessment, are not merely here to congratulate you on your ascension. They are here because they sense something unusual about you. Your power is familiar to them in a way that human heavenly ascensions are not. They are investigating whether you have celestial origins, whether you are perhaps a half-celestial or someone with celestial bloodline. Do I? Lin Xiao asked. She had never known her true parentage, had been raised in orphanages and on the streets before meeting Zhao Yiming. The investigation into her origins had raised more questions than it had answered, and the mystery of her exceptional dual constitution had remained unsolved. We don't believe so, Wu Yueyin said carefully, choosing her words with precision. The investigation we conducted after you revealed your identity was thorough, and we found no evidence of celestial ancestry. But your dual constitution is so perfect, so mathematically balanced, that it suggests some cosmic intention behind your existence. Whether that intention was deliberate, some celestial force planning for you to be born with this capability, or accidental, the heavenly sects will want to understand it. And more importantly, they will want to understand whether you might be useful to their interests, whether you might be claimed as a resource by the celestial realms. Lin Xiao felt the weight of her new power settling into her being and understood something fundamental about what it meant to be a heavenly ascension. She had moved beyond the level of someone who could simply live in the sect and enjoy relative peace. She had entered a tier of power where every action had wider implications, where choices made in the Hundred Flowers Sect could impact the balance of the cultivation world as a whole. She was no longer merely a member of a local community. She was a piece in a much larger game, a player in forces and conflicts that she was only beginning to understand. Chapter 89. The Sect Master's Succession Question. It was Shui Lian who first noticed that Wu Yuan was aging more rapidly than she had been before. The change was subtle at first, a slight increase in the weariness around her eyes, a fractional slowing in her movements, a sense that the accumulated weight of nearly 2 centuries was finally beginning to truly accumulate and settle into her bones. But over the course of a week, the change accelerated. Wu Yuan's skin began to show more visible lines. Her hair, which had remained jet black throughout her immortal existence, began to show threads of silver. She has lived far longer than most immortal cultivators ever do, Shui Lian said quietly when she raised the observation with Lin Xiao during one of their evening meditation sessions. There is a limit to how long even a heavenly ascension can persist, a point at which the cultivation necessary to maintain immortality begins to consume more life force than it generates. Wu Yuan has reached that limit. The surge of power during the siege may have hastened it. She is burning through her remaining lifespan faster now, as if keeping herself alive requires constant effort, constant feeding of cultivation energy into maintaining her physical form. Lin Xiao felt the truth of this assessment settle into her awareness. Wu Yuan had always seemed eternal, had seemed as much a part of the sect as the mountains themselves. But eternity, even for a heavenly ascension cultivator, had limits. It was a few days after this observation that Wu Yuan sought Lin Xiao out for a private conversation, a summons delivered with enough discretion that no one else would know of the meeting. They met on the peak of 10,000 flowers, in the same meditation chamber where Wu Yuan had first formally offered Lin Xiao a place in the sect, over a year ago, when disguise and deception had seemed like the most important things in the world. I am approaching the end of my reign, Wu Yuan said without preamble, her voice carrying the calm certainty of someone who had faced every major decision in her long existence and understood how to navigate them with grace. Not imminently, but within the next 5 years, perhaps less. My consciousness is already beginning the preparations for ascension or dissolution. I haven't yet decided which path I will take, whether I will attempt to transcend further or whether I will accept the dissolution that comes to even the immortal when their time has been fulfilled. But before that moment arrives, before I am no longer capable of bearing the weight of this position, the sect needs a clear succession plan. It cannot be left in uncertainty. Lin Xiao felt a surge of resistance ripple through her even before she understood what Wu Yuan was about to propose. She had just ascended to heavenly ascension. She had just begun to understand the implications of her new power. And now Wu Yuan was about to add the weight of leadership on top of that already overwhelming change. I am going to name you as the next sect master, Wu Yuan continued, her ancient eyes steady and unflinching. Not immediately, not in a way that strips my authority before I am ready to release it, but gradually. Over the next 5 years, you will take on more and more of the administrative responsibilities, will learn the intricacies of sect governance, will integrate yourself into the decision-making structures that have held this community together for centuries. By the time I step down or move on to the next phase of my journey, you will have already integrated the role fully into your being. I don't want it, Lin Xiao said immediately, her first instinct to reject the burden. I never sought leadership. I came to this sect under false pretenses, motivated by a mission that was not my own. I'm not the one who should be bearing the weight of 700 years of tradition. You came under false pretenses, and you chose authenticity, Wu Yuan replied, her voice carrying the weight of absolute certainty. That makes you precisely the one who should bear this weight. The sect does not need a leader who seeks power or who craves the position. It needs a leader who understands the difference between power and wisdom, who has been tested in genuine crisis and has chosen community over personal advancement, who has proven repeatedly that she can prioritize connection and the well-being of the collective over individual achievement. You said she, Lin Xiao pointed out with a hint of irony. I am not a woman, as we have established quite thoroughly over the past months. You are whatever you choose to be, Wu Yuan said simply, with a directness that allowed no room for argument. The sect accepted that truth completely when you revealed your full identity during the siege, when you stood before 2,000 disciples in your authentic form, and they accepted you without hesitation. A sect master can be male or female or something entirely different, can express gender and identity in any form that aligns with authentic self. What matters is that the sect master is someone worthy of the position, someone who values the community above the self, someone who understands that true power lies not in domination but in connection. That is you. Lin Xiao wanted to refuse, wanted to turn away from the responsibility and the weight and the enormous expectations. But she understood the wisdom in Wu Yuan's words, understood that the sect did need clarity about its future, understood that leaving the succession in uncertainty would undermine everything that had been built and transformed. And more importantly, she understood that refusing would be an act of selfishness, a choice to avoid responsibility because it was uncomfortable and demanded sacrifice, rather than because it was genuinely wrong or impossible. I will do it, Lin Xiao said finally, accepting not because she was eager, but because she recognized the choice as necessary. But I need to be clear about something. The role will be different from what it has been. I will not maintain the traditions of male exclusivity or the assumption that beauty determines worth or capability. I will not preserve the old order simply because it is tradition. The Hundred Flowers Sect will continue to transform under my leadership, will continue to become something new and unprecedented. Yes, Wu Yuan said, and for the first time, Lin Xiao saw a genuine relief wash across her ancient features, saw the burden that she had been carrying finally begin to lift from her shoulders. I hoped you would say exactly that. The future of the sect was uncertain as long as it was tied entirely to me, as long as I was the only thing holding together the balance between tradition and necessary change. Now that it will be in your hands, now that someone worthy of the role has accepted it, I can finally rest knowing that the sect will not only survive, but will thrive. Chapter 90. Challenging the Orthodox. The announcement of Lin Zhao's succession came at the monthly sect council meeting, presented not by Wu Yuan alone but jointly, with Lin Xiao standing beside her, visibly accepting the responsibility. Wu Yuan presented it not as a decree handed down from on high, but as a proposal to the assembled elders and senior disciples, to be debated and voted upon. It was a savvy political move. It forced the assembly to engage with the choice seriously, rather than simply accept the decision of their sect master or resent it as a fait accompli forced upon them. The response was immediate and split into clear factions. The newer disciples, those who had entered the sect in the past year, those who had lived through the siege and its aftermath, who had fought alongside Lin Xiao and seen her shed the feminine disguise to reveal her true power, were largely in support. They understood intuitively that Lin Xiao represented the future, understood that the sect's growth and transformation would accelerate under her leadership, and they were ready for that transformation. But the older disciples and more conservative elders made their objections known, and some of them made them loudly. We have a tradition of stability, Elder Guan argued, her voice carrying the weight of decades of sect service. For 700 years, the sect has been led by cultivators who were born into our traditions, raised in our culture from childhood, committed to preserving what has been built by our founders and maintained by our predecessors. To hand the leadership to someone who arrived only a year and a half ago is to invite chaos and the loss of everything that makes us who we are. She is a man, Elder Feng pointed out with surprising bluntness, and her words seemed to hang in the chamber like a physical object. The Hundred Flowers Sect is built on the foundational principle of female leadership, female perspective, female values. It has been our strength. It has been what distinguished us from every other sect in the cultivation world. To abandon that principle is to abandon our identity. How do we know her power will not corrupt her? Another elder asked. Heavenly ascensions are rare. Absolute power corrupts absolutely. What guarantee do we have that she will not transform into a tyrant once she has secured complete control? Lin Xiao stood before the assembly and did not try to soft-pedal her response, did not attempt to appease or compromise away from the core issues being raised. The Hundred Flowers Sect's strength has never been about excluding men, she said clearly, her voice carrying the new weight and resonance that came with heavenly ascension rank. It has been about recognizing and valuing qualities that women cultivators possessed and that other sects tended to dismiss, to undervalue, or to actively suppress. Softness as a form of power, receptivity as a cultivation technique, collaboration as a strategy rather than weakness, intuition as a path to understanding. Those qualities do not belong exclusively to women. I carry them as fully as any of the female disciples here. And I can demonstrate that through my leadership, not through words, but through action. You came to us under false pretenses, another elder raised, her voice trembling with the pain of betrayal. You disguised yourself, deceived us, infiltrated our sect under a manufactured identity. How can we trust you to lead when your very presence here was built on deception? You cannot trust me based on my origins, Lin Xiao replied directly, refusing to deflect or soften her answer. You can only trust the person I have chosen to become since arriving. That person has been tested repeatedly, by the assassination attempts, by the siege, by facing the tribulation itself. That person has proven their commitment to the sect through action rather than through words. I am not asking you to forgive or forget the deception. That deception was real, and it caused real harm. I am asking you to evaluate what I have done in the 8 months since the truth was revealed, and to make your decision based on that evaluation rather than based on how I arrived. The debate continued for hours, back and forth, with no holds barred. Elders raised legitimate concerns about succession, about preserving tradition, about the risks of putting absolute power in young hands. Younger disciples countered with their own arguments about the necessity of change, about the opportunity to expand what the sect could be, about the reality that standing still was a form of death for an organization. But gradually, as Lin Xiao remained calm and patient, responded directly to criticisms without becoming defensive or angry, and demonstrated a genuine commitment to honoring both the sect's traditions and the necessity of its evolution, the tone of the debate began to shift. The edge of hostility dulled. The focus moved from whether change should happen to how change should be managed. The conservative elders were not won over. Some of them might never be won over, might spend the rest of their lives resenting the shift away from their understanding of what the sect should be, but they moved from active opposition to grudging acceptance. They saw that Lin Xiao was not dismissing their concerns, that she was genuinely engaging with the substance of their arguments, that she was treating them with respect even when disagreeing with their conclusions. And more importantly, the younger disciples saw that the council process was real and meaningful, that objections were being heard and considered seriously, that change was not being imposed by force, but was being negotiated through genuine dialogue. They saw that even in a sect led by a heavenly ascension cultivator, there was still room for dissent, for serious debate, for the council to matter. By the time the vote came at the end of the meeting, a vote that had taken nearly 6 hours to reach, the majority support for Lin Xiao's succession was clear and unambiguous. It was not unanimous. 3 elders voted against it, and 1 abstained. But the majority was decisive enough that Lin Xiao's position as future sect master was secured by genuine consensus rather than by force. As the meeting concluded and disciples began to file out slowly, their conversations carrying mixed tones of acceptance, concern, curiosity, and hopeful anticipation about what the future might hold, Wu Yuan approached Lin Xiao with something that might have been a smile, a rare and precious expression of genuine emotion from the ancient sect master, whose centuries of leadership had often required her to hide her personal feelings beneath a facade of absolute authority. You could have used your power to simply command them to accept you, Wu Yuan said quietly, so only Lin Xiao could hear, her voice carrying nuances that the assembled disciples would never perceive. Most heavenly ascensions would have done exactly that. The cultivation world expects power to enforce compliance, expects those with immense capability to simply impose their will on others without regard for objection or resistance. Instead, you chose to convince them through the strength of your arguments and the integrity of your commitment, chose to engage with their concerns seriously rather than dismissing them as irrelevant. That is why the position will be safe in your hands. Not because you have the power to force compliance, but because you have the wisdom to know when to seek consent. Lin Xiao watched the disciples leave, saw the mixture of acceptance, uncertainty, hope, and some lingering resentment on their faces, saw that different disciples had responded to the vote in different ways, that some were genuinely excited about what her leadership might bring, and others were genuinely worried about what might be lost in the process. She understood that the real work of transformation was only just beginning, that one successful council vote did not mean the sect would instantly embrace change, or that all resistance would dissolve overnight. But it meant that the framework for change existed, that the path forward had been established with genuine buy-in from the community, and that would be enough to build upon as the years unfolded. As she stood in the council chamber, surrounded by the ancient artifacts and symbols of 700 years of sect tradition, the scrolls of the founders, the reliquaries of past sect masters, the formations carved into the very walls, Lin Xiao felt the weight of her new rank settling into her bones. The responsibility of the succession she had accepted, and the love of the 4 people who stood waiting for her outside the chamber, ready to support her next step. She understood that the easiest part of her journey was behind her. The infiltration, the deception, the reveal, even the tribulation itself. Those had all been challenges that could be met with will and power and intelligence. What lay ahead would be far more challenging. The work of actually building something new, of honoring tradition while fundamentally transforming it, of leading a diverse and sometimes fractious community through change while maintaining the bonds that held them together, of proving through sustained action that her vision for the sect was viable and worth following. But she was ready. Or if not ready, not fully, not completely, not in every way, then at least committed. Committed to trying, committed to learning, committed to making the choices that would be required of her, even when those choices were difficult or caused pain. And sometimes commitment was what mattered most. Not perfection, not complete readiness, but the genuine determination to try and to keep trying, to grow and to learn, and to become worthy of the trust that others had placed in her. Chapter 91. Baihu's human choice in the quiet weeks following the tribulation and succession vote. In the period of adjustment that follows any major transformation, Yiqing made a decision that surprised no one who knew her well, but that nonetheless carried profound significance for everyone in the sect. She requested a formal audience with Lin Xiao, and when that audience was granted in the private meditation chamber, she made her announcement directly and without the hesitation or uncertainty that might have accompanied such a momentous choice. "I am choosing permanent human form," Yiqing said, standing before Lin Xiao with her 8 tails manifest and glowing with ancient power. She had taken the form of a woman in her early 30s, with long dark hair that seemed to capture light in impossible ways, as if the strands themselves were made of something more subtle than ordinary matter. Her eyes carried the ancient wisdom of someone who had lived for centuries in isolation, who had had time to think deeply about life and meaning and purpose. "I have spent months in this form, moving among the disciples, teaching meditation and cultivation philosophy, and I have determined that this form serves my purposes better than returning to my fox manifestation, better than shifting between forms as my nature might otherwise allow." Lin Xiao understood the significance of the choice on multiple levels. Yiqing could manifest her 8 tails at will, could shift her appearance fluidly, could take any form her immortal nature allowed. But to choose permanent human form, to bind her infinite flexibility and possibility into a single body and appearance, was a genuine commitment to remaining in the mortal realm, was a willingness to accept limitation in exchange for permanent presence, was a full integrating into the sect's community rather than a temporary visitation. "What name do you choose?" Lin Xiao asked, understanding that this was part of the commitment, understanding that the choice of name would carry weight and meaning. "Yiqing," the fox spirit replied with absolute certainty. "I will keep the name I have already taken. It is simple, it suits the person I am choosing to become, and it honors the beginning of my transformation without being bound to the past or to the celestial identity that no longer serves me." Over the following months, Yiqing established herself as a meditation instructor and spiritual guide, finding a place within the sect's teaching hierarchy that had been created specifically to honor her wisdom and her unique perspective. She had a natural gift for teaching, born from centuries of observation and reflection, and her calm presence seemed to settle disciples who struggled with the uncertainty and rapid change that was sweeping through the sect. She taught classes on centering oneself during chaos, on finding peace amidst transformation, on the integration of power and compassion, on understanding that growth required release. Many disciples were drawn to her, intuitively sensing that she had wisdom earned through genuine suffering and eventual transcendence, wisdom that could only come from someone who had lived through centuries of transformation. The relationship between Lin Xiao and Yiqing deepened into something more than gratitude or respect. Yiqing had helped Lin Xiao survive the tribulation when isolation threatened to destroy her. Lin Xiao had helped Yiqing find a path to genuine freedom and purpose. That bond created an intimacy that transcended ordinary friendship, that suggested the kind of deep connection that could only come from having seen each other in moments of ultimate vulnerability. And when Yiqing eventually joined the informal family that had formed around Lin Xiao, standing alongside Shui Lian with her ice-cold beauty and warming heart, Mei Qing with her protective intensity, and Su Jing with her gentle steadiness, the addition felt natural and right, as if the circle had simply expanded to its proper size, as if they had all been waiting for this final piece to complete the structure. Chapter 92. The romantic commitment. The ceremony took place on the autumn equinox, under the light of a full moon that seemed to shine with particular brilliance on this evening. as if the heavens themselves were witnessing and approving the event about to unfold. Lin Xiao stood in the balance hall with Shui Lian, Mei Qing, Su Jing, and Yi Qing, surrounded by hundreds of disciples who had gathered to witness something unprecedented in the sect's history, something that had no parallels in any other sect that existed in the cultivation world. There was no traditional marriage template for what was about to occur. The Hundred Flowers Sect had traditions for romantic partnerships, sparse traditions, since the sect had historically focused on cultivation of power rather than cultivation of romantic connection. But none of them encompassed a commitment of 4 equals. None of them provided precedent for formally binding 4 people to each other with completely equal standing and mutual obligations. So Lin Xiao, with deep input from the others and with support from Wu Yueyin and the Council of Elders, had created something entirely new. They had drawn on elements of courtship rituals from the sect's history, elements of the commitment formations that underpinned the sect's dual cultivation practices, and elements of simple human sincerity and the desire to formalize what already existed in the heart. "We stand before you," Lin Xiao said, her voice carrying clearly through the balance hall with the resonance of her heavenly ascension rank. "To formalize a commitment that is real but that has no traditional structure, that is genuine but that defies conventional categorization. I love these 4 people, Shui Lian, whose strength is my anchor, whose cool clarity grounds me. Mei Qing, whose protection is my armor and whose fierce caring challenges me to be better. Su Jing, whose kindness is my light and whose gentle strength shows me what compassion looks like. Yi Qing, whose wisdom is my guide and whose ancient perspective reminds me that what seems overwhelming is often simply transformation. And they love me in return, each in their own way, each with their own commitment that need not be identical to be real and valid." Shui Lian stepped forward, her ice blue eyes meeting Lin Xiao's directly. "I love Lin Xiao not despite her complexity, but because of it. I love the warrior she is and the person she continues becoming. I love the part of her that deceived and the part of her that chose truth. I love the strength and the vulnerability. I choose to walk this path with her, openly and fully, for as long as we both shall exist." Mei Qing's voice was fierce and unapologetic. "I love Lin Xiao and these 3 people as the family I choose, the family I was always meant to find. I will protect them and support them and challenge them as needed. This commitment is not dependent on exclusivity or perfection. It is built on genuine care and the choice to remain even when things become difficult." Su Jing was quietly powerful, her gentle voice carrying surprising strength. "I love Lin Xiao because she saw me when I was invisible, because she accepted my love without demanding I diminish myself or reshape who I am. I love these 3 as sisters and as partners in something beautiful and unprecedented. This commitment is my answer to years of wondering if I would ever truly belong." Yi Qing was steady and certain, her ancient voice carrying the weight of 800 years of existence. "I love Lin Xiao because she kept her promise to me when she owed me nothing, because she chose to bridge the gap between my imprisonment and my freedom. I love these 3 because they expanded the circle of my redemption, because they showed me that connection in the mortal realm could be as meaningful as divinity. This commitment is my choice to remain, my choice to say yes to connection and mortal limitation after centuries of isolation." And Lin Xiao, standing in the center of the 4 of them, felt the full weight and beauty of what they had created together. Not a marriage in the traditional sense that most sects understood, not exactly a partnership, though it was that too, but rather a formal acknowledgement, witnessed by the entire sect community, that their bonds mattered, that their love was real and valid, that the sect would recognize and honor the family they had chosen to build together, not despite their unconventional nature, but because of it. The disciples who witnessed it, particularly the younger ones who had come of age since the siege, who had known only the sect in its transformation rather than in its rigid old structure, saw something extraordinary unfolding before them. They saw that love could take forms beyond the traditional binary of one-to-one partnership. They saw that commitment could be plural without being less real or less binding. They saw that the sect was genuinely transforming into something new and unprecedented, was honoring relationships that would have been unthinkable in the old order and impossible to imagine in any sect still clinging to conventional structures. And in the days following the commitment ceremony, applications to join the sect increased dramatically, not merely increased, but in some cases more than tripled. The word spread through the cultivation world like wildfire, carried by traveling merchants and wandering cultivators, by disciples of other sects who had visited the Hundred Flowers for diplomatic or trade purposes, that the Hundred Flowers Sect was a place where you could be fully yourself, where your authentic identity was honored and valued rather than being something to hide or suppress, where love could exist in forms that traditional sects had never acknowledged and had actively suppressed for centuries. The commitment ceremony became legendary within the sect and beyond it. Stories of the four of them standing together, each making their vows, each claiming the others openly and fully, began to circulate through cultivation communities that had never imagined such a thing could occur. Young people who had felt invisible or unworthy in other sects, who had been told their nature or their desires or their authenticity was incompatible with cultivation, began to turn their attention toward the Hundred Flowers Sect as a place where they might actually belong. The elders who had initially been skeptical about Lin Zhao's succession noticed something significant as well. The quality of the disciples applying to join had changed. The sect was no longer attracting only those desperate for power or seeking to escape difficult circumstances. It was attracting people, including many women, but also many others, who had genuine talent and genuine interest in cultivation, who were choosing the sect not because they had nowhere else to go, but because they genuinely wanted to be part of something new and unprecedented. Wu Yuan, observing these changes, pulled Lin Xiao aside one evening. "You have transformed this sect in ways that go far deeper than policy changes," Wu Yuan said. "You have changed how we understand ourselves. You have shown that we are not merely a sect with a particular cultivation style. We are a sect that stands for something, for authenticity, for connection, for the understanding that power and love are not opposites but complements. That is worth more than any amount of raw military capability." Chapter 93. The Mystery of Origin. It was a visiting elder from a distant sect who brought news that shook Lin Zhao's understanding of her own history and her fundamental place in the larger narrative of the cultivation world. The elder, a woman named Zhao Chun, had traveled to the Hundred Flowers Sect on a diplomatic mission representing a coalition of minor sects in the East, and she had brought with her documents and records carefully copied from several remote archives that held the secrets of the broader cultivation world. "The investigation you conducted into your origins was thorough," Zhao Chun said when she met privately with Lin Xiao in a confidential chamber. "But it was limited by what information was available locally, by the records that the sects near to you were willing to provide, by the scope of knowledge that would naturally be accessible to a mortal realm organization. I have spent the past 6 months searching archives across the kingdom and beyond, following threads of investigation that were barely visible, and I have uncovered something that I believe you should know, something that changes how you understand your place in this world." Lin Xiao listened intently as Zhao Chun explained the intricate web of information she had uncovered. Lin Xiao had indeed been sent to the Hundred Flowers Sect deliberately, but not by the demon sect or by other hostile forces seeking to infiltrate and destroy. She had been sent by a benevolent faction, a group of far-seeing cultivators who saw that the Hundred Flowers Sect was in subtle but accelerating decline, that the 700 years of pure Yin cultivation had created an imbalance that would eventually prove fatal if uncorrected. This faction had identified Lin Xiao as someone with a rare and perfect dual constitution and had engineered her arrival as a potential successor to Wu Yuan, a backup plan in case the sect's situation became dire, a safeguard against total collapse. "You were not being planted as a spy to destroy them from within," Zhao Chun explained carefully. "You were being placed as a savior, should they need one, should the forces within the sect prove insufficient to address the crisis. The faction that sent you was operating with genuinely benevolent intent, even if the method employed was manipulative and without your knowledge or consent." Lin Xiao felt a strange mix of emotions wash through her simultaneously. On one hand, knowing that her arrival was not based on malevolence, but on benevolent intention provided some comfort, some sense that she had not been created as an instrument of destruction. On the other hand, understanding that she had been deliberately manipulated, that her entire existence had been planned by forces far beyond her knowledge or consent, that her free will had been constrained by choices made before she was even born, created a new kind of dissonance that was painful to contemplate. "Do you know who these people are?" Lin Xiao asked, her voice steady despite the turbulence beneath the surface. "Not definitively, I am afraid," Zhao Chen replied with genuine regret in her voice. "They are careful to cover their tracks, careful to conceal their movements and identities. But based on the methods they employed, the resources they commanded, the scope of their knowledge, and the long-term thinking that characterizes their strategy, I believe they are associated with celestial cultivation circles, people and organizations that see the mortal realm as something to be guided and shaped rather than left entirely to its own devices. Whether they are operating from genuine wisdom about what the mortal realm needs, or whether they are operating from a kind of arrogance that assumes they know better than mortals what is best, I cannot determine from the information available. Lin Xiao shared this information with the others that evening, in the private space they had claimed for themselves away from the rest of the sect. Shui Lian listened carefully, her ice blue eyes sharp with thought, and when Lin Xiao finished explaining everything Zhao Chun had discovered, Shui Lian's response was direct and cutting through to what mattered most. It does not matter who sent you or why they sent you, Shui Lian said with absolute certainty. What matters is that you chose to stay when you could have left, that you chose authenticity when you could have maintained the comfortable deception, that you chose us when you could have prioritized your original mission. That choice was real, regardless of the forces that positioned you to have the opportunity to make it. And Lin Xiao realized that Shui Lian was right, was cutting through to the essential truth of the situation with the kind of clarity that cold logic could provide. The revelation about her origins did not change the reality of what she had become, the choices she had made, the bonds she had formed, the life she had built in the sect. It was simply additional context, important context for understanding her place in the larger world, for understanding how the cosmic forces had aligned to bring her here, but not foundation-altering context for understanding who she was or what she had chosen to become in the aftermath of her revelation. The next day, Lin Xiao requested a meeting with the representative from the Celestial faction. When the messenger arrived, a young cultivator who spoke with the authority of those he represented, Lin Xiao was direct in her questions. Did the Celestial faction know that the 100 Flowers Sect would accept me despite the deception? Lin Xiao asked. Did they predict that my arrival would lead to this transformation, to the opening of the sect rather than its collapse? We had hopes, the representative replied. We did not have certainty. The celestial realms cannot predict individual choice with perfect accuracy. Free will creates too many variables. But we believe that if an yin-yang cultivator was placed in the right circumstances, among people of goodwill, the sect could transform or at least survive. What actually happened? What you made happen through your choices and your courage and your willingness to grow exceeded our expectations. Then I am grateful, Lin Xiao said. But I want to be clear. Going forward, the sect makes its own choices. We will consult with the celestial realms when it benefits us to do so. But we will not be guided by distant celestial agendas. We will be guided by what our community determines is right and necessary. The representative bowed. That is exactly what we hoped you would say. Chapter 94, The Deeper Discovery. But the investigation did not end with the revelation about her origins and the benevolent celestial faction that had guided her arrival. The celestial forces who had sent Lin Xiao to the sect became increasingly visible and increasingly active as the weeks progressed following Zhao Chen's revelations, and they began to provide additional information, not demanded through threat or compulsion, not imposed through authority, but offered carefully and deliberately as gifts to Lin Xiao and to the 100 Flowers Sect, information that was meant to guide their future development. One of those gifts was the clarification of an ancient prophecy that had been lost to common knowledge and had only been partially rediscovered during the investigation into Baihu's history and the cosmic forces that surrounded her imprisonment. The prophecy, carved into stone tablets centuries ago by seers whose names had been lost to time, whose records had been destroyed or hidden away by those who feared its implications, spoke of cosmic cycles and the fundamental transformation of how cultivation practice would function in the mortal realm. When the eight tail awakens through the balanced one, the true age of cultivation begins. The prophecy stated in language that seemed to shimmer with ancient power. The age of hiding wisdom and power, of keeping knowledge from those deemed unworthy by hierarchical judgment, of maintaining artificial hierarchy through secrecy and selective instruction, that age ends. The age of shared wisdom, of cultivation accessible and open to all who genuinely seek it, of power understood and taught as service rather than domination, of strength existing in relationship rather than in isolation, that age begins. Lin Xiao and Wu Yuan discussed the prophecy's implications at length, meeting privately in the chamber where they had spoken so many times before, where the weight of leadership had been passed from one to the other. If the prophecy was true, if they were indeed at the turning point between two cosmic ages of cultivation, then everything they were doing to transform the sect was not merely personal preference or individual choice, but was aligned with a larger cosmic transformation, was part of something far greater than themselves. The prophecy suggests that what we are doing here, creating a sect that values authenticity over appearance, that welcomes diverse disciples regardless of conventional markers of suitability, that teaches power as service to community rather than as a tool for personal advancement, is not an anomaly, Wu Yuan said, her ancient voice carrying the weight of someone who saw the long span of history clearly. It is not a radical experiment that might fail or be seen as foolish by future generations. It is part of a larger shift in how cultivation itself will function in the world going forward. Other sects will eventually be forced to adapt or will be left behind, will find themselves unable to attract disciples or maintain power in a world where the rules have fundamentally changed. We are not inventing something entirely new. We are simply recognizing what is already beginning to emerge from the cosmic forces that are reshaping the world. This perspective provided Lin Xiao with a kind of certainty that had been lacking despite her position of power and authority and the love of those around her. She had chosen to lead the sect's transformation because it felt right, because her heart told her it was necessary, because she had experienced viscerally the pain that came from hiding authenticity and from being forced to maintain deception. But knowing that her choices aligned with a cosmic prophecy, that larger forces supported the direction she was taking, provided a different kind of validation. Not validation from external authorities or from fear of judgment, but confirmation that she was moving with the currents of cosmic change rather than against them. That her transformation and the sect's transformation were part of something far larger than any individual or any single community. Over the following weeks, Lin Xiao sought out the representatives of the celestial faction more actively, learning what she could about the prophecy, about the cosmic transformation that was supposedly beginning, about how the mortal realm's cultivation practices would need to evolve in the coming centuries. The information provided was fascinating and occasionally overwhelming. Suggestions that cultivation would eventually need to be taught openly rather than guarded as secret knowledge, that the hierarchy between sects would eventually flatten, that the boundary between mortal and celestial cultivation would gradually become more permeable. These changes will not happen quickly, one of the celestial representatives explained. Cosmic transformation occurs in generations and centuries, not in years. But what you are doing here, what you are pioneering, will become the foundation that other sects eventually build upon. The Hundred Flowers Sect, under your leadership, will be remembered as the place where the new age of cultivation began. It was a heavy responsibility to contemplate, not just leading her own sect, not just managing the relationships with the other major sects, but potentially helping to shape how cultivation itself would be understood and practiced for centuries to come. But Lin Xiao found that the weight of it was bearable because she did not have to carry it alone. She had Shui Lian's strategic intelligence, Mei Qing's protective strength, Su Jing's compassionate wisdom, and Yi Qing's ancient perspective. Together, they could see further and understand more deeply than any of them could alone. Chapter 95. The external threat emerges. The celestial visitor arrived without warning, descending from the sky in a pillar of light that was visible for miles in all directions, a display of power that could not be ignored or dismissed. The being that manifested was humanoid, but clearly not entirely human. Their form seemed to shift slightly at the edges, as if they could not quite maintain perfect cohesion in the lower density and different physics of the mortal realm, as if existing here required constant effort and concentration. I am Celestial Guardian Zhou, the being announced in a voice that seemed to come from everywhere and nowhere at once, a voice that carried authority and weight and the backing of cosmic law. I have come seeking the eight-tailed spirit that was bound beneath your sect, that was imprisoned in violation of celestial will. That spirit, known in the heavenly records by her true celestial name as the Goddess Bai, was meant to ascend to the celestial realms 500 years ago as part of a cosmic cycle that was interrupted by her imprisonment. Her continued presence and imprisonment in the mortal realm violates cosmic law and creates an imbalance that must be corrected. The declaration sent shockwaves through the sect. Disciples whispered among themselves, unsure what to expect, uncertain whether this visitor would prove to be a threat or merely a messenger. Yi Qing, standing beside Lin Xiao, felt the celestial being's attention focus on her with the immense weight of an entire celestial bureaucracy behind it, felt the pressure of cosmic forces examining her, judging her, determining whether she should be here or elsewhere. The seals that held you were placed without your consent, Guardian Zhou said, addressing Yi Qing directly, speaking to her as if the rest of the sect did not exist. The original wrong has continued for centuries, has compounded with each passing year. The celestial realms are prepared to offer you restoration, full ascension to the heavenly courts, restoration of your complete divine status and power, freedom from mortal constraints and mortal limitation. Yi Qing was quiet for a long moment, visibly gathering her thoughts, her attention turning inward to examine the different aspects of herself and what each wanted. Lin Xiao could feel her internal conflict radiating outward as a subtle distortion in the spiritual atmosphere. The ancient part of her that had always belonged to the celestial realms, that had been separated from them by imprisonment and the slow loss of divine connection, warring with the newer part of her that had found home and love and purpose in the mortal realm, that had constructed a life here that gave meaning to her existence. I need time to consider, Yi Qing said finally, her voice steady despite the obvious internal struggle. This is not a choice that can be made quickly or without careful thought. Time you have, Guardian Zhou replied with something that might have been approval. But understand clearly, your choice will have significant consequences for the entire cultivation world. If you choose to remain in the mortal realm, the celestial realms will view that choice as a formal refusal of restoration, and there will be complications, diplomatic consequences, and the potential for further intervention. If you choose to ascend, your absence will be felt significantly by those who have come to depend on you, who have built their lives around your presence. The choice will reshape everything around you, will have ripples that extend far beyond the walls of this sect. In the days following the celestial visitor's arrival, the sect held its breath, moving through routines while internally focused on the larger question that was being decided in Yi Qing's contemplation. Would they lose someone they loved? Would the sect lose the ancient wisdom and perspective that Yi Qing brought to their community? And Lin Xiao understood that she was facing one of the most profound tests of her leadership. She had to support Yi Qing's choice completely, whatever that choice was, even if supporting that choice meant losing someone she had come to love deeply. Even if it meant watching the bonds they had forged be broken by cosmic forces beyond anyone's control. The 3 days of Yi Qing's contemplation were among the longest of Lin Zhao's existence. She found herself unable to focus on normal duties, unable to settle into meditation and the peaceful emptiness she usually found there, unable to do anything but wait and think about what Yi Qing's choice might mean, what the future might look like if Yi Qing chose to ascend. Shui Lian found her in the meditation chamber on the evening before Yi Qing was scheduled to announce her decision, found her sitting alone in stillness that was more anxiety than peace. She is going to stay, Shui Lian said without preamble, moving to sit beside Lin Xiao without requiring permission. I can feel it. She has already made the choice in her heart. She was just allowing herself these days to fully accept it, to grieve the loss of what she is choosing not to have. How can you know that? Lin Xiao asked, hope warring with doubt in her voice. Because she asked me to teach her 3 new ice cultivation techniques yesterday, Shui Lian replied. Because she asked me about advanced meditation practices that would take years to fully master. She would not be planning for the future here, investing in growth that would span years, if she was planning to leave this realm. She would not be deepening her roots here if she had decided to cut them away. And the next morning, when Yi Qing made her formal announcement before the assembled sect, gathered in the balance hall for this moment that everyone understood would be significant, it confirmed what Shui Lian had sensed. I choose to remain, Yi Qing said, her voice carrying the absolute certainty of someone who had made a difficult choice and had come to complete peace with it. The celestial realms are my origin, my birthright, my ancient home. But the mortal realm is where I found redemption. You are where I found love. I will not abandon that for the sake of a status that means nothing compared to what I have here. She looked directly at Lin Xiao as she spoke, and Lin Xiao understood the depth of what Yi Qing was choosing. She was choosing mortal life, was choosing to remain permanently bound in human form, was choosing the limitations of mortality and the finite nature of human existence over the infinite potential and the eternal duration of the celestial realms. It was a choice made from love rather than from obligation, and that made it infinitely more precious. I will negotiate with the celestial forces, Yi Qing continued, addressing not just Lin Xiao but the entire assembly. I will find a way to honor my origins while remaining here, will establish a relationship with the heavenly realms that allows for periodic visits and connection without requiring me to abandon the life I have built. But this sect, these people, this community, this is my choice. This is my home. This is where I choose to be, for whatever time remains to me in mortal form. The sect erupted in celebration, not a forced or obligatory celebration, but genuine, spontaneous joy. Not because they were forcing Yi Qing to choose them out of obligation or guilt, but because her choice, made freely and fully consciously, despite all the alternatives available to her, despite the power and status and immortality she was rejecting, represented the strength of what they had built together. It represented that their community had become real enough, significant enough, meaningful enough that someone could choose it even over the immortal heights of the celestial realms and the infinite possibilities of divine existence. In the weeks that followed Yi Qing's announcement, the sect underwent another subtle but significant shift in its foundation. The knowledge that Yi Qing had rejected ascension, had chosen mortality and limitation and the finite existence of a human being, seemed to deepen everyone's commitment to making this moment, this community, this experiment in authentic living. as meaningful and real as possible. It was no longer something that was happening to them or being imposed upon them. It was something they were all choosing, consciously choosing, moment by moment, day by day. The heavenly forces accepted Yi Qing's decision with what seemed to be genuine grace and understanding. Guardian Zhou returned briefly to establish protocols for periodic visits between the mortal realm and the celestial realms, creating channels through which Yi Qing could maintain genuine connection with her origins while remaining physically present in the sect. It was a compromise that honored both her divine heritage and her chosen mortal life. As the situation with Yi Qing and the heavenly forces resolved itself favorably, Lin Xiao found herself settling into the rhythm of her new life as prospective sect master. The administrative tasks that had seemed overwhelming at first were becoming more manageable as she understood the systems that had developed over 700 years. The political maneuvering with other sects was becoming strategic rather than defensive. And most importantly, she was learning that leadership was not about having all the answers or possessing supreme power. It was about creating the conditions under which the people around you could become who they were meant to be. The arc of her journey was becoming clear. She had entered the sect as a spy, had found authenticity, had been tested by war and tribulation, and had emerged as a leader. But the journey was not finished. It was only beginning in many ways. The prophecy suggested that what she was doing here would be replicated across the cultivation world, that other sects would need to transform if they wanted to remain relevant and powerful. And that transformation would require guides and teachers, would require people who had lived through the change and could help others navigate it. Lin Xiao stood on the peak of 10,000 Flowers one evening as the sun was setting, casting long shadows across the sect that she would soon be leading fully, and she understood that her greatest work was still ahead of her. Not the cultivation breakthroughs and the advancement through ranks, though those would certainly continue. Not the political victories and the successful navigation of conflicts with other sects, though many more would come as the cultivation world adapted to the changes she was initiating. But the work of transformation, the work of helping an entire culture, an entire sect, an entire way of understanding cultivation and power, evolve from one way of being to another. That work would require everything she had learned from her journey of deception and revelation, from her experiences in the tribulation, from her relationships with the four people who loved her, from the ancient wisdom of Yi Qing and the strategic guidance of Wu Yueyan. That work would require her to remain authentic even when it was difficult, to maintain her commitment to community even when it would be easier to rely on power, to keep growing even when she reached plateaus. But she was ready. The girl who had arrived at the sect disguised and uncertain had transformed into a woman who understood her purpose clearly and completely. And the work of transformation, the work that would change not just her life but the lives of thousands of disciples and potentially the entire cultivation world. That work was exactly what she had been born to do. As the seasons turned and the months flowed into each other, Lin Xiao settled more deeply into her role and her identity. She began formal training sessions with Wu Yueyan, learning the history of every major decision the sect had made, understanding the reasoning behind structures and traditions that had endured for centuries. She attended diplomatic meetings with other sects, learning to navigate the complex dance of power and respect that governs sect relationships. And always, in her quiet moments, she returned to the four people who had chosen to stand with her, who had committed to this journey together with genuine love and authentic presence. The story of the Hundred Flowers Sect would continue to evolve endlessly into new chapters. The narrative that had begun with infiltration and deception would continue into a future of innovation and transformation, challenges and growth. But in these moments, standing on the mountain at the heart of her chosen home, Lin Xiao understood that she had already won the only victory that mattered. The victory of being authentically herself, loved deeply for who she truly was, surrounded by people who had also chosen to be authentic in return, who had chosen her as much as she had chosen them. Chapter 96. The choice between worlds 6 months after Yi Qing's decision to remain in the mortal realm. Exactly as the celestial realms had promised, an envoy from the celestial courts arrived without warning. But instead of arriving with demands or ultimatums, they came with an offer and a compromise that none of them had anticipated, an arrangement that seemed to honor all parties involved while still maintaining what was most important to each. The offer was elegant and remarkably complex, designed not to impose celestial will on the mortal realm, but to honor Yi Qing's choice, while still maintaining the celestial realm's legitimate interests and establishing stronger connections with the mortal cultivation world. The proposal included terms for knowledge exchange, protocols for boundary maintaining between realms, and a formal framework for understanding how celestial and mortal cultivation could coexist and enrich each other. We propose an arrangement, the celestial emissary explained, a being of extraordinary beauty and impossible grace, someone who seemed to exist partially outside of normal space. The goddess Bai, Yi Qing, will remain in the mortal realm permanently in human form, as she has chosen and as we accept. But we will establish a formal celestial embassy within the Hundred Flowers Sect, a place where representatives of the heavenly realms can maintain presence in the mortal realm. Yi Qing will serve as the primary liaison between the mortal and celestial realms, representing both worlds' interests and ensuring that knowledge and power can flow between them in ways that benefit both sides. It was an elegant solution that would have been impossible to imagine a year earlier, before Lin Zhao's arrival had triggered the transformation of the sect. But now, with the Hundred Flowers Sect established as a place where transformation and authentic connection were possible, where boundaries could be honored and maintained while bridges were simultaneously built, it seemed like a natural and inevitable evolution of the community they had created. Yi Qing accepted the arrangement after careful contemplation, understanding fully that it would bring significant new responsibilities and new challenges, that she would be expected to navigate two worlds simultaneously and manage two sets of obligations and loyalties. It would require extraordinary skill and wisdom to balance both worlds' needs without betraying either. But it would also ensure that the bridge between worlds, between her divine origins and her chosen mortal life, between the infinite possibilities of the celestial realms and the finite, but deeply genuine mortal realm she had come to love, could remain open and vibrant and mutually enriching. It would mean that the two realms did not have to remain separate and suspicious of each other, but could instead learn from and support each other. The arrangement was formalized in a ceremony that was unprecedented in the history of both mortal and celestial cultivation. Representatives from both realms stood together and acknowledged the legitimacy of both worlds' needs and perspectives. It was a moment of significant cosmic importance, though few in the mortal realm truly understood the magnitude of what was being decided. The arrival of the celestial embassy within the sect's most honored and spiritually significant spaces changed the institution once again in subtle but profound ways, bringing with it knowledge and power from the heavenly realms that had previously been available only to a select few cultivators who had managed to catch the attention of celestial forces through extraordinary talent or cosmic accident. The presence of the celestial representatives changed how disciples understood what was possible, changed the assumptions they made about the boundaries between realms. But Lin Xiao made a deliberate and intentional choice in how this new resource would be managed and distributed throughout the sect. She ensured that the knowledge was made available openly to all disciples who were genuinely interested, that all disciples could study and learn from the celestial teachers without having to prove special worth or demonstrate sufficient status. Rather than allowing it to become an exclusive resource available only to those with special status or powerful connections or the political favor of leadership, she established it as a resource that was fundamentally open and available. This was not a position that was universally popular. Some of the elders worried that making celestial knowledge freely available would diminish its value, would lead to information being misused by disciples who did not have the maturity or the discipline to handle it responsibly. But Lin Zhao's response was consistent. The only way to develop maturity and discipline was through exposure to challenges and through opportunities to make both right and wrong choices, to learn from consequences. It was a principle that she would return to again and again throughout her tenure as sect master. That power was most useful when distributed rather than hoarded. That knowledge was most transformative when shared openly rather than guarded as precious secrets reserved for the elite. That true strength came not from hoarding and maintaining artificial scarcity, but from building others up and creating genuine abundance. And in embodying that principle consistently and unapologetically, she was demonstrating something that the celestial realms themselves were slowly learning. That the new age of cultivation would be fundamentally different from the old one precisely, because power and knowledge would no longer be rationed, controlled, and restricted by those in authority. Democratization was not just a change in policy. It was a change in fundamental understanding of what made a cultivation community strong. Chapter 97. The opening of doors with the Celestial Embassy formally established within the sect's most honored location, the Hundred Flowers Sect became something entirely unprecedented in the history of cultivation. A place where the mortal and celestial cultivation traditions could interact directly, where knowledge from beyond the mortal realm could inform and enrich mortal cultivation practice, where disciples could potentially aspire not just to become powerful mortals, but to eventually bridge the gap between realms themselves. could imagine futures that transcended the traditional binary of mortal or celestial existence. Other sects throughout the cultivation world took notice of these developments with varying levels of concern and interest. Some viewed the development with deep suspicion and fear, worrying that the Hundred Flowers Sect was gaining advantages and secret knowledge that would make them unbeatable in any future conflict. Others viewed it with naked envy, wishing desperately that they had established such connections with the celestial realms themselves, that they had been wise or fortunate enough to navigate the transformation first. Still others viewed it with genuine intellectual interest, sending scholars and senior emissaries to observe and learn, to understand whether this new model could be adapted to work for their own communities. Within a year, a remarkable timeline, given the pace at which sect alliances typically formed, 3 other major sects had sent formal requests to begin knowledge-sharing agreements with the Hundred Flowers Sect. The transformation was spreading, not through conquest or military forcing, but through the simple fact that what the Hundred Flowers Sect was doing was working. Disciples were advancing through ranks faster. The sect was culturally stronger and more unified. Recruitment improved dramatically. And most importantly, the community was more genuine, more authentic, more aligned with what the new age of cultivation seemed to demand from its practitioners. Lin Xiao, now in her first year of formal sect master training under the watchful mentorship of Wu Yuan, found herself dealing with far more complex political and diplomatic issues than she had anticipated when accepting the succession. Alliances had to be negotiated. Boundaries had to be established with the Celestial Embassy to ensure that the sect remained in control of its own destiny. Communication protocols had to be developed with the sects requesting knowledge sharing. And all of this had to be balanced with her ongoing cultivation advancement, her administrative duties, and her commitment to the relationships that remained the foundation of her life. But she also found that the skills she had developed through her journey, the ability to listen deeply to what others were actually saying rather than just waiting for her turn to speak, the ability to understand different perspectives even when they conflicted with her own beliefs, the ability to build bridges rather than walls, the willingness to compromise without betraying core principles, were exactly the skills needed for this new role. The deception that had brought her to the sect, the exposure that had nearly destroyed her relationships, the tribulation that had tested her at the deepest level, the love that had sustained her through all of it. All of these experiences had prepared her for this moment. The celestial forces had opened doors that the cultivation world had not even known existed, had revealed possibilities that had been invisible to mortal cultivators. And Lin Xiao was absolutely determined that those doors would remain open for all who chose to walk through them, not just for the powerful few or the politically connected. The democratization of power, the sharing of knowledge, the opening of possibility. These would be the hallmarks of her leadership. Chapter 98. The new disciples. The next wave of new disciples to arrive at the Hundred Flowers Sect were markedly different from those who had come in the months immediately after the siege. Those earlier disciples had arrived seeking refuge or seeking power or seeking a sect that had proven itself strong through military victory. These new disciples were arriving because they had heard about the sect's transformation through the grapevine of cultivators, because they had heard through word of mouth that you did not need to hide who you were to practice cultivation in this community, because they had heard from others that power and authenticity could genuinely coexist rather than being opposed to each other. Among them were cultivators with unusual or rare constitutions that other sects had rejected as incompatible with their cultivation traditions or as undesirable for reasons of tradition and convention. There were disciples from other realms, pulled toward the 100 flowers by the gravitational pull of the celestial connection that had been established. There were older cultivators, some with decades of experience in other sects, who had grown deeply frustrated with traditional hierarchies and secret knowledge structures and were actively seeking something fundamentally different. There were young people from ordinary communities where traditional cultivation had never been available or accessible, who came to learn and to become something they had never imagined was possible in their lives. Lin Xiao and Shui Lian worked closely together to integrate these new disciples successfully, creating comprehensive support systems and mentorship structures that allowed people to come into the sect community without feeling alienated or overwhelmed by the radical differences from what traditional sects offered. What had been unusual and experimental a year ago was becoming gradually normalized, was becoming a regular part of the fabric of how the Hundred Flowers Sect operated. New disciples could see examples around them of others like them, which made the transition smoother and the sense of belonging deeper. The sect's population grew from 2,000 disciples to over 3,000 within a year, a growth rate that would have been unsustainable without careful planning. The infrastructure of the sect strained to accommodate the rapid expansion. New dormitories had to be built to house the increased population. New training grounds were established in previously unused areas of the sect's territory. New elders and teachers had to be identified and elevated to guide the expanding community, which meant taking experienced disciples and offering them advanced training to prepare them for leadership roles. But despite all the expansion and change and growth, the heart of what the sect was remained fundamentally the same. Authenticity, genuine connection between people, the commitment that power was a tool for service to the community rather than domination of others. That core identity stayed constant even as everything else transformed around it. Chapter 99. The final confrontation. Change always faces resistance, and the transformation of the Hundred Flowers Sect was no exception to this universal principle. The conservative faction that had initially objected so strenuously to Lin Zhao's succession did not simply disappear or dissolve because she had proven herself to be a capable and visionary leader. Instead, they repositioned themselves strategically, gathered allies from other traditionalist sects who shared their concerns about rapid transformation, and made one final coordinated stand against the direction the sect was taking. The confrontation came during the quarterly sect council meeting, a public forum where any disciple could raise concerns or objections and where the leadership was theoretically accountable to the broader community. An elder named Feng, who had consistently voted against Lin Zhao's initiatives and had been the voice of the conservative faction, rose to speak with evident preparation and purpose. "We have allowed transformation to occur unchecked for far too long," Feng said, her voice carrying the authority of someone who had been with the sect for decades and who had served under multiple previous sect masters. "We are losing our identity. We are becoming something unrecognizable, something that would horrify our founders. I am calling for a formal vote of no confidence in Lin Zhao's leadership, a vote to return the sect to traditional governance structures and values that have sustained us for centuries." The hall went completely silent in that moment. This was the moment of truth, the moment where the transformation could potentially be reversed, where the old order could reassert itself if it had enough support, where the future of the sect hung in genuine balance. The tension was palpable, but Lin Zhao did not respond with displays of power or by invoking her authority as the future sect master. She responded by standing calmly and asking Feng a simple question that cut to the heart of the issue. "What specifically have we lost?" Lin Zhao asked, her voice steady and genuinely curious rather than defensive. "The sect is stronger militarily than it was 2 years ago. Our disciples are advancing through ranks faster. We are more respected among other sections. The number of qualified disciples seeking to join us has increased dramatically. By every measurable standard of power, influence, and capability, the sect is thriving. So what specifically do you believe we have lost?" Feng hesitated, and in that hesitation, the weakness of her position became apparent. Because the truth was that by traditional measures of power, influence, and martial capability, the sect had not lost anything. What it had lost was the simplicity and comfort of a uniform culture, the ease of a clear hierarchy where everyone's position was fixed and known, the comfort of known rules and unchanging traditions that required no thought or adaptation. "We have lost our way," Feng said finally, but the conviction had drained out of her voice. She was articulating a feeling rather than a fact. "No," Lin Zhao said gently but firmly. "We have found a better way. We have found a way to be stronger and more authentic at the same time. And while I understand and respect your resistance to that change, I cannot in good conscience return the sect to what it was when I know what it could be, when I have lived in this new way and felt its power." The vote was called immediately following the exchange. The measure was to decide whether to continue supporting Lin Zhao's leadership in the direction of transformation or to call for a return to traditional governance. Over 90% of the disciples voted in favor of Lin Zhao and the transformation. The conservative faction was not silenced by the vote. They continued to voice their concerns and objections, but they were no longer powerful enough to stop the transformation or to threaten its continuation. And in that moment of seeing the vote results, Lin Zhao understood something crucial that Wu Yueyin had been patiently trying to teach her throughout their mentorship. Leadership was not about always being right or always being universally liked. It was about holding a vision clearly and consistently, being genuinely willing to listen to objections and understand legitimate concerns, and then making the choices you believed in most deeply even when others disagreed or resisted. Chapter 100. The Peak of 10,000 Flowers. The story closes on the evening of the autumn equinox, a year after Lin Zhao's tribulation, 6 months before she would formally become the full and undisputed sect master, as Wu Yueyin's long and illustrious reign drew inevitably to its conclusion. The autumn equinox was the moment of perfect balance between seasons, between light and darkness, between growth and rest. It seemed appropriate that this would be the moment chosen for the announcement of succession. Lin Xiao stood on the peak of 10,000 flowers, the highest point of the sect's territory, where she had stood many times before in contemplation and in grief and in joy, where she had made many of the most important decisions of her life. The peak was where she had trained with the 4 people who loved her, where she had come to understand the sect beneath her feet, where she had learned to see far enough into the future to lead. But this time, on this particular evening at this particular moment of transition, she was not alone, and that made all the difference. Shui Lian stood beside her, her ice-blue eyes reflecting the light of the setting sun with an almost impossible clarity and depth, eyes that had learned to show warmth and vulnerability along with their natural coldness. She reached out and took Lin Xiao's hand without asking for permission, a gesture of absolute connection that had become natural between them. Mei Qing was there as well, her fierce protective presence radiating like heat beside Lin Xiao, the constant comfort and reassurance of knowing she was willing to fight for everyone Lin Xiao loved, that her loyalty was absolute and unchanging. Su Jing had arrived earlier that afternoon with food and wine carefully chosen to celebrate this moment, had set up a small celebration on the peak with care and attention, nothing elaborate, just an acknowledgement that this moment was worth marking, was significant enough to deserve recognition and food and togetherness. And Yi Qing, no longer existing solely as Baihu the imprisoned fox spirit, but fully and completely as someone who had chosen to be part of this mortal community despite infinite alternatives available to her, stood with them all as the day turned to evening, her ancient presence grounding them all. In the distance below them, they could see the entire Hundred Flowers Sect sprawling out in the valley and across the mountainsides in a way that had become almost unrecognizable from what it had been 2 years earlier. Thousands of disciples moving through the training grounds in the late afternoon light, engaged in cultivation practice and learning and growth. Lights were beginning to be lit in dormitories as night approached, and disciples retreated to their quarters to rest and recover. They could see the balance hall glowing with the healthy power of a sect in harmony and equilibrium, the formation within it pulsing with the life force of 2,000 disciples. They could see the new buildings that had been constructed to house the rapidly expanded community, dormitories in various stages of completion, meditation chambers outfitted with advanced equipment, training grounds that could accommodate hundreds of disciples at once, teaching halls where knowledge was being shared and taught. They could see the celestial embassy, a structure that seemed to exist partially in the mortal realm and partially in the celestial realms, marked by light that seemed to come from a different dimension than normal illumination. They could see the evidence, visible from this commanding vantage point, of the remarkable transformation that had occurred in just 2 years. What had been a hidden, exclusive sect was becoming something open, something visible, something unprecedented. Wu Yuan found them there as the first stars emerged in the darkening sky above them, points of light appearing in the vast cosmos to mark the turning of the day. The ancient sect master was visibly smaller now, her body carrying the weight of nearly 2 centuries of leadership and the approaching end that even immortals eventually faced when their time came. The ravages of age, even on an immortal, were becoming visible. But her eyes were still sharp, still clear, still capable of seeing further into future possibility and probability than anyone else in the sect, still capable of perceiving the threads of destiny and choice that wove through possibility. "It is time," Wu Yuan said simply, and everyone understood immediately what she meant without requiring further explanation. It was time for the formal announcement of Lin Zhao's ascension to full sect master, time for the public acknowledgement that the transition of power was complete, time for the next chapter of the sect's story to officially begin. "I am not ready," Lin Xiao said, the words coming from a place of genuine concern and self-doubt, from the part of her that still carried doubt and fear about whether she was capable of leading. But it was not a refusal of the responsibility. It was an acknowledgement of a fundamental truth she had learned through living. That readiness was not something that came before taking on responsibility or before stepping into a role. Readiness was not a prerequisite. Readiness came during the work itself, came through the doing, through the daily choices and the challenges met and overcome and learned from. "You have been ready since the moment you chose authenticity over deception," Wu Yuan replied with absolute certainty, with the certainty that came from having lived so long and having seen so much. Everything since then has simply been preparation, confirmation, growth toward what you already were beneath the disguise. The tribulation did not make you ready. It simply revealed what was already there, tested what was already present. You were always the person who could lead this sect. You have been becoming aware of it. that is different from becoming it. The five of them, Lin Xiao, Shui Lian, Mei Qing, Su Jing, and Yi Qing, descended the mountain together in deepening twilight as the sun touched the horizon and began to dip below it, turning the sky into colors of fire and gold and deep purple. Behind them, the entire sect seemed to glow with welcoming light, illuminated by the combined power of the sect formation responding to their movement, and also illuminated by the natural beauty of the evening, the way the fading light caught and refracted through the water and the stone. Ahead of them lay challenges and conflicts and extraordinary growth that they could not yet imagine, complex situations they would have to navigate with all the wisdom and care they possessed, and with the wisdom they would gain through living. But they would face it all together, as they had faced everything since that crucial moment when Lin Xiao had chosen to stay in the sect rather than escape and pursue some other path, had chosen belonging over safety. The disciples in the sect below saw them coming down the mountain together. The news spread quickly through the assembled crowds and through the dormitories. Lin Xiao was approaching with her companions. She was being brought to the assembly. The sect master was preparing to make her major announcement. The future was about to be formally declared before the entire community. The anticipation hung in the air like incense smoke, palpable and electric. Wu Yuan waited in the assembly hall for their arrival, standing at the place of power where sect masters had stood for 700 years. She had prepared the words she would speak, had considered how to frame Lin Xiao's ascension in a way that honored both tradition and transformation. I am naming Lin Xiao as my successor and the future sect master of the Hundred Flowers Sect, Wu Yuan announced, her ancient voice carrying through the hall with absolute authority and power. Her reign will be unlike any that came before. The sect will continue to transform, to grow, to become something unprecedented in the history of cultivation. And I know with absolute certainty, that the sect will be stronger under her guidance than it has ever been in its 700-year existence. The assembly erupted in approval and celebration. Not unanimous approval. Some of the conservative faction remained seated, remained silent, remained opposed, but an overwhelming majority of the sect's disciples stood and cheered loudly, understanding in their bones that they were witnessing a pivotal moment in their sect's history, a moment that would be remembered and retold for generations. Lin Xiao stepped forward to formally accept the pronouncement, moving to stand at the center of the assembly. She looked out at the sea of faces surrounding her, new disciples who had just arrived in recent weeks, elders who had been with the sect for decades and had memories of its earlier incarnations, her closest companions standing prominently beside her, the disciples she had fought with during the siege, the ones she had trained and mentored. And she felt the weight of responsibility settle fully on her shoulders, felt the expectations of 3,000 disciples and the ancestors of 700 years of tradition pressing down on her. I accept this position, Lin Xiao said, her voice carrying through the hall with the natural power of her heavenly ascension rank. But I accept it with a clear and unwavering commitment to continue what we have started here together. This sect was originally built on a foundation of exclusion, only accepting those deemed beautiful enough, female enough, perfect enough by conventional standards. I am here to complete the work of transformation, to create a sect where anyone who seeks to cultivate in authenticity can find welcome, where genuine authenticity is valued above appearance, where power is understood as a tool for service to the community rather than as a means of domination over others. She paused deliberately, turning her attention directly to the conservative faction that had publicly opposed her. To those of you who fear change, who worry that we are losing something essential, Lin Xiao continued with genuine compassion in her voice. I hear your concerns, and I want you to know that I will listen to them always. Your perspective, born from decades of experience and from love for the traditions we come from, matters and deserves to be heard. But I also want to be absolutely clear. I cannot lead this sect back to what it was. I do not believe that would be wise, and I do not believe it is possible. I can only lead the sect forward into what it will become. And I hope that all of you, even those who fear change, will walk this path with me. Even if the journey makes you uncomfortable, I hope you will stay. The assembly dispersed slowly as night fully fell over the sect. Disciples returned to their dormitories in groups, talking excitedly and passionately about what they had witnessed, about what it meant for the sect's future, about what Lin Xiao's appointment meant for their own prospects and possibilities. The elders and senior teachers began the serious work of preparing for the formal transition of power that would occur gradually over the coming months, setting up protocols and structures that would allow Wu Yuan to step back from active leadership while Lin Xiao stepped forward. It was a transition that had to be managed carefully to ensure stability and continuity, even as change was embraced. But Lin Xiao remained in the assembly hall with her 4 companions as the crowds dispersed. She looked at the formation carved deep into the floor beneath their feet, the formation that was the spiritual and physical heart of the sect, and she understood with complete clarity that she was now the guardian of that heart. She was responsible, not merely responsible, but deeply accountable, for the well-being and growth of 3,000 disciples. She was responsible for the future of the sect, for guiding it through the transformations that would inevitably come. She was responsible for helping to shape how an entire cultivation tradition would evolve in response to the new age that was dawning. It was a responsibility that stretched forward beyond her lifetime. It was overwhelming. It was beautiful. It was exactly what she had been born to do, exactly the destiny that had been woven through every choice she had made, every challenge she had faced, every moment of choice between deception and authenticity. Shui Lian took her hand gently, but with absolute strength. Mei Qing wrapped a protective arm around her shoulders. Su Jing took her other hand and held it with gentle steadiness. Yi Qing placed her ancient, wise palm directly on Lin Zhao's heart, feeling the rhythm of her life force. "We are with you," they said together, their 4 voices creating a harmony that seemed to resonate through the formation beneath them, amplified by the sect's collective spiritual power. Whatever comes, whatever challenges and triumphs and transformations lie ahead, we face it all together. And Lin Xiao, who had arrived at the sect as a disguised outsider wearing a false face and a carefully constructed false identity, who had deceived everyone she encountered, including herself, about the truth of who she was, who had been tested by assassination attempts and by siege, and by the ultimate trial of tribulation, who had discovered through living it that authenticity was stronger than any mask could ever be, understood that she had found something far more valuable than power or status, or even security could ever provide. She had found home. She had found family. Not the family she was born to, but the family she had chosen freely and been chosen by. She had found the people who would support her and stand beside her, not because of who she appeared to be or what rank she held, but because of who she truly was in her deepest self, in her authentic being. The story of the 100 Flowers Sect continues. The new age of cultivation has begun, spreading through the world like sunrise spreading across the sky. And the ripples of the transformation that started here will eventually reshape how the entire cultivation world understands power, authenticity, and the meaning of home. But for now, in this moment, Lin Xiao stands in the assembly hall surrounded by those she loves, with her hand in Shui Lian's hand and Yi Qing's palm on her heart, and that is enough. More than enough. Everything that matters. Everything that is real. In the coming years and decades, disciples of the 100 Flowers Sect will tell and retell the story of how a disguised outsider came to them with deception in her heart, how she was revealed to be someone unexpected and complex and genuinely powerful, how she fought for them during the siege despite having no obligation to do so, how she ascended through tribulation and became a heavenly ascension cultivator, and how she led them into a new age of cultivation. They will speak of her with the reverence that comes from understanding you are part of something truly significant, something that will define generations to come, something that matters in ways that transcend ordinary measurement or understanding. But more importantly, they will speak of her with love, because Lin Xiao did not just change the sect through displays of power or through administrative policy. She changed it fundamentally by being authentically, courageously, vulnerably herself, by refusing to hide her true nature even when it would have been easier and safer to do so, by loving openly even when she was afraid of rejection, by building genuine connections even after she had deceived people and needed to earn back their trust. And that is the greatest gift any leader can give, not the gift of authority or power or force, but the gift of showing others how to be real, how to live authentically in a world that demands performance, how to build genuine community even across differences and historical betrayals. She showed them that transformation was possible, that change could be embraced without losing yourself, that becoming something new did not mean abandoning what was valuable about what came before. The 100 Flowers Sect will certainly face new challenges ahead in the years to come. Other sects will inevitably resist the transformation that is spreading through the cultivation world, threatened by change. The celestial realms will continue to demand more from Yi Qing and from those who bridge the gap between worlds, negotiating terms and expectations. And Lin Xiao will face tests and trials and conflicts that she cannot yet imagine, that will push her to grow and change in unexpected ways, that will require her to deepen her understanding and her compassion. The journey is never finished, but she will face them all with the same fundamental commitment that brought her to the sect in the first place, the commitment to authenticity, to genuine connection with others, to the understanding that power is most meaningful and most true when it serves love rather than domination, when it builds community rather than creates hierarchy, when it elevates those around you rather than diminishes them. This is the story of how disguise became truth, how deception evolved into authenticity, how an outsider became the beating heart of a community. This is the story of the Hundred Flowers Sect and the woman who discovered that belonging is not something that is given to you based on appearance or origin or status or perfect behavior. Belonging is something you choose, and something you build through consistency, and something that becomes more real and more powerful with each day you commit to being authentically yourself. Closing call to action *. If this story has touched your heart, if you have felt seen and understood in the journey from disguise to authenticity, if you have understood the pain of hiding who you are, if you have dreamed of finding a community that values you for who you truly are beneath any masks, we ask you to join us on this journey. Subscribe to our channel to follow the continued adventures of the Hundred Flowers Sect and the new challenges that Lin Feng will face as the youngest sect master in the sect's 700-year history. Like this video to show us that you want more stories of transformation, authenticity, and the power of genuine connection. Comment with your own stories of finding home and belonging, of the moments when you chose to be authentically yourself despite fear, despite the risk of rejection. And share this video with others who are searching for their own Hundred Flowers Sect, their own community of people who will love them not for their appearance or their status, but for their authentic hearts and their genuine selves. You are never alone in your journey. The world is full of people seeking the same thing you are seeking, the chance to be yourself, to be seen and loved for who you truly are, to belong to a community that values authenticity. Your story matters. Your transformation matters. Your choice to be real in a world that demands performance and perfection matters. The new age of cultivation is beginning. The age of shared power, of open knowledge, of authenticity as the greatest strength. And it begins with you, with your willingness to be real despite the risk, to be vulnerable despite the fear of rejection, and to build connections that matter deeply. Together, we create the future. Together, we become the community that values authenticity above all else. Together, we are the Hundred Flowers Sect, welcoming all who choose to be genuine, all who choose to bring their true selves to the world without apology. The transformation has begun, and you are part of it. Your story is part of this story. Your authenticity is needed. Your transformation matters. Welcome home to the Hundred Flowers Sect.